The 90-year-old general just died in battle, but unexpectedly his home was surrounded by 100,000 imperial guards. The empress even issued 12 golden orders to poison me, the only surviving orphan. As I watched 2 imperial guards approaching with poison wine, I knelt on the spot and laughed heartily at the sky, because just as I received the decree, I awakened the rebellion system, summoning a semi-saint guardian with just a check-in, killing the imperial general, destroying the foundation of the dynasty, and gaining 100,000 dragon cavalry. Looking at my arrogant expression, the old eunuch instantly became furious. Just like your father, a tough guy like you. Without that old thing, you are not even as good as a dog. Saying that, he ordered 2 soldiers to pry open my mouth, preparing to force-feed me. At a critical moment, the cold mechanical voice echoed in my mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the protection of the semi-saint Su Chu. Before the words fell, a burly and fierce general suddenly jumped out from behind me, shouting loudly, "How dare you offend my master!" In an instant, the 2 soldiers prying my mouth were instantly turned into a mist of blood, and the 20 soldiers a little further away spat blood and then fell to the ground. Seeing this, the old eunuch was shocked. This powerful momentum must be a semi-saint without a doubt. It must be known that in this era of the emperor's unique skills, the martial saints are rare, and the semi-saints are the top existence on this continent. What surprised me was that the next moment, the old eunuch became arrogant again, because this time, in order to completely eradicate the Jinbei prince's mansion, the empress specially left a group of hidden dragon guards as a backup. The hidden dragon guards are the exclusive guards of the great Zhou royal family, and each one is a top expert in killing, with the weakest being above the martial king realm. With a command from the old eunuch, a dozen or so shadows appeared in the void, like emotionless killing machines, and instantly pounced fiercely towards me. Even when they saw the semi-saint Su Chu beside me, they were not afraid at all, seeking death. Seeing this, Su Chu's eyes flashed with anger, and then a sharp long knife suddenly appeared in his hand, directly rushing towards the group of hidden dragon guards, killing them madly. With a few painful screams, those more than 10 hidden dragon guards had already been cut down, their intestines and organs scattered on the ground. After dealing with these small fries, Su Chu did not kill the old eunuch with one blow, but strode over to me, then knelt down on one knee, with a hint of fanatical loyalty on his face, saying, "My lord is alarmed." I helped him up calmly and said, "General Su, there is no need for such formality. Please get up quickly." At the same time, the old eunuch beside him also felt weak in the legs, and a fishy liquid spread on his pants like a map. Although he was already terrified to the extreme, he still suppressed his fear and shouted at me, "You dare to defy the imperial decree, Lu Yuan? I have brought 100,000 imperial guards outside the city, and soon their iron cavalry will break through the entire royal palace." Goodness! Empress Zhou Linglong is so desperate to take me down that she even brought the imperial guards of Chang'an to surround me. It seems that the empress fears my father's power and has resorted to such extreme measures. Since I've made up my mind to rebel, I will go all the way. Thinking this, I ordered Su Chu to kill the old eunuch. As he was about to beg for mercy, a sharp blade was already aimed at his neck. The host has killed 20 martial kings, 5 martial emperors, and 2 martial masters, gaining 275,000 luck points and receiving a reward of an exclusive legion. The 100,000 snow dragon cavalry has been deployed outside the city. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but let out a long roar to the sky. The snow dragon cavalry from the legends of the past, known as the undefeated cavalry, has now come to my aid, filling the void of my rebellion without an army. Just as I wanted to go and see the grandeur of the army, I was disgusted by the scattered limbs in front of the royal palace, so I couldn't help but frown and say, "General Su, please be more careful next time you draw your sword. Don't make the scene so bloody. After all, this is the residence of the Prince of the North. How are we going to entertain guests in the future?" "Yes, understood," replied Su Chu, wiping the blood off his big knife and scratching his head with a simple smile. This simple appearance was completely different from the appearance of the god of killing just now. "By the way, my lord, the old eunuch just said that there are still 100,000 imperial guards outside the city." During the conversation, Su Chu's face also showed a hint of worry. Although he was a demigod, he still felt somewhat inadequate in the face of 100,000 troops. I remained calm and said, "It's great that the 100,000 imperial guards are coming. It's a good opportunity for the great snow dragon cavalry to practice." On the other hand, outside of Domain North City, 100,000 royal guards, already buried and camped. Congratulations to Marshal Li. This time I came to assist Eunuch Wang in suppressing the Jinbei royal house, but it's a great merit for nothing. Yes, such a chance to get credit for nothing is rare. Inside the Lord Commander's tent, The crowd was all compliments and pats on the back to the Lord Commander Li Weiming on the main seat. At this time, inside the curtain, beautiful prostitutes sang and danced, and wine and meat wore incense. The major commanding lieutenants were embraced left and right. A woozy scene. AI, the words of all of you are spoken too soon. Now that eunuch Wang has gone to read the imperial decree, maybe that Lu Yuan fellow is willing to listen to the imperial order and really kill himself. When we can't be used, where's the credit to be had? Although he said that, the joy on Li Weiming's face couldn't be concealed in any way. Actually, the so-called suppression of the Zhenbei royal house was secondary. He couldn't look at all the oil and water he scrounged up afterward. More importantly, His Majesty the Empress had ordered him to take over the northern domain and temporarily manage various matters in the northern domain. That's what Li Weiming sees most, the so-called escrow, but the actual real power of the northern region is controlled by him. So, will it be far from becoming the next king of Zhenbei? The crowd on the sidelines was also very up for it, looking at Li Weiming's self-congratulatory expression. Also all perceived a playful smile. Ha ha, I don't think that punk Lu Yuan will really rebel either. It's a pity that Lu Qingtian's worldly reputation ended up being spoiled in the hands of this son of his. Ha ha, that's right, when Lu Yuan steps down, the entire northern region will still be under the control of our Marshal Li. Yes, 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 this credit can't be taken away. When the time comes, Marshal Li, don't forget about us subordinates. Ah. Hearing the sound of the crowd clapping their horses, Li Weiming became more and more flattered. Ha ha, that's a must. Drink, drink, drink. I don't know if it's the alcohol or the power. Leveman's eyes were mesmerized. It's as if being crowned and worshipped is already just around the corner. Chapter 5, The Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Breaking. Just as the crowd was drinking and enjoying themselves, a general, however, suddenly realized that the wine in the cup in front of him had created a circle of ripples out of thin air. Ha! This wine! The general thought he had blinked and rubbed his eyes at once. Sympathetically, he looked at the drink again. However, he saw that the ripples did not disappear. Instead, the tremors became more violent. In the meantime, a sudden point of thunder like rain came from far away, fatally reaching the ears of the crowd. The drunken crowd was still a bit tipsy and didn't react for a while. There was a moment of questioning. What's that sound? What's with the muffled thunder? But a few breaths later, as the ground shook more and more violently, the crowd finally realized that something was wrong. This is not good. It's the cavalry. All the people here are from the line of duty. After freezing for a moment, he still instantly perceived the cause of the tremor. Where's the thunder? This was clearly the sound of hooves resonating on the ground caused by a large group of cavalry galloping. The hazy drunkenness of the crowd instantly sobered up for the most part. At that moment, a lieutenant suddenly rushed into the tent in a panic. One leg went weak and he flopped to his knees. It's no good, Marshal Li. Outside the camp, countless heavily armored cavalrymen with white armor and horses and men in armor are hitting. The lieutenant was filled with trepidation, obviously already scared out of his wits by the battle outside. At those words, the crowd was stunned. Where did the white armored heavy cavalry come from? Where is the cavalry outside of this northern city? In the hinterland of the northern domain? Could it be that the northern barbarian iron horsemen are coming over? That's not right either. If the northern barbarian legion had moved out, there was no way they wouldn't have heard about it. Wait for the crowd to panic and come out of the tent in their armor. Instead, they found that there really was a white armored cavalry that had broken through the fortifications of the camp and plunged straight into the center of the army. Kill, kill, kill. Countless roars shook the sky, only to see countless white armored iron horsemen inside the central army camp that stretched for several miles, charging across the country. It was like a heavy snowstorm. The countless soldiers of the Forbidden Army were swallowed up in it. Countless forbidden soldiers screamed miserably, facing the trampling of the iron horsemen. There was absolutely no resistance. Seeing this, the group of forbidden generals who had just come out of the curtain were filled with stagnation. Kill chickens and slaughter dogs. In this situation, they could only think of this one word to describe the scene in front of them. Quickly, organize resistance. The commander-in-chief, Li Weiming, was the first to react and panicked, ordering to the generals under his command. The major lieutenants and generals, with hindsight, were all scrambling to get their orders. At this point a careful observer would have noticed, although Li Weiming was forcing himself to be calm, his hands were holding back their warlike trembling. Inside, it was even more fearful to the extreme. It's over. It's all over. Li Weiming, pale face, looking at the scene in the field, eyes lost in thought, muttered. After leading the army for so many years, Li Weiming was no mediocrity. Now he knew at a glance that the defeat of his 100,000 strong forbidden army was in sight. Those white armored cavalry moved like thunder, charging swiftly and violently, and had completely broken up the formation of the 100,000 forbidden troops. To know The cavalry sky-kicked the infantry. Even the dragon cavalry also had an orderly way of dividing and annihilating the infantry that had scattered and fled, not giving them a chance to gather a counterattack at all. In this way, the collapse is a matter of time. Half an incense stick later, in the Forbidden Army, major generals of some desperate operation down, Li Weiming's side, finally managed to gather 1 or 2,000 people. As for the rest of the remaining Forbidden Army, they had all been slaughtered. No descender is left at all. Formation. At that moment, a whistle suddenly came from the dragon cavalry. The dragon cavalry immediately gave up their pursuit of the remnants and immediately flew in orderly formation to coalesce together. The wind and the flags were flown, and the two sides stood against each other. The entire white armor camp was arranged as if carved out of a mold. Not a single person clamored, not a single horse neighing, and the silence was panic-inducing and depressing. On the contrary, on the side of Li Weiming's Forbidden Army, their morale was low to the extreme and their formation was scattered, which still has the look of the elite of the Forbidden Army. The sight of horses trampling on the mutilated corpses and blood running down the streets filled the remaining soldiers of the Forbidden Army with chills and fear. Anyone who doesn't break down and surrender on the spot has a high level of willpower. Seeing the group of remnants gathered over Li Weiming's face was hard to see. He knew he was defeated. Very thoroughly. Tramp! Where the hell is this cavalry coming from? Li Weiming couldn't help but curse fiercely in his heart. It's only been half an incense stick of time. A whole 100,000 troops, and still the elite of the Forbidden Army were slaughtered. Not even a shred of resistance could be mentioned. To know, they, the Forbidden Army, are not like those rice bucket mascots of the local government soldiers. Instead, it's a real first-class combat elite. Seeing that the momentum was gone, Li Weiming's eyes began to flicker weirdly. Took a big loss and the momentum is gone. Nowadays, it is also important to consider the most important of the bright ideas. Staying green is not a worry. Besides, now there are thousands of remnants to attract attention. Li Weiming was confident of confusing them and escaping. Withdraw! Li Weiming roared in a low voice and pretended to be full of resentment as he prepared to announce his retreat. In fact, they are always ready to hide in the crowd and take advantage of the chaos to break out. However, just as he had ordered a retreat, a bright laugh suddenly came over. I've heard of Marshal Li Weiming's great name for a long time. I wonder where Marshal Li wants to go. Hearing this slightly familiar voice, Li Weiming froze, and then his face turned grim. King of Jinbei, Lu Yuan. Previously, Li Weiming had also met Lu Yuan a few times. As a cultivator, one remembers everything deeply, and naturally, one would not forget a person's face or voice. Li Weiming gritted his teeth, his fierce gaze looking towards the source of the voice. However, at the bottom of his eyes, he couldn't help a flash of scorn surfacing. The result of Lu Yuan's appearance was now obvious. This sudden army of white-armored heavy cavalry must be under Lu Yuan's command. Prince Lu, I can't believe you're hiding so deeply, innocently attacking the imperial army. Are you trying to plot a rebellion? Li Weiming is still pretending to be unaware of the situation. With a look of bitter hatred, he questioned Lu Yuan from afar, palatizing. If he knew that there was still such a tough army under Lu Yuan's command, he wouldn't have come to get involved in this mess. This is not to pick up the credit for nothing. It is clearly to send to death. Now that's good. The 100,000 strong Forbidden Army under his command was nearly wiped out. Even he, himself, is behind bars. Hearing this, Lu Yuan smiled indubitably. Marshal Li, by now, let's not cover up. You and I both know in our hearts why you are here. After saying that, Lu Yuan lowered his eyes and glanced around darkly. Around, the great snow dragon cavalry was quietly closing in on the remnants of Li Weiming's army. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth rose slightly. Hey, if it is not afraid of this guy running too fast, dragon cavalry cannot catch up. He is too lazy to interrupt and delay. Chapter 6, Total Annihilation. 3 million chi values. Finally, a few breaths later, the dragon cavalry had completed their encirclement. The encirclement has been completely formed. Seeing that the other party was already unable to fly, Lu Yuan was no longer interested in continuing the conversation. Interest wilted. Dragon riders, send Marshal Li on his way. Nah. The dragon riders responded with a neatly organized drink. With that, there was a clash of fine gold, and the saber spearheads were all pointed in Li Weiming's direction. Great snow dragon cavalry, respectfully invite Marshal Li on his way. 100,000 voices converged in a straight line, resounding in one side of the heavens and earth. Shocking and deafening. Lu Yuan Yu. Li Weiming watched with his jaw on the ground. How is this not going to work? At the very least, shouldn't they have been recruited first? Prince Lu, why are you saying this? Why can't I understand? Li Weiming is still playing dumb and trying to escape. However, what responded to him was a cold and furious roar from the dragon cavalry. Kill. The hooves of the horses under the dragon cavalry's command raised high and charged against the remnants of Li Weiming's army. Next, with a thud, Li Weiming bent his legs and knelt directly in front of the formation. The silky smoothness of it was so fast that no one in the room could react. Surrendered General Li Weiming. I implore your majesty to take him in. I'm willing to saddle up and work for your majesty. Li Weiming fell to his knees, his voice humble to the extreme. In front of the living, what face in face? Now Li Weiming all do not want. These names are not as important as your life. Li Weiming still had a glimmer of hope. It must be. With his cultivation at the peak of martial zone, Lu Yuan should be recruiting him. One must know that a martial zone is already a party of not-so-weak experts. This, Lord General? Behind Li Weiming, the group of remnant generals looked at Li Weiming, who was kneeling straight on the ground, with dismay in their eyes. This man kneeling on the ground, is he really the mighty general who commanded 100,000 Imperial City forbidden troops? How come they hadn't realized in the past that their own martial spine? How come it was so soft? Ha ha, surrender? What's the matter? Does Marshal Li want to defect to me? A rebel? On the opposite side, Lu Yuan laughed out loud as if he had heard something 10,000 times funnier. My Marshal Li, you're the Marshal of the Forbidden Guard Legion. If the Empress she hears that you've surrendered, won't she be furious? Lu Yuan's mockery instantly caused a wave of green and blue on Li Weiming's face. The name of a Marshal of the Forbidden Guard Corps surrendering to the rebels was not a good one to talk about. But in order to live, he, Li Weiming, endured it. However, just as Li Weiming wanted to slap two asses in retort, Lu Yuan's voice drifted over from afar. Li Shuai, surrender. You don't deserve it. Don't bother with more words. You and these men of yours had better go to your deaths obediently. Lu Yuan's light voice resounded in front of the two armies. Killed. This is the final decision given by Lu Yuan. That's right. Lu Yuan had no intention of letting go of Li Weiming and his 100,000 troops from the very beginning. When they decided to come and surround themselves, they had become their own mortal enemies. And Lu Yuan was never soft when it came to his enemies. Not to mention, a group of people with unclear minds and unqualified loyalties became his men. And he wasn't comfortable with that either. It's still more cost-effective to switch to chi points. What? I don't deserve to surrender? Li Weiming was stunned for a moment. But looking at the front of the formation, Lu Yuan looked at himself as if he was looking at a dead man. Li Weiming finally knew. Lu Yuan, by no means, was joking with himself. He really wanted himself dead. Looking around, with 3 layers of elite heavy armor cavalry inside and outside, Li Weiming's face shifted 100 times. Lu Yuan, you forced me to do this. Leveman's face was somber. What's that? With this interruption, the escape gap had been closed. It seems that soft doesn't work, so one has to do it the hard way. Li Weiming stiffened his neck and rose from the ground, turning his head to look behind him and, brothers, you all heard what the rebel Lu Yuan said just now, completely not giving us a chance to live. It's just a matter of wanting me dead, but not even you guys. As things stand, we can only resist to the end. Grab your weapons and kill with me. Get rid of this traitor for the country and the people. The first brave man will be rewarded with 10,000 gold and promoted to the 5th rank. If the battle is won, all officers will advance to the 3rd rank and be rewarded with 1,000 gold. Capture the thief first. If they captured Lu Yuan alive, maybe they would still have a chance of survival. Li Weiming's words still stirred up quite a storm among the 2,000 remnants of the army. Although they weren't ashamed of Li Weiming's behavior, they had no way back after what happened. Plus the so-called heavy reward. The eyes of the group of remnants of the army gradually became firm. The traitor Lu Yuan is tyrannical and murderous. Since we're not given a chance to live, we'll kill our way out ourselves. Brothers, kill. Kill the dog thief and get 10,000 gold. Kill. Charge. The remaining 2,000 remnants of the army all erupted with an overwhelming will to die. However, Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, break. A snappy cry. Immediately afterward, a line of snow whizzed by with a shower of startling thunder. Boom boom boom. A few breaths later, Li Weiming and his 2,000 remnants of the army didn't even make a splash, and the battlefield returned to calm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beheading 100,000 enemies under his command, rewarded with 2,767,300 valor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a large battle and wiping out the entire enemy army, receiving a reward of 100,000 exchange points. Listening to the system's prompt, Lu Yuan gave a mocking smile. This Li Weiming, how dare he resist in the face of death? It's just a praying mantis, but more than anything else, there was excitement in his heart. More than 2 million chi value, a wave of fat, together with the 170,000 fortune value from before. it would be possible to conduct 3 more million-level saint-level draws. My lord Yuan Zuozong. See you. My lord. At that moment, a 9-foot man wearing a mighty general's armor took 3 or 2 steps forward and knelt in front of Lu Yuan covered in blood. Commander of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, Yuan Zuozong. General Yuan, please rise. Lu Yuan smilingly went forward to help Yuan Zuozong up, and incidentally opened the information panel on the opposite side. Name, Yuan Zuozong. Realm, Peak Half Saint. Commander-in-Chief, 97. Loyalty, 100. Half Saint. Lu Yuan's expression was joyful. Another half-saint level martial general was in the books. The Dragon Riders Legion is a holy level reward. Although its commander-in-chief was a half-saint cultivation, it was considered reasonable. General Yuan, how is the strength of your dragon cavalry? Back to the Lord. Now in the Dragon Cavalry Army, the ordinary cavalry are peak martial master experts. Centurion, for a peak grand martial master expert. Thousand master, for a peak martial king expert. School captain, for a peak martial emperor expert. Partial general, for a peak martial zone expert. The commander-in-chief, or the last general, is a peak half-saint expert. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At those words, Lu Yuan couldn't help but burst out. Surprisingly, even ordinary soldiers are martial arts masters? And it's still a peak martial master. To know, in the Great Zhou Empire, a martial master expert would be enough to hold the rank of centurion. At the peak of a martial master, one would even be able to serve as a 1,000-hero commander of certain county guard units. And in today's Great Snow Dragon Horseman Army, a peak martial master is merely an ordinary soldier. Sure enough, the name of the first cavalry army in the world is not for nothing. Chapter 7, 3 Holy Draws. The twin rabbits walked alongside the ground. Sure enough, the name of the first cavalry army in the world is not for nothing. Yes, Lu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim loudly in excitement. Having such an elite army is a blessing in itself. It's not a gentleman who doesn't take revenge. General Yuan, this king has a revenge. Wants you to avenge it. May I share the Lord's worries? Yuan Zuozong boomed his promise. Yes. A cold smile crossed Lu Yuan's face. Zhou Linglong, the empress of the Great Zhou dynasty, is not able to distinguish between loyalty and treachery, and has taken the liberty of victimizing the loyal and the good. I think there must be some delusional ministers around the empress who offer slanderous words, or evil villains who work against her. For the sake of the throne of Great Zhou and the peace of the people of the world, enter the dynasty, clear the side of the king. A cold light was revealed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Oh, empress, since you are unkind, you can't blame me for being unrighteous. Nah. Yuan Zuozong's face was expressionless as he boomed his orders. What empress or not, Lu Yuan was the absolute lord in his eyes. Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Target Chang'an City. Depart. However, just when the Dragon Cavalry was just thinking of the running march, at that moment, there was suddenly a scout who came to report. Reporting to the Lord Commander, we've captured a group of people traveling strangely. According to what the other side said, it said it was the Domain North City Garrison Scouts, and in lieu of City Lord Heilong, inquire as to where we come from. Heilong? Yuan Zuozong looked at Lu Yuan suspiciously. Oh, I know of this person Heilong, being sent by the court to serve as the city lord of Domain North City. Lu Yuan said indifferently. With such a big commotion outside this city, it was naturally impossible to hide it from the city's defenders. But, when he thought of Heilong's identity, a flash of hostility appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. This Heilong is the loyal lackey of the empress. In theory, the northern domain was his Jinbei king's fiefdom. The power of appointment of the city lord should also be under him. Lu Yuan, but since my father disappeared, the empress then crossed over to him and sent her close friends to personally take over the major cities in the northern region, overriding all of his power. And this Heilong was the city lord responsible for taking over the northern city of according to the domain. This Heilong is one of the empress men. Damn it! Don't worry, my lord. I'll put to death the entire captured group. At those words, Yuan Zuozong on the side was filled with indignation. He said that he was going to raise his sword and kill someone. However, Lu Yuan shook his head and opened his mouth to stop it. General Yuan, wait a moment. Heilong deserved to die, but those soldiers shouldn't have been killed. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered for a moment as he pondered. General Yuan, the southward journey will be put on hold for a while. Now I trouble you to go and exterminate this Heilong and all his cronies. Then take over Domain North City in my name. Incidentally, reorganize the entire garrison of Domain North City to ensure that all of them are loyal to me. With that, Lu Yuan threw the waistplate of the king of Jinbei to Yuan Zuozong. Since Heilong is the empress man, he must die, and a large portion of those bottom-ranked sergeants were loyal to their father, who had left behind his squad before. If he flashed the signboard of the king of Jinbei, He believed that those people would naturally return to follow. Nah, Yuan Zuozong naturally didn't dare to disobey Lu Yuan's orders. Taking the belt tag, he went straight to his orders. System, open the lottery interface. I'm going to draw a raffle. After arranging everything, Lu Yuan turned around and directly opened the system lottery interface. Right now, he still had 3 million chi luck values of his own, but he hadn't used them yet. Ding! The system lottery interface has opened. As soon as Lu Yuan's words fell, a faint illusory interface appeared in front of him. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate and directly chose the million-level holy draw. After all, the higher the level of the draw, the more cost-effective it will be. Ding! The host chooses the holy level draw. The system is in the draw. Ding! The lottery was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 shadow guards. Ding! The lottery was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 trap camps. Ding! Successful draw. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the intelligence organization. Drizzle! Lu Yuan spent all of his chi luck value and made 3 draws in a row, and the system's prompt sounded 3 times in a row. Shadow guard. Trap camp. There's another intelligence organization. Fine rain. Seeing the 3 rewards obtained from the raffle, Lu Yuan couldn't help but bring a hint of joy to his face. Just from the names, you know that these 3 rewards are anything but ordinary. Sure enough, the following introduction of the system also confirmed Lu Yuan's suspicions. Shadow Guard, Leader Peak Half Saint, Deputy Leader Ordinary Half Saint, 10 Captains Martial Zone, Members between Martial King Martial Emperor, Trapped Camp, Commander Peak Half Saint, Vice Commander Peak Martial Zone, Captain of 1,000 Peak Martial Emperor, Captain of 100 Peak Martial King, Sergeant Grand Martial Master, Drizzle, Chief Half Saint, Deputy Chief Martial Zone, Regional Chief Martial Emperor, Head Martial King, 100,000 members between Martial Artists, Grand Martial Masters. Note, the 100,000 members of the Fine Rain have been automatically distributed to all parts of the continent and their identities have been arranged for them. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The quality of the 3 rewards varied, but after all, they were all Saint Realm rewards. Every organization, there is a half-saint that exists, especially the Shadow Guards. There were even 2 half-saints. Although the Trapped Front Battalion was numerically smaller than the Dragon Cavalry, the quality was much higher, except the Fine Rain pulls across a bit. But Fine Rain was, after all, an intelligence organization, and combat was not its strong suit. Soon, beside Lu Yuan, a crowd with a huge breath then appeared. My subordinates Shadow Inc., Shadow Guard, Gao Shun, Trap Battalion, and Yu Xiang, Fine Rain. See you, Lord. Among them, the 3 with the most massive breaths came forward and addressed Lu Yuan. Of a bunch of big old men, Lu Yuan's gaze couldn't help but rest on Yu Xiang, the leader of the Fine Rain. This Yu Xiang, outwardly, was surprisingly a woman, and a stunningly beautiful one at that. Gulp! Lu Yuan did not deny that he was horny. Eyes instantly glazed over at the sight of the great beauty before him. Beauty! It's so beautiful. And opposite. Seeing Lu Yuan's gaze getting hotter and hotter. But Yu Xiang suddenly panicked. The knot in his throat, lowering his head, rolled at once. Lord! Yu Xiang gritted her teeth and hurriedly explained. My lord, I'm actually a male. Using the transfiguration technique, male disguised as a female. Look! As Yu Xiang said that, she only saw a wave of her small hand, and she had directly transformed from a peerless fairy into the appearance of a white-clothed, warm jade male. Fearing that if he said it a second too late, Lu Yuan would have to meet the man. The point is that his loyalty is already at full point and he's still afraid to resist. Ha! Hearing Yu Xiang's words, Lu Yuan directly revealed a black question mark face. Seeing the other party come to a transformation in front of him, Lu Yuan's face immediately darkened. Men? Big brother, it's just as well you're dressed as a woman. Even your name is so feminine. Almost got myself wrong. However, Lu Yuan's heart was also slightly in admiration. It was no wonder that this Yu Xiang was the leader of the Fine Rain organization. A handful of disguises is just great. Fooling yourself. Yu Xiang on the side also laughed bitterly. Originally, he still wanted to leave a good impression on Lu Yuan, and deliberately dressed up as a woman. Who knew they'd almost get themselves killed? What no one noticed was, aside, Shadow Inc., who was fully hidden in black clothes, was looking at this scene thoughtfully. The pair of autumn water eyes that leaked outside of the mask were like deep pools brimming with shadows, delicate and moving. Chapter 8, Taking Down Domain North City. The whole army went south. After Yu Xiang's incident, Lu Yuan also wilted. Be excused. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze that was focused on a few females and put away some other little thoughts. Who knows if there are any big D munchkins in here? 2. As for the other 2 chiefs, there's not much to say. A Gao Shun with the famous trap battalion under his command. Each one of them was a tiger-backed man with an appalling aura, and their battle strength was not bad at first glance, and compared to the trapped camp's bravado, the Shadow Guard was much more restrained. They were all dressed in black, with only a pair of eyes exposed. The breath was also extremely cold, as if it was a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, easily overlooked, but always ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Noteworthy. Characters summoned by the system have no previous memories, although they all have separate minds and unique consciousnesses. It's like Gao Shun and Su Zhu, although the same comes from the era of the Three Kingdoms in the previous life. Yet neither knew each other, nor had they ever heard of each other's titles. The only thing they had now was their loyalty to Lu Yuan. In front of the wolf-like dragon cavalry, Heilong's little men and horses really weren't enough to look at. Yuan Zuozong moves quickly. Lu Yuan's side had just finished extracting the rewards when Yuan Zuozong returned with his men, put a pile of heads and subsequently dropped them on the ground. Yuan Zuozong dismounted his horse and knelt on one knee to report to Lu Yuan. My lord, Heilong and his cronies have all been cut out. The entire 10,000 strong garrison of Domain North City has all been reorganized, and the top officers have all been replaced with their own people. Well, no obstacles were encountered, right? Nope. After presenting your token, the intake went exceptionally well. That'll do. Lu Yuan nodded. Domain North City, even though it was the main city of the Northern Domain, was no better than the Northern Frontier Gate where millions of troops were displayed. There are only 10,000 defenders. It's naturally easy to put away. Ding! The host has killed 6 martial kings, 2 martial emperors, and 67 grand martial masters under his command. Gained 32,700 fortune values. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking control of a city and rewarding him with 100,000 chi values. Didn't care for the system's prompts. It was only 130,000 chi luck value, and it already didn't hold his interest. Lu Yuan fumbled with his chin, his eyes flickering. Now Domain North City had returned to his control. It's time to head south and settle the score with the Empress. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, then ordered the crowd. Order the city's defenders to hold on to Domain North City. Dragon Cavalry and Trap Battalion. The entire army is on the move. Target, Chang'an City. At that moment, Lu Yuan seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Exhaling a breath, he instructed Yu Xiang in a ghostly tone. Yu Xiang, have your men look after the royal residence. If there are any changes, try to keep the people in the house safe. In this world, he no longer has a next of kin. Perhaps the house, and some of the old men who had watched him grow up. But that was also the predecessor's attachment. Now he's going to do great things. It's impossible to waste troops in a place like this. Further, Domain North City was located in the hinterland of the Northern Domain, and was generally not subject to much intrusion. He had been kind enough to arrange for 10,000 defenders and to have the fine rain personnel look after them more. If the Empress is really heartless, then he can't be blamed for being ruthless. The only way to give up the Jinbei Royal House was to give up the Jinbei Royal House. Lu Yuan thought, his mood returning to lightness. Yuan Zuozong, Gao Shun, summoned the entire army. Southward, depart. Na, at Lu Yuan's command, more than 100,000 men and horses instantly set off in great numbers. Northern region, Yumen Pass, the Dragon Cavalry Army and the Trapping Battalion, where even the ordinary soldiers were martial master experts, could not be said to be fast in marching. Before the day was out, he quickly reached the Yumen Pass, the northern region's choke point to the Central Plains. Here, too, is where the Central Plains and the northern regions meet. The Yumen Pass is magnificent, and from a distance, it looks like a huge dragon hibernating on the earth. On both sides are all high lawn steep peaks. The terrain is easy to defend and difficult to attack. My lord, the Jade Gate Pass has arrived. Aha! Lu Yuan nodded. His eyes flickered for a moment, and he couldn't help but recall all the intelligence about the Jade Gate Pass in his mind. The Yumen Pass was constructed during the weak period of the Great Zhou to defend against the Northern Barbarian Empire. But since his own father rose to power and pushed the latest pass to the border of the wall, this Jade Gate Pass then became almost a showpiece. The formerly magnificent Yumen Pass has almost become an attraction. However, since my father disappeared, the guards of this Jade Gate Pass just seem to be getting more and more numerous and elite. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but let out a cold smile. I'm sure that at that time, the Empress already had her mind set on herself to take on the northern region. My lord, give the last general half a day's time, and I will surely be able to step through this pass. On the side, Yuan Zuozong said with confidence, the Great Snow Dragon Riders are the #1 riding army in the world. Even though Yumen Pass was heavily guarded, it couldn't stop the iron hooves of the Dragon Cavalry. Lu Yuan did not reply, but instead, he looked his deep gaze far away from the Jade Gate Pass. At this point, the human pass changed its laxity and became tightly defended. Lu Yuan casually swept his gaze and realized that there were no less than dozens of elite squads on guard at the city's head. In particular, some of the giant crossbows on the city's head caused Lu Yuan's gaze to slightly freeze. Those giant crossbows are the military standard siege crossbows of Great Zhou, which are powerful and incomparable. It could even kill martial emperors and pose a serious threat to martial zone experts. And at this point, such a huge crossbow, but there were hundreds of them on the top of this city. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. If the dragon rider charged strongly, it was bound to cause considerable damage. A single round of fire from the other side could result in hundreds of folds. Not to mention, once this kind of national strategic level majestic pass was built, it would usually be blessed with the greatness of heaven and earth. Within its cage, there was a great deal of suppression against experts above the martial zone. Estimate. This was also the heavenly Tao of this world, in order to weaken the role of experts in the battlefield, prevent a lopsided slaughter. Otherwise, a martial saint would have come and shattered the pass with a single slap. What's the point of building a pass then? General Yuan, could it be that you already have a way to restrain the giant crossbows at the top of the city? Lu Yuan pointed at the city head and asked towards Yuan Zuozong with a smile on his face. Similarly, Yuan Zuozong was filled with scorn as he looked at the giant crossbow on the city's head. If he were to forcefully charge, he did have the confidence to take down this city gate. Just damage, maybe slightly more severe. Yuan Zuozong hesitated for a moment, as if he was afraid that Lu Yuan would be dissatisfied, or he gritted his teeth and said, Lord, although those giant crossbows are a threat, our dragon cavalries aren't vegetarians either. If the dragon cavalry rushes closer, this 100-foot wall won't be able to stop us in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and laughed. General Yuan, if it's not necessary, there's no need to make a strong charge. Plus siege warfare is not supposed to be the cavalry's strong suit. Lu Yuan was right. Since the beginning of time, where has anyone taken a mounted army to storm a gate? Chapter 9, the Shadow Guards are out in force. The Empress was enraged. Yuan Zuozong knew that Lu Yuan was right. The reason why he brought it up was just because he wanted to show off in front of Lu Yuan. It's okay, so what do we do next? Yuan Zuozong reluctantly nodded his head and tentatively asked towards Lu Yuan. If you want to attack Chang'an from afar, this human pass is a must. Do we have to give up? Lu Yuan looked at the crowd with a hint of thought in his gaze. In addition to the dragon riders, the 3 newly drawn legions are all very useful. But for now, the Fine Rain doesn't do much. It's an intelligence organization after all, and don't expect him to have much force. Although the trap battalion was strong, those giant crossbows at the top of the city were no slouches either. A hard charge and casualties are sure to be high. My lord, I would like to lead the trapping battalion and take human pass for the lord. Understanding the current situation, Gao Shan immediately stood out and said with a resolute face. The trap battalion attacked the city and pulled out the fortress. Invulnerable and unbreakable. Taking down the human pass is a piece of cake. We, too, are willing to do our part for the Lord. Shadow Guard Chief Shadow Ink and Fine Rain Chief Yu Xiang also asked for orders one after another. Yes. Lu Yuan let out a laugh. I am aware of your abject loyalty, but acting next, I've got a method. Lu Yuan's gaze, however, rested on the Shadow Guard. Shadow Guard is different compared to the other legions. Shadow Guard focuses on sneaking and assassination. Dodging those guards to sneak into the human pass was a breeze. And the Shadow Guard is powerful and is simply perfect as an inside man to wreak havoc. 300 experts above the Martial King, under a secret attack, would be enough to turn Jade Gate Pass upside down. Then Shadow Ink will lead the Shadow Guards and sneak into the Jade Gate Pass as an insider. Capture the gates and try to destroy the giant crossbows at the top of the city. When the time comes, we'll coordinate with the Trap Battalion and the Dragon Cavalry, and we'll directly step through the Jade Gate Pass. Yes. Nah. Shadow Ink and the others immediately nodded in response. Lu Yuan suddenly glanced at Shadow Mo, who had lowered his head, with some suspicion. I wondered if he had just been mistaken. How do I feel that Shadow Ink's voice? But some female voice crisp it. But Lu Yuan didn't think much of it. Maybe it's just a delusion of one's own. At this time, Yu Xiang, who was on the side, suddenly volunteered to come forward. Lord, I would like to go as well. I'm also well versed in sneaking, so I might be able to help some too. Just now, seeing that young Lu Yuan didn't assign him a task, Yu Xiang became a bit anxious. At first, he dressed up as a man and annoyed Lu Yuan for a while, fear of leaving a bad impression on Lu Yuan. So, he was also anxious to perform, wanting to change Lu Yuan's opinion of him. It's good. Yu Xiang will go along too. Lu Yuan hesitated slightly and nodded in agreement. Yu Xiang's own strength wasn't weak. a half-saint realm expert, even if he was suppressed to the martial zone realm by the Xiongguan's formation. However, killing an average martial zone was also easy. Not to mention, Yu Xiang's means of concealment and illusion was also a masterpiece. Sneaking into the past to wreak havoc might even lead to some surprises. And this was even more certain with the three half-saint powerhouses leading the group. Having formulated a strategy, Lu Yuan then ordered the dragon cavalry to bide their time. The Shadow Guard and the others, on the other hand, would sneak directly into the Jade Gate Pass. Next, only the figures of Shadow Ink and the others were seen slowly dissipating in midair. If you don't look closely, no one would notice the faint shadow that loomed on the ground. Chang'an, the political Kyoto of the Great Zhou dynasty. At this point, in the Great Hall of Chang'an, the ministers were all dead silent, being a party to a metaphysical world. The means of communication in this world is not much weaker than some sci-fi worlds. Shortly after Levi Ming's Praetorian Guard Legion was eliminated, Chang'an, which was millions of miles away, had already gotten the news. You say that Li Weiming and my 100,000 strong legion of forbidden guards were annihilated by Lu Yuan, the king of Jinbei, who led the troops. On the golden dragon throne, an imposing woman sat, plump and fat burning body, high and firm breasts, cool and arrogant absolutely beautiful face, a graceful and noble gold silk phoenix robe, the head of the Ryukyu wing phoenix crown, more set off a hint of compelling nobility. This is the current empress of Great Zhou, Zhou Linglong. Hearing Zhou Linglong ask the question, the group of ministers on the stage were silenced. Don't look at the empress's tone of voice, which was unruffled and seemed to be calm, but they all know that. That doesn't mean that nothing is going on. The calmer it is, the rougher the waves behind it. Subject. Yes, Yang Yan, the Minister of War, said with trepidation. Even with his peak half-saint cultivation, he felt a great pressure from Zhou Linglong. After Yang Yan finished speaking, the entire courtroom was dead silent. Anyone did not expect a mediocre Jinbei King Lu Yuan, the rumored waste outside. It's amazing how much of a fuss it's made. Suddenly, an 800-mile emergency report, once again, suddenly reached the courtroom. A messenger with a face full of phlegm hurriedly broke into the courtroom and knelt down. Your Majesty, the rebel Lu Yuan has led 100,000 Iron Horsemen and forced his way to Human Pass. The guardian of the Human Pass is asking for help. When these words came out, the dynasty was instantly in an uproar. Jade Gate Pass? This Lu Yuan, how dare he? Yes, after the Jade Gate Pass, it's my Great Zhou Central Plains territory. Lu Yuan went south to Human Pass. His heart is clear. The Human Pass is the throat that connects the Central Plains and the northern regions, and it is also the necessary route for the northern regions to go south. To threaten the Jade Gate Pass? Is it possible that this Lu Yuan is trying to turn against us? But looking at the towering empress, her face grew more and more somber. The crowd was instantly silenced. Silence returned to the courtroom. Oh, great! After a long time, Empress Zhou Linglong suddenly let out a soft laugh. Only the laugh was a bit cold. What a Lu Yuan! She, Zhou Linglong, had ascended to the throne for several years and had governed the entire Great Zhou in a well-organized manner. The country is prosperous and the people are at peace. Wherever the royal order goes, no one dares to disobey it. Nowadays, this Lu Yuan, how dare he harden her face? If no response was made, the majesty of the Great Zhou would be swept away. Gentlemen, is there anyone willing to lead troops to reinforce Human Pass and kill the Lu Yuan traitors for me? The empress roared in exasperation. Quiet. When the empress said this, no one in the courtroom answered. Everyone bowed their heads in secret, and the only thing that remained was silence. After all, no one is a cutie pie. A rumored loser who suddenly rises to prominence, even wiped out an entire elite royal guard? This whole thing is bizarre in every way. Who knows whether this Lu Yuan, or not, is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Anyone with a long brain must have opted for the attitude of keeping their heads above water for the time being. Good on. The deathly silence didn't last long. Among the princes standing side by side under the stage, a young man with bright eyebrows and white teeth suddenly stood out and said aloud, Minister, I am willing to sweep away the rebels for your majesty. The only thing that could be seen was that this person was covered in a majestic armor, which represented that he belonged to the ranks of military generals. At this point, the man's gaze towards Zhou Linglong was filled with fire. Distinguish between loyalty to the king. There was a hint of something else hidden in this fiery gaze. It seems to be a kind of evil greed. Oh, Duke Wu's son, are you willing to solve this trouble for me? Zhou Linglong sat in the dragon chair, as if he didn't notice the strangeness in the man's eyes. Seeing the other party step forward, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, his bright eyes glowing. In his eyes, he was even showing full appreciation, and unabashedly so, but no one noticed. Zhou Linglong's eyes clearly hid a trace of disgust in the depths. Obviously, the man's small movements just now were all caught in her eyes. Chapter 10, Infiltrating the Human Pass. Take the pass. Off stage. Seeing Zhou Linglong react in such a manner, the man was obviously more excited. Ha ha. No one in the court answered, and he was the only one who stood up, easing the embarrassment for the Empress, not to mention relieving her. I'm sure he has, by now, gained the gratitude and appreciation of the Empress. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I, Zhao Kuaning, will sweep away the Lu Yuan thieves, in order to fulfill the law of the land. Zhao Kuanying's face was full of excitement, and he loudly assured with a thick neck. He, Zhao Kuaning, was immensely talented, but he was the youngest half-saint in the Great Zhou. The district is a Lu Yuan, even if there is some ability, but with him in charge, it's not a slam dunk. When he gains great merit, he will be even more trusted by the Empress and become her backbone. In the future, he might even be able to gain the favor of the Empress, and then enter the Middle Palace and rule the Great Zhou with the Empress, and even in the end, it might even backfire, to make this Great Zhou into his Zhao family's world. However, the complacent Zhao Kuaning didn't even notice. The other courtiers, as if looking at the little cutie, like glances. Duke Wu has a lifetime of fame. How did he give birth to a stupid son? Losing that he's still a half-saint. All his force has been cultivated into his head, hasn't it? But it's good to let Zhao Kuaning, this brainless fellow, probe the path and find out the reality of that Jinbei king, in a dynasty of monarchs and ministers each with a different mind. Zhao Kuaning still ordered 200,000 Imperial City forbidden troops to support the Jade Gate Pass, Human Pass. Among the Shadow Guards group, the lowest cultivation level was that of a martial emperor, so sneaking into the Jade Gate Pass was a breeze. Shadow Inc., I'll sneak into the military camp first and look for signs of the enemy commander. You lead the men to seize the city gates, and those giant crossbows that the Lord is afraid of. Destroy them all if you can. Got it. Shadow Inc.'s voice remained cool and cold as he answered coldly. Yu Xiang finished her instructions to Shadow Mo and then transformed into the form of a garrison officer. With that, he dived towards the depths of the pass. Looking at Yu Xiang's back, a flash of fortitude suddenly flashed across Shadow Mo's exposed eyes. This was the first mission the Lord had ever given himself. You must finish it perfectly yourself. Shadow 1. You lead 2 teams and go forward to destroy the giant crossbows at the city's head. The other part of the group, follow me forward to seize the city gates. This operation is a success, not a failure. Yes. With Shadow Inc. gently drinking in the order, a group of shadow guards quickly began to split up, one by one. All of their figures were hidden into the shadows. City head. The entire length of the dozen-mile-long citadel had been heavily guarded. Countless soldiers are standing by. Only, the attention of these soldiers was all focused on the outside of the pass. After all, not far outside the pass was Lu Yuan's vast army of more than 100,000 men. Some of the soldiers held their weapons nervously in their hands, their hands sweating profusely. However, and they didn't notice, at this point, death has crept up on them. Put. Several sounds of blood spurting out rang out. Next to a giant crossbow, the few soldiers who were controlling the giant crossbows had already been killed. Destroy the giant crossbow. The shadow guards, hidden in the shadows, suddenly revealed themselves. Then a few powerful attacks went down, and the fragile crossbow carriage had become a mess of debris. And meanwhile, throughout the city, the same scene is happening wherever there are crossbows. Finally, over a dozen miles long, someone had finally spotted the shadow guard's presence at the top of the city. Enemy attack. With a mournful roar, the entire city was instantly thrown into chaos. There was a lot of shouting and cursing, fighting and cries of pain. Quickly, attack the gate hub. Seeing the turmoil, Shadow Inc.'s movements couldn't help but be a few points faster. But the hubs that control the gates are, after all, heavy. Here, there is an elite force of several hundred soldiers that are on guard duty. The general leading the group was still a strong martial zoner. Seeing UMO and the others appear, General Wu Zong stood out with a face full of hostility. Humph, how bold, how dare you barge in here? I'd like to see how many of you. General Wu Zong still wanted to put in a couple of harsh words. Who knows? The sight of what was happening in front of him almost made his liver and gall blown away. See only. A moment of breath. General Wu Zong only saw a moving flash of cold light. Next, those hundreds of soldiers who were still standing in strict formation unexpectedly fell down directly in unison. Boom boom boom. The body fell to the ground, sending up a cloud of smoke. Take a closer look. Only a bright line of blood could be seen at each man's neck. And before the crowd, a more petite man in black was bending over to keep his sword out. This can't be. Seeing this, General Wu Zong's face was filled with disbelief. But just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his neck. Reach out and touch it. Large swaths of blood. General Wuzong opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he fell down unwillingly. I hate people who talk too much. Except for the Lord. Shadow Mo withdrew the dagger in his hand with a cool face. Opened the gates and welcomed the Lord into the city. Off inside, the guardian of the human pass was a marquis named Li Shun. At the same time, it was still a strong person at the peak level of martial zone. Can I camp? I can't imagine that punk Lu Yuan has even fought his way here. 100,000 men. A flash of scorn appeared on Li Shun's face. Who in the entire northern region didn't know the name of the trash Lu Yuan? But who would have thought? What started out as a piece of trash is now able to lead 100,000 men and come knocking at the gate. At this point, the adjutant general beside Li Shun said in a comforting manner, General, we don't have to worry too much. We've already asked the court for help. Now we just need to firmly guard the human pass and patiently wait for reinforcements from the court. We have 50,000 defenders, with the majestic pass as our backbone. Even if he, Lu Yuan, has 100,000 men, he definitely won't be able to attack, the vice admiral said confidently. This human pass was previously used as a majestic pass to defend against the northern barbarians. Lu Yuan's district is only 100,000 men, which is so easy to break through. Who knows? The vice admiral's side has just confidently played assurances. The next second, it was a fiery slap in the face. General, it's no good. The city gates have been broken. A lieutenant, covered in blood, suddenly ran in terror. What did you say? Words. Li Sun and the vice general stood up from their seats with a startled miso. Say that again for me. The gates are broken? The vice admiral's voice almost changed in excitement. The lieutenant cried out and nodded. Yeah. I don't know where a group of black-clothed men have sneaked in. All of them are super strong. They went on a destructive spree against the military crossbows on the walls, and almost no one could stop them. Even the city gates were taken by them. Now that those men in black have opened the gates wide, Lu Yuan's iron cavalry has successfully attacked the pass. After hearing the lieutenant's words, Li Shun immediately felt a wave of breathlessness, a moment of dizziness. Cavalry entry. No one knew better than they, the generals, what this really meant. And that's defeated? He hadn't had time to go up to the walls to supervise the battle. General, why don't we withdraw? At that moment, the adjutant general on the sidelines scowled and said, This Lu Yuan is so fierce. The human pass had been a majestic pass for a generation, but they hadn't even reached it for half an hour before it had already been breached. Withdraw. Withdraw. Li Sun was also a bit flustered. Now, he finally understood. Why did Li Weiming and his 100,000 strong forbidden army, why were they annihilated by Lu Yuan? It's just horrible. The troops under this Lu Yuan are simply inhuman. Chapter 11, The True Holy Realm. Super Reward. Northern Household Army. Quickly, go to the stables. Prepare the horses. By the way, I still have my own battalion. Just as Li Shun panicked and left the camp, he saw a sergeant in a lieutenant's costume skulking around, so he immediately recruited him to his side. Hey, that who you come here? You immediately go forward to the personal guard camp and pass on my military order for them to go out with all guns blazing and go forward to stop Lu Yuan's army from entering the city. Let them give me a dead stop. No retreat. Although Li Shun was full of reluctance, finally gritted his teeth and ruthlessly said, Now. He also had to throw out his own personal army as bait. Create time for yourself to escape now. A little while is a little while. But at that moment, the panicked Li Shun didn't notice. This sergeant he waved and called out to him actually had a wry smile at the corner of his mouth when he saw him. Lu Yuan's side of the army. Though the defenders of the human pass were all elite, but compared to troops like the Dragon Cavalry, or even the Trapped Front Battalion, it was nothing. The force of both sides was simply not in the same dimension. An ordinary soldier of the Dragon Cavalry can even arm wrestle with a centurion. How can this battle be fought? Once the city gates opened, Lu Yuan's army entered the city. As soon as the two armies made contact, it was a one-sided slaughter. At the same time, shadow guards and other experts also traveled through the battlefield, specializing in assassinating those officers with slightly higher realms. This exacerbated the rout of the human pass defenders. Don't kill me. I surrender. Woohoo. Battlefield. There were constantly defenders who had been killed to the point of being cowed, crying out in pain and dropping the weapons in their hands, directly falling to their knees. The so-called soldiers are defeated. The entire Jade Gate Pass soon fell completely into Lu Yuan's hands. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 30,000 enemies under his command, gaining 575 chi values. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning an offensive battle, rewarding him with 100,000 chi values. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pass, rewarding him with 100,000 chi values. Another large wave of chi value was credited. Now Lu Yuan's accumulated chi luck value had once again exceeded 1 million. It's time for another holy level draw. System, I'm going to do a holy level raffle. Lu Yuan directly called up the system. Points are in the account and that will always be points. That's only really useful if it's converted into combat power. Ding. The host chooses the holy level draw. The system is in the draw. Ding. Successful draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Holy Realm Guard, Li Sanjie. Lu Yuan was slightly stunned. And then he was ecstatic. The Holy Realm. This time, the raffle was different from those saint-level legions in the past, but instead, a Saint Realm powerhouse came out directly. A true Holy Realm. That's good. One finally has a card to play. Lu Yuan wore a happy face and quietly sighed in relief inside. In fact, Lu Yuan's heart had always been worried. Although under himself, he possessed several half-saints. However, there were no true Saint Realm powerhouses that could carry the load. And according to rumors, the Great Zhou's Forbidden Dragon Court had a Sacred Realm ancestor. It's okay now. Having come out with a Sacred Realm, he was also more confident in this trip to Chang'an. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared beside Lu Yuan like a ghost. Subordinate Li Sanjie, greetings to the Lord. A middle-aged man in an armed power suit knelt down on one knee towards Lu Yuan with a hint of fervent loyalty on his face. Lu Yuan reacted and rushed forward to help Li Sanjie up. 3 daggers, please rise. Lu Yuan had a surprise on his face and quickly stepped forward to serve Li Sanjie. This is a Saint Realm powerhouse. Looking closely, this Li Sanjie's breath was introverted, and he looked flat, like an ordinary person without the slightest cultivation. However, Lu Yuan knew that this was the result of his low cultivation level and not being able to sense the other party's hidden cultivation. If Li Sanjie releases his breath at will, just a hint, it just might break down the flesh of a punk like himself. This is the Holy Realm powerhouse. If we let Li Sanzhou go around destroying, wouldn't that be a way to gain a massive amount of chi luck value? Lu Yuan had just thought prettily when the system's prompt sounded. Ding! The host's men will kill the enemy and will increase or decrease accordingly to the cultivation level of both. Lu Yuan's face instantly became bitter. Gotta. It seems that the system has taken all the holes and has closed them. At this point, Yu Xiang and Shadow Ink both returned to resume their duties as well. When the two saw Li Sanzhou by Lu Yuan's side, their pupils suddenly dilated. And a sense of crisis instantly made the hairs on their backs stand up. Don't be afraid. They're all your own. Lu Yuan smiled and greeted towards the two. Yes. Yu Xiang and Shadow Mo scornfully glanced at Li Sanjie. They feel. The man in front of him could crush himself to death with his hands. But the good thing is that it's one of our own. So there's nothing to worry about. So the two of them fixed their minds and then reported to Lu Yuan. My lord. It's a pleasure. Li Shun, the guardian of Human Pass, has been beheaded by my subordinates. Yu Xiang threw out a head wrapped in black cloth and respectfully said, Good. Well done. Lu Yuan looked at Yu Xiang appreciatively. He had long ago learned of Li Shun's death through the system. This peak martial zone had contributed a large amount of chi luck value to him. Shadow Ink, you shadow guards are pretty good too. This battle to take the pass is a credit to you. It is my subordinate's duty to share the Lord's worries. When he reached Lu Yuan, Shadow Mo's voice suddenly became hoarse. Outsiders listen. Regardless of gender. On the side, Yu Xiang strangely glanced at Shadow Mo beside her. What the hell is this woman up to? Why hide your voice? But Yu Xiang didn't think much of it. Anyway, just make sure. Shadow Ink is loyal to the Lord. That's enough. Aside, Lu Yuan didn't notice anything and nodded happily. Now, successfully took the Jade Gate Pass by himself. The road to the south is a smooth one, and there is no longer any obstruction. The Human Pass is in a somewhat important position. Being the throat between the central plains and the northern regions, occupy the Human Pass, advance to attack, retreat to defend. Rather, we need some soldiers to hold down the fort. Lu Yuan rubbed his chin in thought. He's got to have a backhand for himself, too. If the march into the central plains meets with any setbacks, and the Human Pass is cut off as a back road, then one will really be unable to cry. Just which army is better to keep? Lu Yuan was a bit guilty. 100,000 dragon riders was out of the question. And this was his main force in the south. 50,000 trap camps would be fine. Just isn't it a bit condescending to keep such a powerful force to guard the pass? That's not a small boost. As for Shadow Guard and Drizzle, these two special organizations are not armies and are even less suited to guarding the pass. Forget it. It's better to draw the luck value again and see if we can draw out an army. Since none of them fit, we'll find another army. Lu Yuan looked at the more than 100,000 chi luck values left in his account. Just in time for one more super draw. The value of chi required for the super lucky draw was 100,000. The rewards are usually at the level of a martial arts sect. It's just the thing to use to hold down the barrier. Ding! Host chooses super sweepstakes. The system is in the draw. Ding! The lottery was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an exclusive Legion 10,000 Beifu Army. Chapter 12 Beiyang City. Zhao Kuaning arrived. The Northern Army? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Not that he remembered much about this army. But, when looking at the introduction given by the system, a hint of joy fell on his brow. Northern Prefectural Army, Commander Peak Martial Zone, Vice Commander Ordinary Martial Zone, 1000 Commander Martial Emperor, 100 Commander Martial King, Shifu Senior Martial Master, Sergeant Martial Master, Elite. Such an elite army would even be able to equalize with Saint-level rewarded soldiers. This configuration is probably among the top of the list when it comes to super sweepstakes rewards. My Lord Xia, greetings to your lord. As the system rewards were distributed successfully, a majestic man kneeled down on one knee and said to Lu Yuan in reference, General Xia doesn't need to be polite. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. General Xia, this human pass, I'll leave it to you to guard it. There are still 20,000 surrendered troops in the pass, and I'll leave it entirely in your hands as well. Only one thing, make sure that those who stay are all loyal. I will not dishonor you. Xia boomed his orders. Right, General Xie. At this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly looked towards Xia in confusion. Don't you have a sister called Susanna Tse? Yes. Xia clasped his fists and nodded. Although he had no previous memories, his own sister would never forget. Sure enough, it also dawned on Lu Yuan. A sentence is not as if the willow wattles rise up because of the wind, which has touched the dream souls of many literati throughout the ages. Just sorry. It was a pity that one could not catch a glimpse of such a strange woman. Had to look at her brother, the brown guy. If. Lu Yuan shook his head. What is this thinking to yourself? There are so many great things ahead of us. Breaking through the Jade Gate Pass was just a blip on the radar. After handing over the human pass to Xia Xian, Lu Yuan had the army set off again. After all, a soldier is a soldier. Once the empress reacted and mobilized all the armies and horses into the capital to protect her, it would be more or less troublesome. Departure. Continue south. Once you enter the Middle Kingdom, it's like entering the sea. The vast central plains of a flat horse. Lu Yuan finally stepped into this land. Liangzhou, Beiyang City. Liangzhou is the northernmost of the states and counties directly under the Great Zhou. It shares a direct border with the Northern Territory. Beiyang City, on the other hand, is the county town of Liangzhou. This city is only 1,000 miles away from the Yumen Pass. At this point, outside Beiyang City, 200,000 men and horses in great numbers. The general at the head was a handsome young man with bright eyes and white teeth. A white tawdry armor with a terrifying half-saint aura emanating from his body. Wantonly flamboyant, as if nothing was in their eyes. That's right. This young general was the son of the Duke of Wu of Great Zhou, Zhao Kuaning, and the 200,000 men behind Zhao Kuaning. It was the female emperor who sent reinforcements to support Yumen Pass. At this point, Zhao Kuaning had just led his troops to Beiyang City. Suddenly, an expedited military report was delivered to him. There's an expedited military report? Zhao Kuaning frowned and picked it up. Opening the envelope, Zhao Kuaning looked at the contents of the military newspaper without thinking. However, after reading the contents on top of the letter, Zhao Kuaning's entire body jumped up. What? The Yumen Pass has been lost. Guardsman Li Shun was killed. King Lu Yuan of Jinbei crossed the Yumen Pass and led his army in a long drive. Boo! In a rage, Zhao Kuaning slammed the golden whip in his hand onto the ground so hard that it directly smashed a deep pit in the ground. This waste of a man. Li Shun. Surprisingly, he hasn't even lasted a day. That's the Jade Gate Pass. Lost it just like that. Zhao Kuaning was frantic. His eyes red as if he could swallow life. It was no wonder Zhao Kuaning was so furious. The Yumen Pass, as a fortress to keep out the northern barbarians, can truly be described as easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, such a treacherous place changed the cerebral palsy and it would have lasted a few days at the very least. Surprisingly, Li Shun didn't even last a day before the city was broken. Sounds just like a fake. What an exasperation. However, things have happened. Even the guard, Li Shun, has been killed. Even though Zhao Kuaning was full of pent-up anger, he had nowhere to vent it. At this point, the adjutant general, who accompanied the army, came to report another piece of bad news. General, the sergeants are complaining about marching too fast and suffering. 10,000 miles a day is the limit, and the sprint talisman has been used up, and the marching speeds have all slowed down. You see, the sprint charm is a military charm commonly used by the army. It was made by a rune master. Rune masters were the same as cultivators, except that they were two different cultivation systems, and the sprint talisman works as its name suggests, increasing the army's marching speed. If it wasn't for the possession of the sprinting talisman, the distance from Chang'an to Yumen Pass was 10 million miles, and even if the soldiers were all in cultivation, it was impossible for them to cross such a distance in one day. It seems that the Jade Gate Pass will not be reached. Looking at the troops under his command who were tired of their horses because of the hasty march, Zhao Kuan-Ying's eyes flickered for a moment, and he had no choice but to make a stopgap measure. Alright, pass the order to the whole army to abandon Yumen Pass. Enter Beiyang City temporarily and replenish your provisions. In order to march in a hurry, the army led by Zhao Kuan-Ying was lightly armed. Nothing but weapons. I would have liked to add to it when I got to Yumen Pass. Now the Yumen Pass is broken. He also had to look for Beiyang City, the nearest to this big city for supplies. Beiyang City was the county city of Liangzhou, and at the same time, it was also the most prosperous city in the entire Liangzhou. The original plan was that Zhao Kuan-Ying was just passing through, and was not to lead the army into the city. So, Beiyang City was not the least bit prepared for this either. And now a sudden change of plans. Naturally, there was a bit of a ruckus. The busy streets were lined with stalls set up by ordinary vendors. The hordes of troops entered the city. Some of the veteran soldiers, taking advantage of the gaps in the troops' march, made a sweep of the street vendors. Ha ha, bring it on you. The old soldiers' eyes were flooded with the careful intention of getting rich. Entering the city and robbing it by force has become their usual practice. Sensei treats them equally, whether they are the enemies or his own families. And the officers? They all turned a blind eye. These soldiers, they can make a living with their heads on their hips, only to satisfy their greed. The next step is to get them to fight for their lives on the battlefield. And those who were robbed were humble civilians. And it doesn't even matter. Curbside, a ragged, flower-haired old man, crying and pleading with a big-headed soldier. And the big-headed soldier's hands were hard yanking some rare herbs from the mountains. Don't, Master Soldier. If you take these away, I'll lose 3 months of hard-earned money. Master Soldier, please. These herbs were picked by the old man after spending 3 months in the deep forests, risking his life, sell with money, and the hope of his family, for the next 3 months of their lives. Off dead old man. Don't blame me for any further delays. The old soldier oiler cursed viciously, looking at the old man's deadly unwillingness to let go. He then impatiently kicked at the old man. Only its legs and feet were seen to bring up a gust of wind, and the old man was hunched over, thin and bony, like a candle in the wind. If this heavy kick was solid, this old man in flower armor would have to lose half his life. Chapter 13, Prideful Girl, Beiyang City Lord 2. Next to it, those sergeants on the sidelines just laughed and watched, and were actually indifferent. It's just a dead man, and it's fun to watch. Around, those innocent vendors who couldn't bear to look at the scene were looking away. The heart was even sadder. They're the people of Great Zhou. It's just that the official army of the Great Zhou doesn't protect them, and even comes to bully them. The young man who still had some blood in his veins couldn't help but clench his fists, but when he thought of the toughness of these forbidden guards, he couldn't help but dismayedly let go of his hand. What can we do? Going up there at this point will only get us killed. They're just ordinary people. Also, who cares about mole crickets? Just as a tragic scene was about to unfold. Street. An angry chortle suddenly came from far down the street. Damn it! Are you still Great Zhou generals? Why are you bullying an innocent old man? The crowd froze and then sniffed. Just see the streets. A haughty girl with a luscious figure and wearing a hot leather armor was looking at the old soldier oiler with a face full of anger as she committed murder in the street. Ha! The old soldier's oilman gave a sardonic laugh, ignoring the young girl's voice. The feet still showed no mercy. The old man in front of me is about to suffer. The young girl's agile body flickered gently, appearing directly in front of the old soldier oiler as if in an instant. Off. The young girl shouted angrily, and immediately slapped her palm against her chest. Boo! That veteran soldier only saw a residual shadow flash before his eyes. Before he could react, he felt as if his chest had been hit by a sledgehammer. Then the whole thing flew backwards. Dang! Ka-ching! Pain! It hurts too much. The young girl hit so hard that the veteran soldier's chest collapsed down a few centimeters. Unsurprisingly, the sternum is broken. Hiss! The veteran soldier oiler fell heavily to the ground, and only had time to suck in a mouthful of cold air before he fainted magnificently. Around, the soldiers on the sidelines were just now reacting. Look at the fainting old soldier oiler. A second look at the young girl, who was holding her attacking pose, instantly made her look like an enemy. Enemy attack. Swish, swish, swish. Moment. Countless weapons were pointed at the young girl. A group of soldiers instantly surrounded the young girl. See this scene. Beneath the young girl's flowing hair, A pair of eyes filled with disgust watched everything. Humph. What a nest of snakes and rats. Bunch of scum. Old man. Are you okay? Despite being pointed at by so many weapons, the young girl remained unperturbed and looked at the old grandfather beside her with concern. I'm fine. It's just that. Ugh, girl, you've gotten yourself into a world of trouble by standing up for me. The old man looked around at the soldiers in awe, the crystals glittering in his cloudy eyes. What a nice girl. It's just a shame. For the sake of him, a bad old man. He has invited this group of heavenly killers. It would be difficult to escape from this group. At this point, more and more soldiers heard the commotion and gathered around. Seeing the young girl's delicate face, an evil thought suddenly surfaced on these soldiers' faces. Damn it, catch them alive. I haven't seen such a beautiful woman in a long time. Ha ha, brothers, don't be in a hurry. When the time comes, everyone will come one by one. They all get a share. I'm horny as hell. I'm a lieutenant. I'm the highest ranking person in the room. Let me get high first. The young girl's brows furrowed together as she heard the slurs from the group of soldiers. The disgust on his face increased. Don't worry, old man. I don't believe it. In Beiyang City, there's still someone who can do something to me. The young girl looked across the room at the soldier in disgust. This group is just disgusting. As a Great Zhou soldier, he oppressed the people of Great Zhou. It's really worthy of the name of Great Zhou's elite soldiers. Only the young girl did not panic. With a flip of his hand, a voice transmission token actually appeared out of thin air in his hand. Father, if you don't come soon, you'll never see your daughter me again. The young girl gritted her teeth at the token with a cold, pretty face. See the young girl asking for help. Around. Instead of being afraid, the soldiers burst into laughter. Yo, asking for help? I'm laughing my ass off. You're still a dad? If you're scared, just call your dad? He. The little called her father over? Alright, let my father-in-law come over as well, and recognize this bunch of dragon son-in-laws of his. Ha ha, which father? I'm here. Your father. But, I'd be more excited if I screamed later. A group of veteran soldiers, all kinds of obscenities, came out one after another, completely ignoring the growing frost on the young girl's face. In the opinion of these veteran soldiers, this young girl in front of me, at best, had a martial king cultivation. It's not weak, but they're the forbidden army of the capital. King of martial arts? There were two masters of the military on the scene. As for the young girl taking out her token for help, they didn't even put it in their eyes. It's still the same sentence. They are the capital's personal army guarding the Son of Heaven. Today, even if the God of Heaven comes, it won't work. This stunningly beautiful young girl in front of him had to be taken down and ravaged. Looking at the increasingly arrogant group of soldiers, the rage in the young girl's eyes raged. She already had a bad temper, now being excited by the words. The waves were so turbulent that they were suddenly exasperated and rose and fell violently up and down. Around. The group of veterans saw this scene and their eyes went wide. Center. It was also a stronger determination to take down this young girl. But, next, these old soldiers, however, can't stop laughing. With the young girl begging for help a few breaths later, a huge aura suddenly surged out from the direction of the Beiyang City Lord's mansion. Whoosh! A tall figure, wrapped in dazzling streams of light, suddenly ran to attack here. Humph! I'll see which dog wants to be my daughter's father's? The sound comes before the person arrives, accompanied by a holy might that was only unique to a Saint Realm powerhouse. It directly pressured over at this group of veteran soldiers. Boo! Boo-hoo! The group of veteran soldiers who had been arrogant just a moment ago instantly knelt into a heap. Everyone's face grimaced and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. It's as if 1,000 pounds are weighing down on them. There are even those with low cultivation. On the spot, he spat out a mouthful of blood from this powerful pressure, and then fainted. Some of the strongest people in the Martial King, or even Martial Emperor realm, were only barely able to resist. Horrified, he struggled to raise his head to see who was coming. As they struggled to raise their heads, however, the person who came was a middle-aged man who exuded majesty. The middle-aged man was average-looking, the kind you couldn't find if you threw him into a crowd. But, although the other party looked ordinary, no one dared to underestimate them, because at this point, the other party's body was constantly emitting a strong aura. Some of those with eyesight judged the middle-aged man's cultivation on the spot. This was a peak half-saint. However, this certainty, made them feel even more cold at the bottom of their hearts. They had provoked a half-saint powerhouse. Chapter 14, Tough Zhao Kuaning. City Lord's 1,000-year-old gold Zhang Qinning. We are the royal prohibited guards. I implore senior to spare our lives. The highest cultivation level present, a martial emperor lieutenant. At this point, with a trembling voice, the martial emperor lieutenant begged for mercy towards the middle-aged half-saint. However, The middle-aged man, however, did not eat this at all and sneered. Oh, the Royal Forbidden Guard? How nice! The Royal Prohibition Army has done such a good-looking thing. You, who have put the law of the land in jeopardy. The middle-aged man let out a cold snort, and a pressure was released even stronger. Ice-cold eyes, coldly staring at the few people who had just made a big statement. The killing intent in his eyes was not hidden at all. As a daughter slave, his daughter was his scales. Nowadays, how dare these people try to get their hands on his precious daughter? It's like you don't know what you're doing. It's almost like they don't know what's good for them if you don't show them what's good for them. Finally, the commotion here still attracted the attention of some experts. Far away, a stream of light clad in armor stepped into the air. Ha ha, what wind blew City Lord Jiang here? And I said I'd go to the City Lord's mansion to pay my respects to you. It was only then that Zhao Kuaning, who was also a half-saint, arrived late. After Zhao Kuan's shadow came, he laughed, with a casual wave of his hand. The soldiers who were being pressurized felt a sense of relief all of a sudden. He collapsed to the floor as if he were being pardoned. Hoo. Thank you, General. These people stared with reddened eyes and gasped for air. Just now they thought they were really going to die. Luckily General Zhao came. Humph. Seeing this, City Lord Jiang heaved a cold snort. Zhao Kuanying's army's entry into the city was rather sudden, and he had only just gotten the news. Who knows? These soldiers just entered the city and did so many heavenly things. General Zhao, under you, what a great group of soldiers. You have to give me an answer for this today, right? If Her Majesty the Empress wants to know that your soldiers have discredited her, what do you think Her Majesty will think? City Lord Jiang said in a cold voice, not giving Zhao Kuanying a good face at all. Although Zhao Kuaning was a great general appointed by the Empress, but he, likewise, was the state pastor of Liangzhou, a feudal official. The position of power was not much weaker than Zhao Kuaning. Not to mention, the entire Great Zhou knew that this Zhao Kuaning was a false half-saint achieved by virtue of his ancestors' residual shade and binging on pills. In a real fight, he, Jiang Shicheng, was not afraid. Seeing that City Lord Jiang was so disrespectful, Zhao Kuanying's face stiffened for a moment. A moment ago he'd tried to laugh it off. Who knew that this Jiang City Lord even grabbed and did not let go? A trace of gloom flashed in the eyes of the good-faced Zhao Kuaning. If it wasn't for the fact that this City Lord Jiang was a peak perfection of half-saint and was about to step into the saint realm, he couldn't even resist doing it. To think that he was no match for City Lord Jiang. The gloom in Zhao Kuanying's eyes was quickly and well hidden by him. Well. Zhao Kuaning stroked his palm and laughed. The smile on his face completely human and harmless, combined with the handsome face. It really makes you think it's the big boy next door. Yet the next second, Zhao Kuaning waved his hand. Pounds of aura gushed out from his hands. Put. General. The people around them gasped. See only. The few soldiers who were just now glad that they had escaped, directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist in place. This scene happened in a way that none of the people had expected. When the other onlookers saw this, their faces turned pale. All of them were scared and subconsciously took 2 steps back, looking at Zhao Kuaning in fear. General, when did it get so brutal? Possibly, even the ones who died wouldn't have thought of it. Zhao Kuaning, who had stepped in to protect them just now, would become the murderer who killed them. City Lord Jiang, are you satisfied now? Zhao Kuanying's tone was ghostly, and his face still had that smile on it. Only now it seemed like a smile that sent chills down the back of one's spine. This action by Zhao Kuaning also caused City Lord Jiang to almost not react. There was a flash in his eyes. But, Zhao Kuaning had already killed those who spoke out of turn, and apologized to him. City Lord Jiang's face also eased a bit. Humph, never again. City Lord Jiang coldly grunted. The person was already dead, so it was not good for him to continue to pursue anything. This, I believe, is your daughter? What a gorgeous-looking girl, worthy of being the City Lord's daughter. At this moment, Zhao Kuaning suddenly looked at the arrogant young girl beside City Lord Jiang. His eyes glanced at the arrogant girl's green breasts without a trace. Aha! It's already taking shape. Zhao Kuanxiang's eyes vaguely crossed a flash of evil desire. Say true. The beauty of this young girl was almost comparable to that of the Empress. Only one temperament is dignified and graceful, and one temperament is arrogant and youthful. Can't deny it. Both are stunning on earth. And the young girl was simple, not noticing the strangeness in Zhao Kuanying's eyes as he looked at her. Seeing Zhao Kuaning waving her hand, she resolved a few stinkers that disgusted her. So, a few favorites were born for it as well. Seeing Zhao Kuaning asking about her, she then also smiled gracefully and introduced herself. My small daughter, Jiang Shannon, meet the general, Ginger Shallow Ning? Good name. My name is Zhao Kuaning. Greetings, General Zhao. Zhao Kuaning also knew that he couldn't be too hasty in dealing with such a youthful young girl. Figure it out slowly in the future. Sooner or later. And so, Zhao Kuaning also changed the topic and turned his head directly to look at City Lord Jiang. Straight to the business of the road. City Lord Jiang. The reason why I came into the city. You should also know the general nature of the matter. The human pass was lost, so I had to borrow your Beiyang city to station myself. When it came to business, City Lord Jiang's face straightened up. It is known to me. Alas, what do you think of that Lu family brat, to have done something so treasonous? That said, his father and I are still old friends. Our two families are still. Speaking of this, City Lord Jiang subconsciously glanced at Jiang Shannon. Mind you, I'm glad that didn't work out. Otherwise, he himself was now involved with a rebel, and that would be an overwhelming blow to his career as well. When he thought that Zhao Kuaning from the imperial court was still present, City Lord Jiang immediately shut his mouth, turning to the exclamation. It's really unexpected that Lu family kid is so powerful. I can't believe they broke the Jade Gate Pass in less than a day. General Zhao, this matter is of great importance. Why don't we move to the City Lord's mansion to discuss it in detail? Please, please. The two of them, each with their own agenda, flew one after the other in the direction of the City Lord's mansion. With the two heavyweights gone, the people present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at Jiang Shannon again, her eyes were filled with scorn. This little ancestor must not be messed with a half-saint old man as a backer. I'm asking if you're afraid. You guys remember, in the future, whoever dares to bully you again, directly report my name, Jiang Shannon. I will stand up for you. Jiang Shannon gave a thumbs up pointing to herself and said arrogantly towards the crowd. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang is awesome. Finally, someone is willing to treat us civilians as human beings. MS. Kong is truly a living Buddha with a kind heart. Yeah, with MS. Jiang around, we're no longer afraid of being bullied by others. At those words, those civilians' eyes were filled with gratitude and excitement. Some even cried out. Previously, those high and mighty cultivators never look at them as human beings. Open and shut your mouth, a mole cricket. Only Kong Shannon, willing to help them and be their protector. In the hearts of these civilians, they also took Jiang Shannon, and directly rose to an absolute height. Not far, the corner of Jiang City Lord's mouth unconsciously curved up before he could walk away. This girl? Really? Never mind. As long as my daughter is happy, let these pariahs accompany my daughter to have fun. 2. Chapter 15. Arriving at Beiyang City. Late night sneak attack? At this point, Lu Yuan's army had already gone out beyond the Yumen Pass, all the way south, and it has penetrated deep into the territory of Liangzhou. Some of the smaller cities and towns encountered during the march were directly waved away. Apart from the civilian population, none of the city's defenders were left behind, and all of them were exchanged for chi luck values. He wasn't in the mood to fix the captives when he was in someone else's territory. Might as well just exterminate it to save the trouble. As this went on, Lu Yuan's chi luck value, 2, rose miserably. Soon it will be time for another holy level draw. My lord, 300 miles ahead is Beiyang City, the county town of Liangzhou. Should we just go around? Or should we take this city down first? Soon enough, a scout scouted his way to report. Yuan Zuozong also told Lu Yuan about this news. Beiyang City? Allow me to think about it. Hearing Yuan Zuozong's question, Lu Yuan also hesitated for a moment. Attacking the city? Or just go around? After thinking for a long time, Lu Yuan decided not to take a detour. Choose to attack the city directly. The reason for this is twofold. One to come. When we got to the Central Plains, there were great cities of Zhou all over the place. To reach Chang'an from Yumen Pass, it needs to pass through several counties such as Liangzhou, Jianzhou, and Bingzhou. The road is even 1,000,000 miles away, all the way over. You can say that you have enemies in your sights. If they were to rush in, their own army would be alone and easily fall into a heavy siege. 2 to come. He himself is in existence with a system. One is not afraid of war. Instead, it will get stronger the more you fight. War. That's what gives you the opportunity to develop yourself. Pushing all the way across the board is snowballing growth. Take Beiyang City directly. Summon the entire army to march in the direction of Beiyang City. Nah. Hearing that there was a battle to be fought, the group of generals under Lu Yuan started to get excited. The marching speed was, in an instant, a few moments faster. Beiyang City, City Lord's mansion. Zhao Kuaning was originally still discussing the battle with City Lord Jiang. At this point, suddenly a military message arrived. Lu Yuan's army had arrived 30 miles away from Beiyang City. Words. A cold smile appeared on Zhao Kuaning's face. This Lu Yuan has finally arrived. Destroying a prince-level rebel. I believe I should be able to move up in rank as well. This Zhao Kuaning was not only not afraid. Surprisingly, he even used Lu Yuan as his own advancement. However, Next to him, City Lord Jiang was full of worry. General Zhao, I think it's better for us to be cautious. That Lu Yuan really can't be treated with common sense. The Battle of Yumen Pass and the fall of Li Weiming's 100,000 strong forbidden army revealed weirdness everywhere. Until now, although on the side of Great Zhou, it was known that the Lu Yuan army was strong. But just how strong? But there is no way to know. Kang Suksun was also worried. Once the city of Beiyang, which is under his control, is broken, it's also a blot on his career. Suddenly, Jiang Shichang remembered the relationship between the two families, and his gaze flickered strangely. Well, that's a breakthrough. If he had persuaded Lu Yuan to surrender and quelled this rebellion, maybe, it's still a great work. Jiang Shichang's eyes narrowed slightly. And why would he not want to take Lu Yuan as his own promotion of the capital? Aside, Zhao Kuaning was full of answers on the surface, but his tone was very impatient. Fine. I know City Lord Jiang. Don't worry, I'll handle it carefully. Looking at the City Lord Jiang, who was careful in every way, Zhao Kuaning's heart was filled with disdain. What a load of crap. I think you're a coward. A mere waste of a king. What is there to fear? That Li Weiming and Li Shun, the two surnamed Li, were actually defeated by a loser. It's really getting more and more regressive the more you live. What a disgrace to Great Zhou, Zhao Kuaning said with disdain in his heart. As one of the few half-saint generals in the Great Zhou dynasty, and still the group with the most hope of becoming saints, he, Zhao Kuaning, had this ability to pride himself. At that moment, a messenger came hurriedly to report. General Zhao, Lu Yuan's army has arrived and is stationed directly outside the city. By the looks of it, there shouldn't be an attack on the city for a while. That fast? Zhao Kuaning was slightly stunned. Still, when he heard the news that Lu Yuan's army was stationed in place, he instantly laughed. Stationed? Ha, Lu Yuan, he's scared. But this Lu Yuan isn't stupid. Knowing that I'm not to be messed with, he simply stopped attacking. It's a pleasant surprise that it's now stationed directly. I was afraid he'd run away and not give me this chance to deliver the credit. Zhao Kuanxiang smiled coldly, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. When the night is over, I'll personally lead the troops out of the city and take this credit once and for all. No one should persuade me. Whoever stops me from taking credit is my enemy. At the end of his words, Zhao Kuaning glanced at City Lord Jiang intentionally or unintentionally, and then walked out with large strides. He no longer wanted to listen to City Lord Jiang's nagging anymore. It's really annoying. Ugh. Seeing Zhao Kuaning's back, City Lord Jiang sighed. This was followed by a dismissive smile. Let's hope this General Zhao will be a little more stable. Or else. Although City Lord Jiang's senses towards Zhao Kuaning were not very good, but it is, after all, a general appointed by the imperial court. If it lost, it would also be a major blow to the majesty of Great Zhou, and that Lu Yuan kid. Let's see if we can persuade him to get lost. Or else, I'll have to make a move too. Jiang Shichang grunted. After all, the two families still had a relationship before, and he didn't want to make things too ugly. Under the city of Beiyang, the reason why Lu Yuan didn't attack the city and chose to station himself directly outside the city, the reason is simple. Because he had also just learned that Zhao Kuaning's 200,000 strong army had just entered the city. It was unknown before. Now that I know, I naturally can't do anything rash. After all, his men, too, are only 100,000 or so. Shadow Mo and Yu Xiang, you guys first feel your way into the city and go snoop around. Let's see how the city is guarded, and what the 200,000 soldiers and horses are really from. Play it safe. Lu Yuan directly sent out his manpower to spy on the information first. After all, know your enemy and know yourself, and you'll win 100 battles. Yes, the two of them, Shadow Mo and Yu Xiang, nodded their heads in agreement and then dived towards Beiyang City. At this point, the entire Beiyang City was in a state of panic. Zhao Kuaning's 200,000 strong army entered the city, plus Lu Yuan's 100,000 strong army was at the city. It put the entire Beiyang City under martial law. But, with this level of martial law, it was still difficult for Shadow Inc. and the others to sneak in. Not for long. Several dark shadows suddenly flashed by on a gloomy path within Beiyang City. It was none other than Shadow Inc. and Yu Xiang. In a short period of time, they had already mapped out the situation in Beiyang City. I've already investigated all the troop deployments within Beiyang City. This Zhao Kuaning really has a lot of guts to even try to lead his troops out of the city in the middle of the night for a sneak attack. Yu Xiang was a little amused. They still have a headache of how to attack the city. Unexpectedly, this Zhao Kuanxiang poured himself out to deliver the food. Very good for the defending side in a siege. At this point, however, the other side wants to shed this natural advantage. How can anyone not laugh their asses off? Chapter 16, Night Attack. Trapped horse pit. Well, don't delay business. Has this message been sent out to the Lord yet? Shadow Ink still had a wooden face and asked in a cool voice. Don't worry. As soon as I just got the information, I immediately reported it to the Lord. That's good. Shadow Mo nodded. What did the Lord's side say? Is it still letting us be the inside man? Yu Xiang said. That's right. According to the intelligence, the ones who follow the Zhao Kuaning out of the city at night are also only the city's cavalry. The rest of the remaining infantry, still defending the city. According to the Lord's orders, when that Zhao Kuaning leads his troops out of the pass, we'll take the opportunity to seize the city gate barrier. After the Lord has won a great victory and broken the opposing cavalry that stole the camp, let's have another inside-out attack and directly break this Beiyang city. At those words, Shadow Ink nodded slightly. So very good. By the time the enemy troops went forward to steal the camp, the defense of the city gates would surely be slackened. It's also very favorable for their operations. However, at this time, Yu Xiang turned her words around and said with a slightly worried expression, but, that Zhao Kuaning, after all, is a half-saint. Moreover, those under his command who participated in the night attack were all elite soldiers, hundreds of thousands of troops. Then the Lord's peace of mind. Alas, it's a pity we have a mission to perform and can't stay by the Lord's side. Yu Xiang sighed. Although he had spied on the strength of Zhao Kuanyin's army, it's far worse than both the dragon riders and the trapped camp. But after all, that's over 100,000 people. The slightest mistake in that result is not something they can afford. Upon hearing this, Shadow Ink's pretty eyebrows were also slightly furrowed. Well, don't worry, the Lord is surrounded by a number of half-saint experts. And there's also that saint realm guarded by Li Sanjie. A mere half-saint beginner's stage can't threaten the Lord. Despite saying so, but there was also a trace of anxiety in the depths of Shadow Ink's eyes. The big deal is that after capturing the barrier, we'll then gallop back to the Lord's side, though it's highly unlikely. But in their hearts, there was absolutely no way they could put their Lord in a dangerous position. It's night. On Zhao Kuanying's side, hundreds of thousands of men were quietly gathering. The modest urn of Beiyang City was already packed with people and horses. All the war horses wore horse shoes and had cotton wrapped around their hooves. The soldiers also held their chopsticks and kept all silent. In front of the army, Zhao Kuaning was clad in a tawdry flowing Baoshua's heavy armor, driving a demonic beast hybrid warhorse, and dominantly leading before the crowd. Special reasons, plus mobilization has been done during the day. Therefore, Zhao Kuaning did not have too many uplifting words. Seeing that everything was ready, he then waved his hand. Open the gates. All hands on deck. Zhao Kuaning roared in a low voice. Z-press. The tons of heavy doors of the pass slammed shut with a toothsome, thick scraping sound. Taking advantage of the night, the great gates of Beiyang City slowly opened. Get out of town. At once. All the cavalry, moving swiftly and thunderously. Knock, knock, knock. The dull sound of cotton-wrapped horse hooves slammed into the ground. Zhao Kuanying's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty excitement. Humph, little Lu Yuan, today is the day you die. The place where the dragon cavalry and the trap battalion were stationed was originally not far from Beiyang City. Not a long way to go, almost in the blink of an eye. With a glance, Zhao Kuaning could even see the campfire in Lu Yuan's camp. And at this point, calmness reigned in the Lu Yuan camp. It didn't seem to notice their surprise attack. Kill. Zhao Kuanying's heart was delighted. With a low voice, he drew his weapon with a miso. Sons, charge with me. Zhao Kuaning shouted without a care in the world. A head start has been made. Their cavalry hordes, already charging, were gaining momentum. Even if the other side reacted now, it would be too late. A touch of self-satisfied joy appeared in Zhao Kuanying's eyes. Credit, it's already within reach. However, just as Zhao Kuanxian led the army, charging about 100 meters to the entrance of the camp, but violently feel his crotch of the war horse, as if broken foot general, violently collapsed a tendency to stumble. Zhao Kuaning was shocked in his heart, but he didn't panic. Following the trajectory of the warhorse's flung flight, he landed firmly on the ground. There are traps. After landing safely, this was the first thing Zhao Kuaning thought of. Sure enough, Zhao Kuaning just glanced towards the ground and violently changed his face. Just see the ground. There were potholes the size of horseshoes everywhere. Above the hole, it's all covered in weeds. That's why he hadn't noticed it before. Horse trap, Zhao Kuaning said with an embarrassed face. Horse trap is a common tactic against cavalry, usually used in ambushes. Ambush the cavalry in their path of necessity. Could it be that Lu Yuan had already known in advance that he was about to come late at night to steal the camp? Zhao Kuaning thought with an embarrassed face, but he hadn't had time to think much about it. Already there were cries of pain from the people. Watch out! There's a horse trap! Zhao Kuanying's heart flinched, and he hastily yelled towards the rear troops to remind them. but it happened so suddenly that the cavalryman in the back row hadn't even reacted yet. Besides, even if Zhao Kuan-ing roared louder, that was nothing. It was also absolutely impossible for the charging cavalry to come to a complete stop. And so, platoon after platoon of cavalrymen, raining down dumplings, rushed toward the trap. Stop it! Stop! Hissing! No! Ah! The cavalry in the back didn't have the same cultivation level as Zhao Kuan-ing. Zhao Kuan-xiang was fine, but the other soldiers under his command were miserable. In his haste, he was directly thrown to the ground by the warhorse. The lighter ones break their necks and die on the spot. Heavy is still breathing. Then, in its fearful gaze, the huge hooves of the following cavalry continued to zoom by, hard and fast. He stepped right over them, enjoyed the punishment of being trampled on by 10,000 horses. One time, the cries for help, the neighing of horses, and the cries of pain rang out. Ground, horse mud, human mud, and earth mud, also mixed together. The scene was momentarily tragic. It's like hell on earth. Seeing this scene, Zhao Kuan-ying's face changed drastically, and his body trembled in anger. The dog thief Lu Yuan. I will be at loggerheads with you. Zhao Kuan-ying's eyes were red as if he wanted to eat someone. People haven't been seen yet. He was then set up by this punk. Lu Yuan, by design. This was a disgrace for the proud-hearted Zhao Kuan-ing. However, Zhao Kuan-ing could only let out a long whistle, but there was nothing he could do about it. This kind of accident that arises in the midst of a large army, it was impossible to turn it around with just him alone. But, these cavalry he brought with him, well, they were a bunch of elites. After paying the price of tens of thousands of people, it finally stabilized. But after this change of heart, these soldiers under Zhao Kuan-ying's command were already demoralized. The charging aura that had just been brewing dissipated. Far away, Lu Yuan stood on a slope, coldly watching the scene. Yu Xiang's information was indeed correct. This Zhao Kuan-ing did lead a night attack, this horse-trapping pit formation, and just let them suffer first. Inform the dragon riders that they can move out. Make sure you show these dogs what a real cavalry army is. Chapter 17 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, Attack! At this point, Zhao Kuan-ing looked at the front army that was in the process of reorganizing, and his heart became more and more uneasy. Although the anger in his heart was on the verge of bursting out, he didn't let it destroy his sanity. Zhao Kuan-ing subconsciously looked towards Lu Yuan's camp. So close, Zhao Kuan-ing could hear the crackling of charcoal burning in the other campfire's fire pit. However, the opposing camp was as if it was empty, yet still there was no response at all. It's kind of creepy. The ground trembled immensely from the previous charge of their large cavalry force. It's just as well that the other side is slow to react. And now, you've rushed home yourself. It even suffered a big loss, resulting in the loss of tens of thousands of men. Such a big move. So long. At this point, the other side should always react, right? However, there is no. The opposing camp, still quiet, as if it were a ghost camp. The moment, the uneasiness within Zhao Kuan-ying's heart reached a direct peak. It's all so out of character. Boom boom boom. Sure enough, just as Zhao Kuan-xiang realized that something was wrong, the ground resounded with violent vibrations once again. From the sky, from far away, even. The movement was even more violent than the cavalry charge they had just made. Ground. Small stones crumbled and splashed in all directions. It's even been jolted to the height of a horse's leg belly. No good. There's a trick. The other side's ambush men. They're coming. At this point, even if Zhao Kuan-ying's head was slow, he had finally reacted by now. It's true that when things go wrong, they go wrong. Surprisingly, it's really fraudulent. At the skyline, it's still late at night though, but with the bright white moonlight, Zhao Kuan-ing still saw a line of snow that was being sped from the sky, and it's extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Kuan-ing could make out the silhouettes of the soldiers rushing at the front. Great Snow Dragon Riders, attack! A snappy cry resounded between heaven and earth. That's right. This snow-white riding army was the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Formation. Meet the enemy. Zhao Kuan-ying's face was filled with embarrassment, and he immediately put away his contempt. No matter how you look at it, the aura of this cavalry in front of him was all more elite than his command. If you don't take it seriously, there is a good chance it will roll over. This Lu Yuan can be. How dare he design an ambush on this general? Zhao Kuan-ing had a eating expression on his face. Being set up by someone who seemed like trash to him gave him the feeling of being a clown. And, what was even more horrifying now was Zhao Kuan-ying's inner horror. How could a loser have a cavalry with such an appalling aura? Before, the front line only passed on the news of Li Weiming's overthrow. It didn't say that under Lu Yuan's command, there was such an elite cavalry army. But so what? I'm a half-saint. Invincible Saint Realm powerhouse. Once he thought about his half-saint strength, Zhao Kuan-ying's face looked much better. Even if they were not able to defeat the other party, They were still enough to preserve themselves in the midst of 10,000 troops. Pass the word. The rear army becomes the front army. Kill. Perhaps it was the confidence given by the strength of a half-saint. Seeing the dragon riders rushing to the front, with a wave of his hand, Zhao Kuan-ing actually chose to prepare for a hard fight with the dragon riders. Far away, Lu Yuan saw that the enemy even chose to charge and fight the dragon riders hard, almost laughed out loud. How dare you want to fight hard against the dragon cavalry? The commander-in-chief of the opposite army doesn't have a bag in his head, does he? Lu Yuan looked at little cute. Look at each other as if they were. Choosing a confrontation with the world's first cavalry army would result in only one outcome. That's death. Battlefield. The cavalry on both sides are elite. The movements are all like dragons and tigers. However, the movement of the cavalry on Zhao Kuan-ying's side was still a bit slower. After all, the impetus of the previous charge had been broken, and the morale had been largely worn down. Charging again, it no longer reaches the momentum it had before. And their strength, too, was more than a step weaker than the dragon riders. Before coming into contact with the dragon riders, Zhao Kuan-ing was still quite confident in his heart. The thought was that even if the sneak attack battle didn't work out, it ended up being a positional battle, a half-sane powerhouse by himself, with a group of forbidden army elites. What's the matter? You can fight each other back and forth, right? But when the two armies really collide together, Zhao Kuan-ing then realized that he was wrong. So wrong. See only. Zhao Kuan-ying's so-called elite cavalry troops had just faced off against the dragon cavalry. It was like a sandy beach at high tide, instantly flooded by snow-white waves. Boo! Put! Aha! Swords and knives entered his body and he screamed miserably. The Zhao Kuan shadow army was instantly knocked over. Horse lives, human lives, all kinds of lives, were trampled under the hooves of the dragon cavalry. One cut. Even the man and the horse were broken. In one word, that's pulling the blight. One time, painful wails resounded between this side of heaven and earth. There were even people who didn't even have time to wail and were directly trampled into mush by the iron hooves. The scene. It was even more tragic than the sight of charging into the horse trap just now. Seeing this, Zhao Kuan-ying's face immediately changed dramatically. Even he hadn't expected such a scene. How? Zhao Kuan-ing exclaimed incredulously. Looking at his own men not being united with the enemy, Zhao Kuan-ing instantly felt like his head wasn't enough. Aren't your own men the elite of the forbidden army? How come now? It's being slaughtered in a chopping block. Seeing that his own people are being killed for fear. Surprisingly, there were soldiers who turned around and tried to run away from the battle. Zhao Kuanxiang was anxious. Kill. Zhao Kuan-ing didn't believe in evil. A touch of ruthlessness rose on his face as he raised his longsword and slashed at the oncoming group of white-armored cavalrymen. The strength of the half-saint realm exploded out in full force. Instant aura vibration. The huge aura was wrapped around the long blade, and the sharp blade almost turned into a stream of light in the air. The strength of a half-saint was no joke. On the battlefield, it's as if it's unpeerless. Even an ordinary dragon rider army would definitely not be able to block this slash from Zhao Kuan-ing. Sure, that's limited to just the regular dragon riders. Zhao Kuan-ing didn't succeed in slashing down with this knife. Chop! A roar rang out. Zhao Kuan-ying's sword was stopped by a sudden appearance of an armored general with a snatch. Boo! Zhao Kuan-ing's full-strength blade aura was directly chopped into aura molecules and dissipated into the air. The visitor, on the other hand, had a bland face, as if he was extremely relaxed. Your opponent is me, Yuan Zuozong said blandly. The person who came was none other than the commander of the dragon cavalry. Yuan Zuozong, half-saint? Seeing the sudden appearance of a fierce general, Zhao Kuanxiang froze. Noticing the other party's cultivation, there was first incredulity in his eyes, and then a touch of trepidation rose. This was actually a half-saint. Damn! Where did a half-saint come from? Zhao Kuan-ing immediately panicked a bit. The reason why he had nothing to fear was because of his own half-saint cultivation. Yet now, a half-saint powerhouse of the same realm as him suddenly appeared. The advantage of the realm was gone at once. How could he not panic? Chapter 18 Formation Beheading Zhao Kuan-ing. The Beiyang city lord appeared. At this point, in Zhao Kuan-ying's heart, a hint of withdrawal subconsciously sprang up, but the battle in the battlefield was now at a stalemate. No, it's not a stalemate. It's a massacre. He knows. Now once you're on the verge of running away yourself, the tens of thousands of cavalry troops he led would immediately collapse all over the place. Will lose faster. This result is even more tragic and unacceptable to him. Yes, let Ben come and meet you. Hopeless. Zhao Kuan-ing could only harden his head in battle. Yuan Zuozong. The other side is dressed. Presumably the other side's main general. Maybe there's a silver lining to turning the tide if you win. Humph. Out of your depth. Yuan Zuozong snorted coldly. Yuan Zuozong naturally also detected that the other party was a half-saint. The eyes were filled with an exuberant wariness. He hadn't had a good fight since he came to this world. Now, let the other party have a good look at the fact that there was also a gap between half-saints and half-saints. Boom! Without saying a word, the two of them directly battled together. Around, both parties were consciously moving away, making room for the two to fight. The aftermath of a battle between half-saints was not something that ordinary cultivators like them could withstand. Two people fighting center. Go to hell. Nobody. Great desolate bastard sword slash. At the very beginning, Zhao Kuaning directly used his crushing stance. The Great Desolate Hegemonic Blade Slash. Great Desolate Hegemonic Blade Slash. Earth rank intermediate battle skill. Battle skills from highest to lowest, heaven, earth, Xian Huang, with each rank subdivided into middle school and high school. This kind of high-grade battle technique was extremely rare throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. To know, in the present where heaven-ranked battle techniques were not available, earth-ranked battle techniques were the existence of the ceiling. It could even become a supremely powerful sex Jinzong Jieshu. However, a hint of disdain also appeared on Yuan Zuozong's face in the face of Zhao Kuanying's attack. Putting away his spear, a long knife actually appeared in his hand. The world thought he was the god of guns, but they didn't know he was even better with a sword. Yuan Zuozong's long sword pointed remotely. I, Yuan Zuozong, have invited your excellency to die. Next, the blades of the two, each carrying an unrivaled aura, rushed together. At once, a burst of extremely dazzling light suddenly flashed by. Terrifying aura fluctuations transformed into a thick mist that enveloped the two. It went so far as to start off with a straight-up move. Battlefield. The soldiers who were killing each other also subconsciously stopped fighting, and their attention was focused on the two men's position. At that moment, it was as if the world was silent. The light didn't last long. A few breaths later, put, at the crowd's gaze, a figure spitting out lines of blood was like a meteor crashing out of the engagement. How? Zhao Kuanying's pupils were rounded and his face was filled with horror. Just now, the moment the two weapons came into contact, his weapon was instantly shaken out. Even the tiger's mouth was a little numb. Die. No, don't kill me. At this moment, Zhao Kuaning was finally afraid. Now he finally understood why the two of them, Li Weiming and Li Shun, had lost so miserably. The other side is simply not an army. It's the devil. By now, Zhao Kuaning finally had a little bit of regret. I should have known better than to come out of the gate. Yet there are no pills of regret in this world. As Yuan Zuozong bellowed, Zhao Kuaning was directly split in half by a sword. With his endless ambition and bravado, fell in the northern Yang city here. Once Zhao Kuaning, the commander general, died, the morale of the cavalry under his command instantly fell to the extreme. The dragon riders were unstoppable, charging into the crowd like jackals and tigers. What followed was a brutal massacre. High cliffs in the distance. Watching the dragon cavalry completely take over the battle, Lu Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. There was a scare and the dust settled. Gao Shun. Next, Lu Yuan's eyes went back to Gao Shun, and the trapping battalion of fierce warriors behind him. The last general is here. Hearing Lu Yuan's name, Gao Shun blasted out with a battle spirit on his face. Watching the dragon cavalry below killing so much, he was itching to do so. Now that the local general is dead, the rest are bound to be leaderless. You take the trapping camp and assist the dragon riders, and clean up the battlefield below as soon as possible. Then, using the Shadow Guard and the others as insiders, we'll take Beiyang City in one fell swoop. Nah, Gao Shun was full of excitement and allowed the order to go. Although the trap camp only had 50,000 men, half as many as the dragon riders. However, the fighting strength was not inferior to the 100,000 dragon cavalry. After all, this is the same Holy Realm reward as the dragon riders. Another group of tigers out of their cages. After Gao Shun led the order to leave, only Su Chu and Li Sanzhou were left beside Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's gaze looked far in the direction of Beiyang City. Shadow Ink and Yu Xiang and the others, how come they haven't sent a signal over by this point? Could it be that we've encountered some kind of change? Lu Yuan frowned. Daytime. After learning that the enemy was about to make a night attack, he then chose to take the trick. One side ambushes the cavalry of a night attack. On the other hand, the other side took advantage of the opportunity to seize the head of Beiyang City, so that the subsequent army could enter the city. But now, the battle on his own side was drawing to a close. How come there's still no movement at all on the Beiyang City side? Su Chu, at your service, the last general is here. Hearing Lu Yuan call to himself, Su Chu was all excited. Is it finally your turn? What about his own great sword, which was already hungry and thirsty? Su Chu is also a fighting maniac, and also wants to make his great sword thirsty for blood. However, Lu Yuan's next order, caused Su Chu to lose his temper instantly. Shadow Ink and the others. No signal has come out by this time. Go forth and see if anything has changed. Ha! Su Chu opened his mouth, his face full of loss. He thought Lu Yuan was trying to get him to fight in the battlefield as well. I didn't realize it was checking out the situation. But, he also naturally did not dare to disobey Lu Yuan's orders. Nah, Su Chu could only wilt and agree with little interest. At Baiyang Chang. For it was learned that one of their own had gone forward to steal the enemy camp. So, the soldiers who stayed at the gates were a bit lax in their defense. The actions of Shadow Ink and the others were inexplicably smooth, easily wiping out the necks of the guarding sergeants. He finally arrived at the winch that controlled the gates. However, this time, Shadow Ink seemed to smell danger and instantly looked in one direction with alertness. Nope, there's someone there. Take a closer look. In the shadow of the citadel, a middle-aged man was standing there with his back to them. The stance was as if they were just waiting for them to arrive. Who? Hearing Shadow Ink's reminder, Yu Xiang let out a loud cry and looked towards the darkness with her whole body on guard. Darkness. The middle-aged man slowly stood up. Alas! I never thought that the ones who came tonight would be 3 half-saints. There are also 300 strong people above the martial king. I really can't figure out where that nephew of mine got so many elite men. Chapter 19 Zhang Shicheng strikes. There's help? Playing God. Who the hell are you? No. This breath. Yu Xiang snapped, the weapon in her hand already drawn. But immediately there was a slight flicker. This aura of the other party unexpectedly gave him a rather familiar feeling. You are Beiyang City Lord Zhang Shicheng? You recognize me? This time it was Kong Se Sung's turn to be surprised. He himself hadn't even shown his face yet, and the other party had actually revealed his identity. On the opposite side, however, Yu Xian thought to herself that it was true. Early in the day, he had already met Zhang Shicheng, the city lord, when he was spying on the city. It was even the man who had pretended to be him who had gotten the news that Zhao Kuaning was going to steal the camp in the middle of the night. That's right, my name is Zhang Shicheng, and I am none other than the city lord of this northern Yang city. In the darkness, Zhang Shicheng slowly revealed himself from the darkness. Sidewalk. Everyone, I don't want you all to create strife. Can a few of you sell me a thin face and retreat here? Everything that happened tonight, I can pretend it didn't happen. Say it. On Zhang Shicheng's body, the aura of a peak half-saint secretly emanated out. Among them, if anything, it was also accompanied by a hint of true holy might. Yu Xiang and Shadow Mo looked at each other, and a trace of gravity flashed in their eyes. This is a strong person of the peak perfection of a half-saint, Yu Xiang muttered in a low voice to Shadamo. During the day he had all the information about this city lord. Naturally, he knew the other party's cultivation, and nowadays, the other party was like a sharp blade, even breaking through the aura of the clouds in the sky. It was the confirmation of the correctness of his intelligence. However, Shadow Ink, however, did not change his face, didn't even think twice about rejecting what Kong Suk Sung had said. Even, a warning was also likewise given to Kong Se Sung. This city, I, Shadow Guard, will take it. If you have to make an enemy of us, don't blame us for not being polite. Shadow Ink's voice was as cold as ever, but unusually firm. At the same time, the 300 shadow guards behind Shadow Mo also showed their weapons together. This action undoubtedly shows their attitude. Until death do us part, a task commanded by the Lord. Even if they die, they will finish. Alas, hearing Shadow Ink balk, and the movement of the shadow guards, Zhang Shicheng sighed slightly. It seems that this battle is inevitable. In that case, much obliged, Kong Suk Sung said. Just as the last word sounded, his figure ghostly disappeared in place. Only a phantom was seen in place, slowly dissipating. Look out! Shadow Ink had only just voiced a reminder when Zhang Shicheng once again appeared. In less than a blink of an eye, he unexpectedly appeared in front of Yu Xian's body in an instant. How dare you! Seeing this, Yu Xian's pupils slightly shrunk, and then she couldn't help but laugh in anger. On his side, there were 3 half-saints present, Shadow Ink, Shadow One, and him, and the other side had picked him as the first to attack. Obvious. This is the other party treats himself as a soft target, from the weak one by one to break it. Sad crisp clear wind poem. Yu Xian let out a roar and directly used her best martial art. As the leader of the Fine Rain organization, Yu Xiang's strength was naturally not weak. Even if Zhang Shicheng was a peak perfection of half-saint, he would still be able to resist for a moment or two. Not to mention, by his side, there were 2 other half-saint powerhouses, Shadow Ink and Shadow One. Do it! On the side, Shadow Ink and Shadow One exchanged glances. Seeing that the other side had made a move, they also took a back seat. See only, the daggers in the 2 men's hands were like dexterous vipers, one left and one right, stabbing straight at Zhang Shicheng's side. Flash! Facing the left and right pincers of both Shadow Ink, Zhang Shicheng could only dodge sideways. Boom! Jiang Shicheng hurriedly clashed with Yuxiang and surprisingly retreated several steps after landing. Under the threat of Shadow Ink and Shadow 1, Jiang Shicheng had even secretly suffered a small loss with this palm against Yuxiang. Humph. Ridiculous. How can you, a single half-saint, resist my 3 half-saints? Yuxiang closed her palms and stood with a cold smile. On their side, Shadow Ink and Shadow 1 were both half-saints. Along with him, 3 half-saints gathered. The opponent is just a half-saint. Take a headshot. Words. Jiang Shicheng smiled helplessly, but a flash of cunning flashed in his eyes. Oh, you 3 are indeed awesome. Although my realm is higher than yours, it's quite tricky to deal with. Only, who said I'm the only half-saint here? Brother E. Brother Jing, please also help me. Jiang Shicheng let out a blistering cry and actually called out for help. Far away, inside the city lord's mansion, as Jiang Shicheng's voice fell, 2 figures dragging streams of light abruptly rose once again. Ha ha, Brother Jiang, to get us to make a move. You know the price, ha. Don't worry about it. You won't get any less benefits. Kong Suksun laughed and cursed, shaking his head. To ask a half-saint to make a move, the price to be paid was not an ordinary one. Not to mention too, this next, must be hemorrhaging again. I can't believe you have help. Seeing 2 more half-saints appear, the Shadow Mo trio also began to get serious. 3 on 3, makes sense. However, the 3 people on Jiang Shicheng's side were all peak half-saint level experts, and on Shadow More's side, she was the only one. Yuxiang and Shadow 1, both of them were ordinary half-saints. In this way, Shadow Ink and the others were very passive, although the system produces all the best. However, facing the peak of half-saint, Yuxiang and the others could only remain undefeated. Shadow guards at your service. We'll hold off the other 3 half-saints. You guys follow the original plan and cooperate to open the city gates. Shadow Ink gently commanded towards the shadow guards. For his mission, Shadow Ink hadn't forgotten. Although they couldn't kill these 3 half-saints, it didn't matter. Just stall them and let the remaining shadow guards open the gates. Then let the Lord's army enter the city. That's enough. No good. Hearing Shadow Ink's command, Jiang Shicheng immediately changed his face. Now, he suddenly realized a serious problem. Yes, he was prepared to have a backhand. 2 half-saints. But now, the 3 half-saints, including him, were all held back by the other party. And under the other party, there were still 300 experts above the martial king. Those soldiers that he had left at the top of the city were definitely no match for the other side. Sure enough, as soon as the defenders at the city's head came into contact with the shadow guards, they faced a lopsided slaughter. The huge realm gap allowed the shadow guards to slash one by one, even a bunch of them. It's simply not too easy. Watching the chicken-like slaughter of the soldiers under his command, Jiang Shicheng's eyelids fluttered. This can't go on like this. While it lasts, a flash of ruthlessness suddenly flashed in Jiang Shicheng's eyes. The only chance now, it was to kill those shadow guards in one fell swoop by himself while the other half-saint didn't react. In this way, the current crisis can be resolved. Only a flash of Jiang Shicheng's figure was seen. The aura pie condensed in his hands, heading straight for the shadow guards who were massacring them. However, Jiang Shicheng's small movements were still discovered by Shadow Ink. Whoosh! Your opponent is me. Shadow Mo ghostly dodged and appeared in front of Jiang Shicheng, blocking his desperate sneak attack. Off. Jiang Shicheng was a little annoyed, and the aura in his body exploded out in full force. Shadow More didn't say anything. The silver teeth under the black mask had clenched together. Facing Jiang Shicheng, a powerful person who was about to step into the Saint realm, she also felt a slight pressure. Chapter 20 Jiang Shicheng's Discovery. Kill until you're chilled to the bone. Facing Jiang Shicheng's anger-laden strike, Shadow Ink directly chose to resist it. The 2 men's auras boiled around them, and their weapons flared with fire. It was like fighting fire. Seeing that he could never help his opponent, Jiang Shicheng suddenly withdrew his strength. Lian retreated to midair and levitated, his face expressionless. That's just it. Just go find Lu Yuan and come here. I'll talk to him personally. Jiang Shicheng hated it in his heart. Original. He also wanted to give that nephew of his a hard time. Thwart him a bit. At the same time, put yourself in a proactive position for the next negotiations. Who knows now? He himself hadn't even been able to take down the henchmen sent by the other side. This change of heart directly caused Jiang Shicheng's original plan to break the disc. Even Kong Sadu blushed a little. Shame on you. Opposite. Shadow Ink didn't know what Jiang Shicheng was thinking. Hearing that Jiang Shicheng actually wanted to see his lord, he immediately sneered and said, "Ha, still want to see my lord? No way. Let's just see it in hand." After saying that, he didn't give Jiang Shicheng a chance to explain. Once again, he charged towards Jiang Shicheng. Jiang Shicheng shook his head helplessly. Gotta. Now it's hard for me to see my nephew. Facing Shadow Ink's attack, Jiang Shicheng had no choice but to meet the battle again. The battle between the 6 half-saints could be described as earth-shattering, and Beiyang City wasn't like a strategic level pass like Human Pass, which possessed formations that suppressed cultivation. So, the 6 half-saints destroyed a large portion of the city wall with a raise of their hands and a throw of their feet. The commotion here is growing. Inside the city, there was a constant stream of defenders coming in. After these defenders arrived, they saw that they couldn't intervene in the battle between the half-saints. And so, there was a flurry of spearheads aimed at the shadow guards. Kill! The soldiers who had heard the news brazenly raised their swords and charged towards the shadow guards. Kill, kill, kill! The shouts of murder from the city's head broke through the clouds. Seeing the support coming from his side, Jiang Shicheng was overjoyed. Praetorians, defend the city gates. Notify all battalions to come quickly to support. Brother E, Brother Jing, quickly deal with the opponents. Then assist the forbidden guards. No problem. Yes. Jiang Shicheng ordered the arriving defenders to hurry and hold the city gates. And let the 2 half-saints he had invited in make quick work of it. Just stabilize the situation. Wait until you've disposed of the man in black in front of you. Then one can get back in the game. Could be right away. Jiang Shicheng realized a hint of something wrong. For those defenders who had arrived were being mercilessly slaughtered by the shadow guards. A one-sided massacre. These garrisons, rushed in for the sole purpose. It is to use one's own life to delay the moment when the opponent swings his sword. Only for a moment. The city's head. Because there were so many deaths and injuries, it even produced a thick, blood-colored fog. Good on. With the accumulation of human lives, those forbidden soldiers actually slightly slowed down the shadow guards. Kong Suksung watched this with heartache. But, he couldn't do a thing about it. Kong Suksung knows. It was only a matter of time before his side was routed. No way. It can't wait. Brother E, Brother Jing, I'll harden myself against the 3 of them. You go take care of those shadow guards. Jiang Shicheng roared. And a terrifying aura erupted out in full force. Boom! With 1 foot, the city wall directly shattered into a spider web. The entire person was like a cannonball launching, charging straight at the Shadow Ink trio. The moment, the aura on Jiang Shicheng's body had unexpectedly reached the might of the Saint realm. Seeing the situation, Shadow Ink's exposed eyes flashed with the slightest bit of gravity. The gaunt panther-like body tensed slightly. Deal with your respective enemies. I'll deal with him. Since the other side is getting real, well, she's going to have to take it seriously, too. Shadow Ink's lips flicked out and slowly spat out a few words and said, Shadow kill, instant prison. The moment. Shadow Mo directly sacrificed a martial art that he hadn't been using. An exclusive martial art belonging solely to the Shadow Guard. Miso. In just an instant, Shadow Ink unexpectedly appeared directly behind Jiang Shicheng. No signs at all. The dagger in Shadow Moore's hand was raised high. The next moment, it would slice through Jiang Shicheng's neck. And when Jiang Shicheng saw that Shadow Ink had actually directly disappeared in place, his pupils also shrunk slightly. Abominable. Surprisingly, he couldn't capture his opponent's movements anymore. Just as Kong Suksung was alerting towards the surroundings, suddenly, Jiang Shicheng felt the hairs of his neck sweat instantly stand on end. An extremely strong sense of crisis was instantly behind himself. Kong Suksung subconsciously leaned over and dodged. Only a cold aura could be seen, barely scratching along his neck. The sharp blade chi had even cut through his tough skin, oozing out threads of blood. Jiang Shicheng broke out in a cold sweat. So close. It was so close to being cut off at the neck itself. Jiang Shicheng turned around gruffly and looked at Shadow Ink, who was panting slightly. It's great. Only, this skill of yours emphasizes assassination, and the main focus is on sneak attacks. Now that we're fighting in the open, I'm afraid you're no match for me. Cut the crap. Fight. Shadow Ink gasped, and a stern light flashed in his gaze. Yes. Jiang Shicheng laughed. Let me see what you're made of. Battle. Both of them were staring at each other dead on, the battle intent in their eyes soaring. Kong Suksung looked at the other party's black eyes like autumn water and froze slightly. It was at this moment that he finally realized. This black-clothed person in front of him was actually a woman. However, what was even more surprising to Jiang Shicheng, or was it that he read another message from the other's eyes? That's die hard. Opponent. Surprisingly, it was a dead man. Jiang Shicheng was secretly amazed. The woman in front of her was, unsurprisingly, that rumored northern region waste henchman. But since it's a waste, why does it still gain the die-hard loyalty of such masters? Could it be an old friend left behind? Unsolved. It's really puzzling. Jiang Shicheng was directly plunged into intense doubt. But anyways, Kong Suksung's idea of dragging 3 by 1 was still dashed. The other 2 half-saints were also being dragged and unable to pull themselves away. When Jiang Shicheng saw this scene, he could only pray in his heart. Those city guards, They'll be able to hold out a little longer. Aside, the shadow guards stopped unconsciously as they killed. For around them, there were no more garrisons to rush up against. When the frenzy in their minds dissipated and they looked at the corpses all over the place, only chills remained in the eyes of those defenders. The devil. These people are devils. Run. Bam. OMG. Don't crowd me. Let me run first. A group of defenders dropped their armor and scrambled to make a hasty escape. The shadow guards didn't move either, because going after these people means nothing to them, and they don't need to take over the gate hub. This was because the entire city gate had been completely shattered in the waves of the battle just now. Chapter 21 6 Half-Saints. Soldiers arrived at Beiyang City. Finally, the fierce battle did not last long. A majestic figure in armor suddenly descended here. Seeing the crowd of people mingling together, the visitor couldn't help but have a color of excitement on his face. Ha ha, the Lord really didn't guess wrong. Shadow Ink, you guys actually encountered a situation. Good. It looks like there's a fight going on here. Now it seems like there should be a chance for me to show off my skills. Suchu rubbed his fists and jumped to his feet. There was also a perverted exuberance on his face of a battle-hardened maniac. Originally, Suchu thought it was just an ordinary reconnaissance mission. Who would have thought that there would be a battle waiting for them? It's so cool. The city walls. Seeing that another half-saint had come, Zhang Shicheng's eyes stared and his face became gloomy. This is bad. Zhang Shicheng faintly swept the field and said that it was not good. Pete's. Here comes another half-saint. This was the fourth half-saint that had appeared today, and according to his probing, the one who had just arrived was likewise a peak half-saint not weaker than him. Kang Suksung was puzzled. A rare half-saint in the past. Why are they all popping up like cabbages today? To know, he had cultivated all the way to the peak perfection of half-saint, only to know 2 or 3 half-saint buddies. Looking at the enemy's arrival of another half-saint, the 2 half-saints invited by Zhang Shicheng instantly felt a sense of withdrawal. 3 hit 4. It also means that there will be one person who will have to pick 2 at a time. Fighting one, they have room to spare. But if they were to fight 1 against 2, they were bound to lose. That what? Elder brother Jiang. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Ha. I don't want the bounty for inviting me to help in the battle either. Ha. Right. I still have a furnace of pills being refined at home. I have to go back quickly to take a look. I don't want any of those things you promised me either. Faced with the threat to their lives, the 2 decisively chose to retreat. At those words, Zhang Shicheng opened his mouth. In the end, the blocking words were not uttered. In this kind of battle, the other party is on the verge of escaping, and one can't say anything. Can one still be left here to die? Plus, if the other party was bent on running, he couldn't stop himself. However, even if those 2 half-saints wanted to leave, Yu Xiang and Shadow One wouldn't agree. Want to go? Too late. Wasn't that a good fight just now? Suchu, come quickly. Help me with this old thing first. Yu Xiang sneered and directly called out for Suchu's help. He was the least powerful of these few. Just now, it faces the most pressure. Now, it was hard to wait for their reinforcements to come. How could they let the other side go so easily? Don't go. Watch the move. Yu Xiang shouted angrily, and all kinds of moves were directly directed towards her opponent. Straight away, it's just making a full effort to stay in the game. Take it easy. I'm coming. Su Chu grinned, his giant bear-like body heading straight for Yu Xiang's side. Get out of my way. Those 2 half-saints saw that Yu Xiang was completely fighting with injuries for injuries, not wanting to lose her life. There was also a pang of annoyance in his heart. It's like a dog's skin. You can't beat it, and you can't run away from it. The 2 men were dragged to the brink and were in a hurry. Spell it out. The 2 of them gritted their teeth and directly offered their bottom cards, only to see one of the half-saints take out a large jade seal. On the large seal, there was an elaborate arcane pattern engraved. On it, a precious light flashed from time to time. At a glance, it belonged to the category of extremely high-quality magic treasures. The turning seal. This half-saint just wanted to cast a magic treasure, but the next second, he then felt an aura that made him tremble and locked onto him directly. At once, the movement of his hands, too, dared not move. Holy realm. This half-saint's pupils involuntarily dilated as he swallowed hard. That's right. This kind of aura that terrified his soul was undoubtedly the Saint Realm. At this point, beyond the distance, a burst of huge, heavy hoofbeats suddenly rang out, bringing up dust and dirt. The sand and rocks shattered and shook, like thunder roaring. Great! It's the Lord coming up. Yu Xiang was the first to react and yelled in excitement. Sure enough, a line of snow that was speeding up from the distant horizon. A white armor, a white snow-maned horse, and a heavy snow cover. It was the dragon riders, and behind the dragon cavalry, followed by the trapped battalion. That's right, the dragon cavalry and the trapped battalion had finished cleaning up the remnants of the battlefield, eliminating all of Zhao Kuanying's remaining army. That's what freed up the time to come and attack Beiyang City. In front of the army, it was the two men, General Yuan Zhuo and Gao Shun. Yu Xiang saw the two at a glance. Yuan Zhuozong, Gao Shun, come and help. However, hearing Yu Xiang call for help, the two men did not move a muscle. Instead, he looked respectfully to a young man at his side. Only after receiving a nod of agreement from the young man did the two of them break away from the large group and fly towards the city walls. Coming! Gao Shun licked the blood on his lips in excitement, his eyes deadlocked on one of the half-saints. No one will take him from me. He's mine. Earlier, Yuan Zhuozong had already killed a half-saint in formation. He hasn't yet. Now that the Lord could be watching from behind, he had to behave. And at this point, looking at two more half-saints coming, Jiang Shichang was directly shocked. What? Surprisingly, two more half-saints have come. Kong Suksung was dumbfounded. This half-saint is really a cabbage? Right now, that's 6 half-saints. One moment. At the bottom of Jiang Shichang's heart, a wave of trepidation rose without reason. This scene, he's got a little bit of a hard time grasping it. Even if he's good, he can't take 6 on one. And aside, the half-saint powerhouses of the two that Jiang Shichang had invited to come and help him were even more fearful at this moment. It wasn't just that the enemy had come with 6 half-saints. Rather, just now, in that instant, they felt a great crisis lock onto them. That fearful nature that seemed to be inherent in them couldn't help but make the hairs on their backs stand on end. Old Ginger, you've done us a great disservice. The two men's mouths watered with bitterness. As peak half-saints, they were already certain in their hearts about the aura that was locked onto them. That must be a true saint realm. Being locked by a saint realm powerhouse, it was impossible for anyone to remain calm. Chop! Su Chu's 6 men were all on board, fighting 2 against 1, instantly creating a huge advantage. Facing the pincer attack of the two half-saints, the Jiang Shichang trio screamed in agony, especially Kong Suksung. Facing Yuan Zhuozong, a peak half-saint powerhouse, was already tough. Plus Shadow Ink was sneaking around. Several times his life was on the line and he was almost sent straight away. Stop! Finally, Jiang Shichang managed to block one of Shadow Ink's attacks and immediately shouted from afar towards the direction of the army. Is the visitor Lu Yuan's nephew? I'm your uncle Jiang. I know your father well and am a close friend. Jiang Shichang was filled with bitterness. If he didn't identify himself, he was going to be decapitated in this place. Chapter 22, Don't recognize? Then send it away. With this voice, Jiang Shichang managed to attract everyone's attention. Shadow Mo gave Jiang Shichang a suspicious look. This guy, could it be that he really knows their lord? Never mind, the lord is here now anyway. Let's see what the lord says. Anyway, the other party can't escape. If not, it's not too late to kill them again. Shadow Ink pressed his hand, signaling the other 5 to stop their hands for now. Finally, under Jiang Shichang's hopeful gaze, Lu Yuan slowly stood out. Uncle Kong? Nephew? What? Do I know you? Or do you know me? Lu Yuan glanced obliquely at Jiang Shichang, his face full of doubt. Aside, Shadow Mo grimaced coldly, the dagger in his hand slowly raised once again. This old thief! How dare he lie to the Lord? Damn! Seeing this, Jiang Shichang sweated profusely and said with an awkward smile, Nephew is joking. How can you not remember me? Your father, Lu Qintian, and I are close friends and brothers in arms. By the way, at that time, your father's clothesman was in mourning, or I carried the coffin. Hearing Jiang Shichang say that, Lu Yuan finally had some impression. Oh, so it's Uncle Kong. Impressed, Lu Yuan said indistinctly. Sometimes, the memories of his predecessor pressed themselves into oblivion without deliberate thought. Not to mention, now Jiang Shichang had a wretched look on his face. Lu Yuan would be even less likely to recognize it at a glance. Seeing that Lu Yuan recognized him, Jiang Shichang smiled as if he was relieved. It doesn't matter if nephew recognizes me. Next, Kong Suksung is familiar with himself. Enthusiastically, he wanted to fly to Lu Yuan's side, wanting to get close to him. Ha ha, nephew Lu sure. It's really been a long time. And to think, you were a... Ugh, what do you mean by that? What's stopping me? Who knows? Jiang Shichang had just made a move, but Shadow Ink, who was next to him, stopped him, and looked at Kong Suksung as if in warning. It was as if the other party dared to take another step forward. The dagger in her hand would immediately make a big hole in his body. Seeing this, Jiang Shichang immediately looked at Shadow Ink in annoyance. Ouch! What are you doing? Can't you see that your master and I are acquainted? I am your master's uncle. You fought me just now, and I haven't even gotten to you yet. And now you even dare to stop me. Believe it or not, I'll let this Lu Yuan kid make you suffer. However, in the face of Jiang Shichang's threat, Shadow Mo still had a wooden face. She wasn't comfortable with this person, who had just been in a sword fight with her, approaching her lord, unless Lu Yuan himself gives the word. Seeing that Shadow Ink was not moved, Zhang Shiqing's face became a bit embarrassed. With so many people watching, where does this make him put his face? Immediately, Zhang Shiqing turned his head to look at Lu Yuan and said in the tone of an elder in a conspiratorial manner, Lu Shi nephew, how do you train your men here? No manners at all. If I were, I'd be punished severely. Such an unintelligent henchman deserves a good education. Let him know who is the master. Looking at Zhang Shiqing on the field as if he was the boss, Lu Yuan suddenly smiled. At the same time a touch of mockery surfaced on his face. What's that? I don't know where an 8-pointer came from. How dare you lecture your own people? That's right. The one in front of him, surnamed Zhang, was indeed a lifelong friend of his predecessor's father. But, what's it to you? Seeing Lu Yuan surprisingly didn't react at all either. Neither opened his mouth to stop Shadow Ink's behavior, nor did he heed his words. Just looking at himself like that with a smirk. Zhang Shiqing was a bit embarrassed. You could snap your toes on the floor and make a 3-bedroom apartment. This makes you look like a clown. At once, a flash of gloom passed through Zhang Shiqing's eyes, although his face was still smiling. In his heart, he already held a grudge against Lu Yuan. Little brat, how dare you bring me down? There's always a chance I'll show you up. Finally, the atmosphere on the field was awkward for a few minutes before Lu Yuan finally spoke. Uncle Jiang, you should have known about my coming to Beiyang City a long time ago, right? And you should know why I'm here. Right? In that case, why are you doing this to my men when you know it's me? Ha? Could it be that Uncle Zhang also discriminate against my status as a traitor? Lu Yuan absently snapped his nails and looked at Zhang Shiqing with a smile. Not questioning though, but the tone of his voice took on a hidden hint of unkindness. This was the question that suddenly occurred to Lu Yuan just now. This Uncle Jiang in front of me, but he was the lord of Beiyang City. Lu Yuan didn't believe it. He was able to have no news of his own arrival in advance. And the other guy knew it was him. However, they still let Zhao Quan's Shadow Cavalry Army come to sneak attack at night, even when the Shadow Guard stole the city. The uncle even tried to stop them by fighting with the Shadow Guard, doing something like this, and now it's smiling and recognizing itself. How could Lu Yuan not be suspicious of the other party's motives? Cough. Nephew Lu is overthinking it. Uncle is definitely not thinking like that. Just this. Being asked this by Lu Yuan, Zhang Shiqing immediately blushed in his old face and was momentarily dumbfounded. He didn't know how he was going to explain it. Could he still be talking to Lu Yuan Ming? I was going to knock you around a little bit and frustrate you. Kill some of your men for good measure. Then, you will be persuaded to surrender as a victor. Maybe there is still a chance to get a credit for destroying the rebels. Successful promotion of the? That's certainly not something you can say explicitly. Aside, looking at Zhang Shiqing's stuttering appearance, Lu Yuan's heart had also been enlightened. Solid hammer. This so-called Uncle Jiang is really a two-faced character. Think about it. Lu Yuan's eyes gradually turned cold. You're such a good uncle to me. Lu Yuan smiled coldly. Ugh, what a sycophant. But, Lu Yuan, however, didn't immediately tear his face off. Instead, he nudged towards Zhang Shiqing's side. The other two unfamiliar half-saints. By the way, Uncle Jiang, who are these two people now? Hearing Lu Yuan change the topic, Zhang Shiqing couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Lu Yuan asking about his two friends again, Zhang Shiqing couldn't help but snort. Oh, ha. Those two, they are two of my friends, both half-saint realm experts. That, Lu Shi nephew, can you have your men put down their weapons first? We are all family. Why should we fight with swords? Zhang Shiqing was a bit cautious even in his speech. There's no way around it. Beside, Shadowmoor still had the dagger pointed at him the whole time. Lu Yuan didn't pay attention to Zhang Shiqing, but continued to ask with an air of carelessness. Oh, so it's Uncle Zhang's friend. By the way, does my father know them too? That's not recognizable. They're just close friends of mine and your father has never met them. Oh, so that's it. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Since it has nothing to do with my father, then just send it away. After all, they're not my dear uncle. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and flashed a row of white teeth. Two half-saints. When you do the math, that's a lot of chi value. Chapter 23 The Suffocating Zhang Shiqing. Even the saintly son of the didn't have this treatment. Aha. Well, thanks nephew. Ugh. No. Send away? Zhang Shiqing's eyes snapped wide as if he suspected he had heard wrong. Unbelievably, he said to Lu Yuan, is Lu Shiyun mistaken? They, however, are all friends of your uncle me. Even in terms of seniority, you should still call them uncle. How can you disrespect your elders? As he spoke, Zhang Shiqing seemed to have suddenly recovered the majesty of an elder. Speaking to Lu Yuan, they all took on a lecturing attitude. Meh. Lu Yuan smiled coldly. Goddamn thing. How dare you lecture yourself? If this Jiang Shicheng truly treats himself, maybe he could even treat him as respectfully as he treated his elders. But now, this Jiang Shicheng obviously possessed a different heart. What's the point of being respectful yourself? Lu Yuan's eyes were teasing, and he laughed cynically. That's right, Uncle Kong. I do have to send them away. Daring to be my enemy, then they must have been prepared to die before. How can you kill someone and not be killed by someone else? You betcha, Uncle Ginger. At the end of his words, Lu Yuan smiled with a meaningful meaning. Say come on. This Jiang Shicheng, but he had similarly made a move against the Shadow Guard and the others. It's also tainted by the predecessor's father. He had already been extraordinarily kind by sparing his life. At those words, Jiang Shicheng forced a smile. He also heard Lu Yuan's words and his tone subconsciously weakened. Aha! Nephew Lu, don't joke with uncle. They're uncle's friends. Why don't you let them go? Don't worry. I'll make them all remember your great kindness and will definitely repay you later. Words. Lu Yuan let out a cold smile, a touch of impatience surfacing between his brows. Mud. He was most annoyed by people using moral abduction. People are bullying him and they want him to forgive the other side? Delusional. Do you really think he's a living god? Su Chu. Do it. Let these two friends of Uncle Jiang go away in pain. Lu Yuan still had a harmless smile on his face. Nah. On the side. After Su Chu received Lu Yuan's order, he directly sneered and walked over towards the two. To say that the scene of the crowd, the heart of the state changes the most ups and downs, when belongs to Su Chu. Original. He still wanted to make a big deal out of it, but it turned out that Lu Yuan's side immediately arrived. And, with the enemy as if they still knew each other. Just when Su Chu was disappointed that he couldn't cut anyone. As a result, Lu Yuan gave an order and was able to cut himself again. It's really a lot of twists and turns. Seeing that Lu Yuan wasn't joking, he actually wanted to cut those two half-saints. Jiang Shicheng was confused, and those two half-saint powerhouses were even more confused. Palatizing. Obviously all three were in the same gang. Why did the light kill them? But Kong Se-sung was fine? Those two half-saints suddenly looked resentfully at Jiang Shicheng. Jiang Shicheng, you old six. Pit us to death. Jiang Shicheng. I knew you had bad intentions. I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. I said you're 8 generations of ancestors. The two men cursed in a million languages and could not wait to directly eat Jiang Shicheng alive. In their opinion, it's all Jiang Shicheng's fault that they're in this situation today. How could any of this have happened if the other party hadn't invited themselves to come? And, why should we be the only ones to die first when we're all in this together? Isn't this specifically to lure them over and pit them alive? Oh, Uncle Jiang heard you. You begged for forgiveness for him, and instead of appreciating it, they came to scold you. Su Chu, why don't you hurry up and do it? Lu Yuan was impatient by the raving and directly urged. Chop! Su Chu let out a roar. Two half-saints, directly wiped out by Su Chu with a single slash. Lu Yuan. Jiang Shicheng let out a roar, almost spitting blood in anger. His face was even more embarrassed. This little bastard. He even took his words as a whisper and didn't give himself any face at all. What made Jiang Shicheng even more infuriating was his own two half-saint friends. He had begged for mercy for both of them in a lowly manner, but he still didn't know how to scold himself. Now die. It really deserved it. Lu Yuan pretended to look innocent. Uncle Lu, don't be hasty. Even though you likewise made a move on my men. Who made you my Uncle Jiang? This time, let's forget about it. You. Just as Jiang Shicheng opened his mouth in annoyance, wanting to verbally teach Lu Yuan a lesson. However, he suddenly noticed Lu Yuan's icy gaze. It was this glance that instantly caused Jiang Shicheng's heart to fall into a side of ice. He had a feeling, if he or she had beeped one more time, the next one to die is definitely himself. Kong Suk's body went numb. Originally, he thought it would be easy as pie to take this nephew of his. Who knows? It's amazing that the other side is so killjoy. It was then that Jiang Shicheng suddenly remembered a point that he had overlooked. Now, you seem to be the one begging for mercy. Lu Yuan nudged towards Shadow Mo and the others, signaling this Jiang uncle of his who looked favorably on him. Now is not the time to behead him. Stabilizing Beiyang City, or even the entire Liangzhou, could still use him. Besides, he's his own Uncle Kong. The army, enter the city. If there is any resistance, kill them on the spot. Lu Yuan ordered. Now that the entire wall of Beiyang City had been damaged, the army could just drive straight in. Now there's no high-level combatants in the way. Lu Yuan's army could be said to have entered the city without any obstacles. The occupation of Beiyang City is a foregone conclusion. By this time, Lu Yuan had already walked over to Jiang Shicheng's side. Beside him, Li Sanjie had already appeared to guard. Lu Yuan didn't dare to be careless and asked Li Sanjie to keep a close watch. If this Jiang Shicheng has any movement, he will be killed directly on the spot. He himself was now just an ordinary person with no cultivation. In case this Kong Suk Sung suddenly storms out and gets himself killed, when the time comes, you won't even have a place to cry. Uncle Jiang, how many defenders are left in the entire Beiyang city now? At this point, Kong Suk Sung was still lost in thought. Hearing Lu Yuan ask himself in a cold moment, Jiang Shicheng was instantly startled. At this point, Jiang Shicheng suddenly noticed Li Sanzhou beside Lu Yuan. Kong Suk Sung's breath couldn't help but catch. Did he read it right? That one is actually a martial saint? A true martial saint? Jiang Shicheng's heart was suddenly shocked by a million horses. The fact that Lu Yuan possessed 6 half-saints under his hand already shocked Jiang Shicheng. Now, surprisingly, another saint realm had directly appeared. Although the half-saint is also dipped in the word saint, but compared to the real saint realm, it is simply a difference between the clouds and mud. To know, the entire Great Zhou imperial dynasty was flooded with half-saints, and there had to be at least 1,000 or 800 of them. Martial saints, on the other hand, were no more than 10 fingers. This shows the rarity of martial saints. The moment, Jiang Shidu wondered if Lu Yuan had become the holy son of some holy land. No, even the holy sons of the holy land don't get this kind of treatment. A martial saint. Close by. Chapter 24, City North Camp. Jiang Shicheng's little scheme. At this point, being stared at by a martial saint, Jiang Shicheng naturally didn't dare to move. Honestly, he answered to Lu Yuan. About another 100,000 or so? Now that the city has been broken, the defenders of Beiyang City have, presumably, retreated to the north camp of the city. Jiang Shicheng said uncertainly. Beiyang City, being a Liangzhou County city, had a garrison of almost 100,000 or so. In addition to Zhao Kuanying's cavalry that he brought to steal the camp, the rest of his forbidden army should also have 70,000 to 80,000 people. Together, they should be pushing $200,000. However, in the course of defending the city, these defenders were again heavily lost to the decimation of the Shadow Guard. So much so that even he didn't know how many soldiers were left. The camp north of the city? Lu Yuan murmured. After Yu Xiang had finished spying on the intelligence of Beiyang City, she had also reported with him about the situation of the camp in the north of the city. It was the place where the entire Beiyang City army was stationed. Even the soldiers and horses brought by Zhao Kuaning were stationed there together. Are they all in the big camp in the north of the city? Oh, that's convenient. Lu Yuan laughed. If all these soldiers were to scatter, it would not be good for him to round up one by one. And now, it's all gathered together just in time for a clean sweep. Opposite. Jiang Shicheng didn't know what was going on in Lu Yuan's mind. Hearing Lu Yuan ask about the number of soldiers, Jiang Shicheng's mind instantly came alive. This Lu Yuan, I guess he wants to integrate those soldiers? He should be in desperate need of troop support now that he is plotting a rebellion. And as the lord of Beiyang City himself, he had cultivated Beiyang City for many years. In Beiyang City, there was more or less some prestige. If Lu Yuan wanted to successfully occupy Beiyang City and smoothly integrate those routed troops, he definitely had to use his own hands. Thinking of the stakes involved, Jiang Shicheng couldn't help but straighten his back again. At that time, if this Lu Yuan wants to invite me out, it definitely won't be that easy. Let him have it first. By then, more than 100,000 troops were at hand. Even if Lu Yuan wants to touch me again, he'll have to weigh it up. Jiang Shicheng thought triumphantly in his heart. When he returned to the active position, he would make sure Lu Yuan regret his arrogance today. How dare you disregard him as an elder? The calculations in Jiang Shicheng's mind crackled. However, once he returned to his senses, he realized that Lu Yuan had already walked away. Vaguely, Lu Yuan seemed to be saying something. Another large amount of chi luck value or something like that. Or a value? That's something. Kong Suk Sung frowned. The term, inexplicably, should have had a very profound effect on him. Get out of here. No tricks. At this time, several people from Shadow Inc. gathered around and urged, looking at Shadow Inc. and the others as if they were driving away livestock. Jiang Shicheng dared to be angry in his heart. The heart holds a bit more of a grudge. Mindfulness. Later on, if Lu Yuan came to beg for himself, he would definitely have to put up a fight and consume him for a period of time. At that time, let's see how Lu Yuan can go to subdue the 100,000 or so people without himself. However, Kong Suk Sung didn't know. If you look at it in a common sense way, he did have a good calculation. Yet alas, Lu Yuan, however, did not belong to the part of common sense. The city's northern camp was, as the name suggests, located in the north of the city. Knowing where the remaining remnants of the army were, Lu Yuan didn't let the army enter the city anymore. Orders were issued directly toward the crowd. Yuan Zuozong, you lead the dragon cavalry to the north camp of the city and uproot the camp straight away. Gao Shun, you lead the trapping battalion and cooperate with the dragon cavalry's actions. At the same time, control the major gates of Beiyang City and take over the entire Beiyang City. Yu Xiang, contact your fine rain personnel in Beiyang City and secretly keep an eye on anyone who is not behaving normally. Make a firm note of them for me. Shadow Inc., lead the shadow guards to patrol Beiyang City. Anyone who takes advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble will be killed on the spot. Lu Yuan gave an order to the methodical. Nah, yes. Several of Lu Yuan's henchmen all led the way and began to move. At this point, Su Chu ran up to Lu Yuan's side. What about me, Lord? Su Chu smiled and brought his big face over. All the other half-saints are on a mission. As a battle maniac, Su Chu's heart is also itchy. You? Lu Yuan secretly glanced at Jiang Shicheng beside him. This old thing wouldn't dare let him out of his sightly grasp. Just stay with me. Beware of emergencies and keep it as a backup. Lu Yuan said indifferently. Now the masters of his own men have been circulated. Sighed. There's no one else but Ali Sandow. Let Su Chu stay around, in case of any unforeseen circumstances, or someone available. Ah. At those words, Su Chu was filled with disappointment. It's not like he's on a mission. I just cut down 2 people, and I was just getting excited, and this is gone again. At this point, Shadow Inc. has not yet gone far. The voice is clear and cold to Su Chu transmitted voice. Su Chu, take care of the Lord's well-being, and pay special attention to that Jiang Shicheng. If the Lord is in any kind of danger, I won't be able to spare you. When Su Chu turned around, he saw that Shadow Mo was staring at him with a cold face. Su Chu instantly smiled back. That's when he reacted. The Lord's well-being is much more important than anything else. Put it down, Shadow Sister. Just leave it to me. Su Chu similarly transmitted his voice, solemnly assuring towards Shadow Mo. I hope so. Shadow Inc. coldly glanced at Jiang Shicheng as he left. In case the other side dares to do something untoward, one must make this person regret coming into this world. The northern camp of the city. Previously, Jiang Shicheng had already handed over all military power, temporarily, to the lieutenant of Liangzhou. This Liangzhou lieutenant was named Chen Jinju, and was also a peak-level martial zone powerhouse. At this point, Chen Jinju had learned that Beiyang City had been captured by Lu Yuan and that Lu Yuan's army was coming. Also, all the men in the camp were summoned. Damn, why so sudden? Is that Lu Yuan really that powerful? Beiyang City was broken just by saying so, and that Zhao Kuaning, what a waste of stupidity. More than 100,000 troops went to steal the camp, only to be wiped out. Grass, Chen Jinju cursed. He's just wrapped his arms around his newest 106th concubine tonight. Before he could get his hands on it, he suddenly received an urgent military order from his men. It left him confused and at the same time, his felt a wave of irritation. Bunch of losers. So many people fighting a waste of a king, and still letting someone else turn the tables on them. It also involves him not being able to enjoy the springtime moments. Aside, hearing Chen Jinju's shouting and cursing, those generals from the Forbidden Guards army all had somewhat less than favorable looks on their faces, though the Zhao Kuaning does have to be a child. But anyways, Zhao Kuaning was also the leader of their Forbidden Guards. Chen Jinju cursing like this was undoubtedly stepping on their Praetorian Guard's face and rubbing it on the ground. General Chen, that's not very nice of you to say, is it? Our General Zhao is at least a great general hand-picked by the Empress. How can you be insulted by this little lieutenant? A leader of the Forbidden Guards stood out with an embarrassed face and said angrily. Chapter 25. At this moment, the only sound in heaven and earth was the sound of horses' hooves. Words. Chen Jinju's eyes immediately narrowed, and a fierce light immediately flashed in his eyes. Who the hell are you? How dare you accuse me? What's wrong with saying that all of you in the Forbidden Army are losers? You're just a bunch of losers. You're General Zhao? I think it's even a mess of asterisk. Dog. Bah. Chen Jinju stormed out. Originally he was having a bad night. Now this words from the leader of the Forbidden Army was undoubtedly adding fuel to his anger once again. You. At those words, the Forbidden Army leader's face changed. You what you? I think you're looking for death. Chen Jinju let out a roar. A peak martial zone aura was even directly released. In a split second, the terrifying aura caused everyone in the surroundings to choke on their breath. The group of people who had been chirping just a moment ago instantly stopped talking, noticing the appalling aura on Chen Jinju's body. The words that the leader of that Forbidden Army was just about to say were swallowed hard and unwillingly. Can't afford to mess with it. He's just an early-stage martial artist. Facing Chen Jinju, a strong person who was at the peak of the martial zone, and was even just one step away from stepping into the half-saint realm. It's really Alexandria. Humph. With a cold grunt, This leader of the Forbidden Army wanted to put the matter to rest. However, he just turned around and backed away resentfully. At this time, Chen Jinju suddenly snapped. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did I tell you to move? Chen Jinju shouted angrily. Raising his hand was an aura palm that tightly hooped the Forbidden Army leader's neck. Although that leader of the Forbidden Army was the same martial zone as Chen Jinju, their strengths were vastly different. What's more, Chen Jinju was still a surprise attack. It left him with no defense at all, and he was taken right to the edge. Although this leader of the Forbidden Army desperately resisted, however, the aura palm around his neck was getting tighter and tighter. A red mark was strangled on his sinewy, blooming neck. His face was even choked to a pig's liver color. Next to it, when the crowd saw Chen Jinju's sudden outburst, they looked at him in fear. Bold, Chen Jinju, we are the royal prohibited guards, directly under the empress command. How dare you strike at us? I think you're looking for death. General Chan, let go. He's about to be strangled to death by you. The crowd was in disarray. The Forbidden Guard side was naturally not a loser, and immediately surrounded Chen Jinju. But this was, after all, the northern camp of the city, Chen Jinju's territory. I'll see who dares to move. Tramp. I've long been displeased with you Jing masters. Both sides were suddenly at swords drawn. Finally, Chen Jinju finally let go of his hand when that leader of the Forbidden Army was about to be strangled to death. The aura palm slowly dissipated. The leader of the Forbidden Army fell to the ground with a plop. His eyes bulged out and he was breathing heavily. The gaze that looked at Chen Jinju again was already filled with fear. Crazy, crazy, crazy. This Chen Jinju was really bold. To actually make a move against their Forbidden Guards. Hasn't he thought about the consequences of this? Humph. What a cheap bastard. You have to be punished before you're honest. Now it's just a lesson for you to realize that you can't be given a dog's chance to bark all the time. Chen Jinju sneered, his eyes overflowing with disdain. In the face of Chen Jinju's mockery, each and every one of the forbidden soldiers present clenched their fists, but none of them dared to snap. No way. The form is strong, so you have to bow down. When they returned, they must report to the Empress and make this dog pay. In the end, this leader of the Forbidden Army still didn't die at the hands of Chen Jinju. But Chen Jinju's purpose of establishing authority had been achieved. Well, since it's all okay now, let's do what I tell you to do. I'll be ugly. If anyone goes against my orders, don't blame me for being impolite. Chen Jinju arrogantly warned the crowd. As the native of this place, he was also the strongest cultivator present. He, Chen Jinju, is the sky here. Then, Chen Jinju gave the crowd a battle order. Although the Lu Yuan army was very powerful, Chen Jinju never thought of escaping. With over 100,000 troops in hand, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Yuan. If he became famous in one battle, he would be considered honorable. Rumble. It didn't take long for the dragon riders to arrive as expected. The entire earth trembled as the 100,000 dragon cavalry sped on. A blanket of white armor, with the thick oppressive feeling of an avalanche of heaven and earth. Seeing such a raging momentum of the dragon cavalry, a touch of panic did not rise in the hearts of everyone in the north camp. So scary. This unit. Is it really possible to defeat? Panic. Don't panic. Prepare the arrows and crossbows for the enemy. Chen Jinju let out a furious rebuke. Honestly, the moment he saw this army, Chen Jinju, who was originally full of confidence, was also suddenly bottomless. However, as the commander-in-chief, Chen Jinju hurriedly suppressed the panic in his heart, forcing himself to be calm. He ordered towards his soldiers to prepare to meet the enemy. The city's northern camp, as the name suggests, is just a large camp where troops are stationed. The camp wall could not compare to the majestic kind of Beiyang city. It was just a small post built with some mud and a small amount of bricks and tiles. Looking at the simple and inferior city wall, Yuan Zuozong had a disdainful smile on his face. This kind of wall, the dragon cavalry could smash it with a single charge. After all, the power of a heavily armored cavalry is no joke. Dragon riders, form up and charge. Yuan Zuozong gave a direct order to charge. Against an enemy like this, a direct cross-push with a male soldier would be sufficient, without any tactics at all. North camp wall. Looking at the white-armored heavy cavalry that began to gradually accelerate, sweat began to ooze nervously from everyone's palms. The sense of oppression that the Dragon Rider army gave them was just too great. It even gave them the feeling that, the only sound in heaven and earth is the sound of horses' hooves. Forbidden guards, prepare the dragon hunting crossbow and fire a quick round. Then abandon long-range attacks and all prepare for close combat. The voice was especially harsh on the walls of the city, which were full of tension. A Forbidden Army lieutenant nervously gave an order to the soldiers under his command based on his past experience, but it was such an ordinary order that brought about his demise. Who's that guy? Can you tell the difference between a big and a small king? This place is under my command now. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. Chen Jinju's face was full of horizontal anger, and the tyrannical aura on his body slowly rose. Right now, his heart was already pressurized by the powerful pressure of the dragon riders and he couldn't pass his breath. And this forbidden lieutenant became a cathartic outlet. There's no reason, or just find a trumped-up reason to let the stress out of his mind. Ha! That forbidden army lieutenant was slightly stunned. Is it wrong for you to order this? That's right. It's perfect for the current battlefield situation. General Chen, we are the Royal Prohibition Army. Of our method of warfare, you have no doubt. However, before this lieutenant could finish his sentence, he was directly punched through the chest by Qin Jinju. The captain of the Forbidden Army looked incredulously at the large hole in his chest, and to the time of his death he did not understand where he had gone wrong. This is my battlefield. I'm in charge and I call the shots. If you order offside again, don't blame military justice, Chen Jinju said with eyes full of shade. It's annoying to yell and scream next to him. Chapter 26 Killed directly through the northern camp. No one will be left behind. Actually, for this group of forbidden guards, Chen Jinju had long since looked at them with displeasure. The matter of this group of dogs nearly hurting Jiang Shannon when they entered the city earlier had also reached his ears. If it wasn't for Jiang Shiqing's order not to create unnecessary conflict, he'd long ago settled the score with these forbidden guards. Humph! Chen Jinju snorted coldly and returned his attention to the dragon riders. Right now, the most important thing was still to fend off the attack of those white-armored heavy riders. Next to it, those forbidden guards couldn't help but rabbit out of the hat as they watched their fellow soldiers being killed. The heart was filled with fear and anger at the same time. Palatizing. When did they, the Royal Forbidden Guards, ever receive this bird's breath? And, now they have to help the son of a defend the city. In many people's hearts, the intention to retreat had sprung up. Anyway, this Beiyang city wasn't theirs. Even if they lost it, it had nothing to do with them. Some people's eyes secretly darted around, and in their minds they were just beginning to plan their retreat. Soon, the dragon riders wrapped up their vast momentum and crashed directly into the camp wall. The leader, Yuan Zuozong, transformed a long spear into a giant dragon and ferociously poked forward. Break! There was a loud bang. The power of a half-saint suddenly erupted. The seemingly strong camp wall was directly bombarded by Yuan Zuozong, and those soldiers who originally stood on the city wall for defense were also crushed together by this powerful strike of Yuan Zuozong. The city wall that was attached to it turned into pieces and completely dissipated into the heavens and earth. The city wall breaks down. The hijacked soldier stared blankly at the break around him. In his eyes, he was even more filled with fear. Some of the soldiers were so unsteady under the terror that they fell directly from the heights to the ground. Immediately, by the iron hooves of the charging dragon cavalry, they were directly trampled into mush. Watching the camp wall being broken so easily, Chen Jinju's face changed wildly. However, what appalled him even more was Yuan Zuozong's aura that had just erupted. A half-saint powerhouse. Chen Jinju was terrified in his heart. His scalp was numb, and his feet couldn't help but want to flee immediately. The opposite side actually had a half-saint powerhouse. How could this be a fight? Nope, there's still a chance to turn back, as long as I hold on for a few moments. When the situation here is known by City Lord Jiang, he will definitely come to the rescue. At that time, that half-saint on the other side will not be a doubt. To think that one's own city lord was a bit of a peak limit half-saint, Chen Jinju couldn't help but regain a trace of composure. As long as his own Jiang city lord came, all these difficulties in front of him would be solved. However, Chen Jinju didn't know it until now. Our own Lord Jiang has already defected to the enemy. Poor him. He even pinned his hopes on Kong Se-sung. At this point, with a bottom line in his heart, Chen Jinju regained his composure and began to command the battlefield. Crossbows, quickly shoot for me. Shoot. Asterisk. Hold it. Where are you Praetorians? Get up there and plug the gap for me. Watching the camp wall break down, Chen Jinju immediately ordered those forbidden guards to go forward to plug the holes in the wall. What? Let us go? Upon hearing that, those higher-ups of the forbidden guards also became embarrassed. Let them use their flesh to block the cavalry charge? You see they look like little cuties. What? Is there a problem? Chen Jinju smiled morosely. No. The leader of the forbidden army swallowed and coyly said, facing the tyrannical Chen Jinju, they didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Who dares? The lieutenant who had just been gutted by a punch was a good precedent. Hopeless. Forced by Chen Jinju's lechery, they could only command their men and go forward to fill the hole. Just hide behind it yourself anyway. It's not like you're the one who died. However, those forbidden soldiers going there, not to mention stopping them, could not even delay the dragon riders for a single moment. It's like lining up to die. Especially Yuan Zuozong. without an expert in the way. Slaughtering this group of soldiers with ordinary cultivation was like slaughtering a small chicken. With one shot, dozens of people directly exploded into blood mist. Can't even find a broken piece of the body. Those defenders looked fearfully at Yuan Zuozong, who was like a god descending from the sky. No one dared to approach within a 10-meter radius of its circumference. The dragon cavalry kept charging and even directly killed through the entire northern camp. The north camp was a large camp that could house hundreds of thousands of troops. And the dragon cavalry went across like this. One could imagine how bad the resistance the dragon riders encountered was. Turn around. Keep charging. Yuan Zuozong's face was expressionless as he led the dragon cavalry in a turnaround, once again lunging back towards the northern camp. Inside the camp, looking at the dragon cavalry that ran through the entire camp and then left in style, everyone's eyes were lost in thought. The ferocity of the dragon cavalry had directly left a deep impression on theirs. Even in the entire continent, you can't find such a ferocious and powerful cavalry army. However, just when they thought, well, there was a respite. Who knows? The dragon riders, surprisingly, killed again. No way. Retreat quickly. They're a bunch of demons. Demons. Don't kill me. Don't. Fight this battle whoever you like. Brothers, the city gate is over there. Let's charge out together. After the last round of charging and seeing the might of the dragon riders, now, almost no soldiers were willing to face the dragon riders anymore. Is that a war? That's clearly a death sentence. And so, the soldiers of these directly mutinied. In spite of the officers' threats, they rushed straight out of the gates and scattered in all directions. And so, funny scene came up. The soldiers fled in front, the officers chased after them. And further back, it was the charging dragon riders. Just as the routed soldiers raced against death and desperately fled out of the city gates. And yet how it was not expected. He had only just escaped the hand of death, and immediately entered the arms of Hades again. Just in time. Trap camp, come alive. At the city gates, Gao Shan led the trap battalion, his face full of sardonic smiles. They've been waiting for this for a long time. Gao Shan gave an order. A group of ferocious heavily armored infantrymen, directly like a tiger out of its cage, ran towards the group of routed soldiers. I surrender. Take my life. Don't kill me. I surrender. Surrender. The group of routed soldiers threw away their armor and lost all will to fight. Facing the trap camp, it is directly kneeling and begging for mercy, eager to stay alive. However, in the face of these soldiers who had already surrendered on their knees, the trap camp was indifferent. The large sword in his hand was even more unrelenting, directly hacking towards the soldiers kneeling on the ground. Aha! Why? Why do you want to kill me after I've surrendered? Don't! Gao Shan watched this with cold eyes and sneered in his heart. Before he came, he had gotten orders from Lu Yuan. Surrender will not be accepted and all will be decapitated. Trapped front battalion. Wipe out the entire enemy. Leave no one behind. Chapter 27, Breaking the Northern Camp. 9 million chi values. A group of routed soldiers is just a group of routed soldiers. And the trap camp quickly massacred them. Gao Shan wiped the bloodstains on his sword with intent and looked in the direction of the northern camp. The entire northern camp of the city. But there are nearly 200,000 defenders. Trapped front battalion. Leave 20,000 to guard the gates of the 4 directions to prevent anyone from escaping. The rest of you, all follow me into the city to cope with the dragon riders. Kill. Gao Shan smiled sadly. The 200,000 men in the city should be able to kill him. Inside the city. At this time, the dragon cavalry had already fought through several round trips within the northern camp of the city. The ground was reddish, and everywhere there was slimy flesh and blood made by the hooves of the horses. This Yuan Zuozong. He doesn't know to leave me some soup. Gao Shan bristled. The sight of this mountain of corpses and sea of blood might seem to others to be able to scare their guts out. But in their case, they are used to it. Looking around, there were still some scattered routed soldiers running in all directions. Without hesitation, Gao Shan directly raised his sword and killed. After all, a mosquito is still meat. Stuffing is good too. Camp wall. As the soldiers were routed, those high-ranking generals of the defending army also knew that the tide had turned. The heart was even more devoid of the will to fight, and the will to retreat was rampant. General Chen, take care of yourself. All Praetorians on command. Retreat. Those forbidden army generals gave a direct order to retreat. Now that the camp walls are broken, what's the point of defending it? More to the point, they can't beat it at all. Even if they stayed, it would be nothing more than sticking their necks out for a massacre. I'll see who dares to go. Chen Jinju was filled with anger. These damn dogs are trying to escape from the battlefield. The key is, I can't believe he didn't call him along. A group of forbidden generals. Looking at Chen Jinju, who was running even faster than them, this group of forbidden generals could not help but be speechless. Mud. This grandson was shouting and fighting just now. And now, as a result, it's running faster than anyone else. But although they were slandering in their hearts, their feet were not slow in their movements. Each one slipped and scrambled, afraid of being a beat behind the others. Yet heaven forbid, just as Chen Jinju and the others had just escaped to the city gates, they ended up being directly caught by Gao Shun. Ha! What a bunch of big fish! Looking at a group of Chen Jinju and the others who were wearing general armor, Gao Shun's eyes suddenly lit up. Killing 100 pawns is not as painful as killing this one master general. Not to mention there's a bunch of them now. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Seeing Gao Shun blocking the way, Chen Jinju, who was in a hurry to escape at that moment, directly flew and attacked towards Gao Shun with a palm. The intention was to quickly fight through the obstruction and escape while they could. Die laughing. How dare you? Seeing that the other party dared to take the lead towards himself, Gao Shun was dumbfounded. Damn! What courage! A martial Zong with an impatient face strikes out towards a half-saint. Your kid is the first. For your face. Do you know what it means to have a high heaven? Gao Shun's terrifying aura of a half-saint rose up. In the night sky, a tidal wave of energy visible to the naked eye slowly formed. Chen Jinju was instantly startled by Gao Shun's suddenly rising aura. This creeps itself out. Martyr! This is actually another half-saint. The thought that he was still rushing across the room without knowing what he was doing. Chen Jinju's face changed sharply. The figure attacking in midair suddenly transformed, straight to a sliding knee on the spot. Put! Spare my life, senior! I won't dare next time. Please, please spare me. I'm willing to work for you as an ox, as long as you spare my life. Aha! I don't want to die. Chen Jinju knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness with snot and tears. The heart, however, curses itself. Was the behavior just now too slow to die? Behind Chen Jinju, a few of the guards were no better, all kneeling in horror and surrendering, even kneeling faster than Chen Jinju. Actually, I don't blame them for being soft. Anyone who cultivates for tens or hundreds of years. It was hard to cultivate to the martial emperor martial sect realm and have a lifespan of thousands of years. You can be a king of the land wherever you go. No one wants to die halfway across the world. It could be said that the higher the cultivation level, the more afraid of death they were. However, Gao Shun, however, carried out Lu Yuan's orders to the end. In the face of Chen Jinju's plea for mercy, he only felt a few moments of amusement in his heart. Interesting one. However, in your next life, pay attention and never go against people you shouldn't mess with. As Gao Shun's powerful blade went down, a group of martial emperor martial zones instantly became shattered corpses. Chen Jinju's eyes widened in resentment. Until the very end, he hadn't been able to wait for the Zheng City Lord that he had longed for. The battle between the hundreds of thousands of people on both sides of the northern camp of the city should be reasonably loud. However, those defenders were faced with crushing and slaughter. The battle only lasted for a small half hour before it was already over. 200,000 defenders and forbidden troops, all crushed. Beiyang City. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beheading 367,893 enemies under his command, rewarded with 344 chi luck values. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a mega battle and wiping out the entire enemy army, earning a reward of 500,000 chi value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking control of a state's main city, rewarded with 500,000 fortune values, with Beiyang City completely falling under Lu Yuan's control. The system's voice, too, rang in Lu Yuan's ears. Looking at his account, which had a total of 9,240,000 chi luck value, Lu Yuan smiled in delight. It seems that the battle over at the north camp of the city is over. Nice. A fat wave. Lu Yuan expected the outcome of the camp north of the city, facing the dragon cavalry and the trapping battalion that were above the cultivation level of a per capita martial master. Those defenders in the north camp were a bunch of dirt chickens and dogs. More than 9 million chi values. Staring at that chi luck value account, that long string of numbers, Lu Yuan's eyes were on fire. This meant that one could make another 9 saint level draws. Lu Yuan, however, set his gaze on the option of the emperor level draw. I wonder what the rewards will be like with the emperor level draw. The light in Lu Yuan's eyes flickered. Nowadays, he was no longer satisfied with being limited to the saint level draw. With the saint level draw, one would be able to obtain terrifying henchmen like the dragon cavalry and Li Sanjie. The imperial draw, surely, has had its moments. Still, imperial level draws require 10 million chi values a time. Now that he had more than 9 million fortune values, he was still a foot short of the threshold for the 10 million emperor level draw. Hiss. Looking at the value of chi that was just a drop short, Lu Yuan had some toothache. Su Zhu, come here. What is the Lord's command? Go on, cut some people down for me. Ha! Su Chu immediately froze. Who is the Lord going to cut? As soon as he heard that Lu Yuan wanted him to cut people down, Su Zhu immediately jumped into action. That's a bit sudden for the pie to fall, isn't it? As long as Lu Yuan says a name, no matter who it was, even if it was his own parents, he immediately went to cut them without hesitation. Yeah, who's better to cut? Lu Yuan frowned slightly. Now that Beiyang City has been recaptured, the defenders have all been decimated. There was still a shortfall of more than 700,000 chi luck values, which was not too much to say, but not too little to say. But it's hard to get it all together at once. Right now, I'm afraid there's only. Lu Yuan subconsciously glanced at Jiang Shicheng, who was walking in front of him. The value of an extreme peak half-saint should be worth more than 700,000 chi luck values, right? Chapter 28 Jiang Shicheng's Fear. A doll's marriage? Jiang Shicheng walked in front of him and suddenly felt a coldness behind him. There was a sense of foreboding. Suspiciously, he looked back, but saw Lu Yuan looking at himself with a GGG smile on his face. Jiang Shicheng still had a smile on his face, but his heart was shocked. This Lu Yuan, it couldn't be that he wanted to make a move on himself. However, Kang Suk-sung immediately shook his head negatively. Impossible. If Lu Yuan wants to successfully take Beiyang City, or even the entire Lianzhou, he absolutely cannot lose himself. Otherwise, with his status as a rebel, I'm afraid the obstacles are many. His own presence was crucial to the successful conquest of Beiyang City, or even the entire Lianzhou. As long as Lu Yuan still had reason, it was absolutely impossible to move himself. That's right. Jiang Shicheng's guess was good, but it was a pity that it was only half right. He was now in Lu Yuan's place, and he was indeed important. However, it was not as important as he thought it would be. Rather, it was the importance of wanting to kill him to gather the chi luck value needed for the first emperor level draw. Suck it up. It seems that one can't keep this Uncle Jiang. Lu Yuan secretly laughed in his heart. Being able to contribute to your own imperial draw. It was the last contribution that he, Uncle Jiang, could make. Compared to the smooth and unhindered control of Beiyang City, it was more appealing to him to conduct the imperial level draw as soon as possible. Su Chu, didn't you just ask me who I was going to cut? Now this man is right in front of you. Lu Yuan nudged his mouth in Jiang Shicheng's direction. My lord, Kang Suk-sung? Su Chu scratched his head to make sure. Exactly. Nah. Receiving Lu Yuan's affirmation, Su Chu responded without hesitation and agreed. Who cares who he is? As long as Lu Yuan gave the order, he would cut anyone. Looking toward Jiang Shicheng, a flash of excitement suddenly surfaced in Su Chu's eyes. That's great. This Jiang Shicheng was in the same realm as himself, so this should allow him to have a sound battle, right? However, Su Chu just wanted to make a move. At this point, a delicate and exquisite young girl suddenly broke into the crowd's view with a gasp. Daddy? Woo daddy! I've finally found you. Where have you been running off to? I searched so hard for you. Asinine? Why are you here? When Jiang Shicheng saw the visitor, he let out a gasp of surprise. That's right. The visitor was none other than Jiang Shicheng's daughter, Jiang Shannon. Kang Shallow wiped her tears, gazing anxiously, and said, Daddy! Something big has happened. It's a big deal. The camp north of the city was attacked. 200,000 troops, and Uncle Chan and the others, have all died in battle. Boom! Jiang Shannon's attack of words was like a thunderbolt that exploded in Jiang Shicheng's mind. North of the city camp. Attacked? 200,000 troops. All killed in battle? Jiang Shicheng's head was dizzy and he felt the sky spinning up. The news, straight away, slammed him in the face. Who did this? Nope. At that moment, Jiang Shicheng's face suddenly changed drastically, and he subconsciously looked in the direction of Lu Yuan. The camp north of the city was attacked? At this point in time, I'm afraid that the only one who has the ability and the guts to do so is the ruthless man in front of me. Jiang Shicheng gave Lu Yuan a deep look. In his heart, a touch of trepidation could not help but emerge. The news came out. All of his own previous guesses and undertones were undoubtedly all overturned. Original. The bottom line of your own, in the eyes of others, is not worth mentioning at all. What's subjugation? What's subjugation? In people's eyes, they just kill and kill and kill. Daddy! Jiang Shannon looked at Jiang Shicheng, who was frozen there, and couldn't help but feel anxious in her heart. Beiyang Castle was broken. Now the camp north of the city has also been broken. Jiang Shannon's tears fell out of her eyes in anxiety. But when she wanted to rush to Jiang Shicheng's side, Su Chu stepped forward and directly stopped Jiang Shannon. Take another step forward and die. Su Chu's eyes coldly swept over Jiang Shannon. Although the other party was a supreme beauty, Su Zhu did not show the slightest bit of compassion. For the safety of the Lord, anyone who dares to step near the Lord's circumference without authorization, dies. Jiang Shannon thought that Su Chu was a general under Jiang Shicheng's command, and was about to open her mouth to reprimand. but being swept by Su Chu's icy cold eyes, he immediately gulped. Behind him, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat of fear. She had a feeling that if she didn't listen to the other's warning, there was a real possibility that she would die. Jiang Shannon's missy temper was instantly reined in. Shallow Ning, I'm fine. At this time, Jiang Shicheng also slowed down and said to Jiang Shannon with a forced smile. The news hit him so hard. It was too much. It was so big that it was a little too much for him to handle. The transportation on his face had long since disappeared, leaving only a confused trepidation. At this time, Su Chu strides up to Jiang Shicheng and says to him with a cold smile, City Lord Jiang, whatever last words you still have, you can say them. Wait, you'll never get another chance. Kong Shannon's appearance was just an accident. Now, he can fulfill the Lord's command. Hearing Su Chu's words, Jiang Shicheng froze. Then he was filled with a bitter smile, as if he had already anticipated this situation. When he heard the news that the northern camp had been broken, he was unsurprised by the outcome of this. I'm afraid, this Lu Yuan didn't want to let him live in the first place. What? You're going to kill my father? Hearing the conversation between the two, Jiang Shannon's eyes widened. With this scene happening on the field, Jiang Shannon's head instantly spun. This armored man, why did he kill his father? However, but there was no one there to pay attention to her or explain to her. Only Jiang Shicheng smiled bitterly and turned his gaze to Lu Yuan, revealing a hint of supplication. The Jianghu is dangerous. Lu Shi nephew, now there is only one request. Let go of Shallow Ning can be good? Asanine is innocent. I only wish for her to live. When you were kids, you played so well together. Surely you wouldn't hurt your Shallow Ning sister? Nephew Lu Yuan? Hearing Jiang Shicheng's words, Jiang Qianing then noticed Lu Yuan's presence. At once, the disgust in Jiang Shannon's gaze rose suddenly. You scum! How did you end up in Beiyang City? Was it you who tried to kill my father? Lu Yuan is an asshole. Big asshole. Jiang Shannon cursed at Lu Yuan. Jiang Shannon wasn't stupid, and at a glance, she could tell that everyone present seemed to be dominated by Lu Yuan. While his heart was shocked, he couldn't help but feel angry. Jiang Qianing was no stranger to Lu Yuan, because Jiang Shicheng and Lu Yuan's father knew each other. The two had been playing together since they were young. The two families were even betrothed. But, as Lu Yuan turned into a dude and became more and more corrupt, Jiang Shannon became more and more disgusted with him. There was also a great deal of resistance to the marriage of the two. However, Lu Yuan, has been coveting her looks and stalking her. Screwing with her is not tiresome, until Lu Yuan's father, who inexplicably disappeared on the battlefield half a year ago. It was only after Kong Suk-sung intervened that the matter between the two was left unsettled. Chapter 29 Yuanin's Sacred Body. Father-in-law? Unbridled. Seeing that someone was disrespecting Lu Yuan, Su Chu immediately opened his tiger's eyes, and his horrified aura directly radiated out. The Lord is dishonored and the minister dies. Surprisingly, someone dared to insult Lu Yuan to his face. Su Chu's heart immediately stormed to the extreme. Before Su Chu could move, Jiang Shicheng also became anxious and fainted. Shut up Shallow Ning. Don't be rude to nephew Lu Shi. I'm sorry Lu Shi nephew. It's Shallow Ning who was impulsive. Uncle, I apologize to you. Jiang Shicheng was afraid that Lu Yuan would get angry and make a move on Jiang Shannon, and immediately apologized to Lu Yuan in a lowly manner. And he kept winking at Jiang Shannon. This silly girl, do you really not see the situation on the field clearly? Father, seeing that his father had actually softened to Lu Yuan, his attitude was humble to the extreme. Jiang Shannon's mouth opened wide in shock. In her mind, her own father had always been a man of the world. How dare you give in to the scum in front of you? The crow flies back to the world. Jiang Shicheng treats his daughter as a treasure. And why wouldn't Jiang Shannon treat Jiang Shicheng as the person she respects the most? No, Daddy, don't be like this. I won't let anything happen to you. Lu Yuan dog thief. How dare you bully my father? I'll fight you. With that, Jiang Shannon went crazy and rushed towards Lu Yuan with all her might. This man, surely, is the mastermind of all this. If you kill him yourself, everything will be fine. Yeah, just kill him. Everything's gonna be okay. But how could Jiang Shannon, a tiny martial king, break through Su Chu's defenses? Looking at someone who actually dared to intend to harm Lu Yuan, Su Chu's breath instantly became tyrannical. Humph, good guts. You really don't know what you're doing. A knife. It went straight to Jiang Shannon's white neck to slash. He doesn't care about pity. On the battlefield, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Don't hurt Shallow Ning. Jiang Shicheng let out a cry of alarm and subconsciously tried to make a move to stop him. But the next second, a great force roared in and directly suppressed Jiang Shicheng. Its entire half-saint power was directly sealed. It was Li Sanjie who struck. No, Watching Su Chu slash down without mercy, Jiang Shicheng cried out in despair. However, with a body of power sealed, Jiang Shicheng directly turned into an ordinary person, unable to even resist. Can only eyes watched Su Chu big knife cleave to the already dumbfounded Jiang Shannon. Seeing that Jiang Shannon was about to perish, a voice finally came over. Okay, Su Chu, stop. Lu Yuan rubbed his head with a headache, and the brainstorm in his head slowly dissipated, based on the memories of his predecessor in his mind, and then associating it with the conversations of the few people just now. Lu Yuan finally sorted out the relationship. Oh, fiancé. Lu Yuan looked at Jiang Shannon with interest. It had to be said that this Jiang Shannon was truly a stunning beauty on earth. Even he couldn't help but be moved. No wonder the predecessor was stalking him. But, Lu Yuan, however, did not intend to leave the other party behind. Keeping someone around who hates you is certainly not a wise choice. Su Chu, send the Jiang family father and daughter on their way. Lu Yuan said with a cold face. What Jiang Shicheng had done to himself before, it was destined to be absolutely impossible to let him go. Now in order to gather enough 10 million Qi luck values, that's all the more reason not to let it go. However this time, Li Sanjie, who had been reticent beside Lu Yuan, suddenly opened his mouth. Only a flash of his gaze was seen as he somewhat hesitantly transmitted his voice to Lu Yuan. Lord, this Jiang clan woman is a rare saint body. The Yuan saint body. Are you sure you want to kill her? Li Sanso said with some hesitation, though knowing that interrupting his lord's orders was an act of great disrespect for a guard like him. But this Yuan sacred body is really wonderful. He really couldn't bear it, looking at something that was of great benefit to the lord. Just going to waste Oh, Yuan sacred body? Lu Yuan looked at Li Sanso suspiciously. Li Sandao then explained to Lu Yuan. Lord, this Yuan sacred body is one of the most powerful physiques. If the lord stays, it will be quite beneficial to the cultivation enhancement. One mingling is worth 100 days of hard training. Hearing Li Sanjie's instructions, Lu Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. One time, it can even be worth 100 days of hard training? This Yuan sacred body, does it even assist in cultivation this much? A flash of fire rose in Lu Yuan's heart. Although he himself possessed a system existence and had several half-saint experts under his command, but himself, he was still an ordinary person with no cultivation. This made Lu Yuan feel very insecure. As a traveler, Lu Yuan was very eager to become a cultivator who picked stars with the sun and moon in his hands. After learning that Jiang Shannon possessed the Yuan sacred body, Lu Yuan had to reconsider his relationship with the Jiang family's father and daughter. In that case, Lu Yuan rubbed his chin, glancing at Jiang Shannon who was looking at the national color. Another glance at the hijacked Kong Suksung, his own predecessor, who still has a marriage relationship with the other side. Aha! It seems that this father-in-law of his is a bit hard to kill. Su Zhu, hold still for now. Ha! Su Chu was confused. Why is this killing and then not killing? To kill or not to kill? However, Lu Yuan ordered. Su Chu did not dare to disobey. Immediately closed the sword and stood in a disciplined manner. But, the eyes, however, kept a close eye on Jiang Shicheng's father and daughter. Once the other party made any more moves next, he would not hesitate to strike again. Lu Yuan walked up to Jiang Shicheng and smiled faintly. Uncle Jiang, I remember that our two families had a marriage contract before, right? Kong Suksung was in shock. Looking up at Lu Yuan, he swallowed his saliva and smiled bitterly. Lu Shi nephew, the matter of the marriage contract is our Jiang family's fault. At that time, it was also me who insisted on lifting it. It's none of a Sagai's business. If you have any grievances, just take them all out on me. Please let Shallow Ning go. Hearing Lu Yuan mention the marriage, Jiang Shicheng thought that Lu Yuan was harboring a grudge. After all, being pushed out of a marriage by the woman's own accord is an immense slap in the face for the man's family. Lu Yuan guffawed and stepped forward to gently help Jiang Shicheng up, saying, How could I? Uncle Jiang, how could I blame you? It's just that the engagement between our two families, I'm still hoping to renew it. Lu Yuan smiled meaningfully. At those words, Jiang Shicheng opened his mouth. The expression was a little startled. This kid, does he have a crush on his own baby girl? Jiang Shicheng's mind was spinning and his eyes were flashing madly. Although as a daughter slave, Jiang Shannon was his scales, but now it seems that her daughter has become her only way to live. Live for yourself. It's just a matter of commiserating with your baby girl for a while. Jiang Shicheng exhaled heavily and said in a disheveled manner, as long as Lu Shi's nephew is willing, it's good. Although at this moment, Jiang Shicheng even had the heart to kill Lu Yuan. But for now, they could only submit to Lu Yuan's lustful authority. Lu Yuan smiled cheekily. Yes, my father-in-law. Hearing Lu Yuan's name, Jiang Shicheng still couldn't help his eyelids jumping and almost didn't pinch Lu Yuan to death on the spot. This kid, Why is he so beat up? But suddenly, Li Sanjie's sharp gaze stabbed like lightning. Jiang Shicheng's body stiffened and forced a smile. Xian nephew is joking. Lu Yuan smiled meaningfully. Su Chu, take Uncle Jiang down to rest. For the sake of Jiang Shannon's face, Lu Yuan decided that it would be better to spare this Jiang Shicheng for the time being. After all, the other guy was about to become his father-in-law. As he was brought down by Su Zhu, Jiang Shicheng clenched his fist so hard that his nails pierced into his flesh. In his heart, he swore even more secretly, waiting for a day. If one succeeds in breaking through to the Holy Realm, today's shame must make this Lu Yuan pay 100 times the tragic price. Chapter 30, Empress, Kong, you don't want anything to happen to your father, do you? Lu Yuan did not know about what Jiang Shicheng was thinking. Even if you know, you don't care. After all is vanity in the face of true strength. Lu Yuan's walked slowly over to Jiang Shannon and greedily inhaled the aroma, his face somewhat intoxicated. This kind of aroma. It should be the legendary kind of smell, right? Lu Yuan couldn't help but reach out his fingers and slowly traced over the delicate skin on the other party's goose-egg face. Shallow Ning, it's really been a long time. I can't believe you're getting prettier and prettier. Lu Yuan looked at the absolutely beautiful side face of Jiang Shannon and said, have to say, although this Jiang Shannon was not a great person, her face value was still very much online. At this moment, looking at the smiling Lu Yuan, Jiang Qianing simply abhorred it. Jiang Shannon retreated to hide and said in a hateful voice to Lu Yuan, bah, Lu Yuan, you villain, I can't wait to kill you, don't you dare try to get me. Jiang Shannon opened her mouth and cursed angrily at Lu Yuan. If it wasn't for the fact that just now, Su Zhu's slash had really scared her, it caused her to be afraid to make another move. Right now, she definitely went up and ruthlessly bit off a piece of meat from Lu Yuan's body. Oh, Sanin, why get so worked up? Lu Yuan said with a faint smile. But then, Lu Yuan realized that he seemed a bit perverted like this, so squared his face and said, Uncle Jiang, just now, all but agreed to the marriage contract between us. Shallow Ning, from now on you can be my person. Oh, in the future, we'll be husband and wife. It's not good to make a scene. Bah, who couples with you? Dogs. Looking at Jiang Qianing who was so insensitive, Lu Yuan's face suddenly turned cold. Although this Jiang Shannon was absolutely beautiful and looked like a heavenly fairy, even the cursing is somewhat pleasing to the eye, but one is not a boiling goat, being pointed at and scolded one after another. Lu Yuan's even better temper got angry. Gently crouching in Jiang Shannon's ear, Lu Yuan coldly said, Ms. Kong, don't give your face away. By the way, you don't want anything to happen to your father, do you? At those words, Jiang Qianing's body immediately trembled. Although the breath exhaled from Lu Yuan's mouth tickled her earlobe, but she was, at the moment, completely oblivious to that. For Lu Yuan's words, Jiang Qianing naturally understood them. This dog, threatening her with her father, if she doesn't comply with, her father, including her, appeared to be all but dead. Jiang Shannon's pair of beautiful eyes glared at Lu Yuan in death. If the gaze could kill, it was estimated that Lu Yuan would have been killed by 1,000 cuts. Lu Yuan, you're despicable. Jiang Shannon gritted her teeth. Thanks for the compliment. Looking at Lu Yuan's indifferent shrug, Jiang Shannon almost didn't die of anger. Just now, she naturally heard the conversation between Lu Yuan and Jiang Shicheng. This asshole, how dare he ask his father to marry him? More critical. Surprisingly, my father even agreed. But, Jiang Shannon was smart and clever, and knew that her father had no choice but to do so, and the father is all pushed up. Then she, have any choice? Lu Yuan, I admit it. I hope you keep your word and keep my father safe. 2 lines of tears flowed down Jiang Qianing's face. It wasn't that Kong Shannon hadn't thought about resisting, but when he saw Su Chu coldly standing aside, he could not help but be disheveled. What could a weak woman like her do? Suicide? She could have died, but her father would have been poisoned by Lu Yuan. She had to put up with it all for her father's sake. Don't worry, Lu Yuan, am as good as my word. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Sure enough, what it's like to coerce someone into being a villain can be too good to be true. Sure, they say they're welcoming, but they're just saying it to be nice. Name and status, that's a total no. Li Sandao. Hearing Lu Yuan call himself Li Sanjie immediately understood. The power of the Saint Realm powerhouse tuned out, directly sealing Jiang Shalogay's cultivation. In this regard, Lu Yuan could be very careful. Crap. The other party was a martial king, while he was just a small ordinary person. In case of a campaign, for safety's sake, Lu Yuan had no choice but to do so, and in the face of her cultivation being sealed, Jiang Shannon seemed as if she had resigned herself to her fate, silently enduring everything. I guess there's no better way to grieve than to die. For the entire night, the residents of the entire Beiyang city did not dare to go out. It wasn't until sunrise the next day that anyone quietly pushed open the door to the house. Seeing that the streets seemed to be seemingly unchanged from the days of old, it was only then that some of the bold ones dared to take a step out into the street and start a new day. Living at the bottom, they couldn't feel the changes in Beiyang City, but the sky of Beiyang City had changed. City Lord's mansion. Lu Yuan leaned against the large pink bed with fragrance, his face soothed. Look at the decor of the room. It's all fresh and girly. No doubt. This room is the former boudoir of Jiang Shannon. This Yuanine sacred body really isn't something to blow off steam. In just one night's time, I've already stepped into the martial realm. Feeling the changes in his body, Lu Yuan was filled with joy. Don't look at just a small martial artist. An ordinary person who wanted to step into the realm of a martial artist would have to go through 3, 4, or even 10 years of hard training at the very least, and of Lu Yuan stepped in overnight. Not to be outdone by the rapidity, but it does seem to be a bit of a waste down that way. Lu Yuan bared his teeth, feeling the soreness in his waist, aching and happy. By the way, it should be almost time to sign in. After all, Lu Yuan still didn't forget about business. Originally, Lu Yuan thought that the check-in time was at 0 o'clock in the morning. What I didn't realize, however, was that it was a countdown based on the time of the first check-in. At this point, still a few minutes away from a second check-in, Lu Yuan's gaze was fixed on the system's countdown to sign in. Ding! The current host has one check-in opportunity. Is it a check-in? Finally, at the moment when the countdown turned 0, the system alert sounded. Check in. Hearing the system's voice ringing out, Lu Yuan nodded his head in response without hesitation. Chapter 31 Martial Emperor Direct Card. The Shocked Courtiers. Ding! System check-in in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Martial Emperor Cultivation Direct Card. Martial Emperor Cultivation Direct Card. Use it to obtain Martial Emperor Cultivation directly without any after effects. Martial Emperor. Lu Yuan made a surprised sound. What a way to try to doze off. I didn't expect to obtain a prop that could directly advance to the Martial Emperor realm. Although the Martial Emperor's cultivation was not high, in this world, he already had the strength to initially defend himself. Lu Yuan said that he was satisfied. Quick! Use that pass-through card. Lu Yuan couldn't wait to speak to the system. Ding! Martial Emperor Cultivation Direct Card used successfully. The system voice dropped. In an instant, a pure energy appeared out of nowhere in Lu Yuan's dantian. This energy was surging yet gentle, filling all of Chu Feng's limbs and bones. It wasn't so bad that Lu Yuan couldn't withstand it and burst into flames. Inside the dantian, the trace of true qi that Lu Yuan had just cultivated out last night was like a hormone, and it suddenly grew. Then, ragingly, it ran within Lu Yuan's veins. At the same time, Lu Yuan's aura began to climb. The martial perfection. Early martial master. Grand master martial perfection. The peak of martial king. In the end, Lu Yuan's cultivation was fixed at the early stage of martial emperor. Is this the power of a martial emperor? Lu Yuan only felt that when he raised his hand, an extremely huge power was contained within it. It even had the feel of being able to blast through the earth. This is not an illusion. When one stepped into the martial emperor, one was already primed with the power to open mountains and break rivers. Subsequently, Lu Yuan slowly began to familiarize himself with this sudden powerful force. Not bad for a side effect-free boost. Although the power was like an enlightenment, Lu Yuan used it like an arm as if he was born with it. If the power of a martial emperor is this strong, then how strong should Su Chu and the others be as half-saints? Like 3 daggers Li. The more power he possessed, the more Lu Yuan felt weak. I'm afraid, as a Saint Realm powerhouse, Li Sanzhou could destroy a city with a single strike of his hand, right? It seems that when it's time to live with it, it's time to live with it. Lu Yuan sighed. Unless one is invincible. Otherwise, Lu Yuan still decided to stay behind his men. This movement of Lu Yuan also woke up Jiang Shannon, who was sleeping next to him. Noticing Lu Yuan's body, a terrifying aura emanated out. The corners of Jiang Shannon's mouth opened slightly in shock. This Lu Yuan, wasn't he just an ordinary person before? How a night passes. Surprisingly, even she felt a sense of oppression from the other party. As he watched Jiang Shannon look at himself in shock, the corners of Lu Yuan's mouth rose slightly. He himself had completed the metamorphosis from an ordinary person to a martial emperor. Physical fitness. I don't know how much it has improved. This next. He just couldn't believe that he couldn't conquer this little ninny. Lu Yuan didn't have any pity for Jiang Shannon when it came to treating her. Only Jiang Shannon bit her lips slightly, a hint of pain showing on her face, but kept his teeth clenched and didn't say a word. Joke. How could she possibly beg for mercy on her enemies? Great Zhou dynasty. Above the entire courtroom, The atmosphere was depressing to the point of panic. Between one day, Yumen Pass and Beiyang City fell one after another. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses all fell into Lu Yuan's hands. Even among them, there was no lack of half-saint powerhouses. When they heard this news, some courtiers immediately turned pale. The heart was even more flooded with shock waves. Eyes were wildly exchanged between the different factions on each side, and the waves were treacherous, constantly pondering the pros and cons of this news. For myself, on the golden dragon seat, Empress Zhou Linglong clenched her fists, her knuckles clenching a little white. In his heart, he cursed that trash Xiao Kuaning. Not only did she fail to take down Lu Yuan, but instead, she took her 200,000 forbidden troops in again. It made her majesty as an empress, once again, fracture. But what she hated more in her heart was still Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's strength had already transcended her control, to the point where she had to pay attention to it. Dear ministers, is it possible to have any countermeasures to the matter of Lu Yuan? Zhou Linglong, cold-faced toward the courtiers, asked for advice. The Lu Yuan rebels have come in force, and their strength exceeds everyone's imagination. Now that Beiyang City has fallen, Jiang Shichang, the lord of Liangzhou, is suspected to have defected to that traitor Lu Yuan. I'm afraid the entire Liangzhou has fallen into Lu Yuan's hands. Humph, that Jiang Shichang has always facilitated the Lu family's friendship, and this defection is to be expected. It's just a pity that we should have taken this Jiang Shichang down earlier. The courtiers spoke to each other, but none of them got to the point. Crap, who'd want to go out on a limb like that? The previous one, Zhao Kuaning, is already a good example. In addition to laughing at Zhao Kuaning, that fool, sending him to his death, his heart was also more jealous of Lu Yuan. Looking at the tug-of-war ministers, a touch of frost gradually surfaced on Zhou Linglong's pretty face. Damn it! When this emperor takes full control of Great Zhou, he will definitely execute all of you assholes. Zhou Linglong's anger rose 10,000 times in his heart. How could she not see these smooth courtiers pushing each other away? All forces were thinking about their pros and cons, and who was really thinking about Great Zhou? Only, it was already difficult for her, a female emperor, to ascend to the throne. To outsiders, she, the empress, seemed to be in charge and unique, at least on the surface. But she didn't dare to go too far with these powerful officials and dignitaries. Without the support of these families, it wouldn't be easy for her to fully control this intricate courtroom. Yang Yan, what about you? What do you think? Hearing the empress' majestic voice, Yang Yan couldn't help but shed a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. What can he think? Can he still look at it upside down? But as the secretary of the Ministry of War, she is also a close friend of the empress who has been promoted. Still in serious contemplation, Yang Yan said, Your Majesty, with the bright and brilliant bordering of the Jinzhou and Liangzhou, we should now mobilize a large army to Jinzhou and organize Lu Yuan's army to continue southward. Since 200,000 elites can't take Lu Yuan, then send 500,000. A million. My Great Zhou's 10 million elite soldiers with armor. I don't believe that I can't take a tiny Lu Yuan. Nothing else. It is the forbidden army that arches Chang'an. There are 70. Ahem. Now, there should only be 400,000 left. 400,000 elites, each with a mouthful of spit, could drown Lu Yuan. What Yang Shangshu said is true, but I've heard that Lu Yuan's army possesses several half-saint level powerhouses. With so many half-saint powerhouses, we should have sent out experts to keep them in check as well. At that moment, a courtier said with a worried face, half-saints, being the closest to the saint realm, their force value was no joke. Although the large army was in formation, it was also a great threat to half-saint powerhouses. But don't forget, the other side has a big army too. Half-saint powerhouses carried out individually might not be enough to be feared, but a half-saint powerhouse coupled with a ferocious army, it would truly be like God blocking God and Buddha blocking Buddha. So, usually when a large army fights, both sides will hold each other between high battles. And now the point of concern for the crowd. It was that although there were quite a few half-saints in the Great Zhou, there were only a few that truly followed the orders of the Great Zhou. More often than not, they belonged to those transcendent clans. For the big week, it's all about listening to the tune and not the announcement kind of thing. Chapter 32, Ask the Sword Sect. Lingyun Peak. Asterisk. When did so many half-saints pop up around Lu Yuan? Hearing the courtier's words, Zhou Linglong's face turned ugly. That was the point she was most confused about. Half-saint powerhouses all had their own pride. It almost never yields. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was nothing more than a waste that couldn't cultivate. What virtue and ability could have so many half-saint powerhouses following them? By the way, Your Majesty, I don't know about the side of the questioning sword sect. Swish. At this point, I don't know who mentioned it. The gazes of the entire courtroom were all instantly directed towards this person. Questioning Sword Sect, a transcendent power sect within the Great Zhou. Strength of schedule number 1. There were countless experts within the clan, and even the half-saints that existed on the surface were up to a dozen. Even the contemporary sword-asking sect leader, Ling Yunfeng, was a true Saint Realm powerhouse. A more critical point, then it was Her Majesty, the current empress, also known as Zhou Linglong. It was inextricably linked to the Questioning Sword Sect, a transcendent sect. She was the sword-asking sect's Sacred Realm sect master, Ling Yunfeng's own granddaughter. There was a Saint Realm powerhouse sitting in the back. This was also one of the reasons why Zhou Linglong was able to force her way to become the first female emperor of Great Zhou. Hearing the mention of the Questioning Sword Sect, Zhou Linglong was silent for a moment. How could she not know what these courtiers meant? But honestly, actually, Zhou Linglong was also somewhat resistant to asking for help from the Questioning Sword Sect. After all, she had always wanted to rely on her own strength and truly become a generation of empresses of the Great Zhou, instead of relying on her grandfather's name to fox her. But now, a group of cunning and smooth lords in the courtroom were false to her, and no one was willing to step forward. And under her, there were no real usable masters left. There was nothing she could do but force her hand. Alright, I know. On the side of the Questioning Sword Sect, I will take care of it myself. Zhou Linglong nodded indifferently. The high hand thing works out. Then the next step is the Legion's choice. Zhou Linglong's gaze was solemn, and her clear and majestic voice spread throughout the hall. By imperial decree, Guo Ming, the Minister of War, will lead a 300,000 strong forbidden army to head for the capital to defend against Lu Yuan's continued southward march. Order the lords of all the major prefectures and counties to lead their troops and rush to the aid of the state of Bingzhou. Only Zhou Linglong's eyes were filled with a murderous aura. 300,000 forbidden troops. It should be known that the Forbidden Army, as the elite guarding the imperial capital, was not too strong. 300,000 is enough to step on a small power, but it's also just the beginning. Then, Zhou Linglong opened her mouth to give the order again. Prepare another decree by my will. Have the Great Wall Legion of the Northern Region draw 300,000 men south to pin down Lu Yuan. I just don't believe it. Lu Yuan will still be able to escape this time. After carrying out such a big action this time, she was bound to take down Lu Yuan in one fell swoop. Your Majesty is wise. With the exception of Guo Ming, the courtiers were still muddling and patting their asses. Hearing that Zhou Linglong had named Guo Ming, quite a few people looked at Guo Ming gloatingly, and Guo Ming was full of bitter smiles. He also didn't expect the errand to fall on his head. Although Guo Ming's strength wasn't weak either, he was also a half-saint realm powerhouse. But, it still didn't give him any security. Half-saint powerhouse. It's not like he hasn't died before. Guo Ming, don't let me down. Seeing Zhou Linglong's ghostly gaze looking over, Guo Ming smiled bitterly and arched his hand. I, for one, will not fail your Majesty's expectations. After the court meeting, Zhou Linglong returned to his chambers. Under the service of the palace maid, the majestic court dress was removed. After changing into civilian clothes, it was as if Zhou Linglong had instantly changed from a majestic empress to a lively and jumpy young girl figure. No more nobility, just a small family. After all, she's just a young teenager. At this moment, the bedchamber was silent as Zhou Linglong sat facing the bronze mirror with flickering eyes. She knew that all the forces outside of the courtroom were definitely in the wind right now. It must also be a treacherous state of affairs among the ministers. But why would she want that effect? The more chaotic the situation was, the greater the chances that she could capitalize on it. But for now, there was one more business to attend to. After hesitating for a long time, Zhou Linglong finally took out a token that had been placed close to him, but had not been used for a long time. Only on this simple and ancient token, the two big and strong words "Ask the Sword" were engraved. That's right. This token, which was left to her by her grandfather, Questioning Sword Patriarch Ling Yunfeng, could be used for long-distance communication. Forget it. Just this once. After resolving Lu Yuan, one will never use Grandpa's power again in the future. The more external forces are drawn upon. Doesn't it just prove, in disguise, that the more incompetent she is as an empress? Zhou Linglong must not be willing to carry this reputation. After thinking about it, Zhou Linglong gritted his teeth and activated the token. It wasn't long before a doting voice came from the other side of the token. Linglong, why do you come to see Grandpa? Is it some kind of trouble you've encountered? Humph, the courtiers, which ungrateful thing has made my Linglong angry? Talk to Grandpa, I'm going to make him look good. As the patriarch of a great clan, Ling Yunfeng's tone was domineering. Between the words, the pressure did not put the imperial court gun in the eyes. Of course, he also has the power to give life and take it away, to manipulate life and death. Grandpa. For her loving grandfather, Zhou Linglong looked torn. She also wanted to be a normal family girl, snuggling in her grandpa's arms and pampering herself. But she's the empress. Even strong as she was, she didn't want to trouble Ling Yunfeng to make a move. Grandfather, I do indeed have a favor to ask of you. At the moment, King Lu Yuan of Jinbei is plotting a rebellion, and his army is so heavy that it has already broken through Yumen Pass and Beiyang City in succession. Its men possess several half-saint powerhouses. So, I would like to ask the sword sect to borrow someone to quell this rebellion. At those words, Ling Yunfeng's eyebrows raised. Jinbei King Lu Yuan? It should be the son of that Lu Qingtian kid, right? Humph. That Lu Qingtian kid is okay. How come his son is so sinful? How dare he rebel? Beiyang City, right? It just so happens that the sect of my questioning sword sect is set up in Liangzhou. Ling Long, don't worry. I'll send an expert there to help you. Hearing Ling Yunfeng's personal promise, Zhou Linglong finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. Then, Grandpa. Ugh, this girl of yours. What's the point of being polite with Grandpa? Ling Yunfeng waved his hand smilingly. By the way, even though you are an empress, the task of continuing the heir should not be left behind. It's time to fill that empty harem of yours. I'm still waiting for my grandchildren. Grandpa. Hearing Ling Yunfeng's words getting more and more remote, Zhou Linglong hurriedly cut off the connection. How can this old, unashamed talker not be ashamed? Zhou Linglong touched her burning face, all red in the face. Don't look at Zhou Linglong as an empress of a dynasty, but she was actually only in her 20s. Put in the ordinary family, but also just a like rouge and pollen of the young girl, just born into royalty. That's what forced her to accept a burden she shouldn't have at her age. Harem. Humph. I, Zhou Linglong, will never touch a man in my life. Who in the world's ordinary men are worthy of me? The great Zhou Empress. Zhou Linglong was arrogant. In the entire great Zhou, in terms of strength and status, who could compare to her? The great Zhou Empress? How could those men who were not as good as her be in her sights? Zhou Linglong, who has such a high vision, perhaps only a man stronger than her could subdue it. Chapter 33, Great Zhou moves, and the Great Wall Legion comes. Beiyang City. The imperial dynasty's side was constantly moving, and Lu Yuan's side wasn't idle either. Sunrise. Lu Yuan borrowed the council hall of the city lord's mansion and gathered the crowd. Congratulations, Lord, for stepping into the ranks of martial emperor. The crowd noticed the change in Lu Yuan's aura as soon as he revealed himself. Surprisingly, he had reached the martial emperor realm. All of them then wore happy faces and congratulated Lu Yuan. Cut. Okay, you guys can stop kissing ass. A bunch of you half-saints. Bragging about me, a mere martial emperor. Awkward or not? Lu Yuan laughed and cursed at the crowd. Those who were present could easily start out as half-saints. Lu Yuan wondered if they were Versailles. The crowd pursed their lips. Ordinary martial emperors, they wouldn't put them in their eyes. But now, this martial emperor was their lord. How can the two be said to be the same? At the beginning of the meeting, Su Chu had people carry up boxes of gold and silver jewelry, famous games and paintings. Even among these gifts, there was also a box of spirit stones. Although it was a primary spirit stone, the overflowing aura still made the crowd feel a wave of refreshment. My lord, these are all from the wealthy families of the city, delivered this morning. The ones who wanted to pay you a visit were turned away by me, and although they didn't see you, they left their gifts. And that box of spirit stones, I don't know who gave it to me. I kept it just the same. Su Shu scratched his head and laughed nervously. Spirit stones, as essential cultivation items for cultivators, were the hard currency of the entire continent. Sure, the value is also exorbitant. That box of spirit stones alone would be worth the value of all these things. Oh, they're quite well informed. Lu Yuan smiled coldly. The local gentry of these are a bunch of wallflowers. Whoever has the upper hand, that's who you rely on. Today, he himself occupied Beiyang City, and the other party was able to give him a gift. They could do the same thing tomorrow with someone else, but take it or leave it. Just accept these gifts. It happens to be good as a bride price for the Jiang family. Lu Yuan was not at all concerned about these finances. It's not like you're some kind of exchange system that requires any kind of finances or anything like that. So, these things were worthless to Lu Yuan. Then the crowd began to discuss business. Yu Xiang, on the side of Great Zhou, is there any movement? Lu Yuan picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea, faintly asking towards Yu Xiang. Now that he had occupied Beiyang City himself, he didn't believe that there wouldn't be any reaction from the Great Zhou side. Fine Rain, as an intelligence organization that infiltrated the entire Great Zhou, would definitely be the first to learn the news. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiang reported the information she had gathered to Lu Yuan. My lord, according to Fine Rain's scouting report, on the side of Great Zhou, 300,000 forbidden troops have been sent once again. The rest of the continents, too, keep moving their troops to the parallel states. And Wang Hu, the leader of the Great Wall Legion in the northern region, has also sent 300,000 border troops to surround us. At those words, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. The Great Wall Legion is here too? Humph! This female emperor, mobilizing the Great Wall Legion without authorization. Isn't he afraid that the Northern Barbarian Empire will take advantage of the opportunity to swing their army south? Lu Yuan let out a cold snort. Lu Yuan was no stranger to the Northern Region Great Wall Legion. After all, that's what my own predecessor, Pops, founded. The Great Wall Legion, as its name suggests, is usually stationed at the Great Wall of the Northern Domain, always ready to defend against the southern invasion of the Northern Barbarian Empire. It was estimated that the Empress also felt threatened by her, far more than the Northern Barbarian Empire. That's why the Wall Legion was deployed to exterminate itself. But, as a bulwark against the Northern Barbarian Empire, the Great Wall Legion transferred out. If the Northern Barbarian Empire were to learn of this, it would definitely take advantage of this weak opportunity and move south to invade the northern region. Lord, with all due respect, wasn't the Great Wall Legion founded by your father? And how come you're here to beat me? The founder's son, right? Lu Yuan directly stated the doubts of the crowd. Lu Yuan had a touch of mockery on his face. Humph. It wasn't because the last king of Jinbei was so obstinate that he was loyal himself and had to demand that his men be loyal to the king as well. When the Great Wall Legion was founded, it instilled infinite loyalty in the soldiers. No matter what the situation is, one is only loyal to Great Zhou. Now that the Empress has spoken, those brainwashed fools of the Great Wall Legion will naturally send out their troops. After all, it's loyal to Great Zhou. Ha! Lu Yuan had long known the original reason inside. This was why, from the very beginning, Lu Yuan had never contacted the Great Wall Legion, because the Great Wall Legion only recognizes the tiger's talisman and not the man. And Wang Hu, the current leader of the Great Wall Legion, had also long since defected to the Empress and become her lackey. Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh out in amusement. His own predecessor, his father, was a fool's errand. If he knew that the power he had created with his own hands turned out to be coming to crush his son now, I wonder how I'd feel about that. It's just the Great Wall Legion. Come what may. I'm not going to be merciful just because the other party is one of my predecessor's father's men. They attacked me from afar and made an enemy of me. So be prepared to die. A cold aura flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Even though the Great Wall Legion defends the border and bleeds and sweats for Great Zhou, they are true soldiers. Or the direct line left behind by the father of the predecessor. But as long as one is one's enemy, then one will never be soft. If you are an enemy of yourself, you will be killed. Besides, it would not be easy for them to get past the Jade Gate Pass. The Great Wall Legion will have to pass through the Human Pass on its way south, facing the 300,000 men of the Great Wall Legion. The 10,000 northern soldiers guarding the Human Pass will definitely be under pressure. Tell Cessia and the others to hold on as long as they can. As long as those Great Wall Legions are not enough to worry about after I annihilate the 300,000 forbidden troops in the state of Bingzhou, Lu Yuan said confidently. Don't look at the Northern Household Army with only 10,000 men, but they are all elite, enough to give the southbound Wall Legion a hard time. Just as Lu Yuan was formulating his strategy to go south, at that moment, Shadow Mo suddenly appeared in the room, kneeling on one knee at Lu Yuan. Report to the Lord. Our shadow guards caught some sneaky unknowns near Baiyang City. We suspected that they were up to no good, and through forced questioning, we've determined that these people are the eyes of scouts from various forces. Oh, it seems like all the forces, from all sides, are very interested in us. Lu Yuan smiled, not feeling surprised. He himself had made such a big commotion, attracting the attention of all the forces in the entire Great Zhou. Either way, it's a food for thought, or for whichever purpose. Those forces, surely, will have to send people to come and check things out. Shadow Inc., where are those people you captured? At that, Shadowmore clapped his hands. A host of shadow guards appeared at once, dropping a dozen bound figures. Each cultivation level was not low. At the very least, they were all Grand Martial Masters to start with. Also, those who could be scouts. How low could their cultivation be? Chapter 34, Ask the Sword Sect wants to be an enemy? It will be killed. Lu Yuan's gaze swept through the array of tongues. Gaze, however, stopped on a man in cloth clothes carrying a sword. There was nothing special about this man. What attracted Lu Yuan's gaze was the long sword behind him. The Sword of the Spirit. As one of the three transcendent sects in the Great Zhou Empire, Lu Yuan instantly recognized this exclusive weapon of the disciples of the sword-asking sect. From the moment of entry, every disciple within the questioning sword sect would be allotted a natal sword. The human and the sword eat together and are always nourished with essence and blood. In order to achieve the unity of man and sword, and realize the sword man. Good fellow. Even the people from the sword-asking sect have come. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered for a moment. Those that could be called transcendent sects were bound to have Saint Realm-level experts sitting within their sects. And, if Lu Yuan remembered correctly, the current questioning sword sect patriarch was still inextricably linked to the empress. He is the grandfather of the current empress. This was an open secret throughout the entire Great Zhou. Let go of me. I'm a disciple of the questioning sword sect. At this moment, the questioning sword sect disciple who had been arrested was filled with rage. You stinking chowderheads. If my master teacher comes, he will definitely kill all of you. If you guys let me go now, maybe I'll be able to plead in front of my master and ask him to spare your lives. Unbridled. Who gave you the courage to yell here? Shadow Ink stepped right up and kicked the man over on the ground. Mud to codes. The man's face darkened as he looked at the large footprint on his chest. With a sweep of his eyes, he saw Lu Yuan at the head of the crowd. You are King Lu Yuan of Jinbei, aren't you? Humph. The Jinbei king is nothing. In the end, it's still a lackey of the Great Zhou Empress. I, the questioning sword sect, am the #1 sect in the Great Zhou today. How dare you treat me like this? I'm going to have master sect leader, in front of the Empress, give you a hard time, so that you can't take it all in your stride. The man cursed viciously at Lu Yuan, as if he hadn't noticed the increasingly misplaced eyes of the people around him. Hearing the words of the questioning sword sect's disciple, Lu Yuan snorted and a flash of intrigue flashed across his eyes. This sword-asking sect disciple looked like he had a lot of malice towards himself. Was it a personal reason, or did the entire clan already see themselves as enemies? And, didn't this disciple realize that he was now at war with the Empress? He had rebelled, and he was still afraid that someone would speak ill of him in front of the Empress? It seems that this sword-asking sect can't stay. Lu Yuan smiled meaningfully. The appearance of this sword-asking sect disciple did give Lu Yuan a wake-up call. The situation between himself and the Empress was now like water and fire. The questioning sword sect, in turn, was inextricably linked to the Empress. The enemy of my friend is the enemy. How could the questioning sword sect watch the fire from the other side of the river and stand idly by? The sword-asking sect, which was located in Liangzhou, was equivalent to its own hinterland now. Maybe at some point, they will stab themselves in the back. And, there was also what seemed to Lu Yuan to be an even more important point. Because of the reason for not killing Jiang Shichang, it was only natural that the Empyrean level draw's chi luck value would not be able to be gathered. If the questioning sword sect is slaughtered, the chi luck value for the Emperor level draw, surely we can get it all together now, right? Lord, what should be done with all these people? At this time, Su Chu looked at the group of people who were tied up, and asked out loud. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered for a moment before he finally said, aside from those with ties to the Great Zhou imperial family, let everyone else go. Right now, one's main enemy was still the Great Zhou Empress and the royal family, although Lu Yuan wanted to sweep across the entire Great Zhou and kill whoever was in his way. However, reason told him that he could not set up too many hostile forces at this moment. In case these forces, there's a Saint Realm ancestor or something behind them. That's a lot to take in. Go back and tell your master that the sky in the northern region, right now, hasn't changed. If someone has to be ungrateful, then don't blame me, Lu Yuan, for being ruthless. Lu Yuan snorted coldly, not forgetting to warn these people. A knockout is still necessary just in case someone doesn't know better. As Lu Yuan's order was given, the scouts from all the major powers scattered in all directions as if they had been pardoned. At the same time, he also silently memorized Lu Yuan's words in his heart. Those forces that were on good terms with Great Zhou, their scouts, on the other hand, didn't have such good fortune. With a slash from each of the shadow guards watching over them, heads rolled to the ground in an instant. Seeing this scene, that questioning sword sect disciple finally panicked. No, you can't kill me. My master is our Sacred Realm Patriarch's senior brother, a half-saint powerhouse. If you kill me, you're bound to attract endless retaliation. At those words, the faces of the people in the audience were filled with teasing. Half-saint, which of the people here is not? Sure, except for Lu Yuan. Then let me ask you a question. Answer it seriously and I can let you live. Who sent you? For what purpose? Lu Yuan snapped his nails and asked towards the other party in a seemingly casual manner. And that questioning sword sect disciple had already panicked and hurriedly said, are you serious? I don't want to die. I was sent by my master to keep my ever-watchful eye on the movements of your army. If there is action, always tell him. Right. I didn't go back. He must know. Please let me go. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze hardened. Sure enough, this sword-asking sect really wanted to make an enemy of him. Sent to spy? If he didn't have an idea, what was the point of sending scouts to spy on him? Oh, since the questioning sword sect wanted to get into this mess, then don't blame him for not being polite. Lu Yuan wouldn't tolerate such a restless hidden danger in the rear. The Holy Land. It's not like he didn't. Su Zhu. Lu Yuan averted his gaze, and Su Chu instantly understood Lu Yuan's meaning. Nah. In Su Chu's eyes, an instant killing aura filled the air. No. You don't keep your word. The questioning sword sect disciple cursed in horror. Oh, my lord said to spare you. But I didn't. Su Zhu let out a sardonic laugh, followed by a slash with a chilling aura. Heads fell to the ground and blood spattered. Ding! The host has killed 3 martial kings and 12 grand martial master experts under his command. Gains 67. 200 fortune values. Those scouts were not weak, and once again contributed more than 60,000 chi values to Lu Yuan. Looking a few 100,000 short of the imperial draw, Lu Yuan's heart always itched, but Lu Yuan knew that it wasn't far from coming together now. Yu Xiang, order fine rain to investigate the bottom of this questioning sword sect. Yuan Zuozong and Gao Shun, lead the army with me and set out to flatten the questioning sword sect. A cold aura flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes, although asking the sword sect and the direct southward path, some contrary detours. But what does it matter? He will kill those who are his enemies. Once Lu Yuan's order came out, all the generals started to get busy. However, right at this moment, Jiang Shannon suddenly searched for her. Lu Yuan, I want to see my father. You said you'd keep him safe, and I want to see it with my own eyes. Jiang Shannon bit her lip lightly, her eyes glowing as she looked fixedly at Lu Yuan. What was due she had already paid. Now, her heart would never be at ease until she saw her father safe. Chapter 35, Asuna. You suffered. Tied to a ship of thieves. Looking at Jiang Qianning's pressing gaze, Lu Yuan touched the tip of his nose. Oh, do I look like the kind of person who doesn't keep his word? Don't worry. Your father is safe. I'll do what I say. Lu Yuan waved his hand, and immediately a shadow guard appeared and knelt beside him. Just follow him, he can take you to your father. Yes. Seeing that Lu Yuan didn't seem to be lying, Jiang Qianning lowered her gaze and whispered in a low voice, as long as father is safe, then everything one gives counts for something. Well, this Jiang Shicheng, perhaps it's time for you to meet him yourself. Seeing Jiang Shannon wanting to go see Jiang Shicheng, Lu Yuan thought about it and decided to follow along. This prospective father-in-law of his own was a powerful person at the peak of the half-state limit. With such a strong man at hand, can't we make good use of it? Not far from the city lord's mansion, Jiang Shicheng was under house arrest in a rich family mansion. As for the original owner of the mansion, under the friendly negotiation of the shadow guards, he graciously gave up the mansion. Greetings, Lord. Seeing Lu Yuan's arrival, several shadow guards instantly appeared from the shadows, respectfully kneeling on one knee towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan waved his hand and said, well, that Kong Suksung didn't make a mess, did he? Back to the Lord. Everything is normal. One of the watchful shadow guards said respectfully. Lu Yuan nodded. Although this Jiang Shicheng was at the half-saint realm, his cultivation was sealed by Li Sanjie. At the moment, it was the equivalent of an ordinary person. Coupled with a few martial emperor's shadow guards watching over them, it was impossible to make waves. Lead the way. Lu Yuan lightly exhaled. In his mind, he had already thought of the next wording. Inside a compartment, Jiang Shicheng's eyes were tightly closed and he sat on the bed like an old monk in meditation. Although his cultivation was sealed, Jiang Shicheng was not the least bit panicked. His own daughter was valued by Lu Yuan, and even the other party wanted to make another marriage. Then, he himself is certainly not going to be threatened by anything anytime soon. The only thing one can do now is wait. At this point, hurried footsteps outside the door. Approaching, Jiang Shicheng suddenly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flooded his eyes. Someone's coming. The corners of Jiang Shicheng's mouth rose slightly. Who else could come to see her at this time if not Lu Yuan? It seems nearer to the day when one's freedom is restored. Ah, sure enough, as soon as the door was pushed open, the first person to step into the room was Lu Yuan, who was curiously looking at the interior decorations. But the moment he saw Lu Yuan, Jiang Shicheng's pupils suddenly shrunk slightly. Martial Emperor. Jiang Shicheng spat out 2 words in shock. Although his cultivation was temporarily sealed, his eyesight as a half-saint realm had not been lost. Lu Yuan didn't hide his strength in the slightest, and Jiang Shicheng detected it at once. This kind of aura was undoubtedly that of a martial emperor. Jiang Shicheng couldn't help but feel waves of shock in his heart. He can be sure, when the Lu Yuan that he had met before, the other party was still an ordinary person without the slightest cultivation. This side, or last night. Now, 1 night has passed. This Lu Yuan, surprisingly, had become a martial emperor powerhouse overnight from an ordinary person without any cultivation. Simply appalling. Daddy! Just as Jiang Shicheng was shocked, a delicate cry interrupted his thoughts. The moment she saw Jiang Shicheng, Kang Shannon pounced on her with red eyes. The aggravation in his heart seemed to have completely exploded at this moment. Dad, I'm glad you're okay. You don't know how worried I was about you. Seeing Jiang Shannon, Jiang Shicheng was also a little excited, but with his keen eyes, he also instantly detected the dainty look between Jiang Shannon's brows. Jiang Shicheng sighed slightly in his heart. At his age, how could he not know what that daintiness represented? Shallow Ning, you've suffered. Jiang Shicheng ran his trembling hand down Jiang Shannon's back. Next to it, Lu Yuan stood next to him a bit awkwardly. Pete's, this Kang Shannon cried like this. How did she make it seem like she had mistreated her in some way? It wasn't just the middle of the night, smacking her with a little stick. Ahem, Shallow Ning, you go out for a while. Uncle Jiang and I have some things to talk about. Lu Yuan pretended to cough and said, yes. Kang Shannon was obedient. When he heard Lu Yuan open his mouth, he hesitated just a little before reluctantly leaving the house. The two men looked at each other with different gazes as they watched Jiang Shannon slowly walk out of the room. At this time, Jiang Shicheng suddenly said in a ghostly tone, Kid, take care of Shallow Nine. Don't treat her poorly. I will. Don't need you to remind me. Lu Yuan returned indifferently. With that, he sat down on a stool with a big horse and turned to Jiang Shicheng. Uncle Jiang, since we're a family now, I won't beat around the bush. I'm about to lead my army to depart. And this Beiyang city, I still want you to continue to be the city lord. Originally, Lu Yuan was still thinking about what person should be sent to guard this Beiyang city, but now it felt that there was no need for that at all. After entering the Central Plains, there are many places to attack and plunder in the future. One doesn't have to send troops to guard every place, does one? Then this number of soldiers under your own command is not enough. In that case, it would be better to return this mess back to Jiang Shicheng. Anyway, he was holding Jiang Shannon in his hands, and he didn't dare to betray himself easily. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Jiang Shicheng was a bit surprised and looked at Lu Yuan suspiciously. Oh, is nephew Lu Shi not joking with me? Are you really willing to return Beiyang City back to me? Let me be the city lord? Lu Yuan poured himself a cup of tea and laughed. Why not? It's just a Beiyang city lord, and the defenders are all wiped out. Returning it to Uncle Jiang is also a small token of appreciation from the late generation. At those words, Jiang Shicheng froze for a moment, his gaze looking deeply at Lu Yuan. This kid, is he up to something bad again? Beiyang City is a Liangzhou County town. It's special, both in terms of location and political significance. How could the other side return it so easily when they had fought so hard to get it down? At that moment, Jiang Shicheng seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and there was a flash of brilliance in his eyes. I'm afraid that Lu Shiyun has other purposes in mind when he returned the city lord's position to me, right? A hint of mockery appeared on Jiang Shicheng's face. It had to be said that Jiang Shicheng had some skills to become the lord of Beiyang City. He also approximately guessed Lu Yuan's purpose. It's about trying to tie yourself to a ship of thieves. Lu Yuan asking him to return as the northern young city lord was undoubtedly telling the world. He, Jiang Shicheng, had defected to Lu Yuan's banner, and Jiang Shannon followed Lu Yuan, which now undoubtedly confirmed their relationship even more. Even if there were any changes in the future, he would still have a mouth to feed. Chapter 36. Does this count? Bullying? The irritated third elder. Looking at Jiang Shicheng as if he had guessed his intentions, Lu Yuan shrugged his shoulders noncommittally. Whatever you want. Anyway, this one's Beiyang City Lord. You have to be it even if you don't. It's not up to you. I'm just informing you, not discussing it with you. Lu Yuan's confession that caught him off guard directly confused Jiang Shicheng. He was also not expecting Lu Yuan's threat to be the least bit disguised. Straight away, he was gagged speechless. Jiang Shicheng opened his mouth, then let out a bitter smile and said, Do I have any choice? Oh, Uncle Jiang is still sensible. Lu Yuan let out a light laugh and gently glanced at Jiang Shicheng. It's just that I hope Uncle Jiang don't let me down. Otherwise, Lu Yuan nodded to the point, but the threat in his words was self-evident. Well, I'll leave you father and daughter to get together. While there's still a chance to meet, you two, father and daughter, talk. After saying that, Lu Yuan directly walked out of the room, leaving the space for the Jiang family's father and daughter. Daddy, what did you all just say? Entering the house again, Jiang Shannon curiously asked Jiang Shicheng. Nothing. Jiang Shicheng's eyes flickered and he was distracted. Obviously, he was still thinking about the conversation he had just had with Lu Yuan. By the way, Asajai, that kid didn't bully you, did he? Jiang Shicheng casually asked. At those words, Jiang Qianning's face couldn't help but stiffen. He couldn't help but think of last night, Lu Yuan's unsympathetic conquest. To this day, it's a vague paroxysm. Does this count? Bullying? But in order not to let her father worry, Jiang Qianning still forced a smile. No. No. He treats me well. Jiang Shicheng, who was preoccupied, apparently didn't realize the abnormality on Jiang Shannon's face. Hearing Jiang Shannon say it was fine, she subconsciously nodded her head and said, "That's fine. If that kid bullies you, I won't agree to it." Father and daughter chatted some more. Eventually, Lu Yuan impatiently barged in and directly took Jiang Shannon away. After Lu Yuan left, Jiang Shicheng stayed in the room in vain, a trace of scorn flashing in his eyes. Alas, this Lu Yuan really isn't as simple as it looks. What a deep city, although temporarily safe. It's just a pity that, in the future, one may be labeled as a traitor. Jiang Shicheng sighed helplessly. I didn't realize that in the end, I was a basket case. Not only did he not get any benefit from it, but he even lost his own baby daughter in it. Thousands of days of hunting geese end up getting pecked in the eye. As for the alleged retaliation, now Jiang Shicheng could only laugh bitterly. His own daughter was in Lu Yuan's pocket. What else could he do? It's safe to say, now that he had tied himself to Lu Yuan's chariot, he had been honored and lost. On the way back from Jiang Shicheng's place, Jiang Shannon suddenly looked at Lu Yuan with flickering eyes. I've heard that your army is about to pull out and leave Beiyang City? It's always been a big no-no to bring a woman in the military, aren't you? Jiang Shannon was just halfway through her sentence when she was interrupted by Lu Yuan's domineering voice. Humph, even if I go, I'll take you with me. In this life, you'll never be able to escape me. Lu Yuan sneered and looked at Jiang Shannon. Want to run? Absolutely not. Crap, an experienced baby. How could Lu Yuan let her go? As for saying that a twisted melon is not sweet, oh, just enough to quench your thirst. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shannon looked deeply at Lu Yuan with a complicated gaze. The heart was even more mixed. In her life, can she ever escape? At this point, 100 miles away from Beiyang City, hundreds of sword cultivators with majestic breaths were flying in the sky with their swords. The terrifying and overpowering aura even tore through the white clouds in the sky, leaving behind a long trajectory. In this continent, those who could possess the ability to fly had a cultivation level that was at least above that of a martial zone. That is to say, these hundreds of sword cultivators were all strong above the martial zone. Look closely. The flying swords that these hundreds of sword cultivators stepped on under their feet all contain spirituality, with streams of light flashing from time to time. That's right. These hundreds of sword cultivators were all powerful people from the questioning sword sect. At this point, one of the old men who exuded a stern sword intent seemed to feel something, and frowned as he took out a fate plate. Next, click. The fate plate made of 1,000-year-old acacia wood in the old man's hand unexpectedly shattered directly into several pieces. Seeing this, the old man's face changed. Not good. Ah Fun's fate card has actually shattered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This Lu Yuan really has a lot of guts. How dare he kill my disciple? Third Elder. What happened? Seeing the old man's outburst, the gazes of a group of sword cultivators couldn't help but look over. Humph. I previously asked the disciple who happened to be doing a mission in Beiyang City to scout for information on Lu Yuan's army. Now, this disciple's fate card, however, is shattered. I suspect that disciple may have been discovered and has already been taken out by Lu Yuan, the third elder said with an embarrassed face. Usually, a hint of the contractor's aura was hidden within this kind of name tag. Not only can it be used for contact, long-distance calls, moreover, it can always monitor the life and death dynamics of the contracted person. Once the life token is broken, it represents the death of the person to whom the token is contracted. Nowadays, the result of the shattering of this fate card in the third elder's hand was naturally self-evident. Humph, Lu Yuan, I'll take this revenge. Let me catch you, and I'll make you beg for your life, and beg for your death. The third elder was furious to the extreme, his face full of scorn. The disgrace of having one's disciple killed was only one thing. The second point was what infuriated him. The questioning sword sect had always had a rule that disciples who had achieved success in their studies had to pay tribute to their master for 100 years. That disciple of his, on the other hand, had just been promoted to martial king. A martial king's tribute was a considerable amount of supplies, dead, then naturally gone. Under his annoyance, the third elder's palm erupted with aura and directly crushed the fate card in his hand into powder. Aside, the leading grand elder had an indifferent expression. Even when he heard about the death of his own clan's disciples, his face didn't change in the slightest. Third elder, don't be angry. When we capture Lu Yuan, we will definitely give it to you to concoct properly. Now that the sovereign has asked us to support the Great Zhou Forbidden Army, it's better not to miss the hour. Yes, the third elder gritted his teeth and nodded helplessly. The patriarch himself ordered it, and he didn't dare to disobey. The speed of a sword cultivator's flying with a sword could not be said to be fast. 10 million miles a day, no less, because the scout disciple was captured and killed by Lu Yuan. this group of sword cultivators decided to take a detour and go to Beiyang City to have a look. When the crowd of sword cultivators arrived at Beiyang City, they were surprised. Beiyang City was surprisingly empty. Empty barracks, wide open gates, and unmanned walls. Where's the army? The crowd looks at me and I look at you. Didn't you say that Lu Yuan's army is stationed in Beiyang City? Where are the people? Chapter 37 Elder. I'm afraid we can't leave. Hey, how is Beiyang City? Where is Lu Yuan's army? A group of questioning sword cultivators were filled with confusion. Hold on a second. I'll go grab a random person and ask them. One of the goatees said stoically. With that, they just grabbed an old man who was passing by and came over. Gollum. You guys. Who is it? The old uncle's face was filled with fear and awe as he looked towards the group of cultivators who towered over him. Old man. Don't be afraid. We are cultivators of the questioning sword sect. A prestigious sect. Absolutely no harm will come to you. I'd like to ask you about the army that was visible in Beiyang City before. Where have they gone now? Seeing that these people really didn't seem to have any intention of harming themselves, the old man's scared expression finally slightly tightened. Oh, you say that group of hordes. They half burnt incense ago. They have already pulled out and left. Unfortunately, it's too late. At those words, one of the sword cultivators sighed. But since Lu Yuan had left, they had to set off as well. He had to rush before Lu Yuan's army to reach the state of Jinzhou to support the Great Zhou Forbidden Army. But when the crowd was about to leave, I don't know who it was that casually asked an extra question. Old man, do you know which direction that army is going? As a result, the old man's words were consumptive. Oops, it seems to be going through the North City Gate, right? Then it should be heading north. You don't know. When those cavalrymen were galloping, I thought the Earth Dragon had turned over. And those military masters are so serious. They don't even say a word, just like a ghost soldier. The old man continued to chant. However, the people of the sword asking sect glanced at each other, keenly sensing a hint of something wrong. North of. Ha, it's not right. Ha, isn't the direction of the parallel state, in the south. Why is Lu Yuan's army, however, heading toward the north? A questioning sword sect elder frowned. Old man, are you sure that those hordes are heading north? The old man bristled. Oh, those military lords marching. How dare I go out and watch? But I'm sure they went out the north door. Whether it's gone north or not, you won't know until you go after it and see. Sure enough, these sword cultivators of the sword asking sect explored to the north based on the old uncle's conversation. A large army on the march, which was really discovered, was heading northwest. From a distance, the fury emanating from the more than 100,000 elite soldiers was intimidating. That should be the Lu Yuan army. However, looking at the Lu Yuan's army that was backtracking, the crowd was puzzled. The order they took was to travel to parallel states, assist the Forbidden Army there and resist Lu Yuan's attack together. Whereas the state of Nanchao is located to the south of Beiyang City, Lu Yuan's army, now, is heading northwest. This backtracking operation made them wonder. Should we report this situation to the Patriarch? In case this Lu Yuan attacks from the east, then won't we have traveled for nothing? Some people couldn't decide what to do, so they directly took out their voice transmission tokens and reported the news to Ling Yunpeak. When Ling Yunfeng learned of this news, he couldn't help but frown as well. Lu Yuan came to the south, and he hadn't expected it. To the northwest, Ling Yunfeng subconsciously looked at the map on the wall. It turned out that Lu Yuan didn't go directly north, but headed northwest. Northwest facing Liangzhou, though it also borders with the state of Bingzhou, but the mountains there are all very lofty and steep, not suitable for a large army to march northwest. Northwest. Not good. Ask the sword sect. Ling Yunfeng was pacing when he happened to see on the map the address of the Ask Sword sect. Ling Yunfeng's face suddenly changed violently. Northwest of Beiyang City. Wasn't it where their questioning sword sect was located? Marred. Could it be that this Lu Yuan wants to come and find trouble with the questioning sword sect? Ling Yunfeng's face suddenly turned ugly. The more Ling Yunfeng thought about it, the more likely it was. It was because Lu Yuan had captured a sword-asking sect scout disciple earlier and presumably forced out some information. So, only then did he decide to make the first move against their questioning sword sect. Grand Elder, you guys don't need to go to Meridian State for support first. Hurry back to the sect. I'm guessing that Lu Yuan's spearhead is probably pointing at our questioning sword sect. Ling Yunfeng's face turned blue as he spoke to the voice transmission token. At those words, the Grand Elder and the others also changed their faces. This Lu Yuan, how dare he want to make a move against our questioning sword sect first? What audacity! Damn! This Lu Yuan little thief really doesn't know how to die. Do you really think our questioning sword sect is made of clay? Guessing the truth. A group of questioning sword sex experts immediately jumped out of their skin. Their hallowed questioning sword sect, the #1 sect in the Great Zhou, was powerful and scorned by all parties. That dog Lu Yuan, how dare he make a move on them first? It's almost as if they don't give a damn about them. Marred, the Lu Yuan army is down there right now. I'm going to kill over there and kill the Lu Yuan army without leaving a single piece of armor. A short-tempered elder immediately attacked the Lu Yuan army not far away. Elder Chen. Never. The short-tempered Elder Chen had just made a move, but was immediately stopped. Humph. We have 6 half-saints here. What are we afraid of? Elder Chen, who was called out, coldly snorted in defiance. They asked the sword sect to send out hundreds of martial sect powerhouses this time, led by 6 half-saint powerhouses. This power was even capable of overthrowing an ordinary imperial dynasty. That shall not be. The man who was blocking the way opened his mouth. If these armies haven't gathered yet, it's okay. We still have a chance to assassinate their top brass. But now, the opposing army has gathered. Even if a Sacred Realm powerhouse came, he wouldn't dare to face this army of more than 100,000 people directly. The man in the block shook his head. This is not without precedent. Previously, there was a martial saint powerhouse who, relying on his overwhelming strength, tried to strike through an army of 100,000 people. As a result, although 30,000 people were killed in battle, they were likewise worn out alive by the army. Not to mention, that cavalry below was horrifyingly loud, and every one of them was elite. It was even stronger than the army that had annihilated the martial saint before. Alright, just spare that brat's life for now. At those words, a trace of scorn rose on Elder Chen's face. This news, naturally, he had heard. It was only just now that the northern rage had gone to his head. At that moment, a silent Grand Elder suddenly spoke up. Well, don't argue. Since the Patriarch has requested that we return to the clan, then we'd better hurry back. The Patriarch must have his intentions if he told us to go straight back, the Grand Elder faintly said. In fact, as the Grand Elder, he knew more. Usually whenever an elite army gathers, it will condense a military soul. Though the military spirit is invisible and untouchable, it is real. It's like a strategic level pass. The military soul would also exert a strong suppression on half-saints and those strongest above them, facing formed legions. Even if the cultivations were higher, they couldn't do the slaughter like they did to ordinary people. Instead, it will be hard worn out by the formed core. This was also a mechanism in this world, to prevent strong people from wantonly slaughtering on the battlefield. Don't look at the hundreds of experts above the martial sect they have now, but if you really rush down, it is estimated that it is not enough for the other side to kill. The Grand Elder looked deeply at the dragon riders on the ground. Somehow, after he came here, he always felt a sense of crisis enveloping him. It made him want to quickly escape from here. It's not a good place to stay. Hurry up and go. The Grand Elder's face was quite grave as he commanded. The Great Elder. What is it? Gollum. I'm afraid we won't be able to get away. The speaker swallowed a mouthful of water and shuddered. The Grand Elder had just had doubts in his heart, but at that moment, he suddenly seemed to feel something. Turn back. A daily sun-shaded blade on, constantly enlarged in his pupils. Chapter 38 Emperor Level Lucky Draw. Emperor Level Power Upgrade Card? Actually, just as this group of questioning sword sect elders had just arrived, they had already been discovered by Lu Yuan and the others. Ridiculous of them to think they were being stealthy. Li Sanjie, can you be sure that you can leave all of this group behind? 6 half-saints, hundreds of martial sectors. If he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible, the only way was to ask Li Sanjie to make a move. Upon hearing this, Li Sanzhou smiled faintly. Don't worry, Lord. It will only take me 3 seconds to settle the fight. 3 seconds. Lu Yuan glanced at Li Sanjie. If it wasn't for the other party's bland face, he would have thought that Li Sanjie was pretending. Okay, it's all yours then. Li Sanjie nodded. Then his figure flashed and disappeared in place. Originally, these people were not worthy of my sword, but the Lord wanted me to fight quickly, so I had to put out my sword. In the next second, Li Sanzhou appeared in midair with a faint expression. As could be seen from the name Li Sandao, he was a strong person who used a sword. As for why it's called the 3 daggers, it's because there's never been anyone who can catch him 3 times, only to see an ancient long knife slowly emerge from the void in front of Li Sanjie. Li Sanzhou gripped the hilt of the knife with one hand. 3 killing blades, first blade. Shocking mansion. Li Sanzhou let out a bellowing cry, and a shocking aura erupted from the ancient long knife in his hand. A blade on that covered the sky, and the sun suddenly attacked towards the crowd of sword cultivators of the questioning sword sect at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. The moment Li Sanjie made a move, it was his famous stance. 3 killing knives. No good. Seeing Li Sanjie make such a swift move, The questioning sword sex group were all shocked. In particular, the Grand Elder at the head of the group had a horrified look on his face. Not good. It's a martial saint powerhouse. Quick. Full block. Sensing Lee Sanjie's terrifying aura, the Grand Elder's heart went cold. Hurrying to order the crowd, he made every effort to fend off Lee Sancho's attack. At once, these hundreds of sword cultivators had various means at their disposal. Some sacrificed their defensive treasures, and some used secret techniques to augment. Anyway, for a while, all sorts of precious lights were in full bloom. Rumble. Next, the terrifying blade-on directly clashed with the defenses of the crowd of cultivators. However, the defense made up of hundreds of martial sect powerhouses couldn't even stop the blade aura for a fraction of a second. It directly instantly chopped over. Boom! Those hundreds of cultivators of the questioning sword sect setup did not even send out a miserable scream. Their bodies directly burst into a mass of blood mist. Even after that blade-on had decimated the crowd, it had also successively flattened a dozen or so mountains behind it. It eventually fell to the ground and opened up a canyon with a bang. After Lee Sanjie easily resolved almost all the martial sect of the questioning sword sect, he steadily landed beside Lu Yuan and the others. Looking at the group of skeletal ask sword sect sword cultivators, and the deep ravine canyon in the distance, the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth pulled slightly. Good guy. If you don't make a move, it's a direct shocker, right? He knew that martial saint powerhouses were strong, but he didn't expect them to be this strong. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Lee Sancho's performance made him very satisfied. Not bad, Lee Sanjie, I really wasn't wrong about you. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth were almost pulled to the back of his ears. With a strong person like Li Sandao under his command, he shall not walk horizontally in this continent. Those people are honored to die under my sword. Li Sanjie faintly said. Lu Yuan, huh? Holy? Why didn't you realize that Li Sandao was so good at pretending before? Visible Li Sanso was calm in a row, as if he was stating a fact. Lu Yuan couldn't help but lament. Sure enough, strength is so strong that to tell the truth would be considered pretending. And as Li Sanjie annihilated the crowd of the questioning sword sect with a single slash, the system's voice prompted. Ding! The host's men have killed 6 half-saints and 269 martial zones, earning a value of 1,370,000 chi. It was because the gap between Li Sanjie and those people's realms was too great. So, after Li Sanso killed the enemy, the chi luck value that Lu Yuan had obtained had also shrunk severely. But, it also still contributed more than 100 playful chi values to Lu Yuan. Now, finally, we've gathered enough 10 million chi luck values. Looking at the account, which had reached the 10 million level of chi luck value, a shocking aura flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Finally, he had allowed himself to gather enough chi value for the emperor level lottery. In response, Lu Yuan expressed his gratitude for the care sent by the old iron of the questioning sword sect. System, give me an imperial level lottery, Lu Yuan said with a passionate heart. Ding! The host chooses the imperial lottery. The system is in the lottery. Ding! Successful draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial Power Upgrade card. This, Lu Yuan froze. A divine raffle worth millions of dollars, only to end up giving yourself an Emperor level Power Upgrade card? And what the hell is this Emperor level Power Upgrade card? Puzzled, Lu Yuan clicked on the corresponding description. Emperor level Force Upgrade card, can upgrade any force under the host's command to Emperor level. Currently available, Great Snow Dragon Riders, Trapped Camp, Shadow Guard. So that's it. Lu Yuan drifted off. Under the system's explanation, Lu Yuan also considered that he initially understood the purpose of this upgrade card. For example, if the Dragon Riders are drawn from the Saint level rewards, they are a Saint level power. The Imperial Power Upgrade card, on the other hand, could upgrade it to an Imperial Power. But this card, which power is it good to give it to? Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment. What is certain is that the Fine Rain organization is ruled out first. While intelligence organizations are important, they are not that important compared to others. Then next, the Dragon Cavalry, the Trapped Camp, and the Shadow Guard were left. And of the three, it was the Dragon Cavalry that was the strongest. It's also its own mainstay. According to the system's accurate backstage display, after a series of battles, the 100,000 Dragon Riders, there were still 93,000 left. In other words, the major battles had cost the Dragon Riders a whole 7,000. For Lu Yuan, who wanted to create a truly invincible team, this was not enough. The Great Snow Dragon Cavalry is strong though, but in this side of the world, one could not yet be truly invincible. In that case, then I'll make the Dragon Rider army, a truly invincible army. The light in Lu Yuan's eyes flashed, and he just had an answer in his heart. System, take the upgrade card and use it on the Dragon Riders. Ding! Is it confirmed to use the Imperial Power Upgrade card on the Dragon Riders? Okay. Lu Yuan nodded without hesitation. Ding. Imperial Power Holy Level card used successfully. Target, the Great Snow Dragon Riders. Chapter 39 Dragon Cavalry Upgrade. Fate tags all shattered? Boom. As the system voice fell, the 100,000 Dragon Cavalry Army suddenly erupted with a superb aura that had never been seen before. Asterisk. The Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. It's actually managed to collectively realm raise. Yu Xiang was dumbfounded and appalled. Everyone else was also filled with shock. What kind of sight is it for 100,000 people to ascend and realm at the same time? I'm afraid that such a spectacle has never been witnessed in all of history. Boom, boom, boom. From time to time, a gorgeous white light flashed through the Dragon Cavalry, either powerful or relatively weak. All of them are furious, especially on Yuan Zuozong. That terrifying aura made it impossible to get close within 100 meters around it. The energy brought about by 100,000 people promoting together gathered together, completely stirring the wind and clouds in this part of the world. Looking up at the sky, a vague vision was about to appear. Before Lu Yuan could say anything, Li Sanzhou waved his hand, hiding all the visions in the sky. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Not bad. It seems that this Li Sanjie is still low profile well, surprisingly can take the initiative to hide the vision. Lu Yuan didn't want that this vision would bring some trouble. Muffled is the way to go. The whole promotion lasted a full quarter of an hour before it stopped. Ryoko. When the last person stabilized his or her promoted breath, everyone's realm was, at last, completely elevated. Lu Yuan opened the information panel of the Dragon Cavalry. The entire Great Snow Dragon Cavalry completely ascended a level, only to see that on the panel, the ordinary cavalry army, which was originally at the peak of Martial Master, had directly become the peak of Grand Martial Master. Centurion, from the peak of Grand Martial Master, became the peak of Martial King. The Thousand Husbandmen, from the peak of Martial King, became the peak of Martial Emperor. The School Lieutenant, from the peak of Martial Emperor, became the peak of Martial Zong. The Partial General, from the peak of Martial Zong, became the peak of Half Saint. The Commander-in-Chief, from the peak of Half Saint, became the peak of Martial Saint. And, in terms of equipment, the Dragoons have also had a long run. Essence Iron Genjutsu Armor, directly replaced with magic-attached Genjutsu Armor. Even the mount, which had traveled 10,000 miles a day, was changed from a sweat-blooded BMW to a Fey Demon Horse that traveled 100,000 miles a day. Ha! Why is it that Yuan Zuozong has only reached the peak of Martial Saint and not the Half-Emperor realm? Lu Yuan looked at Yuan Zuozong's cultivation and was slightly puzzled. What Lu Yuan originally expected was that Yuan Zuozong would be like the Half-Saint at the Sacred Level reward. This time, the Emperor level realm should also reach Half-Emperor. But I didn't expect it to be just a martial arts saint. Although he was a peak martial saint, he was more than a notch below a Half-Emperor. Ah, ding! Based on the huge base of the Dragon Cavalry, the energy distribution only supports the Commander-in-Chief to reach peak martial saint cultivation. If the host wishes to obtain a Half-Emperor, or also a true martial emperor, it can be achieved by drawing a single person or a force with a smaller number of people. Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Yuan was then relieved. Also, those 100,000 Dragon Riders are not balloon blowing, but each one of them is an elite. Lu Yuan was a bit of a shame. If that boost card is used for Shadow Guard, wouldn't it really be possible to spawn a Half-Emperor? Or even a Martial Emperor? My Lord Yuan Zuozong, thank you for the reward. My Lord. Adjusting his state, Yuan Zuozong, whose cultivation had reached the Martial Saint realm, immediately knelt on the ground, his face full of excitement. Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, thank you for your reward, Lord. Next to them, the equally excited voices of the 100,000 Dragon Cavalry resounded above the sky. They all knew that it was all bestowed by Lu Yuan. Good. Not bad. Looking at the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry army whose aura had violently changed in front of him, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with a touch of delight. This is an upgrade card that is worth every penny. One thing that satisfied Lu Yuan even more was, this upgrade card not only gave the Dragon Riders a boost to their realm, even the troops lost earlier were thoughtfully all made up. The Dragon Riders, once again, were back to their full complement of 100,000 men. So powerful. Worthy of being the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. That's right, their strength. It's obvious that they've risen a lot more than before. For a while, the crowd was talking, and the eyes that looked at those Snow Dragon Cavalry army became incandescent. They were all under Lu Yuan's command. One for all, one for all. The Dragon Rider army had become stronger, and naturally they were all happy, really looking forward to the next Imperial raffle. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth curled up slightly, and his heart burst with eagerness. When he thought of the questioning sword sect ahead, there was still a large amount of chi luck value waiting for him. Lu Yuan was just a bit impatient. He couldn't wait to put together another emperor-level draw. Yuan Zuozong, the time to test the strength of your dragon cavalry army has arrived. No, at your lord's command. Yuan Zuozong boomed his promise. Lu Yuan looked at Yuan Zuozong and then ordered, "You and I will lead the dragon cavalry and take the first step to attack the questioning sword sect directly. The shadow guards are going forward with a group of half-saint level experts as a countermeasure. This battle must be taken." Lu Yuan looked at the crowd majestically. Hundreds of experts above the martial sect of the questioning sword sect had already been decimated by Li Sanjie. The other side must have had a lot of energy. In contrast, the strength of the dragon riders had been greatly improved. It should be easy to step on and destroy a sword-asking sect. No, the last general has the order. Yuan Zuozong yelled with a solemn face. Now that the battle power of the dragon cavalry had soared, he also wanted to test the strength of the dragon cavalry today. Not to mention, if we don't take down the questioning sword sect, what face will we have to see our lord again? Finally, Lu Yuan looked at Trap Camp Gao Shun. Gao Shun, you'll lead the trap battalion right behind you as the rear army. Nah, Gao Shun responded with a bitter smile on his face. It seems that this time, there should be nothing for them to do in the trap camp again. But Gao Shun also knew, now that the dragon riders had been upgraded, their speed had once again increased. A group of heavily armored infantrymen from the trapping battalion were completely unable to keep up this time. At this point, questioning sword sect, inside the Hall of Eternal Life, looking at the clattering pieces of broken life tags, the everlasting palace guards, jaws directly dislocated in fear, running out in a huff, he found the deacon who was drinking outside the door. Abba, Abba, Abba. This disciple spoke and gestured, but that deacon froze and didn't understand a single word. What are you bleeping about? Dare to disturb the laborer's drink. Believe it or not, I'll whack your head off? Deacon Wine Clueless yelled in displeasure. Seeing that communication was ineffective, the guarding disciple directly pulled the deacon hard into the everlasting hall. Abba? At the sight of the splintered fate cards all over the floor, the deacon's drunkenness woke him up with a start. There was no one who knew better than him. The deacon who specialized in guarding the destiny tags. What exactly a shattered destiny tag meant. That's all the strong people corresponding to the fate cards that have fallen off. And now that he had taken a cursory look, the life tags had shattered by the hundreds. Among them, there were even several half-saint level elders. The sky is falling. The deacon rolled and crawled, running towards the main peak of the questioning sword sect in fear. Chapter 40, The uproar of the questioning sword sect's crowd. The army arrived at the questioning sword sect. Soon after, Ling Yunfeng arrived here with the remaining dozen or so half-saint elders. The crowd was in an uproar at the sight of the shattered fate cards. What in the world has happened here? The grand elders and their fate cards have all shattered. And the ones whose life tags shattered were all strong people with cultivations above martial zone. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Having lost so many powerful people in a row, even if their questioning sword sect had a deep foundation, they would undoubtedly suffer a great loss of vitality. Some of the disciples who had gathered over quietly looked at Ling Yunfeng's face. Only at this moment, Ling Yunfeng's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. In the silence of the crowd, Ling Yunfeng was the first to speak. Spoke out what had happened before. Grimly, earlier, I spoke with the Grand Elder and the others using the communication token, and the other party said that they had encountered the Lu Yuan army, and after that, the communication was suddenly cut off. No matter how much more I contacted, the other person never responded again. Around, the other elders were all talking when they heard Ling Yunfeng's words. Since before we lost contact, we encountered the Lu Yuan army, then all of this must be the work of the Lu Yuan army, and the Lu Yuan army, it seems to have that strength. Otherwise, it's not at all easy to explain what's happening, but even though they have that strength, it's not so bad that the Grand Elder and the others couldn't even get the news back in time. The crowd was in a cloud of confusion. The Grand Elder and the others, they were hundreds of strong people above the martial sect. In this land of Great Zhou, who could silently overthrow such a huge force? Unless Martial Saint Powerhouse arrives in person. However, according to intelligence, in Lu Yuan's army, at best, it was just a group of half-saints. Where's the strongest martial sage from? Did they suddenly encounter some other unexpected situation? Everyone, leaving aside the loss of the Grand Elder and the others, there is now another piece of bad news. Ling Yunfeng looked around the crowd and said with a gloomy face, at this very moment, the Lu Yuan army is coming towards my Ling Yun sect's gate. What's certain is that he's trying to lead his troops to come and attack my questioning sword sect. And since our clan is not far from Beiyang City, it is estimated that Lu Yuan's army will arrive in a matter of days. Ling Yunfeng's words immediately stirred up a clamor in the crowd. The crowd of disciples first didn't dare to believe it, followed by a burst of annoyance. What? That punk Lu Yuan? How dare he come to attack our questioning sword sect? Has he eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall? That Lu Yuan is crazy, right? Is he sure it's not an egg against a stone? Humph. If Lu Yuan dares to come, I'll directly rip his head off. At this point, except for some high-level elders, the impression that the crowd of questioning sword sect disciples had of Lu Yuan was still at the level of the previous news of being a wasteful son of the world. When he heard that Lu Yuan actually dared to come and attack their questioning sword sect, many disciples of the sword-asking sect even laughed in anger. The name of Lu Yuan's waste can not only be heard in the northern region, but is a household name throughout the Great Zhou. And nowadays, a punk, how dare he come to attack their Great Zhou's #1 clan? What's not crazy? However, compared to those disciples who were filled with righteous indignation, those elders who had long known the inside story were all filled with gravity. Of course they knew the strength of Lu Yuan now. Truth be told, although their questioning sword sect was also very strong, with 100,000 disciples alone, completely unafraid of the Lu Yuan army, but there is no fear. If they really went up against Lu Yuan's army, their questioning sword sect would definitely suffer losses as well. Sessions, would they still be able to keep their position as the #1 clan in the Great Zhou? Patriarch, quite a few elders, all of them looked towards Ling Yunfeng. Regarding the concerns of the elders, Ling Yunfeng had naturally thought of it before. So, it was only before that he had asked the Grand Elder and the others to quickly return to the questioning sword sect. Don't be anxious, all of you. When the time comes, I will naturally step in. Ling Yunfeng sighed. In order to avoid the final outcome of both losing, he, the martial saint patriarch, was bound to make a move. Although he alone couldn't solve Lu Yuan's 100,000 strong army. But don't forget, their questioning sword sect was the #1 sect in the Great Zhou, and there were still 100,000 disciples under their door. There were still a dozen or so elders at the half-saint level. Upon hearing Ling Yunfeng's promise, the doubts in the eyes of the elders were dispelled. With this sacred realm sovereign of theirs making a move, all problems would be solved. It's not good, patriarch. Elders, at the clan, a large army has suddenly appeared. They claim to be under the command of Jinbei King Lu Yuan and have come to attack our questioning sword sect. At this point, a disciple suddenly ran over in a panic. Humph, speak of Chow Chow. This Lu Yuan came so quickly. Ling Yunfeng's pupils suddenly shrunk as he said in a cold voice, the matter of the shattered life tags of the Grand Elder and the others will be put aside for the time being, and will be investigated severely later. Now order the major deacons to gather all disciples and prepare to meet the enemy. All the elders will first come down the mountain with me and welcome this Lu Yuan. Yes, Ling Yunfeng ordered in an organized manner, and everyone was then busy. Patriarch, if we hadn't awakened the old ancestor. At this moment, an elder hesitantly asked like Ling Yunfeng. Lu Yuan's previous battle record was simply too luxurious, which caused this elder to be a bit flustered. Ling Yunfeng lightly glanced at this elder. The old ancestor reached the limit of martial saints 300 years ago and went into seclusion to seek a breakthrough opportunity. Now that 300 years have passed and there's still no movement, no one knows if the old ancestor has succeeded or not. If it's because of this small matter to bother the old ancestor, in case we disturb the old ancestor's chance to break through, you and I will both be the ancient sinners of the questioning sword sect. Under Ling Yunfeng's force-like gaze, that elder was in a cold sweat. Yes, it's my abruptness. The meaning of Ling Yunfeng's words was obvious. That is, one would never go and wake up a closed-door old ancestor until it was absolutely necessary. It wasn't a secret that the questioning sword sect possessed an old ancestor. After all, which transcendent great clan didn't have one or two old ancestors? The questioning sword sect was located in a mountain range in the northwestern part of Liangzhou, relying on the mountain range to establish the sect. At this point, Lu Yuan had already brought the dragon cavalry and arrived at the Ask Sword sect's lower sect gate at the bottom of the mountain. You wait. Our sect leader will be here soon. The two guarding disciples at the doorway warned Lu Yuan, who had stepped forward, in a colorful manner. The trembling longsword in its hand looked so ridiculous that it had no deterrent power at all. Lord, why don't we fight our way up now? On the side of Su Chu and others have long been hungry and thirsty. They all jumped to prepare their weapons. As for the two disciples guarding the door in front of the door, they were simply ignored. Lu Yuan shook his head and said, this kind of transcendent great sect, the sects all have protective formations. In case we enter the clan without authorization, it won't be easy to handle if the other side opens a big formation. Now we're at the foot of the mountain, waiting for the other clan's experts to come. At that time, we'll behead those experts, and there will be no obstacles to entering the sect again. Even if there are remnants who will open the sect's grand formation again, but without an expert to preside over it, the power of the formation will be greatly reduced. It's simply not enough to fear. Lu Yuan had long ago caused fine rain to find out the details of the entire questioning sword sect. So, Lu Yuan had long been prepared on how to deal with this kind of great clan. Chapter 41. When it comes to this, young men can't talk about martial virtues. At those words, the crowd came to a realization. Hey, it's still the Lord who thought of it. Nonsense. The Lord is wise and the most resourceful in the world. Can't you figure this out? Alright, don't pat me on the back. This is all the information I had. Fine rain explore. Lu Yuan laughed and cursed. At this time, Lu Yuan quietly called out to Li Sandao and Yuan Zuozong again. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment and instructed Li Sanjie and Yuan Zuozong. According to the news, this questioning sword sect patriarch is a martial saint powerhouse. Wait, you guys don't make a move first. Wait for the opposite side to reveal itself, then make a direct sneak attack. Take advantage of your opponent's lack of defense and deliver a direct fatal blow. A cold light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. The news of having a martial saint by his side was hardly known. Or rather, anyone who knows about it has already gone to Hades. And according to the news, the questioning sword sect leader, Ling Yunfeng, was a martial saint level powerhouse. There was even a peak martial saint ancestor who was in seclusion. To be on the safe side, wait for the opposite sacred realm patriarch to show his face and let Li Sanjie and Yuan Zuozong beat him by surprise. The two martial saints made a sneak attack together, taking care of a threat first, and then the remaining one. Not enough to worry about. Yes, okay, Lord. Upon hearing this, the two of them, Li Sanzhou and Yuan Zuozong, nodded their heads. Although the act of stealing is somewhat disgraceful, the winner takes all. At this point in time, you can't ask young people to talk about martial virtues. It didn't take long for Ling Yunfeng to lead a group of elders from the questioning sword sect to the foot of the mountain clan. Looking at their own master's arrival, the two gatekeeper disciples who were watching the gate resumed their arrogance. The hands don't shake anymore. The back is straight, and the momentum is up. The dog thief Lu Yuan. Why don't you take a piss and take a look at yourself? How dare you come to my questioning sword sect to sow your wild oats? Now kneel down and kowtow to your grandpas and apologize. Perhaps we can still let you off the hook. The two gatekeeper disciples were filled with arrogance, as if it wasn't the two of them who were scared and trembling just now. Hearing the insults of the two dogfighting men, the crowd under Lu Yuan's command instantly became enraged. It's okay to scold them. Maybe they can tolerate it. But scolding Lu Yuan had definitely touched their scales. Seek death. A cold light flashed in Su Zhu's eyes, and with a powerful slash, he slashed at the two mouthy watchman disciples. However, Su Chu's blade had not yet fallen. Someone else, however, moved faster than him, only to see an ostentatious figure suddenly emerge from the shadow of the watchman disciple. Die. Shadow Ink held up the dagger with a face full of indifference. However, upon closer inspection, one could still see the anger deep within Shadow Ink's eyes. Puffing, the sharp daggers swiftly plunged into the chests of the two disciples. A double kill with a knife. How can? Feeling the pain in their chests, those two disciples stared wide-eyed. Obviously their own holy realm masters have come. Why the other side still dare to kill their own hands-off? Blood crimsoned out, soaking his shirt. In the hearts of these two disciples, strong remorse also rose. If I had known that, I wouldn't have been so cheap. How dare you? Ling Yunfeng was immediately shaken up. He had come himself, and the other party had the audacity to move a killer under his nose. If other disciples of the sword-asking sect saw this, where would they put their faces? With a furious shout, Ling Yunfeng's aura began to gather in his hands. An incomparably terrifying aura gradually rose up. Shadow Mo lightly glanced at Ling Yunfeng, noticing the other party's cultivation. A flash of scorn flashed in his eyes. Unbeatable. Shadow Ink also knew that he was no match for his opponent. Before Ling Yunfeng made his move, he instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had emerged from the shadow at Lu Yuan's feet and then stood beside him. Shadowcraft is not only good for offense, and it's a god skill to use for escape. Humph. Seeing Shadow Ink escape, Ling Yunfeng immediately let out a cold snort. Escaping from his own men made Ling Yunfeng extremely faceless, but the people had run away, and he couldn't afford to rush into Lu Yuan's army and cut down Shadow Ink in a hard way. Ling Yunfeng's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lu Yuan and bellowed. Across the way, I believe that must be Jinbei King Lu Yuan? What exactly does Prince Lu intend to do when he comes to my questioning sword sect at the head of his troops with great fanfare? Hearing Ling Yunfeng act as if he didn't know anything, Lu Yuan let out a light laugh as a hint of contempt flashed under his eyes. It's funny how these natives like to be in stand-up. It's clear that everything is clear, but it's all pretending to be innocent. Patriarch Ling, since my army is here, there's no need for me to say anything more, is there? I know all about the hooks you've been doing. Lu Yuan sneered. You've decided to make a move against me, and I can't come to crush your questioning sword sect? Ling Yunfeng saw that his old bottom was pierced by Lu Yuan, and there was not the slightest bit of shame on his old face. Anyway, at his age, he was thick-skinned enough. Thinking of the matter of the shattered life cards of the Grand Elder and the others, Ling Yunfeng grimaced and pressed Lu Yuan. Humph. I won't say anything else. We, the great elder of the questioning sword sect and 300 experts, met your army before they disappeared. Now they're gone. I'll ask you if you did it. Ling Yunfeng looked at Lu Yuan with a burning gaze. It was as if he wanted to see something from Lu Yuan's reaction. At those words, Lu Yuan's gaze couldn't help but flicker. This old man, does he know that Li Sandao killed the 300 experts of the sword sect? However, Lu Yuan thought for a second, but it was impossible. Oh, since he's doubtful, that means he can't be sure it was me either. As long as I'm dead set against it, he has nothing to prove against me. Lu Yuan sneered in his heart. Guess the old thing doesn't know what killed that group. What's more, he didn't know that there were still strong people at the martial saint level existing under him. Since he was going to show his weakness, he must not expose the bottom card of Li Sandao. In order to not let Ling Yunfeng get suspicious, Lu Yuan faintly said, Humph, what does it matter to me if someone from your questioning sword sect has disappeared? I've never seen one anyway. Maybe it's messed up in some relic that's just been opened. That might be possible too. For this point, Lu Yuan did not take it at face value, but of some proof. This continent possessed a history of countless years, with countless strong people appearing, and even existences above the martial emperor emerging. Nature. Prehistoric relics often appeared after the fall of some powerful people, or for other reasons. Opportunities and crises coexisted in the relics, and it was possible to take a step to heaven and obtain the inheritance of a certain great emperor. It is also possible to embrace death and go straight to the reports in Hades, and these relics, the time and place of opening, are not fixed. So, it's quite possible to get into it by mistake. The chances are so minuscule, but you can't say they don't exist. Chapter 42, Crushing the Questioning Sword Sect. Relics? Upon hearing about the relics, Ling Yunfeng raised his eyebrows. I'm asking if the disappearance of the sword sect's many experts really wasn't your doing? Humph, why did I lie to you? Furthermore, if I were to annihilate those hundreds of your experts, could I not make a single sound? They can't send a single message for help? Lu Yuan did not move. Looking at Lu Yuan as if he did not seem to be faking, Ling Yunfeng could not help but frown. As of now, this explanation from Lu Yuan was also the most common sense. It seems, the Grand Elder and the others were presumed to have mistakenly entered the relics and then were killed by the organs in the relics. Or rather, at this point, from the bottom of his heart, Ling Yunfeng preferred to believe that this was the outcome. Is a relic suspected to have appeared? Great! A light suddenly flashed in Ling Yunfeng's eyes, and a touch of greed surfaced. The ruins are a great place, while the relics are all dangerous. The rewards are proportional to the danger. History, as long as where the relics appeared, the entire continent is a rush. In order to fight for the right to the relics of a fight to the death, suffice it to say, the fatal seductive power of relics over people. Where is that relic? Ling Yunfeng said with greed filling his eyes. At this time, while the news of the relics hadn't spread out, if he, the questioning sword sect, obtained that relic first, their strength would definitely rise to another level. At those words, Lu Yuan rolled his eyes and looked at the little cutie. Like look at Ling Yunfeng. Oh, who am I to tell you? Let's not talk about the fact that I don't know. And even if I did, there's no way I'd tell you. Lu Yuan didn't have the good sense to say. Don't say it's something you made up. Even if it's true, there's no way I'd tell you. The old undead. At those words, Ling Yunfeng narrowed his eyes. Original. He still wanted to tug on Lu Yuan again to see if he could dissuade Lu Yuan's army without moving his weapon. But since the relics are now appearing, it won't work. In order to keep this news from getting out, Lu Yuan and these people, there was no need to stay. Let's cut the crap and see what happens underhand. If Prince Lu insists on a battle, then I, the questioning sword sect, will be happy to accompany him. Ling Yunfeng let out a cold laugh. It wouldn't be too late to conduct a search for that relic location after this matter was dealt with. Good. Just the thing. Speaking to this hypocrite who was also a pawn, Lu Yuan was almost sick to his stomach. Now that Li Sanjie and Yuan Zuozong had ambushed him, Lu Yuan couldn't help but make his move. At once, the two sides got right into a big fight at the drop of a hat. As the questioning sword sect was a cultivation sect, and it was also the number one sect in the Great Zhou, the disciples were naturally all not weak. Core disciples, at every turn, were starting as grand martial masters. Even some true legends had reached the realm of martial king or even martial emperor. However, the number of core disciples of the questioning sword sect accounted for was only a small portion after all. More than that, it was still those outer disciples of the lower realms. And the dragon riders? It was easy to start at the peak of a grand martial master. And, The dragon riders were all mounted on demonic beast warhorses, wielding system-fine weapons and clad in attached basalt armor. With each other, and with the battle formations, in terms of combat power, it completely crushed the disciples of the sword-asking sect. As soon as the two sides exchanged hands, they knew how big the gap was. Two core disciples of the questioning sword sect at the Grand Martial Master realm teamed up to attack a dragon rider. However, in a single glance, he was directly knocked out by the dragon cavalry's warhorse and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Then, countless warhorses galloped, directly stepping on the two before they could react. Run! Aha! Don't kill me! Ah! I don't want to die! Spare me! Spare me! In just one glance, those disciples of the sword-asking sect suffered heavy losses. Even some of the flower bones that had grown up cultivating in the mountains and had never seen blood before were directly scared out of their wits as they watched the massacre-like scene. Directly dropping the long sword in his hand, he fell to his knees and wailed, praying to be spared. However, it didn't work. What greeted them was still the merciless trampling of the dragon riders. Those individual elders' closed disciples were okay. They could still resist for a moment or two. But those ordinary disciples couldn't hold out. Dropping his armor, he fled the string in a panic. Clans were not like some lineages or royal dynasties, and most disciples' sense of belonging was not that strong. They could care less about the death or life of the questioning sword sect, and were guilty of putting their lives on the line for the sake of the sect. However, these disciples of the sword-asking sect who fled in panic had made a heavenly mistake. That is to turn your back, directly, to the dragon riders. How many blocks can they run on two pairs of little legs? Directly caught up by the demonic beast warhorses of the dragon cavalry, a gruesome massacre ensued. Ah! Help! The mournful screams resounded through the sky. But for a few moments, the majority of all the disciples of the questioning sword sect were then buried under the hooves of the dragon cavalry. Large swathes of crimson blood flowed all over the ground, dyeing the mountain gate of the questioning sword sect until it was scarlet. What a strong fight! Ling Yunfeng's pupils shrunk as his face became extremely ugly. No wonder Lu Yuan's army was able to drive straight into the city and even captured the Liangzhou county. The fighting is just too much. This terrifying army was simply not a match for the ordinary disciples of the sword-asking sect. Lu Yuan didn't even bother to look at it and turned his head to look straight at Ling Yunfeng. He knew that this old thing was definitely about to be unable to resist making a move. Sure enough, watching his disciples being brutally slaughtered, Ling Yunfeng was also red-eyed. If this continues, his questioning sword sect will be killed off. He knows, it will be too late if you don't make a move yourself. Elders, it's our turn now. If this continues, the foundation of our questioning sword sect will be shaken. Ling Yunfeng shouted angrily and took out his sword from his spatial ring. His saber was golden yellow in color and exuded a biting aura. The blade of the sword flickered with sharpness, and a trace of sharp killing aura filled the air, causing people to be daunted. This sword, after all, was a spirit weapon. Kill! As Ling Yunfeng's words fell, the dozen or so sword-asking sect elders behind them all took out their own spirit swords, and the spirit swords in their hands instantly danced with infinite sword light. Sword rain. Sword chi is like a rainbow. 10,000 swords return. The dozen or so elders bellowed in unison, and the sword light came spreading out like a tidal wave. They were all at the cultivation level of half-saints, and their methods were extremely extraordinary. Under the full strength of his killing move, the wind and thunder shook in time, and the sky and earth changed color. A dozen or so half-saints joined forces and instantly posed a considerable threat to the dragon riders. And those routed disciples of the questioning sword sect also regained their confidence and followed these dozen or so elders to charge back over. Humph! Your opponent is us. As the opposing half-saint powerhouse stepped forward, Su Chu and the others also stepped forward. Although there were only 6 half-saints on Lu Yuan's side, they were all 1 against 2 existences. Especially Su Chu, a peak half-saint, could even fight 1 against 3 without losing. Chapter 43, Sneak Attack on Lingyun Peak. 10 million chi luck values. Su Chu and the others managed to hold back the dozen or so elders of the questioning sword sect. Ling Yunfeng, who was a Saint Realm powerhouse, did not strike at Su Zhu and the others. Instead, he crossed over the crowd and came straight to Lu Yuan. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, Lu Yuan had long ago instructed not to let the dragon cavalry block the way. So, Ling Yunfeng easily burst into Lu Yuan's side. Little thief, go to hell! Ling Yunfeng swung his long sword in his hand, a vicious smile on his face. In his anticipation, in the next second, the long sword in his own hand would slice Lu Yuan's throat. Then, heads on the ground. But when Ling Yunfeng looked at Lu Yuan, trying to look for fear on the other party's face, instead, the heart snapped. Because, at this moment, Lu Yuan's face, instead of having fear, even had a smile on it. It's a weird laugh. No good. Looking at Lu Yuan's teasing eyes, Ling Yunfeng suddenly felt an intense crisis locking onto him. Immediately, he tried to draw back violently. Li Sandao, Yuan Zuozong, it's now. At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly let out a loud shout. Boom! Before Ling Yunfeng could react, he saw the two mediocre little soldiers beside Lu Yuan suddenly storm up. Kill! Yuan Zuozong held his lance in his hand and bellowed. The long spear in his hand was as flexible as a swimming snake, following like a shadow, stabbing at Ling Yunfeng's shoulder. Pust! Before Ling Yunfeng had time to react, his shoulder was directly stabbed through by the lance. Li Sanjie didn't drag his feet and directly offered his killing move. 3 killing blades, third blade, Jedi Shadow. Li Sanzhou let out a furious cry, and the long sword in his hand instantly erupted with an extremely bright light. As soon as the blade went down, even the void on the path of the blade was distorted. With a swish slash, Ling Yunfeng's abdomen was directly opened up, and bright red blood immediately sprayed out. The wound was so deep that you could even vaguely see the intestines wriggling inside the stomach. Retreat! Facing the sudden sneak attack from Li Sanjie and Yuan Zuozong, Ling Yunfeng's face changed wildly. Enduring the sharp pain of the two wounds, he instantly flew and sprinted back a dozen meters away. While retreating, he continuously took out various healing pills from within his spatial ring and desperately stuffed them into his mouth. Pity! Seeing this, Lu Yuan shook his head regretfully. Li Sanjie and Yuan Zuozong hid their sneak attacks, but surprisingly, they hadn't yet subdued Ling Yunfeng on the spot. Sure enough, at the level of martial saint, it was still not so easy to fall. Escape! The severely injured Ling Yunfeng was decisive and immediately stepped on his spirit sword, turning around and fleeing. The speed was so fast that it was even in the sky, cutting out a stream of light. Li Sandao and Yuan Zuozong, two people still want to chase again, but next to Su Chu and others, already about to be unable to fight. After all, the 6 of them were facing a dozen cultivators of the same realm. At this point, injuries had already begun to appear on the body of Yu Xiang, who had the weakest cultivation level. Forget it, it's better to help Su Zhu and the others first, to solve the trouble at hand. Yuan Zuozong sighed sadly, though he had the confidence to catch up and then subdue the other party. But that takes time, too, and at this time, Su Chu's 6 people, but already almost cannot hold on. Immediately, the two of them, Li Sanjie and Yuan Zuozong, directly joined the fray. For 2 martial saint powerhouses to fight a group of half-saints, it was simply like a father beating his son. A knife and a gun. None of them can be recruited. In the high-level battlefield, the questioning sword sect was already defenseless and was directly sanctioned by the 2 martial saints leading the way. As for the ordinary battlefield, it was a one-sided slaughter. The major peaks of the questioning sword sect mountain, the dragon cavalry's domineering iron cavalry stepped in one after another, not leaving a single survivor. Even if there were 1 or 2 masters that fought hard, also by the ghostly shadow guards, who directly wiped their necks. The original mountainous and beautiful cultivation holy land of the questioning sword sect. At the moment everywhere smoke filled, corpses everywhere. It was a sight like purgatory on earth. Even the mountain stream that flowed to the foot of the mountain had been dyed red with blood. Finally, after burning incense for a small half, the system's voice sounded in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! The host's men have killed 13 half-saints, 32 Wu zones, and 476 Wu emperors, 73,000 martial artists, gaining 15,576,000 valets of qi. Ding! 12 half-saints were killed under the host's martial sage, drastically cutting down the value of qi gained. Surprisingly, there are more than 10 million qi values. Hearing the system's broadcast, Lu Yuan's face revealed a touch of joy. If it wasn't for the 2 of them, Li Sanjie and Yuan Zuozong, who had decimated 12 half-saints, then wouldn't one's own qi luck value break through 20 million? It seems that next time, it's necessary to let Yuan Zuozong and the others do as little as possible. Lu Yuan rubbed his chin sadly. This system is so dark. A kill generated by too much difference in realms cuts the qi value really hard. Lu Yuan had asked the system before, can you believe a 90% cut? But this sword-asking sect, worthy of being the #1 sect in Great Zhou, is just as strong as it is. If we add in the 300 martial zones and 6 half-saints that Li Sanjie killed before, the number of experts in this sword-asking sect is even stronger than my men. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. All the experts under one's command combined were not as many as the experts of the questioning sword sect. If it wasn't for the fact that he had 2 martial saints on his side, maybe it's you who will lose in the end. But, looking within his account, he looked at the 16 million qi luck values lying there. Lu Yuan still couldn't help a smile blossom on his face. Sure enough, the gold belt for murder and arson. The gains brought by slaughtering a great clan was almost worth the hundreds of thousands of troops he had eliminated before. 10 million fortune values. Another imperial level lottery. Lu Yuan smiled excitedly. The last imperial draw had raised the strength of the dragon cavalry by a huge level. For this time, things shouldn't be that bad. Just as Lu Yuan summoned the system, he was preparing to have an imperial level draw. At that moment, a shadow guard suddenly drilled out of Lu Yuan's shadow, reporting to the Lord. Most of the enemies within the questioning sword sect have already been cleared. Escapees, hunt down and exterminate them all. Now there is only one canyon left in the back of the questioning sword sect's mountains that has not been breached, and it is hiding some of the remaining members of the questioning sword sect. Earlier, we traced that Ling Yunfeng, the sword-asking sect leader, escaped into this canyon after being injured. Our chief Shidao ordered me to come and ask for advice on what to do next. Should we just break into the canyon? At those words, Lu Yuan frowned. Canyon? It seems that according to the information obtained by Drizzle earlier, this questioning sword sect, it seems that there is still an old ancestor with peak martial saint cultivation who is in seclusion. Your chief did the very right thing. When you come across this kind of possible danger, you must report it in time and not take any action without authorization. Lu Yuan turned back and said to both Li Sanjiu and Yuan Zuozong, come on, let's go to that canyon, too, and check it out. If that old ancestor of the questioning sword sect is still alive. A cold aura flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes, cutting off the grass and leaving no roots, but he had always acted in the same way. Chapter 44, Ask the Sword Sect Ancestor? Ask the Sword Sect Forbidden Land. It was the same canyon that the Shadow Guards and Lu Yuan had reported earlier. At this point, Ling Yunfeng paled and covered the wound on his abdomen as he stumbled towards the depths of the valley. Blood dripped onto the ground, extending a bloody trail. Although Ling Yunfeng barely escaped from the hands of Li Sanjie and Yuan Zuozong, but inevitably, he was also seriously injured. And, even if he swallowed countless elixirs, it was still a drop in the bucket. That was a wound caused by the full force of a martial saint's blow. How could it be healed so well? Damn it! Ling Yunfeng clenched his teeth. Inside his body, there was a constant stream of weakness that felt unprecedented. And, the weakness continued to worsen as the blood flowed. But compared to the physical pain, the shock in Ling Yunfeng's heart was especially greater. Who would have thought? A small Jinbei king would have a martial saint realm expert under his command? And 2 in a row. Finally, Ling Yunfeng dragged his tired body to the end of the road. It seems that for now, we can only wake up the shut-in old ancestor. Ling Yunfeng looked towards the cave in front of him, blocked by a huge rock. Ignoring the sharp pain from the wound, a flash of heat suddenly surfaced in his eyes. Behind this boulder-sealed cave was the retreat of the old ancestor of his questioning sword sect. Don't look at the fact that the questioning sword sect was now pushed to the brink of extinction, and the sect could topple at any time. However, Ling Yunfeng was not worried in the slightest, because, as long as their old ancestor is still alive, then, anytime, anywhere, they could rebuild another questioning sword sect, or spirit sword sect, whatever the clan. The name is just a code word anyway. This old ancestor who was in seclusion, striking the martial emperor realm, was the true foundation of their questioning sword sect. Ling Yunfeng stood firmly, his expression becoming solemn. Not being able to take care of the injuries on his body, he pinched several spells in his hands and recited the words under his breath, with his hands almost flinging out gusts of residual shadows. Perimeter. The aura that was originally swimming smoothly suddenly became restless. The majestic aura formed a tornado of aura and directly rushed towards the huge stone. Boom! With a violent sound, the massive boulder was instantly blown apart. Wait for the dust and smoke to clear. In the darkness, a withered and bony old man covered in crawling spider webs could be vaguely seen sitting in the cave. The old man's eyes were tightly closed, with no fluctuation in his breath, as if he had already passed away for many years. However, Ling Yunfeng did not dare to slack off at all, and hastily kneeled down respectfully. 7th generation patriarch of the questioning sword sect, Ling Yunfeng, pay respects to the old ancestor. No one answered, and there was a silence in the surroundings, echoing Ling Yunfeng's voice. It was as if there was no breathing around except for Ling Yunfeng. However, Ling Yunfeng, remained kneeling respectfully on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. Blood, slowly flowing out of the wound. Ling Yunfeng, was oblivious to the fact that he was still maintaining his kneeling position. Ryoko, that withered bone old man who had originally exuded an aura of death and silence suddenly showed a flash of fluctuating breath on his body. The ground. The blood that flowed out of Ling Yunfeng's wound just now strangely began to gather and float in the direction of the withered bone old man. The crimson blood was directly absorbed into the old man's body. With the absorption of blood, the old man's withered wood-like face is miraculously slowly recovering its roundness. It hadn't returned to a normal human flesh color, but it was much better than before when it was similar to a withered tree trunk. If Ling Yunfeng dared to look up at this moment, then you will find that the old man's eyes, which were originally closed, were strangely open at this moment. It was a pair of dazzling eyes. It's like a starburst. All sorts of profound and complicated laws continuously emerged in the old man's eyes, causing one to sink with a single glance. It was not for a moment that the many divine differences slowly faded away. Next, a flash of killing intent was clearly visible in the old man's sharp eyes. Call me. What is it? If nothing else, the consequences are serious. As if he hadn't spoken for a long time, the old man's voice when he spoke was like two rusty pieces of iron rubbing together. Very harsh. And as the old man's voice fell, Ling Yunfeng immediately felt a sharp gaze staring at him. Ling Yunfeng was suddenly like an on. Even with his martial saint realm cultivation, he felt a strong sense of oppression. The late generation deserves to die. Disturbing old ancestors' purification. Please punish old ancestor. It's just that right now, disciples really don't have a way. An army has now attacked my questioning sword sect, and the disciples of the questioning sword sect have been killed and injured in countless ways. It threatened to annihilate my questioning sword sect, leaving my entire questioning sword sect with no chickens or dogs left. Disciple is incompetent and unable to resist, so I had to come and seek help from old ancestor. Ling Yunfeng's head was buried deeply in the ground as he hurriedly explained. Only after hearing this did the old man notice the injuries on Ling Yunfeng's body. Seeing how badly Ling Yunfeng was injured, the anger in the old man's eyes slowly dissipated. After a long time, the old man who was sitting cross-legged suddenly stood up slowly. As if he had finally adapted to the ability to speak, he walked over to Ling Yunfeng's side and asked in a faint voice, "There is an army that has attacked my questioning sword sect? It's the Great Zhou dynasty?" The tone is usual though. However, a tyrannical aura on his body was an indication that the heart of the questioning sword old ancestor was not as calm as it appeared to be. Cold sweat broke out on Ling Yunfeng's forehead. The imperial lord of the Great Zhou dynasty was his own granddaughter. If the old ancestor misunderstood, it would be a disaster. Ling Yunfeng hurriedly explained. No. Now that the imperial lord of the Great Zhou dynasty is my own granddaughter, how could she come to attack my questioning sword sect? The Great Zhou dynasty is our ally. The one who attacked my questioning sword sect was a rebel called Lu Yuan. Upon hearing Ling Yunfeng's explanation, a flash of viciousness flashed across the old man's eyes. Lu Yuan. As the questioning sword old ancestor uttered Lu Yuan's name, the entire cave began to tremble and flying rocks rolled down everywhere. At this moment, the questioning sword old ancestor simply hated Lu Yuan. Old ancestor, have you broken through to that realm? At this moment, Ling Yunfeng carefully asked the doubt in his heart. He himself is a martial saint. I'm afraid that the old ancestor has already broken through to martial emperor if he can give himself so much pressure. Alas, who knows? The questioning sword old ancestor suddenly let out a thick sigh, a flash of frustration appearing on his face. The time is also the destiny. To think that I, old sword asking ancestor, am truly a success or a failure of my clan. The purpose of the questioning sword old ancestor's founding of the questioning sword sect at that time was to utilize the sect to collect the resources needed for cultivation for himself. In the end, he also managed to help himself reach the peak martial saint realm. Nowadays, he closed himself up and tried to break through to the great emperor realm. Even, he had half-stepped into the realm of the great emperors. However, because the sword-asking sect suffered a life and death crisis, it was pulled back hard. The chance to step into the martial emperor was sorely missed. Chapter 45 8th Grade Elixir. Half-emperor? God damn it, it was that close. The old ancestor of the questioning sword sect roared with unwillingness. After 300 years of seclusion, he had finally touched that realm. Now all of a sudden it was knocked back. With this kind of discrepancy, even the Ask the Sword old ancestor's peak martial saint mentality was close to collapsing. Aside, Ling Yunfeng was also lost in his mind as he watched the Ask the Sword old ancestor's violent rage. Done. The most feared thing still happened. Because of his own disturbance, he suddenly awakened the old ancestor who was in seclusion, resulting in his own old ancestor. He missed the chance to step into the great emperor. Damn you Lu Yuan, it's all because of you little bastard. Ling Yunfeng's face directly twisted. If it wasn't for Lu Yuan attacking his questioning sword sect, how would he have awakened his own old ancestor in desperation? I blame that little bastard Lu Yuan. Ling Yunfeng didn't think about his faults. Instead, he blamed Lu Yuan for all of his own ancestors' fault of missing out on the martial emperor's chance. Old ancestor, it's all because disciples deserve to die. But the reason for this is still that cub seed called Lu Yuan. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. You wouldn't have missed out on the chance to step into a great emperor. Ling Yunfeng's eyes were filled with resentment. Don't you remind me. Humph. I'm going to remove that Lu Yuan's head to vent my hatred. The questioning sword old ancestor snorted coldly, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped a few degrees. Anyway, someone is going to have to take the fall for this anyway. And this backstabber undoubtedly became Lu Yuan. At this moment, Ling Yunfeng suddenly remembered the two martial saints who had sneaked up on him earlier. His face changed as he hurriedly reminded the questioning sword old ancestor. By the way, old ancestor, under that Lu Yuan, he possesses two martial saints. Very sinister. This injury of mine is the result of their sneak attack. You must be careful, old ancestor. Ling Yunfeng's face was filled with worry. Although his own ancestor's battle power was unrivaled, facing two martial saints was still a considerable challenge. I hate that the disciple has been seriously injured and will not be able to do anything to assist old ancestor. Ling Yunfeng sighed. The severity of his injuries was known only to him. At least 3 years of recuperation. In this current situation, he was also equivalent to an invalid with no combat power. At those words, old man questioning sword glanced faintly at Ling Yunfeng. With a flip of his wrist, he directly took out an exquisite white jade porcelain bottle from within his spatial ring. Take this elixir down. With a flick of his fingers, he then delivered the porcelain bottle to Ling Yunfeng's hands. Ling Yunfeng received the porcelain bottle with both hands, and the moment he opened the mouth of the bottle, a rich dan fragrance wafted out. This is an 8th grade elixir. Ling Yunfeng froze, then trembled with excitement. In this continent, 4 pills, there were also grades. From the 1st to the 9th grade, the hierarchy is higher and higher. Generally speaking, above the 6th grade, it was already an extremely rare and extreme elixir. As the sword-asking sect leader, Ling Yunfeng only possessed the highest grade of elixir on his body, which was only the 7th grade. Old ancestor, this is just too expensive. Ling Yunfeng excitedly held the porcelain vase and looked at the sword-asking ancestor in dismay. At this point in time, do you still need to have to consider the preciousness of the elixir? The questioning sword old ancestor chided. But, the flash of flesh in his eyes indicated that he was not as calm as he appeared to be either. For now, this disciple of the martial saint realm was more or less useful. An 8th grade elixir was still quite good for buying people's hearts. Yes. Upon hearing the words of the questioning sword elder ancestor, a touch flashed in Ling Yunfeng's eyes. The old ancestor had actually rewarded himself with an 8th grade elixir. What a great favor! A flash of determination flashed in Ling Yunfeng's eyes, and he thought to himself that he would serve the old ancestor even better afterward. Immediately, directly tilting his head back, he took this 8th grade elixir. An 8th grade elixir deserved to be an 8th grade elixir. As the elixir went down, the medicinal effect was immediately realized, only to see the wounds on Ling Yunfeng's shoulders and abdomen immediately stop bleeding. Tender buds of flesh, visible to the naked eye, began to grow slowly, and the wound began to heal slowly. It wasn't back to full strength, but the wound at least looked less bloody. Many thanks to old ancestor for the medicine. Ling Yunfeng excitedly knelt in gratitude to the questioning sword elder ancestor, thinking that there would be a big battle soon. Ling Yunfeng gritted his teeth. Elder ancestor, even though disciple has not recovered his full strength, it's still no problem to hold back an enemy martial saint. Old ancestor, you only shall to first fully resolve one of the other party's martial saints. The questioning sword old ancestor didn't reply, only holding one hand in the air. He said, get up. You don't need to do anything next. Just watch. Ling Yunfeng was stunned when he felt the terrifying aura that suddenly rose from the god in the body of the questioning sword old ancestor. Old ancestor, you've actually reached the half-emperor realm? The moment Ling Yunfeng clearly perceived it, when his own old ancestor raised his hands and threw his feet, there was clearly a hint of imperial might, though not as majestic as a true martial emperor. Just a hint, but it also certainly shows. His own old ancestor had stepped into the half-emperor realm. The questioning sword old ancestor snorted coldly and said, although I didn't succeed in breaking through to great emperor, 300 years of enlightenment has allowed me to reach the half-emperor realm. It's just a pity that I've exhausted my potential now, and I'll have to stop here in the future. At those words, Ling Yunfeng was annoyed and delighted. The happy thing was that although the old ancestor had cut off his chances of becoming a martial emperor, he had at least managed to advance to the half-emperor realm. The annoyance was that the old ancestor was extremely gifted. With this kind of talent, if no one disturbed it, it would almost be a nail in the coffin to become a martial emperor, and it was all cut short by his own awakening. To be able to make a half-emperor like you, old ancestor, take action. That little thief Lu Yuan is proud enough to take pride in himself. Ling Yunfeng hated Lu Yuan with a passion. The splendor that belonged to his questioning sword sect was lost to Lu Yuan just like that. This made Ling Yunfeng hate Lu Yuan even more. Old ancestor, that Lu Yuan is at the entrance of the Forbidden Land. Please make a move to take down Lu Yuan completely. It's best to extract its soul, so that it can enjoy the suffering of the previous year's torment and never be able to transcend. Let's go. I'm going to meet that Lu Yuan. The questioning sword old ancestor waved his sleeve, a coldness that could be clearly detected from dozens of meters away. At the mouth of the valley, A small portion of the questioning sword sect's disciples stood warily not far from the interior of the valley entrance. It's not that they don't want to go further. Rather, it was the forbidden land of the questioning sword sect, which possessed a defense prohibition. With their cultivation level, it was difficult to break. It's over. Seeing that the opposite army was about to attack, this group of questioning sword sect's children could not help but flash a hint of despair in their eyes. At that moment, there was no way forward or backward. The process of waiting there silently to die is undoubtedly the most desperate. Chapter 46, Imperial Level Draw. Yan Yun 18 Horsemen. At this moment, Lu Yuan had already arrived at the mouth of the valley. However, Lu Yuan did not rush to do so, but turned his head towards Yu Xiang and asked, Yu Xiang, fine rain investigation. This asked the sword sect's old ancestor. Has been closed for how many years to come? Back to the Lord. More than 300 years. At those words, Lu Yuan couldn't help but frown. 300 years? That's a lot of years. What do you guys say? After these 300 years have passed, does that ask the sword old ancestor? Have any hope of successfully advancing to martial emperor? Lu Yuan seemed to be questioning the crowd, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at me and I looked at you, and no one dared to pack their bags and talk back. Those who could become an old ancestor of the questioning sword sects, their talent must belong to the group of astonishingly talented people. Whether or not one could achieve martial emperor in 300 years was anyone's guess. Beside him, Li Sanjie stood out and said, Lord, what need is there for 300 years? Give me another 80 years, and I'll succeed in advancing to the martial emperor realm. Li Sancho's gaze was flat, as if he was saying something definite. If other cultivators saw Li Sanjie so certain, they would definitely have to laugh their asses off. 80 years? For a cultivator with a long life, 80 years was just a snap of the fingers. By the time you reach Martial King, you have a 1,000-year lifespan, and the higher the realm, the harder it was to advance in cultivation. It was not surprising that even some high-realm cultivators were stuck in one realm for thousands of years. So, the higher the realm, the smaller the number. For example, the previous questioning sword sect's martial sect powerhouses possessed large hundreds of people. By the time we reached the half-saints, it had plummeted to a dozen or so. By the time you get to martial sage, it'll be one of a kind. And nowadays, almost no one dared to believe Li Sandao when he let slip that he could ensure cultivation to martial emperor in 80 years. Yet Lu Yuan believed it. Nothing else. Strong people coming out of the system just have this ability. Li Sanjie, I believe you have the ability. But now, after all, you're not a strong martial emperor, and you can't defeat a martial emperor. Lu Yuan laughed. What he lacked now was the most backhanded of martial emperor powerhouses. It's clear that Li Sanzhou doesn't fulfill this condition. Never mind. It's better to play it safe and have an imperial lottery first. Lu Yuan said mentally. Although by his own side, he possessed two martial saint powerhouses. However, Lu Yuan still didn't dare to act rashly. The hell knows if his army rushed into the canyon. Would they face a martial emperor powerhouse then? System, choose the imperial draw. Ding. The host chooses the imperial lottery. The system is in the lottery. Ding. Lucky draw successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive legion, Yan Yun 18th Cavalry. Yan Yun's 18 horsemen. The leader is a half-emperor. The remaining 17 riders are all at the peak of martial saint cultivation. My lord Luoyi. See my lord. A big man with a backbow wearing a black iron mask and only showing his eyes came to Lu Yuan and knelt down with a loud bang. Behind it, 17 strong men with two round moon-curved swords on their waists and strong bows and arrows on their backs, all of them exuding an extremely powerful aura. This is the unique aura of killing out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The moment the 18 horsemen of Yan Yun appeared, the surrounding crowd instantly felt their hairs stand on end. Although these 18 people hadn't deliberately released their own aura, the crowd still detected a rich and fierce aura that came over them, especially Luoyi. As a half-emperor, the emperor's might was so vast between his hands and feet that people could not look directly at him. Just by standing there, it was like a blazing Haori that was proudly looking down on the earth. Luoyi. Ha ha. Lu Yuan was stunned, and then he was ecstatic. It seems that this 18 horsemen he drew belongs to the mythological version of that one. No wonder it's so strong. 17 peak martial saints and one half-emperor. Even the warhorses they rode on were all demonic beasts comparable to the martial sect realm. This imperial raffle is definitely worth every penny. It was estimated that it was among the top rewards in the imperial level lottery. Lord, I detect a powerful aura within the canyon, approaching at great speed. At this time, Luoyi suddenly frowned and said, although the other side is weak, but it seems the Lord is weaker. The presence of the other party would undoubtedly pose a serious threat to the Lord's safety. Not to mention, he also perceived that the other party seemed to be still coming. At those words, Lu Yuan froze. Powerful breath of? Is it here? Asked the sword sect ancestor. Lu Yuan instantly realized. The one who could make even Luo Yi feel powerful was definitely that old ancestor of the questioning sword sect who had been in a state of seclusion. Lu Yuan laughed. Would you say it's a coincidence that Luo Yi and the 18 riders of Yen Yun had only just summoned them? Just as old man questioning the sword had arrived. Luo Yi, over to you. Lu Yuan gazed at Luo Yi and laughed. Let's just bring that sword-asking ancestor for Luo Yi to practice on. As the first whetstone for coming to this world. I will fulfill my lord's order. Luo Yi drank in a deep voice. Immediately, with a cold gaze, his body was like the wind, leading the 18 horsemen, charging towards the canyon. What a strong aura. At this moment, the questioning sword old ancestor suddenly detected a powerful aura that was rapidly approaching him. A flash of gravity flashed in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, 18 masked strong men with horrifying auras had appeared before them. I, Luo Yi, have come to take your heads by order of my lord. Luo Yi rode his warhorse and practically flashed in front of the sword-asking ancestor. The crotch of the demonic beast warhorse had lightning eyes and was so untamed that even the questioning sword ancestor couldn't help but look at it twice. At the same time, a desert silver spear also appeared in Luo Yi's hand, pointing at Ling Yunfeng and the questioning sword ancestor from afar. Old ancestor questioning sword glared at Ling Yunfeng, who was beside him. Are these the two martial saints you were talking about? Code 17 peak martial saints and one late half-emperor. He was an early half-emperor who had still just awakened and hadn't recovered to his full strength. He hit it with his head, and at this moment, Ling Yunfeng was also filled with confusion. The ones who had sneak attacked him before were clearly two martial saints. How come a dozen of them just showed up now? How could, under Lu Yuan, how could so many experts suddenly appear? 18 peak martial saints? Nope, this must be an illusion. Ling Yunfeng was practically falling apart. Holy, do you dare to believe that you are a great master of the martial saint? As a result, of the 20 people present, he was the one with the lowest realm. It's even more unexplainable. Since Lu Yuan had so many elite soldiers under him before, then why did you come to sneak attack yourself? A small martial saint junior? If you go straight up, don't you just run yourself over in minutes? It doesn't make any sense at all. Idiot. Haven't you figured out what the hell is going on right now? The questioning sword old ancestor chided with a dark face. Is this the time to dwell on that? It's better to think about how to live. Ling Yunfeng didn't dare to speak at once. He was aware of the temperament of old man questioning sword. If he didn't know better, he even suspected that his own old ancestor would even make a move on himself. Chapter 47, An Arrow Shot. The questioning sword ancestor exploded himself. This friend, we of the questioning sword sect have not offended, and what happened before was perhaps just a misunderstanding, and please do us the favor of letting us pass through the canyon. The questioning sword old ancestor glanced at Luo Yi and arched his hand respectfully, completely forgetting how, before, he had been so aggressive. Next to it, Ling Yunfeng also held his tongue and reluctantly lowered his head, though there was a bit of anger in him. But after all, this is a world where the strong are honored. A half-emperor opposite, with a dozen peak martial saints, was more powerful than the others. He himself was an ordinary martial saint, and his old ancestor had only just awakened, so it was better to bow his head first. Misunderstanding? The corners of Luo Yi's mouth arched in mockery. Honestly, he came out late and didn't realize what had happened earlier. He didn't even recognize who these two people in front of him were. But, so what? What a misunderstanding. As long as the Lord wanted these two people in front of him dead, that was enough. Brothers, prepare to strike. Luo Yi didn't pay the slightest attention to the questioning sword old ancestor and softly drank. Nah, behind Luo Yi, 17 Yen Yun 18 riders erupted in unison with a heaven-shaking roar. A strong battle intent surged out crazily from within them. One way or another. Questioning sword old ancestor's face changed slightly, shocked by the other party's aura. He was also furious at Luo Yi's disregard and his hands were shaking. At least he is a half-emperor powerhouse. Doesn't he want to lose face? Don't bully yourselves too much. I'm not one to be messed with. The questioning sword old ancestor colored and said. Only, the bottom of the speech was a bit lacking. Luo Yi smiled disdainfully and pulled a gunflower with the desert silver gun in his hand, saying, don't talk too much nonsense. Let's see it under the hand. At those words, the questioning sword old ancestor's face turned gloomy. He also didn't expect Luo Yi to be so decisive that he didn't even have any room for discussion. A trace of gravity flashed across the sword sect's old ancestor's face. The eyes, however, began to waver. At that moment, only the questioning sword old ancestor himself knew the bitterness and difficulty in his heart. Having lived for more than 8,000 years himself, his life expectancy is almost at its end. After another 300 years of seclusion, the qi in blood had even decayed to the extreme. Even if he had been promoted to a half-emperor, his strength was not something that could be restored overnight. It takes time. The half-imperial powerhouse on the other side, now clearly belonging to the prime of life, had chi and blood like a dragon, and was at the peak of his strength. What's more, the other party was still a late-stage half-emperor. He himself was only at the early half-emperor stage even if he regained his full strength. To know, at this kind of cultivation level of a half-emperor, even if it was just a small segment, the battle power was a gulf-level difference. What's more, they're still a full 2 small paragraphs off. In that case, it's escape. Next, before the questioning sword old ancestor could speak, his figure directly disappeared in place. Only one Ling Yunfeng was left in place full of confusion. Old ancestor this is escaping? You don't even hit me? Ling Yunfeng was winded. Good or bad? Call yourself when you run away. Escape? Can you escape? Luo Yi looked faintly at the back that had become a small dot in the distance with a face full of mockery. Swish! In Luo Yi's hand, a large purple and gold bow directly appeared. The precious light on the bow flickered, and a faint killing aura permeated out, making people's hearts chill just by looking at it. This bow accompanied Luo Yi in his battles to the north and south, and had long since become a superb spiritual treasure with infinite power. After getting the bow, Luo Yi's eyes immediately became sharp. He wasn't weak in martial arts, but his archery skills were stronger. Luo Yi drew a feathered arrow from behind him and bent his bow. The purple and gold bow was pulled into a full moon by Luo Yi. Whoosh! In the next second, an arrow broke through the air and shot out. Far away, the questioning sword old ancestor, who was frantically escaping, hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly felt like an awn on his back, a sharpness that stung his own skin. No good. The questioning sword old ancestor's heart was startled, and a sense of crisis soared in his heart. Subconsciously, he tried to bend and dodge, but Luo Yi's arrows, how can they be so easy to dodge? Pust! Before the questioning sword old ancestor could react, the arrow went straight through his chest, directly penetrating a bull-sized bloody hole. Blast! Yet that's not all. The moment the arrow penetrated the body of the questioning sword ancestor, Luo Yi suddenly let out a cold cry. Boom! The arrow that had just passed through the chest of the questioning sword ancestor exploded in response. A mushroom cloud comparable to a nuclear bomb explosion blossomed directly in the sky. Put! The questioning sword old ancestor was directly blown away. His broken body directly embedded on top of a cliff face. 2 heavy strikes in succession directly knocked the questioning sword ancestor into a state of serious and dying injuries. You're weaker than I expected. Luo Yi dodged and appeared in front of the questioning sword ancestor and said indifferently, How could you be so strong? Obviously both the same half-emperor. A look of disbelief appeared on the face of the questioning sword old ancestor. He never dreamed that he would lose so easily. The 2 sides were both half-emperors, and he himself had failed to even catch a single blow from the other side. An arrow, just about killed myself, being struck again and again. This made the proud-minded questioning sword old ancestor completely unable to accept this result for a moment. The mind is even more broken. First, the chance to become an emperor was interrupted, and then, it was defeated by a single move. He didn't even have a chance to get his sword out. Since things are getting worse, so why don't we just break down and let it go? The questioning sword old ancestor's mind directly exploded. Bah! The questioning sword old ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of viciousness. Do you really want to drive the whole thing out? If you want to kill me, I won't make it easy for you. Luo Yi, still with a breezy face, said, A mere defeated general, how dare you speak up? However, dying at my hands, you can rest in peace. Luo Yi's words stung the sword old ancestor's pride even more. He had been able to become a half-emperor and had been an existence that crushed his peers along the way, so how had he ever suffered such an insult? The questioning sword old ancestor knew that he couldn't escape today, and a hint of hostility flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha, ha ha, I admit you're strong, but if I offer this move, and how should you respond? The questioning sword old ancestor suddenly laughed wildly. Rabbits bite when they're anxious. Since the other party refused to let themselves live, then no one would want to live well. Die. Everybody die. And that Lu Yuan. All die. All die. The moment. The questioning sword old ancestor's mind completely exploded as a flash of madness suddenly flashed across his face. Luo Yi didn't notice anything 1 second, but the next second, his face directly changed wildly. He felt that a raging, powerful energy was brewing inside the questioning sword old ancestor. You crazy person. How dare you try to blow yourself up? Luo Yi was shocked and looked deeply at the sword-asking ancestor with monstrous anger in his gaze. Damn! This questioning sword old ancestor, in his rage, even chose to directly explode himself. The cultivators in this world live too long, and the power of a self-detonation, even the most ordinary one, was enough to kill cultivators spanning several levels. The power generated by a half-step martial emperor's self-detonation was simply terrifying to the extreme. Don't look back. Retreat. This guy, he's going to die together. Luo Yi's figure retreated rapidly, shouting as he furiously ran towards where Lu Yuan was. It doesn't matter if you fall yourself. Key, no harm can come to the Lord. Chapter 48, desperately blocking. Luo Yi seriously injured. Ha ha ha, it's too late. You all die for me. None of them will leave alive. The questioning sword old ancestor let out a maniacal laugh, and without hesitation, he directly detonated his dantian and meridians. The entire person transformed into a meteor, shooting towards Luo Yi's side. Asterisk 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 off. Luo Yi shouted angrily and swung his palm to attack. However, before the attack could land on the sword-asking ancestor, the sword-asking ancestor directly exploded. A terrifying mass of energy immediately exploded out from its body. Even this heaven and earth couldn't withstand a half-emperor's self-detonation. The entire void, as if torn apart, erupted with pieces of spider web fragments. A terrifying shockwave visible to the naked eye swept around, and everything it touched directly turned into pieces. Luo Yi's heart shook. This power. Even he felt a bit shocked. It's too late. Looking at the tidal wave of terrifying energy that was spreading rapidly, Luo Yi's face was incredibly embarrassed. In this situation, he might be able to get out in one piece if he was on his own. But the Lord's safety. Luo Yi's heart was hardened, as if he had made some sort of determination, and he turned around and roared, 18 horsemen at your service. No escape. Prepare to carry this attack hard and buy time for the Lord's evacuation. Just now, he had already transmitted the news of the questioning sword ancestor's self-destruction to Lu Yuan. Right now, Lu Yuan and the others were rapidly withdrawing, and all they had to do was to buy enough time for Lu Yuan to evacuate to a safe position. Nah! Upon hearing this, the 17 Yen 18 riders immediately stopped their retreat. Turn back. Straight up tides. No complaints. They would do anything to protect the Lord's safety. Formation. Block this attack for me. We need to gain time for the Lord. Luo Yi roared, his eyes filled with determination. If it was not blocked and this tidal wave of energy was allowed to spread, 10,000 miles in a radius would be reduced to ashes. At that time, everyone will have to be buried with them. He, for one, would never allow that to happen. The 17 peak martial saints of the 18 riders of Yin Yun were all solemn in their faces. Rumble. The waves of energy surged and surged, like a flood beast, ferociously pouncing towards them. Kill. Luo Yi bellowed and took a deep breath. Taking out his great purple gold bow, he bent his bow and pulled it into a full moon. Subsequently, a flash of golden light, steeply bursting out. Buzz. A tweet. This golden arrow feather flew in midair and even directly transformed into an arrow of light hundreds of feet in size. The sound was horrifying, whistling and blasting directly on top of the energy tide. However, that tidal wave of energy only paused for a breath, and then easily swallowed the 100-feet-long light arrow. Then, even more aggressively, they lunged toward them. Brothers, kill for me. Luo Yi knew that an arrow would definitely be useless. He then took the lead, the lance in his hand resembling a golden dragon, and with an invincible aura, he rushed straight forward. Behind, 17 Yen 18 riders followed. Kill. The 17 Yen 18 horsemen used all their means, all sorts of powerful moves, without reservation. The attack of the 18 horsemen and the tidal shockwave collided together fiercely. Ka-ching! Thunder and lightning roared in the void. A block of void cracks appeared with the collision, like a huge chain spreading out. The clash between the two sides actually caused the shattering of the void to expand by a few points again. Aha! Break it open for me! Luo Yi stomped on the void with both legs, stifling a grunt as his face was filled with a scowl. The moment of the collision just now, cracks had appeared in his tough golden tendons and jade bones. He was still at the cultivation level of a half-emperor, and he was already like this. The situation was even worse for the rest of the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun at the martial saint realm. Severe bleeding from the 7 orifices and broken bones. The lighter ones all spat out blood furiously and their organs were damaged. However, the 18 people were like 18 Vajra, and they refused to take a step back. Hang on to me. Cheer up. It'll get through. Luo Yi growled lowly. At this moment, his forehead was covered in sweat, and blood had already spilled from the corner of his mouth. A handsome face, pale. The 17 peak martial saint experts similarly gritted their teeth. They know that they must never fall. Once he fell, then the Lord's safety was over. Boom! It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. That tidal wave of energy, mixed with the fluctuations generated by the shattering of the void, steeply increased in power. With a boom, it directly engulfed Luo Yi and the others. Put! Luo Yi's body shook, his bones directly cracked, and the wounds on his body were even more numerous, with blood spraying out like spring water. The other 17 Yin 18 riders were unable to support themselves and instantly crumbled away. In the blink of an eye, only Luo Yi was left struggling to hold on. Luo Yi clenched his teeth and stood dead still, not taking half a step back. He didn't dare to let up. He couldn't give up. There was not even time to take care of the fallen brothers. As long as the Lord can escape out alive. So what if they fall here? I don't know how long it took, but Luo Yi suddenly felt the pressure loosen. It turned out that as the shattered void was repaired, that tidal wave of energy was also swallowed up by the void. It's finally over. Hoo. Luo Yi gasped for air, his robes wet with sweat, but his eyes were filled with relief. The pressure suddenly leaked out, and Luo Yi felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. The tattered body could no longer support itself and directly fell from mid-air. Luo Yi. In a trance, Luo Yi seemed like a voice was ringing in his ears. Luo Yi snapped his eyes open and realized that he was actually lying in the middle of an unfamiliar valley. The valley was surrounded by mudslide-like debris and was bare, with no green at all. Lord! Seeing the face in front of his face, Luo Yi struggled and tried to get up. Don't move! Lu Yuan directly pressed Luo Yi back. Logically speaking, how could Lu Yuan, a martial emperor, press a demigod powerhouse? But now Lu Yuan barely used his strength. From this, it could be seen just how serious Luo Yi's injuries were. Lord, it's good that you're okay. Right. How are my brothers doing? Luo Yi said weakly. Well, I'm fine. Thanks to you this time. If it wasn't for you, I'd be lost. Your group of brothers are all good too. Although they are seriously injured, they are all fine. That's good. Luo Yi smiled weakly, his hanging heart finally letting go. Chapter 49, Overthrowing the Questioning Sword Sect. Ling Qi, looking at Luo Yi, whose entire body was shattered and barely had any benefits. The anger in Lu Yuan's heart rose miserably. If Luo Yi hadn't warned him in time and fought to block, maybe his little life is played out. Ask the Sword Sect. Humph. Yu Xiang, order Fine Rain to go all out to hunt down and kill all the disciples of the sword-asking sect scattered across the continent. If you find one, kill one. I want to ask the Sword Sect to completely sever its roots. A cold aura flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. By himself now, he had merely overthrown the Questioning Sword Sect's headquarters. The Questioning Sword Sect had been established for thousands of years, with a huge number of disciples scattered throughout the continent. Those disciples who were out on a mission, or out practicing, had undoubtedly escaped this time. All Lu Yuan had to do was to hunt down these leaky fish, kill all those who are connected to the Questioning Sword Sect. Nah, Yu Xiang answered with a solemn face. Although Fine Rain was an intelligence organization, the cultivation of its members was not weak. Furthermore, the main battle forces of the Questioning Sword Sect had all fallen. Those odds and ends, the drizzle was enough to deal with. After this battle, the Questioning Sword Sect, a top-tier transcendent power, was completely removed from the continent. Luo Yi, get some rest. Looking at Luo Yi's broken and unbearable body, Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with heartache. Although Luo Yi was a character summoned by the system, but in Lu Yuan's eyes, these are living, flesh and blood existence. Lord, I can still fight. I can still, which is so much nonsense. If I tell you to rest, you rest. Hearing Lu Yuan's chorus, Luo Yi instantly let out a bitter smile. However, the heart was warmed. How is it not a blessing for them to have a lord who cares for them? Luo Yi will rest well. When Luo Yi recovers, he will surely fight for the lord again. Luo Yi said with a firm gaze. After settling Luo Yi and the others, Lu Yuan was finally relieved. Although the 18 riders of the smoking cloud were heavily injured, they were finally not in fear of their lives. Only, for Luo Yi and the others to return to their full strength, it would take at least a small half-year. Unless, take something like a healing holy medicine to speed up recovery. Unfortunately, though, none of these Lu Yuan had. It's better to use it as little as possible while Luo Yi and the others are recovering. Anyway, for the time being, the two martial saint powerhouses, Li Sanjie and Yuan Zuozong, can still hold up their cards as well. Lu Yuan pondered in his mind. A martial saint powerhouse was already a hegemonic level existence on the continent. At least for now, it still holds up the door. Lord, I'm back. At that moment, Shadow Ink suddenly drilled out of Lu Yuan's shadow. Well, what I asked you to look for, did you find it? Lu Yuan seemed to have anticipated this and asked in a faint voice. Shadow Ink knelt on one knee and said, My lord, after our search, the Ask Sword Sect ancestor is all but nowhere to be found. Probably, it's already pulverized and completely dissipated in this world. However, on our search, we accidentally found the sword-asking sect master. The other man was dying when I found him, and I forced myself to keep his breath. Shadow Ink said. dropping a broken and wretched figure. See only. Ling Yunfeng was paralyzed on the ground at this moment, blood roiling all over his body, and his body was covered in bizarre bends and twists, breathing weakly, as if more out of breath than in. Lu Yuan frowned. As soon as that terrifying explosion had ended just now, Lu Yuan had the shadow guards go forward to search for the old ancestor of the questioning sword sect. I didn't expect to find the sword-asking sect ancestor, but instead brought back the sword-asking sect patriarch. Humph, it's really cheap for that old undead. But since the sword-asking ancestor is dead, then this sword-asking patriarch will be the one to bear all of this. Go, save the other man's life. Lynch him first, then extract his living soul and fry him in a heavenly lantern for me. Looking at the dying questioning sword patriarch at his feet, Lu Yuan sneered. It's too bad that old man questioning the sword died, having wounded the 18 horsemen of Yan Yun so badly. He should be made to taste the most brutal pain in the world. But, since the old ancestor is gone, the patriarch will pay for it. On the ground, the dying Ling Yunfeng's body suddenly trembled. Little bastard, give me a hard time. Abuse me. What kind of a man are you? Ling Yunfeng shouted frantically, his eyes filled with madness. The flesh is lynched, the soul is lit. This is the cruelest criminal law in this world. Right now, all he wanted was to die. But that's just wanting a pain in the ass. Torture is not what he wants. Humph. Shadow Inc., entertain our sovereign lord, Lu Yuan said in a cold voice. Then, without looking back, he left the place. Lord, I will definitely not let you down. Shadow Inc. was full of seriousness. Facing Ling Yunfeng, he drew his own dagger. Next step, lynching. I'm a pretty good bladesmith. I shouldn't let you die anytime soon. A flash of panic finally flashed in Ling Yunfeng's eyes. No. System, open my personal panel. During this time, Lu Yuan had also figured out some of the system's functions. Also find out where your personal panel is. Host, Lu Yuan. Strength, Early Martial Emperor. Forces under his command, Yan Yun 18th Cavalry, critically injured state. 100. 000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, reinforced version. 50. 000 Trapped Army. Shadow Guards, Fine Rain. And 10. 000 Beifu Army, disabled. Guards under command, Li Sandao. Su Chu. Points, 637-6975. Looking at the 6 million points, Lu Yuan suddenly shook his head sadly. It's a pity. If the questioning sword old ancestor hadn't blown himself up and been decapitated by Luo Yi, it would have been a considerable amount of fortune value. Estimated. It can break 10 million again. But the matter was over. And Lu Yuan wouldn't continue to dwell on this. Suddenly, Lu Yuan noticed the changes on his personal panel. The Northern Household Army is actually disabled? Lu Yuan looked at the word disabled behind the Northern Household Army and couldn't help but frown. The data on the panel are updated in real time. For example, the serious injury status behind the 18 horsemen of Yan Yun represents the 18 horsemen being seriously injured. However, once he remembered the information that Drizzle had given him earlier, Lu Yuan also immediately dawned on him. It seems, it's also the Great Wall Legion of the northern regions heading south and is attacking the Jade Gate Pass now. Yu Xiang, on Xia's side of Yumen Pass, how is it going? Lu Yuan casually found Yu Xiang and asked about the situation at Yumen Pass. The Fine Rain, an intelligence organization, is spread throughout the entire Great Zhou. One could say that Drizzle was his own eyes and ears. Yu Xiang arched her hand. My lord, the commander of the Great Wall Legion, Wang Hu, is leading 300,000 troops to attack Yumen Pass. Xiaxian leads 10,000 troops, and with the sturdiness of the Yumen Pass, close the city and hold it firmly. That Wang Hu is a half-saint cultivation, but the Jade Gate Pass possesses a forbidden suppression, and the other party's half-saint strength isn't much use. Sure enough, the news given by Yu Xiang also corroborated Lu Yuan's conjecture. Since Xia didn't ask for his help, it meant that there wasn't too much of a problem with Yumen Pass right now. Chapter 50, Servant Girl Rulin. Third Prince's Man? At that moment, Yu Xiang seemed to remember something else and continued. By the way, Lord, the 10,000 defenders from the previous Domain North City have also abandoned Domain North City and returned to Yumen Pass. The old man from the original Jinbei Royal House has also been safely delivered to the Jade Gate Pass by us. Lu Yuan nodded. Okay, I know. Hard work, Yu Xiang. Those old people in the Jinbei Royal House just settle down casually. As for the Domain North City defenders supporting Yumen Pass, that's not bad either. Yumen Pass is easy to defend and hard to attack. 20,000 defenders. Enough to hold out for many days. Yu Xiang nodded in agreement. Jade Gate Pass generation of majestic passes. For the previously vulnerable Great Zhou impregnable a barrier. And not without reason. Lord, there is one more thing now. There was suddenly some hesitation on Yuxiang's face. Lu Yuan didn't notice anything wrong and remained breezy. What is it? Yuxiang hesitated for a moment, but finally said it. My lord. Originally there was a woman in the Jinbei king's residence who said she was your woman and insisted on seeing you. If we don't bring her, she'll kill herself for us. I couldn't do anything with her under my greetings and didn't dare to move her, so I brought her here. Yuxiang lowered her head. My subordinate does not dare to act without authorization, but I also dare to ask my lord how this woman should be arranged? At those words, Lu Yuan frowned slightly. Hearing Yuxiang say that, Lu Yuan probably knew who it was. It should be the same sultry woman who lay beside her when she first crossed over. The demonic woman's name was Rulin, and she was the predecessor's personal maid. Although she was a maid, she was almost as good as a concubine, just short of a name. The predecessor can be fascinated by her. A mind are pounced on her body, but also will be brought to the king's house private for the forbidden domain. But, what's it like to take a woman with you when you go into battle now? As for Jiang Shannon, she was at least a powerful person in the martial king realm. Where is she now? But, Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment, but decided to meet. Nothing else. People are coming, more or less making up for the fact that, when I first awoke, I hadn't finished my business. Yuxiang said, the shadow guards have sent someone specifically to greet them, and they are probably almost there. It didn't take long. A shadow guard then brought Rulin to Lu Yuan's tent. Your Highness, your slave has finally met you. My slave has missed you so much. Why did you just leave your slave behind? Do you not want your slave anymore? As soon as Rulin showed up, she cried and cried, leaning towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan couldn't help but look at it. Aha! Dressed as cool as ever. It made the small of your back burn. Lu Yuan, when will you return to North Yang City? At this time, Jiang Qianing suddenly walked into the tent. At that moment, he saw Rulin who was hugging Lu Yuan's arm. At once, Lu Yuan then detected a grudging gaze that was thrown at him. There was no need to doubt that it was definitely Jiang Shannon without a doubt. Ahem. Feeling the soft razor of his arm, Lu Yuan hurriedly coughed and said, what brings you here? By the way, let me introduce. This is Rulin, my previous maid. Ha! At that moment, Lu Yuan seemed to suddenly notice something and let out a light eep. Rulin, I remember. I think you said that before. You were born into a common farming family and couldn't survive to make a living in regional North City, right? Lu Yuan gave Rulin a meaningful look. Before, he didn't have the cultivation, but he didn't notice anything. But now, he possessed the cultivation of a martial emperor. Right away, he sensed that something was wrong. This Rulin was not some weak woman, but was actually a strong person with the cultivation of a martial king. Rulin hadn't yet noticed Lu Yuan's quiet change and said with a shy face, yes, I can't believe that you still remember. Your Highness, Rulin is truly blessed in this life to have met you. Lu Yuan's face was full of cold smiles, and without a trace, he pushed Rulin's arm away, turned back to sit on the stool, and took a sip from his teacup. If you are a woman from an ordinary family, then why do you still have cultivation in your body? The cultivation level isn't low, is it? Martial King? Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Rulin's movements froze. On his face, a flash of panic also flashed. All of this was seen by Lu Yuan without a trace. In his heart, he thought even more that there was something wrong with this Rulin. Your Highness, Rulin was so flustered and overwhelmed that she stumbled over her words a bit. Tell me, what is your purpose in approaching me? Lu Yuan glanced coldly at Rulin. Lu Yuan didn't believe that a martial king powerhouse would approach him with no purpose at all. You know, the predecessor was just a waste of a prince, powerless and weak in cultivation, nothing but a handsome skin. What's the basis for getting the favor of a martial king? Around. Su Chu and the others were also on guard when they saw this and looked at Rulin warily. If this woman dared to make any moves, they would all immediately step in to take her down. Finally, Rulin was also forced into submission by the cold eyes of Su Chu and the others. She was also able to detect the cultivation of Su Chu and the others, which was deep. Li Sanjie, in particular, gave her soul a deep feeling of wariness. Rulin gritted his teeth. Your Highness, my slave is the third prince's man. Now that the female emperor is unkind and has given you death without authorization, the third prince has expectations of reaching cooperation with you. Rulin stopped unconsciously as he spoke, because she suddenly felt the Lu Yuan in front of him was as cold as the nine hells. Third prince? Ha! Yeah, that's great. This third prince, he really is so powerful. How dare you put your hand into my side? The anger in Lu Yuan's heart simply rose to the extreme. The empress gave herself to death. The third prince is also going to join in the fun. Then kill them until they are so chilled that they dare not extend their claws. Su Chu, kill for me. Lu Yuan didn't even look at Rulin as he coldly ordered. Nah, Suchu doesn't care what pity is or isn't. Lu Yuan's words are holy orders. Swish. Rulin still wanted to argue, but Suchu's greatsword had already cut out. The blade energy shot out, directly splitting Rulin into pieces. Cooperation. Oh, third prince, I'll remember you. Lu Yuan took a deep look at Rulin's corpse, before the empress gave her death. This Rulin was by her side. The predecessor, at the time, was still just a punk. Visible. What this third prince sought in the beginning was not to cooperate with himself. I'm glad I held myself back, or I'd have to be sick to my stomach. Lu Yuan let out a deep breath. People who communicate deeply turn out to be spies sent by others. How could this make Lu Yuan not be angry? Chapter 51, Signing off on the geomancy pill. Lu Yuan sat back in his chair, his face furious. No wonder the predecessor was mesmerized by the other. A martial king powerhouse making a move to charm an ordinary person. Wouldn't that be a handful? Go, Yu Xiang. Investigate that third prince. What exactly is his origin? Humph. Since the reckoning dared to hit me, you must be prepared to pay a painful price. A cold aura flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. The forces of the great Zhou dynasty were intricately intertwined, and he didn't know where this third prince had popped up from again. I also don't know what the other side's bottom line is, but, since the other party could casually send out a martial king as a pawn to lurk by their side, that also means that the other party is not a generalized person either. My lord. Yuxiang tensed her body and nodded her head in response with immense apprehension. After all, he's the one who brought the people. Now that something has gone wrong, he can hardly escape a share of the blame. But to Yuxiang's relief, it was good that Lu Yuan did not pursue the matter. Instead, he waved his hand and simply let him exit the tent. Asinine, what were you going to say? Is there something you came to see me about? At this time, Lu Yuan held up his teacup and looked suspiciously at Zhang Shannon who was at the side. At this moment, Zhang Shannon's fingertips were white from pinching, and she was staring at the remaining blood on the ground. Just now, Lu Yuan didn't hesitate to cut down the demonic woman, but it scared her. That demonic woman was obviously Lu Yuan's woman, and Lu Yuan killed it without even blinking. It made her think of herself. Is there a difference between her status and Lu Yuan's place and that demonic woman? No difference. All of them are parasites, dependent on Lu Yuan for survival. Since Lu Yuan was able to cut down that demonic woman without any mercy, what about her? Asinine? Looking at Zhang Shannon frozen in a daze, Lu Yuan impatiently called out again. Kang Shannon was frozen in her tracks. Suddenly hearing Lu Yuan's impatient voice, she was like a frightened deer. No, I just came to check out. Kang Shannon panicked and waved her hands back and forth. How could she dare to continue to fight over her jealousy and give Lu Yuan a face now? Beware of upsetting Lu Yuan and being chopped to pieces like the woman just now. By the time you're out of it, you're out of it. His own father, probably, would not have escaped the clutches of this demon. Kang Shannon's mind was in turmoil. Today's scene made her realize her situation all over again. As he watched Zhang Shannon flee as fast as she could, Lu Yuan was a bit confused. What the hell? This ninny? Lu Yuan shook his head, and then he forgot about Zhang Shannon. There's a lot going on right now, and it's not the time to concoct this ninny. Just as Lu Yuan was thinking about what to do next, at this point, in Lu Yuan's mind, a system prompt suddenly came. Ding! The host's command has killed a martial saint powerhouse, seriously injured, and has gained 100,000 chi luck values. Lu Yuan froze. Kill a martial saint? With that, Lu Yuan immediately realized that this should be what Shadow Mo had contributed to himself by beheading that questioning sword sect master. But, when he saw the chi luck value given by the system, Lu Yuan's face immediately darkened. Damn you system, did you embezzle my luck value? Why is it only 100,000? A martial saint powerhouse is worth $1 million at the very least. Lu Yuan whined in annoyance. The value of 100,000 was simply very different from what Lu Yuan had expected. For a saint-level draw, 1 million luck values are required. It should be reasonable for the system to reward 1 million chi values for killing a martial saint, right? Ding! The host's command did not result in an actual battle with the enemy, only a filler. The system determines that a strong person has struck and automatically cuts the value of the chi. Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Yuan's face grew darker and darker. Your sister. Picking up a corpse and judging it to be a powerful person striking? Okay. At this time Lu Yuan suddenly remembered. It seems that there is indeed a strong man out there. There was a strong man who blew himself up and ended up nearly crumbling his own clan's patriarch to death. This should, kind of a powerful person to take a shot at it, right? Humph. The dog system is really rigorous. The slightest chance to exploit the loophole is blocked. Lu Yuan's face was sardonic, but there was still some indignation in his heart. According to the dog system, the decimation of an enemy by one's own men is scaled down according to the strength gap between the two sides. Also, it can't be controlled by the strong and patched up by the weak. Now, I can't believe I can't even pick up a body. Really no bugs left at all. But, once he thought of this chi luck value, which was also considered to be picked up for nothing, Lu Yuan's heart felt a little better. Another night. Looking at his cultivation level, after a night's time, it slowly rose another sliver. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. At this rate of progress, in less than 3 months, I should be able to advance to mid-martial emperor. Indeed, this Yuanine sacred body is worthy of being a first-class sacred body. Other people cultivate bitterly for a decade or so, and their realm can only go up by that much. As a result, his own realm, however, rocketed upwards. I have to say, that's pretty cool, and very run. Looking at the time, Lu Yuan opened the system interface again. Oh, it's time for the daily check-in again. I wonder this time, what rewards will be signed out? Lu Yuan smiled faintly, his heart secretly containing anticipation. This check-in time is based on the first check-in time. Opening the system to sign in every morning had become a must for Lu Yuan. System, open today's copy of the sign-in. Ding! System check-in in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 18 flavored Di Huang pills. 18 flavors of Di Huang pills strengthen the body and kidneys, benefit the body and replenish the deficiency. Can reach the realm of legend 18 times a night. Lu Yuan. Why do I feel like I'm somehow a little bit of a false want? Ah shucks, how could he need such a thing when he was so valiantly covered? But although Lu Yuan's mouth said no, his body was still honest. With just a flash of light, a pea-sized brown pill appeared in Lu Yuan's hand. This pill, in addition to smelling through the fragrance, and the general Dan pill is not different. Hey, Lu Yuan hemmed and hawed. Being strong on your own is strong, but what man doesn't want to be stronger? Lu Yuan flipped his wrist and directly brought the pill to his mouth. The pills melted in the mouth and turned into a warm stream that flowed into the abdomen. At once, Lu Yuan inexplicably felt himself turn hot all of a sudden. Even the entire body became instantly fluid. It works. Lu Yuan did not expect the medicine to take effect so quickly. Lu Yuan licked his tongue. Now he felt like he could do it again. Chapter 52, The Man in Black. The Third Prince. Chang'an City. A luxurious oversized courtyard with picturesque bridges and water. In the center of the lake pavilion, a huge fat man in brocade and fancy clothes was lusting after the beautiful maid in his arms. This fat man is less than 500 or 600 pounds. The maid was held in its arms, with adults holding children. Cluck cluck cluck. Hate it, your highness. Don't. Hearing the beauty's pout, Fatty narrowed his small eyes, his lustful gaze unconcealed. Hey, there's a reward for you if you serve this king comfortably. At those words, the beautiful maid's eyes lit up. Wasn't she bluffing with this disgusting fat man for that little reward? The maid laughed daintily, her thin shirt slipping to the floor piece by piece under the fat man's big hands. The next was even more forceful, and the whole person was almost pressed against the fat man. Just as the fat man was getting excited, a man in black, ghost-like, appeared directly in front of it. Looking at the black-clothed man who suddenly appeared in front of her, the maid was instantly scared out of her wits. Before the maid could cry out in shock, Fatty let out a slight sigh. Hey, pity. Subsequently, Fatty's arm slightly exerted force, and he directly came to kill the girl in his arms. Click. The maid's bones were shattered all over her body, and she directly became a puddle of flesh. Looking at Fatty's face again, where was the colorful piggy look from earlier? A small pair of eyes that seemed to be open and emanated a grim gaze. Didn't I tell you not to show yourselves to me when someone is there? What? Are you going to break the rules I set? If there's no significant news, you've cost me a favorite pet for nothing, and you know what happens. The fat man lightly dropped the already broken maid in his arms to the ground, clapped his hands, and coldly glanced at the man in black. These men in black, specifically created by him to deal with things out of sight. How could he let others know that he was associated with these men in black? All who see it are killed. Being glanced at by Fatty's eyes, the black-clothed man's forehead instantly broke out in cold sweat. Hastily kneeling on one knee, he said succinctly, "My lord, according to the news from the scouts, the questioning sword sect has been destroyed by Lu Yuan's army." The entire questioning sword sect, razed to the ground by Lu Yuan's army. The man in black lowered his head. Only he knew that this razing he was talking about was not an adjective. Rather, the questioning sword sect had literally become a flatland. Upon hearing this, Fatty was shocked. What? The questioning sword sect was actually destroyed? How can it be? Fatty's first reaction was disbelief. The questioning sword sect was the #1 ranked sect in the Great Zhou, and it was powerful. Not to mention the 100,000 or so disciples under the door. Even that martial saint realm patriarch was not something an ordinary person could deal with. Isn't the questioning sword sect master a martial saint? And what about that old sword-asking ancestor who has been in seclusion? Did none of them make a move when the questioning sword sect was destroyed? Fatty asked his doubts directly. The man in black lowered his head. The sword-asking sect patriarch has disappeared, and no trace has been found for the time being. But according to all indications, it should have fallen into the hands of Lu Yuan, the questioning sword sect's closeted ancestor. Although he came out of the closet, after showing up, it seems that he was directly decapitated by Lu Yuan's men. The questioning sword sect becoming flat ground is the result of the experts under Lu Yuan, fighting with that questioning sword ancestor. Hearing that even the sword-asking ancestor had been decapitated, an extremely stunned look appeared on Fatty's face. The two saints of one clan have fallen in unison? Hiss. Fatty sucked in a breath of cold air. Outside rumors, that old sword-asking ancestor was at the peak of martial saint cultivation, and was even on the verge of stepping into a half-emperor. Even such a powerful person had died in the hands of Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan, is it really that strong? Fatty felt that he, himself, should revisit Lu Yuan. It's especially time to take a closer look. Why would so many experts suddenly appear out of nowhere under Lu Yuan? As for the news brought by the man in black, Fatty did not doubt the truth or falsehood. The intelligence organization he's worked so hard to build for decades. If he even dared to pass on false information, then he would have questioned his past tactics. The fat man was silent for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his face. Lu Yuan being strong is also a good thing for me. Luckily, Rulin was previously placed at Lu Yuan's side, and gained the other party's trust. As long as Rulin exerts a little bit of tactics, will that Lu Yuan not be obedient? Fatty suddenly remembered the earlier, a pawn that he had planted early by Lu Yuan's side, couldn't help but smile in amusement. The move he had made earlier to get his hands on the northern domain was now of great use. If you can control Lu Yuan indirectly through Rulin, then wouldn't Lu Yuan's tough men also be used for himself? If we call from the inside and respond from the outside, then the great work can be accomplished. Inform Rulin and tell her to hurry back to Lu Yuan. This Rulin is really stupid. Before, she even let Lu Yuan leave her alone in Domain North City. This time, if you find it, you must follow Lu Yuan closely, and use every means possible to make it die to her skirt. Fatty joyfully commanded. Since Rulin was mentioned, the identity of the fat man was revealed. It was none other than the third prince of Great Zhou, Zhou Huang. However, the black-robed man's next sentence, however, directly poured a pot of cold water on the third prince. The man in black laughed bitterly. Lord, Rulin's fate card. It's shattered. Well, I know. What did you say? The third prince's face suddenly changed. How did Rulin's fate card shatter? Are you lying to me? You should know my methods. The third prince stared at the man in black with a deadly stare, his pupils instantly becoming demonically evil as a terrifying black aura spread out from within his body. Obviously, this third prince, too, is not as simple as it seems. Being watched by the third prince's gaze, the black-clothed man felt as if he was being gazed at by an evil god, and immediately felt a little breathless. Lord, Rulin's fate card is indeed shattered. According to my subordinate's speculation, Rulin's identity should have been exposed and then killed by Lu Yuan. The third prince was instantly suspicious. Isn't Rulin Lu Yuan's heart's flesh? How could the other party have beheaded him? The black-robed man said against the pressure of Mo. Lu Yuan has changed a lot now. He's not the same as before. Right now, many experts have inexplicably appeared around him. Even we, the black clothes guards, don't dare to get close enough to probe for information. There are so many experts. Rulin her a martial king. The man in black didn't finish his sentence. The meaning, however, is clear enough. At those words, the third prince's gaze flickered and his aura swayed wildly. It was a long time before he let out a heavy breath. It was an oversight on the part of the king. The third prince gathered his aura, his gaze ghostly and deep. He only saw how much he could gain from the other party after how powerful and controlling Lu Yuan was. However, and he missed the extremely important point. That was Lu Yuan, who was not what he used to be. There are countless experts around. To send out another Rulin of the martial king realm was undoubtedly a loss of wisdom. All of you readers move the little hand of wealth. Free gift point a little thank you, asterisk smiley face asterisk. Chapter 53, All Parties Surge. Great Zhou ancestor Zhou Huangyi. When he thought of Rulin's enchanting beauty, the third prince felt a bit of flesh pain. Of the batch of women he'd groomed to be used exclusively as pawns for the powerful, he craved Wakeland the most. Original. He'd wanted to wait for the end of the mission to get a good taste of Rulin, but now the result was gone before he could enjoy it himself. To his death, he had never tasted it once. Damn. Lu Yuan, you little bastard. This king kindly invited you to join forces. But you killed my men. The narrow slits of the third prince's eyes revealed a hint of a sinister look. Before Rulan died, she must have revealed herself to be her backer. Results. Lu Yuan still laid his hands on his people. Is that Rulan who died? That's disgraceful. If he doesn't take a stand, how will the rest of his men feel when they find out? Black clothes guards, give me constant monitoring of the movements of Lu Yuan's army. Report any news at once. The third prince drank in a cold voice. The union thing made a fool of itself and was slapped in the face. Seeing as how right now, the only way for both sides to end up is to become enemies. Yes, the man in black hurriedly nodded in response. With that, it fled and disappeared directly into thin air. Once the man in black left, the third prince was left alone in the lake pavilion. Oh, Lu Yuan, since you don't know better and don't put me, the third prince, in your eyes, then get ready to pay dearly. The third prince closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he had a pair of scarlet bloodshot eyes with an evil aura. The news of the destruction of the questioning sword sect spread like a whirlwind throughout the entire Great Zhou. As the number one clan of the Great Zhou, the strength of the questioning sword sect was recognized as the number one strongest. However, it was this most powerful force that went up in smoke in one day. Even those disciples of the sword-asking sect who were scattered outside were constantly being assassinated. The crowd was alarmed. Surprisingly, even those weak disciples were not spared. This is someone who wants to ask the sword sect, the Dao lineage, to completely break one time. Those various forces weaker than the questioning sword sect were winded, fearing that this calamity of exterminating the clan would fall on his head next. They also dared not send anyone forward to investigate. He was afraid of messing with the unknown force that had overthrown the questioning sword sect, and then a great disaster would befall him. Sure, there are also some more powerful forces. Cannot rest assured. Secretly sent people to inquire about the cause of the destruction of the sword clan. Among them, naturally, it also included the royal family of the Great Zhou, Lu Yuan. Inside the palace, a mournful and furious cry resounded throughout the entire palace, causing people's hearts to jump. Zhou Linglong's originally delicate and pretty face had been completely distorted when she learned of the destruction of the questioning sword sect, and it was likely that one's grandfather, who was the patriarch, had already fallen when he did. It felt as if the sky had fallen. Lu Yuan, wait for me. I'm going to break you into pieces. Zhou Linglong's beautiful eyes were filled with intense hatred and anger. Her grandfather died, the only family left. For Zhou Linglong, undoubtedly the sky has fallen. If it was said that she was merely annoyed with Lu Yuan before, this moment, then, was filled with monstrous hatred. She swore that she would make Lu Yuan pay a painful price. Zhou Linglong wiped a handful of tears from her face, and couldn't care less about the majesty of the empress or the emperor's etiquette. Barefoot and frantic, he stumbled out of the bedchamber. Your Majesty. Next to it, an honorary female officer tried to step forward, but was directly blown away by Zhou Linglong's merciless punch. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. At this moment, Zhou Linglong looked very scary. His face was incredibly pale, his lips were bloodless, and he was cloaked in hair, just like a madman. Seeing this, those palace maids and guards immediately lowered their heads in fear and trembling. At the same time these people were secretly shaken in their hearts. Empress, could it be madness? Zhou Linglong ran all the way to the northern part of the palace. There is the Dragon Mound of the Great Zhou, where the kings of the Great Zhou dynasties are buried. At the same time, that was where the Dragon Court of the Great Zhou was located. Inside the Dragon Court are enshrined Great Zhou's successive generations of royal masters, as well as those recruited to enjoy Great Zhou's offerings to the strongest of the various parties. In order to enter the Dragon Court, one's cultivation level had to start at a minimum of half-saint. In front of the Dragon Mound, Zhou Linglong plopped down and knelt down. 43rd generation royal lord of the Great Zhou, Zhou Linglong, kowtow to the old ancestor. Zhou Linglong suppressed her anger and grabbed the ground with her head, crouching deeply on the ground. The strongest person she could use was a half-saint at the highest. And nowadays, his own grandfather, who was in the martial saint realm, had been brutally murdered by Lu Yuan. Then, only by inviting the old ancestors within the Dragon Court to come out of the gate would they be able to confront Lu Yuan. Zhou Linglong just knelt there, waiting quietly. Not for a moment. The space in front of Zhou Linglong was suddenly fluctuating. An old man with a withered face stepped out with faith from within the distorted space. If there were any other cultivators present, they would have screamed out in shock. This so-called Great Zhou Dragon Court was actually a small world. Old ancestor. Seeing the old man, Zhou Linglong respectfully made a big bow. That's right. This old man in front of Zhou Linglong was the Saint Realm powerhouse that was openly publicized in Great Zhou. The Great Zhou ancestor. Zhou Huangyi. Didn't I tell you? Don't call on me until the dynasty is overthrown. Zhou Huangyi appeared and glared towards Zhou Linglong in annoyance. What is the matter for which I am now called? If there is no important matter, even with your grandfather's protection, I will not forgive you lightly. At their level of cultivation, they were all bent on pursuing the chance of becoming an emperor in seclusion. If you are innocently disturbed, you will miss your chance. That would be a huge loss. Old ancestor, right now the imperial dynasty has indeed reached the brink of a crisis. Here's the deal. Zhou Linglong wiped her tears and reported everything that had happened to the great Zhou ancestor. Lu Yuan? Questioning sword sect overthrown. Surprisingly, there is such a thing? At those words, Zhou Huangye's face was astonished. Obviously, he was also surprised by the news. He also knew about the questioning sword sect, the number 1 ranked power clan in the Great Zhou. It seems that this matter, we have to ask the imperial ancestor to come out and make a decision. Old ancestor de Zhou grimaced. A martial saint? No, it's 2 martial saints. The fall of the twin saints was no longer something he could handle. One more important point. It was the ruthless man who had beheaded 2 martial saints and was still an enemy of their Great Zhou. It made him take it seriously. Royal ancestor? At those words, Zhou Linglong froze. It seemed like she had heard that title somewhere. But everything within the Dragon Court is a taboo subject. Even she, as the Empress of Great Zhou, didn't know much about it. Don't talk too much. Come with me, Zhou Huangyi said in a deep voice. Within the Dragon Court, he was not the only saint realm. The claims outside that he was the only martial saint in the Great Zhou were all illusions as well. Have you ever seen a country that puts its cards on the table? Besides, it's obvious. The Dragon Court, being the backbone of the Great Zhou, had been extended for almost 10,000 years. And how could he be the only saint? Chapter 54, The Secret Realm of the Dragon Court. Great Zhou Patriarch. Zhou Linglong was led into the secret territory of the Dragon Court. Zhou Linglong originally thought that the Dragon Court was a serious place like a church palace. I didn't realize that once I came in, it was an idyllic secret place with beautiful mountains and water. Dozens of peaks stood by the water, creating a picturesque scene. And, as soon as Zhou Linglong entered the Dragon Court, she felt the aura around her, all of it becoming thicker, at least a dozen times more compared to the outside. That is to say, cultivating within the Dragon Court's secret territory, the speed of cultivation would also be more than 10 times that of the outside world. The great Zhou ancestor did not say a word, directly bringing Zhou Linglong with her. She arrived at the highest peak in the secret realm. Elder Zhou Huangyi, I seek an audience with the imperial ancestor. Under Zhou Linglong's astonished gaze, the old ancestor, who had originally stood tall, actually knelt down directly at the entrance of a cave. Zhou Linglong did not react slowly. Immediately realized that the royal ancestor in the old ancestor's mouth might be in existence with a status even higher than the old ancestor's. The old ancestor said that he was a royal ancestor. And so, Zhou Linglong hurriedly followed suit and knelt down, respectfully bowing her head. Rumble. It didn't take long for the boulder at the entrance to the cave to slowly move away. Come in. A faint voice came out from within the cave entrance. At those words, Zhou Huangye let out a sigh of relief. Come on, follow me in. Remember to pay attention to your makeup next time. You're an empress dressed like this. What's the decency? Besides, it's still a face-to-face with the royal ancestor. Zhou Huangyi gently reprimanded at Zhou Linglong. At those words, Zhou Linglong was also a bit embarrassed, uncomfortably pinching the corner of her messy clothes. When she learned of her grandfather's accident, how could she still have the time and interest to freshen up? Zhou Linglong lightly bit her lips and said, Got it, old ancestor. Linglong will pay attention next time. When he entered the cave, he only saw an old man dressed in green and looking like a windy mortal sitting on top of a futon cushion. Seeing the old man, Zhou Huangye bowed once again. Greetings to the imperial ancestor. Zhou Linglong followed suit again. Being curious, Zhou Linglong subconsciously glanced up. Who knew that the next second, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. It was a pair of vicissitudes of eyes. It was as if it could penetrate everything, and as if countless nebulae flowed through it. The moment she locked eyes with the old man, Zhou Linglong's head went blank. Under the eyes of the old man, Zhou Linglong felt as if she had been stripped naked, with nothing to hide. Zhou Linglong had goosebumps all over her body. It was good that the old man quickly retracted his gaze and faintly said, Little girl, I don't think you know me. I am the founder of the Great Zhou dynasty, the first emperor of Great Zhou, Zhou Qianfu. Those who came after that, honored me as emperor ancestor. At those words, Zhou Linglong's heart shook. It turns out that this old man is the legendary founder of the Great Zhou. But according to the records, didn't the first emperor of Great Zhou fall long ago? Turns out it's not dead. Now, surprisingly, it was still hidden in the Dragon Court. After Zhou Qianfu finished speaking, he looked directly at Zhou Huangye next to him. All rise, brilliant leaf. What's the matter with calling me? Zhou Huangyi respectfully clasped his fists. Imperial ancestor. Now in the northern region of the Great Zhou dynasty, King Lu Yuan of Zhenbei is plotting a rebellion. The emperor sent troops to besiege the area, all of which ended in failure. The questioning sword sect wanted to send out an expert to help, but as a result, Lu Yuan sought revenge, causing the entire questioning sword sect to be annihilated. The two saints of the questioning sword sect's clan both died in the hands of that Lu Yuan. Zhou Huangyi told the imperial ancestor all the information, in full detail, without any details. At those words, the imperial ancestor's vicissitudes eyes flashed. That old ancestor of the questioning sword sect. I remember correctly that he should be at the peak of martial saint. He should be approaching the martial emperor realm as well, right? I can't imagine that even he died at the hands of that Lu Yuan. The imperial ancestor was startled in his heart. He was also only at the half-emperor realm. If one wanted to obliterate an expert at the peak of extreme martial saint, it was also not something that could be done so easily. Imperial ancestor couldn't help but frown. After listening to Zhou Huangyi's account, even he felt that this Lu Yuan was a difficult character to deal with. This Lu Yuan, just what kind of god is he? And why would it's good to plot against them? Is it hard to covet the throne of Great Zhou? In the face of the emperor ancestor's series of questions, Zhou Linglong instantly changed her face to discuss why Lu Yuan plotted against the government. But it's not just her who forced her to do it. If she hadn't given Lu Yuan a cup of hemlock wine, wanting to give him death, maybe Lu Yuan at this time is still well and truly in the Great Zhou when he is that idle prince. Zhou Linglong stammered, not knowing how to speak for a moment. Seeing Zhou Linglong in this state, Zhou Huangyi and that old man exchanged a glance, and a flash of intrigue flashed through their eyes. It seems there's a reason for that. Linglong, if there's anything, just talk to us. This thing, it's not a small thing. Seeing the two old ancestors looking at her, Zhou Linglong's heart trembled, holding back his apprehension. He told everything that had happened before. Words. The imperial ancestor's face sank like water, a pair of hawk-like eyes staring dead on at Zhou Linglong who was kneeling on the ground. So, you started this mess. Then? Humph. The thing that has accomplished more than it has accomplished. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Ancestor blasted a move onto Zhou Linglong, instantly causing the latter to grunt muffledly. The imperial ancestor let out a cold snort and said, Humph. If it weren't for the fact that you possess the body of a sane emperor, I'd have to take your life here. If it wasn't for Zhou Linglong possessing one of the 10 holy bodies, the holy emperor's body, the strongest physique of the emperor, nor would he acquiesce to a woman who would become the emperor who ruled the Great Zhou. Not to mention, this Zhou Linglong, also valued by the one in the upper domain. Alas, it's just that I'd better go myself. The imperial ancestor sighed. It would be best to reconcile with Lu Yuan. If Lu Yuan insists on fighting, then he, the royal family of Great Zhou, is not that easy to bully. Sure, the Great Zhou imperial family was not the only one that had investigated the reason for the destruction of the questioning sword sect. Aside from the Great Zhou imperial family, all parties were relieved. Turning, gloating rose in his heart. Anyway, Lu Yuan's main spearhead was the royal family of Great Zhou. Again, it's not about them. But after recognizing Lu Yuan's powerful strength, the minds of the various forces were suddenly treacherous. There were forces that thought about whether or not to go forward and show goodwill to Lu Yuan, taking the opportunity to hug their thighs. Some wanted to sit back and watch the tigers fight, watching Great Zhou and Lu Yuan tangle, perhaps losing both in the end. However, even though the reactions were different, only one point of view was the same. That is, none of them showed that they were going to side with the Great Zhou imperial family. Oh, can't you see that the questioning sword sect, which is the no one sect, can't even carry it anymore? Even the disciples who were outside were hunted to the ends of the earth, and were directly cut off from the entire sect's inheritance. It's hard not to. Those of them who weren't as good as asking the sword sect to fight against Lu Yuan? What's the difference between that and dying? There were even quite a few leaders of forces who had cautioned the disciples under them. No matter what, never make an enemy of Lu Yuan. If you don't listen and mess with that plague, mud, lets you up first. Chapter 55, Heartbreaking Feeling. Dragon riders directly attacking the city. At this point, Lu Yuan sighed. It wasn't until the sun had risen that Lu Yuan came out of the tent. Noticing the aura within his dantian, it appeared that it had condensed and strengthened a touch more. Lu Yuan couldn't help but be pleased. This kind of cool thing to raise your cultivation is really cool. It's just a shame that I have limited energy and can't keep upgrading my campaigns. Otherwise, it hurts the root of the problem, and that's not worth it. Next to it, Shadow Mo and Su Chu, among others, all faithfully guarded next to Lu Yuan's tent. Seeing Lu Yuan come out, Shadow Mo immediately looked at Lu Yuan with a strange gaze. Last night, the sound came from inside Lu Yuan's tent. In Shadow Mo's heart, he couldn't help but be slightly curious. Did last night his lordship tortured that Kong Shannon all night long? Otherwise, how can the other party keep making muffled sounds? Shadowing could be said to be as simple as a white lotus flower except for her murderous skills. Of course, there is a saying, the more innocent a child is, the more they want to explore what they are curious about. Next to it, Suchu didn't have such curiosity as Shadow Ink. Seeing Lu Yuan come out, he hurriedly jogged to Lu Yuan's side and respectfully said, Lord, according to your intention, all the dragon cavalry troops are scattered in the vicinity, searching for the questioning sword sex treasure trove. But unfortunately, although the questioning sword sex treasure trove was found, most of the things inside were damaged. There's also the space ring of the Ask Sword ancestor that you asked for. We dug 3 feet into the ground and couldn't find it. I suspect that it should have been stirred into the void by the spatial turbulence during that self-explosion. While Lu Yuan wasn't idle, the dragon riders weren't idle either. Last night, Lu Yuan had the dragon cavalry searching all over the place for the questioning sword sex heritage treasure trove. As the #1 clan in the Great Zhou, the things in the Ask the Sword sex treasure trove were bound to be no less than that. If we plundered them all, wouldn't we get rich overnight? It was a pity that Lu Yuan had thought well, but it was not what he had hoped for. It's a shame, a sea of treasures. At those words, Lu Yuan was a little disappointed, and at the same time a little heartbreaking. That's a superb stockpile. A self-explosion by the questioning sword ancestor had buried all of these. It's just too heartbreaking. At this point, Shadowmoor had temporarily curbed his curiosity. Walking forward, he handed Lu Yuan a ring and said, My lord, this is the space ring of the questioning sword sex patriarch Ling Yunfeng. Those things remaining within the questioning sword treasure trove, we have also cleaned them up and packed them in. Surprise, surprise! Lu Yuan was delighted and took the ring, his divine mind sinking into it to check it out. This sword-asking sect patriarch stuff is not bad at all. Only, with so many elixirs, how come there isn't even a healing elixir? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He was still trying to find some healing elixirs to give to the severely injured Luo Yi and the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun who had taken them, but Lu Yuan searched for half a day, but he didn't find even a single healing elixir. The potion is there, but they were all other functional elixirs of low grade. Lu Yuan couldn't see it either. Where did Lu Yuan know? Previously, Ling Yunfeng had been sneak attacked by Li Sanzhou and Yuan Zuozong, and was seriously injured and dying. By that time, all of the healing pills had been taken. Never mind. It's better than nothing. Lu Yuan casually put away the spatial ring. After all, the entirety of a martial saint's body, plus the remnants of a large clan's inventory. It's also a great asset. Yuan Zuozong, take back all the dragon cavalry. There's no need to look any further. Prepare to pull out the camp and set off. They're in the state of Bingzhou, but there are still 300,000 forbidden troops waiting for us. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth lifted slightly, and he smiled faintly as if he was mocking. This great Zhou dynasty really doesn't have a long memory. From the beginning, 100,000 forbidden troops, and then to 200,000. Now, to the present 300,000 forbidden troops. Increase your troops step by step and think you can suppress yourself? I don't know. These Hulkbusters save Grandpa from the Forbidden Army will only make themselves stronger. He was still very happy to see the great Zhou dynasty doing this. My lord, the dragon cavalry has already finished assembling, and will be able to pull out their camp and depart at any time. Yuan Zuozong respectfully addressed Lu Yuan. This time, Lu Yuan only intended to bring 100,000 dragon cavalry and head to the state of Bingzhou. As for Gao Shun's 50,000 trap battalion, Lu Yuan sent them directly to Yumen Pass last night. He's changed his attention now. Now, not only did he want to put the Yumen Pass on defense, also, eat all 300,000 of the Wall's legions. A bunch of brainwashed die-hard soldiers with nothing but loyalty to Great Zhou in their heads. Even if it was carefully cultivated by the father of the predecessor, then there was no need to take it in. It was not as good as just turning it into your own chi value. Lu Yuan stretched his back. Humph. Hasn't Gao Shun been complaining that there's no meat for him? Now that we've sent him to the Yumen Pass, if he can't eat those 300,000 Great Wall legions, then let him carry his head. Shadow Ink. Have the Shadow Guards take care of Luo Yi and the 13 horsemen of Yin Yun. Yuan Zuozong. Summon the army to start. Lu Yuan faintly commanded. Luo Yi and the others were seriously injured and needed to be taken care of. Shadow Guard wasn't a professional caretaker, but there was no one else available right now. Yes. Yuan Zuozong and Shadao both nodded their heads in response. Soon, the 100,000 dragon cavalry army then left the ruins of the questioning sword sect in great numbers, heading towards the state of Meridian. The goal of the Dragon Cavalry's trip was the #1 city in the northern part of the state of Bingzhou, Sokoban City. The Dragon Cavalry had been upgraded, and their horses were all demonic beast war horses that were extremely fast. It only took half a day to arrive outside of Shuafeng City. At this point, those 300,000 forbidden troops, too, had long since arrived in Shuafeng City, and it's been armored. Both sides coincidentally chose the location of the battle, Shuafeng City, the #1 city in the northern part of the province. After all, whoever captures Shuafeng City, that means whoever captures the greater part of the parallel state. Lu Yuan sat on the back of his horse, quietly looking at Shuafeng City in the distance. Although Shuafeng City was large, it was not as majestic as Yumen Pass, even. Also because of the proximity to the central plains, the city walls are so much smaller than Beiyang City. Yuan Zuozong, this time, I'm going to let your dragon cavalry attack the city directly, with such a weak opponent this time, and the dragon riders having gone through upgrades. Don't let me down. Lu Yuan laughed towards Yuan Zuozong at his side, his tone very relaxed. He didn't even put these 300,000 forbidden troops in his eyes. Sokoban City is not Yumen Pass. The dragon riders aren't the same dragon riders they were before, although there were 300,000 elite legions on the opposite side. In the eyes of the now strengthened dragon riders, what difference was there between that and a doll with a sword? That's all one living, breathing chi value. Possibly. The only thing to watch out for. It's the top of the city. Those exaggeratedly shaped siege giant crossbows. Right? Nah. I will live up to my lord's expectations. Yuan Zuozong said with a face full of confidence. Attacking a city with cavalry. This wasn't the first time he had done so. Before, they had already tried it in the Battle of Beiyang City's North Camp. P.S. There are too many people commenting. So now for a slight spoiler. That's a sure thing that absolutely 1,000,000% of them won't take the Empress. Also, all readers move the little hand of wealth. Free gift point a little thank you, asterisk smiley face asterisk. Chapter 56, Breaking the City with a Single Shot. As the words fell, Yuan Zuozong waved his hand. Behind, the Dragon Cavalry's 100,000 warhorses, as if carved out of the same mold, raised their left hooves in a neat manner. Knock. Next, the horses' hooves fell to the ground. Instantly, the entire earth trembled slightly for a few moments. In the distance, on the city walls, seeing this scene, those forbidden soldiers were shocked and numb, and their hands that clutched their weapons were slightly white. The visual impact of such a mountain of people, moving in unison, gives a shock that simply cannot be overstated. It's hard for 100,000 people to move in unison, let alone 100,000 horses. Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Attack! Boom! Rumble! The 100,000 Dragon Cavalry army sprinted up like a great snowstorm collapsing, charging towards Shuafeng City in a crushing manner. The city walls, watching the white torrent hurtling in the distance. Guo Ming, the Minister of War of the Great Zhou, and his close associates couldn't help but cry out in shock. Guo Ming's entire body froze stupidly in place, and his eyes were even more glazed over in a rolling ball. He had already envisioned the dragon riders as strong enough for their battle power, but now, when he actually faced the charge of the dragon riders straight on, even though he was on a high wall, he felt a palpitation and powerlessness in his heart. This monstrous shock was as if one were facing 100,000 steel torrents directly. Quick, archers, prepare the dragon hunting crossbows. And those siege giant crossbows? Shoot them! Guo Ming reacted and yelled at the group of officers beside him. No way. Those soldiers, too, had long been shocked by the charge of the dragon riders. Hearing Guo Ming's yell, those forbidden soldiers then woke up as if from a dream. The dragon hunting crossbows in their hands were loaded and then shot out in a panic. Those siege giant crossbows on the city wall beside the forest columns also began to tauten their strings and fire. Whoosh! Hundreds of thousands of sharp arrows, interspersed with thousands of huge crossbow arrows, shot towards the dragon cavalry as if they were rainstorms of pear flower needles. Humph! Sculpture! Yuan Zuozong, who was a peak martial saint, acted as an arrow and rushed at the forefront. Facing this rain of arrows, Yuan Zuozong coldly grunted. The long spear in his hand swung, and the strength of the martial saint realm exploded out in full force. In a split second, golden light flashed, aura saved up, and 100 feet large golden gun shadow suddenly lined up horizontally in the center of the battlefield. Break! Yuan Zuozong pointed the long spear in his hand remotely, and the golden spear shadow in the air moved with the shape. Boom! With just one shot, the huge shadow of the gun blasted most of the incoming crossbow arrows into pieces, and in the face of the remaining sporadic rain of arrows, the major masters of the dragon cavalry made their moves, stopping all of them. Seeing that the wave of arrows hadn't worked at all, Guo Ming's heart trembled and he wanted to command another round of shooting. However, the speed of the dragon riders was just too fast. Before the next crossbow shot could be loaded, the dragon riders crossed the moat and rushed to the foot of the city. "Break me!" Yuan Zuozong roared, his gun coming out like a dragon. His feet slammed on the saddle, and his entire body rushed towards the city wall like a cannonball. Air! The 100-foot-long shadow of the gun solidified a few more points, clamped with the sound of air-breaking whistles, whistling and stabbing toward the city wall. Boom! With a violent bang, the towering city wall was directly stabbed out by the golden gun shadow. At that pierced wall, along with countless soldiers were smashed into mush. Blood splattered everywhere. Crimson! Ha! Seeing this, Guo Ming suddenly caught his breath. City walls. That's broken? Mud. If he remembered correctly, he had brought a talisman master with him before, specifically setting up a defense spell for the city walls. It was a hard membrane. As a result, now, that membrane, surprisingly, was easily stabbed through with a single shot. Around, the other surviving soldiers of the Forbidden Army couldn't help but gulp in fear. What if this attack falls on them? What about the bruises? Cowardice before battle. It could be said that Yuan Zuozong's strike directly crushed the last of the morale of this group of forbidden guards. Also, although the soldiers of the Forbidden Army were elite, they had never seen such a battle. Who in their right mind fights a normal war and just blows the walls down with one shot? No, they've never seen it. The highest cultivation level of the battlefields they had experienced was probably only half-saint. And, between the enemy and us, the half-saints were also holding each other back. And they, ordinary soldiers, simply couldn't come into contact with battles at that level. Soldier to soldier, general to general. That's what they perceive as the main theme of the war. Now that's good. The martial saint powerhouse that hadn't been seen on the eastern continent for many years had now personally descended on the battlefield. If a martial saint strikes, who can stop him? It was no wonder that this group of forbidden guards were chilled. The city wall was broken, and the dragon cavalry rushed into the city in a single bound. Now in wartime, ordinary people have long been shutting their doors and windows and shivering and hiding in their homes. So, the dragon riders galloped through the streets, killing anyone they saw. Surely you can't kill the wrong one. And the 300,000 forbidden troops, naturally, could not all be crammed onto the city walls. Based on Guo Ming's previous rich combat experience, half of the soldiers were arranged to rest at the foot of the city wall as a replacement. If it was normal, Guo Ming was definitely right to make this arrangement. But what he encountered now was the Dragon Rider army. Change of defense? Oh, it doesn't even give you a chance to switch defenses. The dragon cavalry rushed into the city, and the battle-ready soldiers at the foot of the wall who were resting were filled with confusion. This is an attack? Looking back, yoo-hoo, when did a hole break in the wall? From the time Yuan Zuozong destroyed the city wall with a shot, to the time the dragon riders rushed into the city, it was only 2 or 3 breaths of time before and after. It was so short that these forbidden soldiers who were resting hadn't even reacted yet. Kill! Yuan Zuozong let out a cold shout, and the dragon cavalry immediately turned around and rushed towards the forbidden army under the wall. Enemy attack! Quickly! Form up to meet the enemy. To be able to become the Royal Forbidden Army, the military quality of these soldiers was no mean feat. Seeing that the dragon cavalry had fought their way in, some of the Forbidden Army lieutenants immediately began to panic and organize a confrontation. Perhaps, if they had met an ordinary army, they would have been able to resist for a moment or two. It's a shame. What they encountered was the dragon riders. Boom boom boom. The dragon cavalry sped on, instantly rushing the formation formed by the panic-stricken Forbidden Army into pieces. Even the shield soldiers in the front row were directly knocked tens of meters away. Those forbidden soldiers in the back row were still wondering how their own people flew up to the sky. Yet the next second, the iron hooves of the dragon riders stepped right on top of them. Put! Yuan Zuozong was at the head of the horse, and the lance in his hand was strung like a gourd, constantly harvesting the lives of his enemies. A casual strike can take hundreds or thousands of lives. Straight away it opened up to unbridled carnage. The dragon cavalry's iron cavalry galloped around as if they were wolves entering a wolf pack, completely frantic. Within moments, the forbidden guards were dead and wounded. On the city wall, Guo Ming looked at the melting forbidden army and was horrified. By the way, he, the strongest person in the forbidden army, should have gone down to confront and hold back Yuan Zuozong, who was also the strongest. But how dare he? Guo Ming felt that just a casual strike from the other party could kill him. Chapter 57, Surrender and Kill. The forbidden guards are chilled. Damn it, why haven't the Ask the Sword sex supporting powerhouses arrived yet? Guo Ming cursed in his heart. By now, Guo Ming still didn't know about the news of the Ask the Sword sect's destruction and thought that the Ask the Sword sect's supporting powerhouses were still on their way. If he knew that the questioning sword sect, It was the dragon cavalry that he was facing at the moment that destroyed it. It's probably all straight up scary. Watching a forbidden soldier, he was chopped up and killed by Yuan Zuozong and the dragon riders. Guoming finally couldn't sit still and directly yelled at the soldiers on the city wall. Quickly, spread out your formation for me and get ready to fire arrows. But, General, there are still our men down there. The adjutant next to Guoming said with some hesitation. The enemy had mingled with their men. If they release arrows at this time, won't they even kill their own people together? Tramp, I told you to release your arrows. Do you hear me? Guoming's eyes were red and his voice was almost a roar. Looking at Guoming's beastly red eyes looking at him, the adjutant was also startled. Seeing that just in the 2 or 3 seconds of his hesitation, the forbidden army under the city had lost thousands more. The adjutant ordered through gritted teeth. Target, under the city. Release the arrows. Whoosh. At once, tens of thousands of arrows rained down, shooting madly directly toward the city wall. Ha! A rain of arrows? Although Yuan Zuozong led the charge, he was always aware of the situation on the city walls. Seeing the rain of incoming arrows, Yuan Zuozong smiled disdainfully. The dragon riders are heavy cavalry, including the horses, which are tightly guarded in full body armor. And, after the upgrades that the dragon cavalry had gone through, the armor had all become enchanted basalt iron metaphysical armor. These ordinary arrows raining down on them couldn't even break their armor. The siege giant crossbows that might be a threat to them, on the other hand, were unable to fire at the bottom of the city at all because of the angle. So, Yuan Zuozong directly ignored the rain of arrows above his head. However, the dragon riders could ignore the rain of arrows, but those forbidden soldiers couldn't. The bows and crossbows that the forbidden army was equipped with were the dragon hunting crossbows that were standardized in Great Zhou. Powerful. Even if the armor worn by the soldiers of the forbidden army was considered fine, in front of the dragon hunting crossbow, it was still scum. The moment the rain of arrows fell, the dragon cavalry didn't have a single casualty, but instead those forbidden troops suffered heavy losses. Aha! Why? I'm one of our own. Why are you shooting us? God damn it! Has the Lord General eaten? Can't even tell the enemy from us. One side had to face the terrifying dragon riders. All the while, he had to defend himself against cold arrows from his own people. Those forbidden soldiers instantly started cursing. However, there were still quite a few smart people in the forbidden army who had realized something. Damn, don't yours know it yet? We're being abandoned by the higher-ups. Let us die? What's the point of fighting then? Just surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender. You've been stabbed in the back by your own people, and you're still going to work for them? No one is a cutie pie. And so, many soldiers of the forbidden army directly gave up their resistance, putting down their weapons and kneeling on the ground to pray for surrender. However, the butcher's knife of the dragon riders, however, did not stop with their surrender. Aha! Why I've surrendered. Why do you still want to kill me? Damn it! Surrender and kill. Do you have any humanitarianism left? The forbidden soldiers cursed angrily, but what responded to them were the cold eyes of the dragon riders. With a cold butcher's knife, kill. The dragon riders ran Lu Yuan's instructions straight through to the end. As long as you have ever taken up arms against me, you are my enemy, and there is no need to be soft with the enemy. As for surrender, oh, if I wasn't better than you, would you surrender? Probably would have cut me with a machete a long time ago. To say that the one who was even angrier than the soldiers under the city, it had to be Lu Yuan. Seeing that the opposite side actually bent their bows and arrows and shot up their own people, Lu Yuan's mouth was crooked with anger. What the hell? The opposite side is so ruthless that they even kill their own people? Capture the enemy guard alive for me. Labor will throw his head open to see if it's full of pig brains. Lu Yuan slammed the saddle heavily, causing the warhorse to neigh in pain. The opposing guard, this dog, even killed his own people. I really feel for the band soldiers who were killed. Mud. That's all your own luck value. Soon, Guoming also noticed the rain of arrows that just couldn't seem to cause any damage to the dragon riders. Instead, the forbidden army suffered heavy losses. Even the military spirit of those forbidden troops under the city wall was about to be disorganized by their own shooting. Damn it! The armor on the opposite side. What the hell is it made of? Surprisingly, it can't even penetrate a dragon hunting crossbow. Guoming grimaced, his fingertips clenched white. Ranged attacks are ineffective. Close quarters attack. Look at those forbidden soldiers under the city. Did they die horribly? It's completely over. Guoming's face was filled with disorientation, and his body suddenly went limp. He thought that he could more or less hold out for a day or two. Now he knows. Turns out I was overthinking it. Being the highest cultivated powerhouse on his side himself, he didn't even have the courage to face the one using a gun to kill the god. The opposing powerhouse was unencumbered and slaughtered indiscriminately. Defeat was already a foregone conclusion. The dragon cavalry flew to finish clearing the more than 100,000 forbidden troops under the city wall, only in the time it took to burn half an incense stick. Yuan Zuozong was filled with disinterest. It was just too easy. With a single blow of his hand, he could cause a large number of casualties. If it wasn't for Lu Yuan's admonition to try not to have him, a martial saint, make a move, those of the forbidden army fell even faster. A few rounds of chiseling by the dragon cavalry resulted in the deaths and injuries of the 100,000 or so forbidden troops under the city. At this point, just looking down at the city was a picture of a pool of blood and flesh, dismemberment, purgatory on earth. The defending soldiers on the city walls, who had not been affected for the time being, finally could not withstand the tremendous pressure. That cavalry is the devil. It's the devil. We can't possibly defeat them. Mom, I don't want to fight anymore. I want to go home. Get the out of the way. I want to get the hell out of here. I don't want to die here. Even some of the elite veterans of the 100 battles in the Forbidden Guards were chilled by that sight. As for defending the city, there's no such thing as defending the city. Who wouldn't think of running away right now, as long as their head wasn't broken? The city walls, the 100,000 defenders who witnessed the entire massacre of the dragon cavalry with their own eyes realized it afterward, and fled to the city in a collective string like a honeycomb. There were even people who couldn't squeeze down and jumped straight down from the towering walls. Some of the masters were able to land safely, but those with ordinary cultivation directly fell into broken bones. Yuan Zuozong almost laughed out loud when he saw this scene. The people are all gathered together. Isn't this a chance for their dragon riders? Dragon riders, charge! Yuan Zuozong hugged his bladder and sneered as he watched the dragon cavalry charge up the city wall from the horse path. Next, naturally there was another brutal slaughter. Chapter 58, Surprise Attack? No, it's a surprise attack. On the city wall, Guoming was still lost in thought. Now he had no desire to stop the rout of the soldiers under his command. Defeat is assured. Even if you make more efforts, that won't help. However, at this time, Guoming suddenly noticed the outside of the city. To be precise, it was noticing a figure on horseback outside the city. That's Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan's portrait had long been deeply embedded in Guoming's mind. So, the moment he saw the silhouette, Guoming immediately recognized it. Looking at Lu Yuan riding a horse alone with only a dozen or so people around him, Guoming's pupils instantly glowed, and a crazy idea welled up in his heart. No, now there's a chance. As long as we take down Lu Yuan, there is still hope for everything. Guoming was instantly energized, and a glimmer of hope rose in the bottom of his heart. Tackle the thief. Now he was only a few miles away from Lu Yuan. As long as Lu Yuan was captured alive, then there was still hope for this battle to be turned around by the Jedi. Quickly, where's the vice general? Rally the men. Guoming sat up as if he were dying of a disease, and quickly summoned his close friends around him who were not yet in complete disarray. The number of people is small, just over 1,000, but in Guoming's opinion, the surprise attack on Lu Yuan's dozen or so people was already enough. Lu Yuan Lu Yuan, you're really arrogant. The army chose to go out in full force and surprisingly left no soldiers around to protect them. You violated the great taboo of the military. Let me take you straight to the center of your army and teach you a profound lesson. Guoming sneered. It seemed that he, himself, had still overestimated this Lu Yuan. Anyone who was well versed in the art of war would never make such a low-level blunder. Outside the city, Lu Yuan originally thought that everything was settled, yawning as he waited for the system's reward broadcast. Who knows? In the midst of boredom, he saw an elite cavalry of 1,000 men, heading straight for him. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yell, there's still a smart guy on the other side who knows how to catch a thief before he catches a king? But then, Lu Yuan realized that there was something wrong with his words. Who describes himself as a thief? But, it seems that the other party is looking at the small number of people around him and is specifically running towards him? Lu Yuan couldn't help but show a hint of mockery on his face. Oh, indeed. Now beside myself, it does look like there are very few people. Su Chu, Li Sandao, Yu Xiang, and the severely injured Luo Yi and the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun. There are only 20 or 30 people in total. But don't forget, there aren't many people, but their cultivation can be high. Pulling out a random person could easily be above a half-saint. Sure, except for Lu Yuan. Besides, in the surrounding shadows, there were still 300 shadow guards above the martial king hiding among them. If the other side had come with 100,000 people, it might have been possible for Lu Yuan and the few others to avoid the front line for a while. But 1,000. Is this a surprise attack to send your head here? How dare you? Lord, I see that the leader of the other party seems to be a half-saint. Let me go and touch base with him, and see how many pounds he is that he dares to come and attack us in a surprise attack. Su Chu was simply angry and laughed. and impatiently stood out and directly applied to fight. Ever since Lee Sanso was signed out, Su Chu has rarely had a chance to strike. Weekdays, all of them were guarding Lu Yuan's side closely to protect his safety. This made the war-thirsty Su Chu almost all suffocated. At those words, Lu Yuan rubbed his chin. Originally, he had wanted Li Sanjie to make a move to directly eliminate this group of things that didn't know how to die. But on second thought, Li Sandao is a martial saint. If he made a move, even if he wiped out the group, the chi luck value he gained would be cut by the dog system by a large margin. Some of the gains don't outweigh the losses. In Su Chu's expectant gaze, Lu Yuan finally nodded and said, "Okay, let's get you warmed up this time. Shadow Inc., send out 100 shadow guards to assist Su Chu in his actions." "Lord, I don't need to." Su Chu's just wanted to refuse, but was stopped by a glare from Lu Yuan. "What don't you need? Any more bull ********, and I'm not going to let you on." Su Chu was almost in a hurry, and even said, Fine, then let 100 shadow guards be with mine, but no more than that for the others. That's not enough meat for me." Su Chu muttered in a small voice and hurriedly went straight forward with his sword without looking back. He was afraid that if he walked slowly, Lu Yuan would call him back again. This Su Chu, what a tiger nut. Lu Yuan smiled helplessly, sending out 100 shadow guards. Lu Yuan certainly had his own considerations. The leader of this 1,000-man elite that was running towards him was clearly a half-saint powerhouse. Beside him, there were several martial emperor martial sect assisting. Although Su Chu was at the peak of half-saint cultivation, Lu Yuan felt that it was better to be on the safe side. Otherwise it's a guttural turnaround. And that's not worth it. Li Sanso, wait and pay attention. If anything changes, you strike directly. Lu Yuan felt that there was still some insecurity, and turned around to whisper another word of advice to Li Sanjie. "You can't be more meticulous than that about being careful." My lord." Upon hearing this, Li Sanso directly took out his own long knife, his eyes slowly becoming sharp. It was like a picture of an enemy. Lu Yuan saw this and shook his head slightly. Although Li Sanjie was not good with words, but he was destined, with his sullen character, to be conscientious in the execution of his orders. But, isn't that a good thing too? "Little thief, your grandpa Su Chu is here." Su Chu can finally let go of his bladder for a battle, and could not help but roar with excitement. Dragging his long sword in his hand, he charged towards Guoming's 1,000 men with great speed. Opposite, Guoming had wanted to properly display his half-saint strength. In his opinion, Lu Yuan attacked the city and should have sent out all the strong soldiers and generals under his command. All that's left around is a bunch of old and sick people. That's right, the 18 horsemen and Luo Yi and the others. All of them carried injuries and their breath floated unsteadily. Even beside Lu Yuan, there seems to be a woman. This lineup is just a bunch of old, weak, sick and disabled. He doesn't dare to mess with the expert with the gun, but he doesn't dare to mess with this group of old and sick people. However, when Guoming faced Su Chu directly, his eyes almost glared out. Peak half-saint. It was then that Guoming snapped to attention. According to the previous intelligence, under Lu Yuan, there were 6 half-saints in existence. Grass. Guoming couldn't help but curse. It's really 100%. However, this should also be the last guard that Lu Yuan left by his side. Right, Guoming secretly guessed in his heart. Just now on the battlefield, he seen 5 half-saints? So with this one now, that makes 6? That doesn't mean, as long as he broke through this half-saint in front of him, then he would no longer be hindered. P.S. All readers greatly move the small hand of wealth. Free gift point a little thank you, ** smiley face **. I'm saving a chapter for today. If you have a lot of gifts, I'll add more. Chapter 59 Explosive Air Pill? Still 1/2. As for the one with the gun, even he felt chilled by the expert. Guoming also really couldn't figure out where it came from, but that doesn't matter. Anyway, the 6 half-saints in the intelligence have all appeared now, aren't they? Those who struggle with desperation will only grasp at hope where the eyes are imperceptible. As for other loopholes, they subconsciously choose to ignore them, or rather, is too pressed to go deeper. They are afraid to break the hope that has not easily appeared in front of them was broken by their own hands. Pity. Guoming, who even had the wrong intelligence, was doomed to fail. At this point, Guoming thought about how he was only one step away from success at this moment. The heart burst into a dark fury. Success or failure? It's all up in the air. Guoming clenched his fists and directly from his arms, he pulled out 5 scarlet pills. The elixir shimmered with a demonic red color and emitted a faint pungent smell. Guoming directly threw the pills to the several peak martial zoners around him. Take this elixir and stall that half-saint, Guoming said in a cold voice. The instant they saw the scarlet red elixir, the faces of several peak martial zoners suddenly changed. Glancing at each other, A flash of hesitation flashed in the eyes of several people. They could all recognize this scarlet red elixir that Guoming pulled out. Because of this, it was because they knew the efficacy of this scarlet elixir that they showed hesitant expressions. The potion elixir is called Explosive Qi Dan. The effect is that within 2 incense sticks after taking it, the strength will be increased by as much as 5 times. But accordingly, the side effects are very high. In the light case, the cultivation is lost and the dantian is destroyed. The worst case scenario is to die on the spot. Seeing that the several martial zone experts were unmoved, Guoming coldly glanced at the people and reprimanded. If you eat the king's salary, you must do what is loyal to him. Great Zhou has provided for you for so many years. It's time for you to repay. Don't worry, if you are unfortunate enough to fall, your wives and children will be taken care of by Great Zhou. Even your entire family will be proud of you. Guoming especially in the wife and children. The whole family ate words, bite especially clear. The threat in his words was nothing less than overflowing. The several martial sect members couldn't help but look at each other, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but smile bitterly. Right now, Guoming was using their loved ones, and even their families, as a threat. So did they have any other choice? Let's not talk about anything else for a moment. Right now alone, if they open their mouths and refuse, it was estimated that Guoming, on the spot, would be able to slap them to death. Good. I hope General Guo can remember your words today. Several martial sect members gave Guoming a deep look before receiving the elixir and swallowing it directly into their stomachs. Boom! As the pills went down, the aura on the several martial sect members instantly skyrocketed. All over his body, a huge energy filled up. A few people's bodies also instantly bulged a whole circle, just like a fat person who had eaten too much. However, under the potency of the elixir, a few people were not immediately propped up to the point of bursting by the massive potency. Is this the power of a half-saint? A few martial sect members felt the power filling their bodies, and a look of infatuation appeared in their eyes. Strength, infinite power. Under the fivefold increase, their actual battle power was already no weaker than Guoming, who was an early-stage half-saint. Go for it, don't let me down. A flash of flesh pain flashed in Guoming's eyes. Don't look at the great side effects of this Qi explosion pill, but the value was very expensive. Even he, the minister of the Ministry of War of the Great Zhou, had only 5 pieces in his collection. After all, no matter what, it was an elixir that could increase a cultivator's power by 5 times. The point is that it all saves lives. If it wasn't for the fact that this violent Qi pill was useless to those above the half-saint, even he wanted to keep one as his backhanded bottom card now. Su Chu looked at the 5 martial zone experts whose auras had suddenly skyrocketed, and instantly scratched his head in confusion. Have these people eaten the mad cow batch? Why did they suddenly become so fierce? Hey, but that's what makes it challenging. Su Chu hemmed and hawed. And instead of being afraid, he became even more excited. The stronger the opponent was, the more painful it would be for him to fight. Ha! Die for me! Several pseudo-half-saints joined forces to attack towards Su Chu, gusts of sardonic laughter on their faces. A few people ate the pills, and their bodies were somewhat overflowing with energy. This feeling of being filled to the brim with fulfillment even made them feel like they were invincible. This also leads to, they misjudged the strength gap between Su Chu. Ha ha, good coming! Give me the chop. Su Chu laughed, facing the 5 people's joint attack, directly slashing down with a knife. At once, the furious surge of blade chi shot madly towards the several people. Boom! With only a single glance between the 2 sides, Su Chu chopped a false half-saint into pieces with a single slash of his blade. The other 4, even more so, were crushed out by the shockwave. So weak? Su Chu couldn't help but frown. He had thought that the other party would be able to last him a few more moves after his breath had skyrocketed. But Su Chu did not think about it. For him, a peak half-saint, to beat these pseudo-half-saints, wasn't that pure bullying? Even if these few now possessed strength comparable to a half-saint. But in Su Chu, it is still the existence of minions. And at this point, Guoming took advantage of this opportunity and led the remaining 1,000 or so riders straight towards Lu Yuan. Hey, almost there, almost there, almost there. As he got closer and closer to Lu Yuan, excitement flashed in Guoming's eyes. Capturing Lu Yuan alive. He's about to succeed. However, Guoming, who had his eyes full of Lu Yuan, didn't notice in the slightest. At this point, something seemed to be writhing in the shadows of the 1,000 or so riders on his side. Even in his own shadow, a shadow had crept in to overlap and appear. Shadow guard. Kill. Next, 100 shadow guards, directly from the shadows of these forbidden soldiers. One breath. Put. 100 heads fell straight down. 2 rests. Puff. Another 100 forbidden soldiers had their necks wiped out. The shadow guards seemed to move instantly, constantly switching between shadows in each target. Without a trace, without a sound, The shadow killing technique was interpreted to the fullest extent. Even the forbidden soldiers who rode across the horses didn't even realize that their fellow soldiers around them had been wiped out. It was only a matter of 10 breaths. The 1,000 or so riders that Guoming had brought with him were all decimated by the shadow guards. The highest of these 1,000 or so riders were only martial emperors. Just one more. Facing the shadow guards who had started out as martial kings, they were simply weaklings. The assassination was even more like a probe. Sons and daughters, charge me. Take down the Lu Yuan dog thief. Guoming's eyes were red with excitement, and he was still roaring out orders, but he got no response from the men behind him this time. It's in your ear. Only the sound of hooves, and the sound of whistling wind. Guoming froze, slightly realizing in his heart that something was wrong. Subconsciously glancing back, Guoming was directly stunned by the scene behind him, and was so frightened that he almost fell off his horse, only to see behind himself, all headless horsemen. Even some had just been obliterated, with a line of blood hanging from their necks, but their heads had not fallen off due to inertia. Were it not for its dull gaze, thought he wasn't dead. Chapter 60, Emperor Level Draw. Empyrean Slayer Gun. Thousands of people were surprisingly, they were killed silently. Guoming's entire body was dumbfounded. Fear. Stunned. Unsolved. Guoming only felt a wave of cool air that instantly rushed from the soles of his feet to the sky. What the hell just happened? Why is it surprising that more than 1,000 riders are gone when you turn your face? Yet the next second, Guoming suddenly felt that behind him, a cold aura suddenly appeared. Guoming's heart trembled at the tip of his heart, and he instantly got goosebumps. Someone is behind himself. Guoming was startled and just wanted to react. Next, a cold, sharp object but gently pressed against his neck. Guoming instantly dared not move. Guoming is trying to beg for mercy, but at this moment, it only felt as if his lips were dry and incomparable, and he couldn't even say a word in his heart with fear. He's scared, completely cowed. It was the first time in his life that he had been so infinitely close to death. However, the owner of the dagger, did not give Guoming any chance, flicked the dagger and then slashed without hesitation. Put! A crimson blood shot out from Guoming's neck. No! Guoming incredulously pressed his neck in death, but the blood, still, couldn't stop flowing out of his fingers. At the same time, the vitality within his body also flew away with the spray of blood. No! How can you, yourself, die so easily? Guoming was paralyzed and filled with resignation. He thought he might die in battle, but he didn't think it would be a stifling death like being assassinated. Or in front of a large crowd, in broad daylight. Guoming's eyes became increasingly dim and his eyelids became heavier. In the last second of his mortal life, Guoming finally saw exactly who it was that had assassinated him. Pity! The other party was dressed in black and masked, with only a pair of good-looking eyes exposed. At this point, these eyes were filled with indifference. Shadow Mo indifferently withdrew the dagger and glanced at Guoming's corpse in disgust. How dare you hit the Lord's idea? Damn it! Shadow Ink's gaze was firm. Whoever intends to misbehave with the Lord, then her dagger cuts his throat. Anyone who dares to hit the Lord deserves to die. Next to it, Su Chu had also easily disposed of all 5 of those false saints. To this point, Guoming's 1,000-man surprise attack team, all destroyed. Lu Yuan, that's it? He thought the other guy was riding solo and how fierce he was. As a result, he was taken care of by Su Chu and the Shadow Guard. So easily. It came in strong, and it ended up being over before it was even warmed up. Cut. But there's no credit to be had. I still have to give you guys credit for contributing a chi value all the way to me. Lu Yuan bristled. It was just a small person. It wasn't worth much of one's attention. In Shuafeng City, half of the 300,000 forbidden troops have been killed or wounded. Of the remaining remnants, the highest cultivation level might not even be a martial zone. And facing the Dragon Cavalry, which was at the lowest level of peak Grand Martial Master realm and whose battle strength was comparable to that of a martial king, the result was naturally a one-sided massacre. How strong are the dragon riders in battle? Put it this way. Some soldiers of the Forbidden Army may not even be able to defeat the demonic beast warhorses ridden by the Dragon Cavalry. A few rushes and chiseling by the Dragon Cavalry and all the forbidden troops were almost slaughtered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beheading 326,892 enemies under his command. Rewarded with 133,400 chi values. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a mega battle and wiping out the entire enemy army, earning a reward of 500,000 chi value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking control of a large city in his state, rewarding him with 300,000 fortune values. The battle ended, and the system's announcement sounded in Lu Yuan's head. Lu Yuan opened his personal interface. Host, Lu Yuan, Strength, early martial emperor. Forces under his command, Yan Yun 18th Cavalry, critically injured state. 100. 000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, reinforced version. 50. 000 Trapped Army, Shadow Guards, Fine Rain, and 10. 000 Beifu Army, disabled. Guards under command, Li Sandao, Su Chu. Luck value, 16320,375. A whole 16 million chi value. Another wave of fat. And, if one looked closely, the chi luck value within Lu Yuan's account was still slowly increasing. It's all there at Yumen Pass. The Beifu army and the trapping camp were continuously killing enemies, adding to Lu Yuan's chi luck value. Not bad. Another imperial level raffle is possible. Looking at the chi luck value that had already exceeded 10 million, Lu Yuan's mouth smiled slightly. Imperial level draw 10 million chi value once, and now, within his own account, he had 16 million chi luck values. System, give me an emperor level draw. Lu Yuan couldn't wait to open the lottery screen. He was saving up his chi luck value, just waiting for the emperor level draw. Ding! The host chooses the imperial lottery. The system is in the lottery. Ding! Successful draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the extreme emperor's soldier, the emperor slaying lance, the Kingslayer gun. Hey! Surprisingly, it's an emperor soldier? Looking at the rewards drawn out by the system, Lu Yuan was slightly stunned. Before, the system has also been described as a reward. Feats, potions, weapons, henchmen, etc., 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 can be drawn out. However, Lu Yuan had raffled off characters, or forces under his command, so many times. This time, for the first time, the weapon was drawn. I can't believe I didn't draw out the great emperor's men. What a pity! Lu Yuan shook his head with some disappointment. Originally, according to Lu Yuan's prediction, it was to directly draw out a great emperor's henchman. Available results. However, it was a bit of a big disappointment to Lu Yuan. Don't look at the East continent now, even though no martial emperor has been seen for 10,000 years. But who knows which nook or cranny there might be an old monster or two hiding. Without a martial emperor to suppress it, any other experts would be in vain. However, for this emperor slaying lance to be listed as a reward for an emperor level raffle, it shouldn't be a mundane item either, right? Lu Yuan shook his head as another flash of expectation appeared in his eyes. Since they're all imperial rewards, then this emperor slaying gun must also be in existence comparable to a martial emperor. Buzz! There was a flash of cold light. In Lu Yuan's hand, a meteorite ink like pitch black lance then appeared. Moment! A murderous aura that was dense to the extreme came out from the gun. Just by looking at the tip of the gun, Lu Yuan felt a sharp pain stabbing his eyes. Be honest with me. Lu Yuan drank softly. The emperor's soldiers are psychic. Besides, this reward, which was still drawn by Lu Yuan from the system, recognized Lu Yuan as its master. Otherwise, with just Lu Yuan's cultivation at the martial emperor realm, he simply couldn't afford to hold an imperial soldier. It would even be devoured by the emperor's soldiers. Being droned by Lu Yuan, this emperor slaying gun finally collected its breath. Only then could Lu Yuan take a closer look. Just from the surface, this lance was also not a mortal product at first glance. On the body of the gun, countless dragon scale-like grooves were entwined, and there were hidden streams of light flickering within. Crane, born and bred. The lance was also an eye-catching presence at a glance among the many things. Great gun. Before Lu Yuan could say anything, he suddenly heard a sigh of admiration from the side. Chapter 61, Giving a Gun to Luoyi. I've given you the space ring, do you know what it means? Lu Yuan turned around and saw that it was none other than Luoyi. Lord, could you show me this lance, please? Luoyi's eyes were glowing, his eyes unblinking as he looked toward the emperor slaying lance in Lu Yuan's hand. Why not? Here. Lu Yuan laughed and tossed the Kingslayer gun to Luoyi. As you can see, Luoyi is also a gun lover. Receiving the lance, Luoyi's face was frenzied, like a demented man seeing a beautiful woman. What a superb gun. Luoyi gently stroked the smooth body of the emperor slaying gun with both hands and juggled it smoothly. Clank! The emperor slaying lance let out a buzz at once. At the sharp point of the gun, even the void fluctuated slightly. In Luoyi's hands, this emperor slaying lance was even more overwhelming than in Lu Yuan's hands. Looking at Luoyi's loving look, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed. It seems that Luoyi really likes it too. Furthermore, if this emperor slaying lance is given to Luoyi, he will also be able to fully utilize the power of this extreme Dao Emperor soldier. And for the moment, the best option, Lu Yuan secretly said in his heart. This emperor slaying lance was impossible to use on its own. He was a Battle 5 scum with the cultivation of a martial emperor, and holding this extreme imperial soldier would be for nothing. And it's not like there are many under his command who use guns. It was also Luo Yi who had the highest cultivation level. This emperor-slaying lance could also be utilized to its fullest power when it was in Luo Yi's hands. Luo Yi, since you like this gun, I'll give it to you. Lu Yuan smiled faintly at Luo Yi. Really? Excellent. Thank you, Lord, for the gun. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi was shocked and delighted, directly kneeling down on one knee and performing a great salute. For people like them who have juggled guns all their lives, getting a good gun is almost more exciting than getting a wife. Ha ha, no need to be polite. A good gun goes with a hero. Lu Yuan laughed and helped Luo Yi up to talk about good guns. Anyway, he already had a golden gun, which was more than enough. Luo Yi was filled with joy. With this emperor-slaying lance, one's strength, at least, would have to be doubled. By this time, the dragon riders had returned from their victory. Yuan Zuozong rushed to Lu Yuan's side in 3 steps and knelt down with a boom. My lord, my subordinate didn't handle the battlefield properly, allowing a stray army to break out and disturb the lord. It's my subordinate's negligence. Please punish me, my lord. Yuan Zuozong was filled with guilt. It is going to be because of his own dereliction of duty that the lord is hurt. Then one can really die all by oneself. Lu Yuan quickly surprised Yuan Zuozong and waved his hand. General Yuan, don't worry too much. I'm not fine here. Those people, they're just here to give away their heads. They don't pose much of a threat to me at all. You deserve a lot of credit for this attack on Shuafeng City. I can't even praise you enough. Lu Yuan didn't even put what had just happened in his mind. Instead, he looked at Yuan Zuozong with a face full of satisfaction. Sure enough, in this siege, the dragon riders really didn't let themselves down. 3 times as many enemies, plus the difficulty of attacking and defending. The dragon riders were still able to take Shuafeng City nearly unscathed. It had to be said that the dragon cavalry was really tough. At those words, Yuan Zuozong couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At this point, Yuan Zuozong suddenly saw the emperor-slaying lance in Luo Yi's hand, and his eyes immediately lit up as well. Great gun! Yuan Zuozong was also a man who used guns, so naturally he also regarded them as his beloved objects. At this moment, when he saw the emperor-slaying gun, his heart was also on fire. Noticing Yuan Zuozong's fiery gaze, Luo Yi hurriedly wrapped the Kingslayer gun in his arms. Vigilantly, he looked at Yuan Zuozong Dao. Humph, General Yuan, the Lord has already given me this gun, so don't get any ideas about this gun. It's not the behavior of a gentleman to take something that's dear to him. Ha, the Lord gave it to you? At those words, Yuan Zuozong momentarily froze, looking at Luo Yi who was staring at him like a thief. He also looked at Lu Yuan, who was standing at the side with a weak heart. The eyes suddenly became sultry. It's true, when the Lord has a new love, he forgets the old one. Lu Yuan, being stared at by Yuan Zuozong's grudge-like gaze, Lu Yuan also instantly smiled awkwardly. Ha ha, that's right, General Yuan, I've given this gun to Luo Yi, but well, if there's a good gun in the future, I'll definitely think of you first. Somehow, being stared at by Yuan Zuozong with this kind of gaze, Lu Yuan always felt like a negative man who had failed his delicate wife. There's just something about it. Looking at the scene with some awkwardness, Luo Yi's eyes flashed and he stepped forward. Lord, now that I have the emperor-slaying lance, then I won't be able to use my old desert silver lance. Although my desert silver gun isn't a good gun, it's still a pseudo-imperial weapon. Right now, that should be enough for General Yuan. Why don't I just give this desert silver spear to General Yuan? Luo Yi said, slightly reluctant to take out the desert silver spear that had accompanied him for half of his life. Now that he possessed the emperor-slaying lance, this desert silver lance naturally couldn't be used. Why don't you do me a favor and give it to Yuan Zuozong? At the same time, it doesn't make it too difficult for the Lord. How is this good? Although Yuan Zuozong's mouth was shrugging it off, his eyes were dead set on the desert silver spear. The look of fondness in his eyes was also unconcealed. Family? Why talk about family? As long as you don't hit me with this emperor-slaying gun. Yuan Zuozong, nice guy. So that's what you had in mind when you gave me the silver lance of the desert. But he also knew, although the Emperor Slayer lance was good, his peak martial saint strength couldn't bring out all of its power. This desert silver lance, on the other hand, was just adapted to his current realm. Good. Thank you, General Luo. Yuan Zuozong was like a treasure and thanked Luo Yi with a happy face. At this moment, the gates of Shuafeng City were wide open, and the bodies of the forbidden army were everywhere. My lord, I've already sent troops to surround Shuafeng City, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. By the way, lord, this Shuafeng City, do we want it or not? Yuan Zuozong looked at Lu Yuan searchingly. Right now there is only one part of their dragon cavalry. If you choose to occupy the city of Shuafeng, you will inevitably need to divide your troops. 2. Of course, Why don't you want the #1 city in the northern part of this parallel state? Lu Yuan laughed and said without thinking. Nothing else. With a city as big as Shuafeng City, the resources inside would definitely not be small. Inside the city, seemingly except for the general population, there are several other big powers with famous names in Great Zhou on their backs. Just in time. Look for some healing elixirs within the city and give them to Luo Yi and the 18 riders. And this elixir is not available to ordinary people. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. Yuan Zuozong. Have the dragon cavalry enter the city and gather all the helmsmen of the several major powers in the city together for me. If there is any disobedience, they will be punished directly as spies and their families will be searched. All resources, all confiscated. With that, Lu Yuan threw the spatial ring, directly to Yuan Zuozong. Yuan Zuozong. Yuan Zuozong held the spatial ring and froze for a while. Nice guy. If Lu Yuan hadn't thrown the space ring directly to him, he thought that Lu Yuan really wanted to discuss things with those big powers. Space rings are given. What exactly does that mean? It should be clear, right? P.S. All readers greatly move the small hand of wealth. Free gift point a little thank you, asterisk smiley face asterisk. Asking for big brother gifts and trying to add more. Chapter 62, Knocking Down the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce. According to the list provided by Fine Rain, those lineages and forces in Shuafeng City that are dependent on Great Zhou have been pinpointed by Yuan Zuozong. Well, then, let's start with this Chen family. Yuan Zuozong glanced at the list and then picked an unlucky person. The Chen family was an inherited cultivation family, which was not considered surprising in Shuafeng City, and its strength could only be considered middle to upper class. And the reason why Yuan Zuozong chose to be the first to take the Chen family, just because the location of this Chen family was just closer to himself. The Chan family. In the end, it was a cultivation family that had been passed down for 1,000 years, and the place surrounded by the Mansion family was at least a few thousand acres. At this point, because of the war, the vermilion doors of the Chen family were closed. Yuan Zuozong casually waved his hand, and Su San, the deputy general beside him, went forward to knock on the door, though they came in a bad way. But at the very least, the most basic courtesy should still be there, right? Open the door. Homeboy, our lord would like to invite your family head for important business. Who is your lord? The man inside the door was alert. Hearing the commotion outside, there was no first choice to open the door. Instead, he asked back guardedly. Vice General Su San looked back at Yuan Zuozong. Yuan Zuozong's eyes glared. What are you looking at me for? Here's what to do. Don't you know? Su San nodded indistinctly. Understand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you refuse to open the door, you must have a ghost in your heart. He must be harboring a soldier from the Forbidden Army. Come on man. Get in the door and search me. Boom sound. The vermilion lacquer gate made of expensive Nanmu was directly blown into pieces by Su San's punch. As for just now, the questioner behind the door. Where's the other one? The door is broken. Where do you think the people are? Not long after, Yuan Zuozong walked out of the Chen family with a space ring thrown in his hand. Humph. That's all the garbage. And you don't want to hand it over. Now it's good. The wealth is gone and so is the man. Loss or no loss. Yuan Zuozong laughed coldly. Money is nothing. Don't you understand that? According to Fine Rain's investigation, this Chen family, every year, donates millions of spirit stones to Great Zhou, and just now, surprisingly, he was only willing to take out 50,000 spirit stones to symbolically break the bank. Are you double-crossing me? Oh, then I'll you. But, when Yuan Zuozong said that the stuff was trash, it was only from his perspective as a martial saint. How could the treasures accumulated by a family that had been passed down for 1,000 years be any less? Took care of a family that was dependent on Great Zhou. Yuan Zuozong pulled out the list and directly in the Chen family's place, he made a slash. It shows. The Chen family's been purged by them. Afterward, they walked towards the next worldly family that was dependent on the Great Zhou, the Li family. Hey, we're honoring the right. Are you looking down on me by stepping out the door with your left foot to greet me? Men, give me a copy of the house. Li family ancestors. The king's house. Our general has said that he will never take a single cent from you. Come on, men, remove everything except pennies and dimes. Master of the Wang family. It's true, you guys really don't take a dime, so you just take everything but the pennies? Mountain River Chamber of Commerce. I've heard that you give Great Zhou 20 million spirit stones in taxes every year? Come. Now that Shuafeng City is our lord's territory, the taxes will be given to us from now on. Tell you what, I'll collect the taxes in advance for 3,000 years first. President, Mountain River Chamber of Commerce, commenting on the dead pig's jaw-dropping in shock emoji. 3,000 years. The founding time of our own Chamber of Commerce is not even 3,000 years old. These forces that were boarded by the dragon riders clearly realized, this is Yuan's zone. Knocking them down. Many forces, on the spot. Crap, an entire force, inherited for thousands of years to accumulate wealth. And you want to go away with just one word? Where in heaven's name is this good? Those that were dragon riders and managed to convince people of their virtue were okay. Handing over 10,000 grand in wealth. One could still be spared a small life by Su-san and the others for the time being. And those who rebel against the theory. None of them ended up with a broken home. Then, the family inventory is still in the pocket of Yuan's zone. Soon, the news of the dragon cavalry knocking on bamboo poles everywhere spread among the major forces in Shuafang City. The storm clouds are gathering and everyone is in danger. Humph, how dare you hit us? The lineage families? Haven't you ever heard of a dynasty made of iron and a family made of water? Not to mention others, just the Fong family of Shuafang City is an old family that has extended its legacy for 10,000 years. Then if Lu Yuan dares to, no good. Latest news. The Fong family is being picked on by Lu Yuan's men. The Fong clan's oldest ancestor couldn't bear to be insulted and made a direct move. As a result, being slapped to death with a palm. Gah! Hearing that the Fong clan's oldest ancestor had actually been slapped to death with a single slap, the person who had just made a big speech almost choked on his own saliva in shock. How can that be? The Fong clan's old ancestor is a peak martial zone powerhouse, infinitely approaching half-saint. And there are still 5 or 6 other martial sectors in the Fong family. How is it possible? Boom! However, before he could finish his words, he heard a monstrous sound coming from the east of Shuafang City. If he heard correctly, the place that made the commotion seemed to be exactly in the direction of the Fong family. Looking extremely far away, the crowd was horrified. Where the Fong clan was before, a huge handprint had unexpectedly appeared out of nowhere. A general with a majestic face was hovering in midair, coldly gazing at his feet. The Fong family was surprisingly exterminated. Gollum! Countless powerful people who were secretly observing the situation could not help but gulp wildly. Fear not. We, Shuafang City, don't we still have another? The 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce? I don't believe that Lu Yuan dares to hit the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce with his idea. 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce. Compared to these ordinary local forces in Shuafang City, the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce could be considered a behemoth. The power of the entire Chamber of Commerce, in addition to having influence in the Great Zhou, it's also spread throughout the entire Eastern continent. Even in the entire Eastern continent, it was a first-class powerful force. Sure, being stationed in the Great Zhou, the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce could not help but deal with the natives, the Great Zhou imperial family. The relationship, on both sides, could be described as coupled, and anyone who was also associated with the royal family of the Great Zhou is the target of Yuan's own search. This 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce, naturally, was no exception. Roll, how dare you put your mind on our 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce? What an ignorance! Disappear before I get angry. Otherwise, I'll be rude. In the streets, all the stores and homes, the doors were locked. Only this Chamber of Commerce of the 100 Dynasties still has its doors wide open. With 4 whole floors, the luxury of the outside is a stark contrast to the other stores. Around it, its arrogant behavior also sideways illustrates their strength. Sure, they have a corresponding bottom line. For example, the Chamber of Commerce branch president stationed in a tiny Shuafang city was actually a half-saint level powerhouse. Chapter 63, buy you something, and give you the money in 2,000 years. Ha, the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce? What's wrong with the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce? Even if you're the king of heaven, you'll have to clear things up today, since the door is open for business and we're buying something. What's to stop you from letting us buy it? Su-san hugged his bladder with a sneer on his face. However, it's better not to mention it. When this matter was mentioned, this 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce's branch president almost didn't catch his breath. Mud, is that a serious purchase? That's right, they're in business, and when there's a deal to be made, of course they'll make it. However, just now, this Su-san just entered the store and opened his mouth to ask for a large sum of various cultivation resources. At first, he thought a big deal had come his way. What a thought! Instead, the other party said that this payment would wait until after 2,000 years. Mud. Who does business where money is waited for 2,000 years to be collected? Don't you bully me too much. You want to do business properly. Our 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce is happy to accompany you. If you're going to be a hard knocker, our 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce isn't one to be messed with. The branch president's chest rose and fell in anger as he looked at Su-san with a face full of rage. Su-san sneered. Bullying? Oh, the bully is you. Who told you to befriend Great Zhou? In response to the branch president's threat, Su-san gave a cold cut of disdain. I'm going to eat you up. today, no matter what stuff you're going to get for me. What was the nature of the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce? Fine Rain had long ago found out. And of course, it knows that its deep and terrifying depths. Perhaps others will fear this 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce. But here in their dragon riders, it's the same for anyone. Humph, here's to the toast. I see you're not seeing the coffin. Upon hearing this, the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce's branch president immediately laughed in anger. How long has it been? How long has it been since the last time someone made a scene here? He only knew that the Marshal Zong who came to the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce to cause trouble last time had his limbs directly broken, and then threw it out of Sokoban. The 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce was able to gain a foothold on this continent by virtue of more than just fame. It's also hit and miss. Yuan Zuozong watched this smilingly from the back, without the slightest expression of worry on his face. As the vice general of the Dragon Riders, if Su San couldn't even kill the Roadrunner in front of him, he would be ashamed to call himself the Dragon Rider Army. Look at the palm. Creation Yin Yang Palm. The branch president of the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce let out an angry cry. At once, an imposing palm shadow slapped fiercely towards Su San. Yell, there are still martial arts? Xiao San was surprised for a moment. In his heart, he also secretly sighed. This 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce is really rich. It was important to know that martial arts were precious things on the Eastern Zhou continent. Not a great power can have it. But, even though the other party had used martial arts techniques, the palm shadow was still weak in his eyes. Non-palming is bad. Rather, the people who use it are too good. Humph, break it for me. Look at me, normal attack. Without the slightest fear, Su San met his opponent's attack and blasted out with a fist. However, Su Sanxian used some power generation techniques. What seemed like an ordinary punch had mobilized the strength of his entire body. Boom! Fists and palms faced each other, and a fierce aura erupted out. Su San's plain and simple fist was like a hard iron rod. The fist shadow, in an instant, penetrated the palm shadow. Boom! Put! How? The 100 Dynasties branch president was struck in the chest by Su San's punch, and blood spurted madly from his mouth. The 100 Dynasties branch president stared blankly. Surprisingly, himself, he was blown away with a single punch. But clearly, both parties were at the same peak of half-saint existence. Where does he know? Between a peak half-saint and a peak half-saint, there was a gap there as well. Looking at the 100 Dynasties branch chairman who was dryly knocked over by his own punch, Su San could not help but mock. With soft fists and palms, an 80-year-old man with weak kidneys could you over? Humph, are you insulting me? The 100 Dynasties branch president covered his chest and said with an embarrassed face, a soldier can be killed, not dishonored. He admitted that Su San was strong, but the other party insulted him with his words, which made him feel very humiliated. Su San laughed. Don't you believe it yet? I am, at 80, a weak kidney, president of the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce. You say you're only 80? The 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce's branch president looked at Su San dumbfounded, his face filled with shock. It wasn't the other man's revelation that he had a weak kidney that startled him. Rather, it was because of his age. 80 years old. Cultivate to the peak of half-saint? To know, he was almost 3,000 years old now, and had only just achieved the peak of half-saint. And he's got this speed. Among his peers, he already belonged to the existence of the best. 80-year-old peak half-saint. That's like being a human 8-year-old cub who can sing and dance, rap and play basketball. It's scary to think about. Su San, where the hell do you get off talking so much crap? There are several more waiting for us down there, so hurry up and make it quick. At this point, Yuan Zuozong beside him looked at Su San chirping and couldn't help but urge impatiently. If the Lord hadn't told him not to do it until he had to, he was tempted to do it himself. Roger that. Hearing Yuan Zuozong's voice, Su San finally straightened up. Yuan Zuozong is his top boss. The other party's order should still be firmly obeyed. Swish! In order to resolve the battle as quickly as possible, Su San directly took out his weapon. Speaking of this lance, it was still retired from Yuan Zuozong. His own, on the other hand, was retired to a lieutenant. The lieutenants, in turn, retired to. Never mind. No more bugs. No. I recognize. That 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce's subchairman was just about to panic and prepare to surrender. Because just now, Yuan Zuozong suddenly opened his mouth. This also made him notice Yuan Zuozong's presence. To his horror, for Yuan Zuozong, he unexpectedly could not see through the other party's cultivation. Even, also from the other side, perceived a strong sense of crisis. Sure, more important, or he really can't beat Su San. However, before he could say anything, he was stabbed through the chest with a shot from Su San. Su San wiped the sweat from his forehead. What were you going to say? Recognize what? Ugh, never mind. You're about to hiccup anyway, so I won't be curious to follow up. Saying that, the long spear that Su-san had inserted into the branch president's body turned viciously again. The branch president of the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce stared wide-eyed. Some of them are dead on arrival. The branch president died once. In the entire 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce, no one dared to stand up anymore. It didn't take long for Yuan Zuozone to completely buy out this 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce chapter. It's so fat. This wave is worth a dozen or so previous incomes. Yuan Zuozone couldn't help but sigh. The 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce has 4 floors. The higher the floor, the more valuable the item. Just the stuff on this first level alone was more precious than the treasures in those worldly treasuries. If it weren't for the fact that in the entire Great Zhou, there were only 3 chapters of the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce, and several, very far away, he'd like to rob them all one by one. Ugh, he's tempted to wander from one to the other and go on a buying spree. That's right, he just buys things, only the payment for the goods, which will be paid in 2,000 years. After all, the IOUs are all typed. This is something they still have more credibility on. Lu Yuan, after 2,000 years. If you still dare to come to me for money, I'll count you as good. Chapter 64, Squeeze it dry and kill it. 8th grade elixir. With the city of Sakuya, the 2 most powerful forces lead by example. The other forces, all of a sudden, became well behaved. No way. Even the strongest among them was finished. So what could they do if they didn't give in? They can't fight and they don't want to die. And so, with the dragon riders stepping in and negotiating amicably, these forces hardened their teeth, taking all the assets that they had accumulated for more than 10 or even dozens of generations. All of them were taken out. One can only dare to be angry. My lord, I have followed your orders and gathered the leaders of the major forces within Shuafang City. Within the city lord's mansion, those who are unwilling to cooperate, I have already eliminated them all. Their assets, too, have been received in the spatial ring. Lu Yuan took the ring from Yuan Zuozone's hand, but a flash of surprise appeared on his face. There really are worldly families that willingly take out their family's entire heritage. Ha! I thought that they would fight to the death for those hard-earned family assets, Lu Yuan said with some regret. Lu Yuan knew it well. For a cultivation family, the resources needed for cultivation, that was everything. Isn't it these resources that are cultivated and repaired? For these resources, these people are even capable of fighting for their lives. Now, however, these forces, surprisingly, were able to give up their accumulated resources. It's almost a bit unbelievable. Yuan Zuozone laughed. Possibly I struck out against those uncooperative forces before and was seen by the other forces. They are fearful, that's why they are reluctant to cooperate, right? I have to say, those old men of the lineage are all very sensible. At those words, a flash of depth flashed through Lu Yuan's eyes. It's not a good thing to have a deep city. Having taken their things themselves, the resentment in these people's hearts should be great, whether willingly or not. The mere fact that one can afford to take it is enough to illustrate the depth of mind of those old-timers. After hearing that Yuan Zuozong had arranged those people to the city lord's mansion, at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth, an inexplicable smile suddenly flashed. Ha, General Yuan, you said that if someone forcibly took what you regarded as your life, what would you do? Faced with Lu Yuan's answering question, Yuan Zuozong froze for a moment, then said, definitely hate it then. All your own stuff is being, Lord, you mean? Yuan Zuozong's eyes suddenly flashed with an exquisite light, and he subconsciously looked at Lu Yuan. A cold aura flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Oh yes, definitely hate. Even if you don't say it on your lips, you're bound to hate it in your heart. Without having to guess, Lu Yuan already knew what was in the minds of those forces. Estimate. These people, right now, want to get themselves killed, right? Yuan Zuozong, I will now command you one more thing. Those forces, I'm not going to meet them. Since they're drained, let's kill them. You find a way to get rid of those people, Lu Yuan faintly said. Since those forces, all of them were on the side of Great Zhou before. Then, between their own two sides, they are naturally antagonistic enemies. In that case, there was no point in keeping the other side. They're all cultivators anyway. It was better to turn it into your own chi value. Good. I'll have Su-san take care of this, Yuan Zuozong said with a grave expression on his face. Okay, as soon as possible. Cut the grass and get rid of the roots. Try not to leave any little tails. Lu Yuan talked and laughed. Just give these forces, all of them, the death penalty. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan turned to start checking out the contents of the spatial ring. Yell, that's a lot of stuff. With all these things taken out, it's probably possible to form a transcendent power. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. So many good things. This huge space ring is block-filled. This Yuan Zuozong, He's not going to plunge the entire Shuafang city, is he? Nothing else. In this continent's hard currency like spirit stones alone, there were more than 300 million of them in the ring. Yuan Zuozong scratched his head. Most of these things were contributed by a power called the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce. Right, Lord, you look for it. I remember finding 2 8th grade pills from the 4th floor of the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce before. An 8th grade elixir? At those words, Lu Yuan's eyes brightened even more. Then he hurriedly rummaged around inside the ring. Finally, Lu Yuan managed to find 2 exquisite boxes made of warm jade within the ring that was almost about to be stuffed. That 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce has a lot of good stuff, but the most valuable ones should still be these 2 8th grade pills. Yuan Zuozong explained to Lu Yuan. The 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce is divided into 4 levels. The higher the tier, the higher the value of the items in it. And these 2 pills were the only 2 items in those 4 levels. Lu Yuan opened the warm jade box, and instantly a strange Dan fragrance wafted out. Lu Yuan felt a surge of refreshing in his spiritual platform just by taking a whiff of it. Not bad. This is an 8th grade elixir without a doubt. Lu Yuan also the internal back of the jade box, found the description of the elixir. The 8th grade elixir. The 8th turn Xian Huang Dan. It's mild and has the effect of assisting in breaking through the realm, as well as filling in the gaps and strengthening the cultivator's spiritual roots. Seeing this, Lu Yuan shook his head. Good Dan is good Dan, but not the healing elixir he wanted. Lu Yuan's gaze turned to the other box next to him. Let's hope that this elixir can give ourselves a little surprise. Lu Yuan silently opened the jade box and looked at the instructions. Jasper Hot Springs Pill, the 8th grade. It is mild and has the effect of whitening the bones and reshaping the veins, repairing dark wounds and harmonizing the spirit platform. It is a sacred medicine for healing. Coming. Lu Yuan's face was delighted. The healing elixir he wanted. It had finally arrived. Luo Yi, this healing elixir is for you. An 8th grade elixir should allow you to recover some. Lu Yuan directly took this healing elixir and threw it to Luo Yi. This healing elixir was originally sought for Luo Yi. Now that it's been found, it's natural to give it to the rightful owner to use. Thank you, Lord. Luo Yi was filled with emotion as he accepted the elixir handed over by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan went to great lengths to have Yuan Zuozong search all over the city for him. Even though he doesn't say it, it's all in his eyes. With this Lord, there is no regret in this life. P.S. All readers greatly move the small hand of wealth. Free gift point a little thank you, asterisk smiley face asterisk. Asking for big brother gifts and trying to add more. Chapter 65, Recovering 30%. Zhou Qianfu arrived. Luo Yi took a deep breath, his gaze gradually becoming firm. It seemed that he had to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. Not just for myself, it's also to be able to help the Lord soon. Thinking so, Luo Yi didn't hesitate to take the 8th grade elixir in his hand and swallowed it directly into his stomach. Boom! As soon as the elixir entered his stomach, a rich vitality instantly erupted within Luo Yi's body. Luo Yi's eyes were slightly closed. The aura within the dantian was mobilized crazily, wrapped in the energy emanating from the elixir, and began to travel through the meridians. As the medicinal energies slowly seeped in, the injuries on Luo Yi's body began to slowly repair. Su Chu, give Luo Yi protection, Lu Yuan said softly. Nah. Su Chu also became serious and rushed forward to protect Luo Yi. Lu Yuan watched nervously from the side, not daring to disturb in the slightest. Finally, after a little while, Luo Yi suddenly exhaled heavily. When he opened his eyes, he saw that they were like torches, as if they contained lightning. Luo Yi, how does it feel? Does this potion work? Seeing Luo Yi awakening, Lu Yuan rushed forward and asked nervously. Phew. Luo Yi let out a breath and brought a smile on his face. Many thanks to the Lord for the medicine. Right now, I've recovered about 30% of my injuries. With the use of full power, it should be able to utilize 50% of its previous strength. It's only 30%? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan sighed, slightly disappointed. An 8th grade elixir had only restored 30% of Luo Yi's injuries. But yeah, although the 8th grade elixir grade was very high, but Luo Yi's cultivation level was, well, higher. It's like a small horse beating a big car. The genus is a bit dwarfed. Forget it, this elixir, it always has some effect. Well, at least, it saves Luo Yi about a month of recovery time. Lu Yuan shook his head. At least with potions, it's always better than nothing. Sure, in addition to these 2 8th grade pills, there were many other low-grade pills within Lu Yuan's ring. After all, half of the Shuafang city's worldly inventory was concentrated here. Lu Yuan didn't favor one over the other either, handing all of these pills to Luo Yi. Luo Yi, these pills, you distribute them to the 18 horsemen. Although it's all just some low-grade pills, it's always of some use. On an ordinary day, It's good to chew on it as a candy bean. After all, it's better than nothing. If quality is not enough, then quantity will be. Even if there is only a hint of effect, being able to let the 18 writers recover a little bit as soon as possible, that would be a good deal. Anyway, it's not like the pills in this world can kill you. The 18 horsemen of Yen Yun. Thank you, Lord, for the medicine. The 18 horsemen were filled with excitement and gratefully kneeled on one knee at Lu Yuan. Pills are cheap, but the lords care for them. This love is heavy. Lu Yuan waved his hand and laughed. He, some low-grade pills are just that. There's no need to be like this. After all, I'm counting on you guys to recover early and help me with some tasks. But even though Lu Yuan said so, but how could they not feel Lu Yuan's concern for them? The 18 horsemen, however, had a clear idea in their hearts. The eyes of the 18 riders were all filled with emotion. The heart is even darker. When his strength is restored, he will offer his life to the Lord in return for his generous treatment. At this point, Luoyi suddenly raised his head and looked into the void above Shuafeng City. Lord, we have a situation. Luoyi, what are you talking about? Lu Yuan's raised his head in confusion and followed Luoyi's gaze. The sky is clear, the sun is bright, and the white clouds are floating. A picture of wind and sunshine. Where's the situation? It seems there are uninvited guests coming. Luoyi's gaze was like electricity. His eyes suddenly sharpened. Luoyi's words just fell. A pitch-black void channel then suddenly appeared above Shuafeng City. Immediately, a wretched figure burrowed out from within this void passage. Damn! I can't believe I've encountered spatial turbulence. If I had known, I wouldn't have forcefully torn through space for the rush. Zhou Qianfu cursed angrily, secretly saying that he was unlucky. Spatial turbulence, but in the void, an extremely terrifying existence. Even if a great emperor fell into it, he would not be spared from being devoured by it. Although Zhou Qianfu was a great Zhou imperial ancestor and possessed the cultivation of the half-emperor realm. However, in the face of this kind of spatial turbulence, one could only flee in a sorry state. Adjusting his disordered breath, Zhou Qianfu then had the energy to look at the situation below. This city, it should be Shuafeng City. This Shuafeng City, has it just experienced a great battle? Zhou Qianfu couldn't help but frown slightly as he looked at the crumbling walls of Shuafeng City and the smoke that had yet to dissipate. I seem to be late to the party myself. If it wasn't for the spatial turbulence that delayed some time, otherwise, he would have arrived at Shuafeng City a long time ago. Zhou Qianfu looked down at the city below, but his gaze directly condensed. Only the walls of Shuafeng City, as well as the ground, were visible at this time. It's all broken limbs. Hundreds of thousands of corpses were strewn about in varying degrees of misery. And these corpses were wearing, without exception, all of them were representing the Great Zhou's standard armor. As for the enemies, not a single one. Why are all the corpses on the ground? My Great Zhou soldiers. Zhou Qianfu was surprised and slightly shocked in his heart. By the way, this kind of soldier-on-soldier combat would never theoretically happen with such an outrageous battle loss ratio. 0 to 300. 000? You've got to be kidding me. However, Zhou Qianfu was only slightly surprised for a moment before returning to his calmness. After all, it's just a bunch of ants. Even if they were his soldiers from Great Zhou, they were still the same as ants. Regarding the life and death of these mole crickets, Zhou Qianfu, who was at the half-emperor realm, could be said to have no waves in his heart. Anyway, he came here for a purpose, not for this bunch of molehills. Lu Yuan's army, it should be there. Zhou Qianfu's divine sense swept up an army of about 100,000 men stationed north of Shuafeng City. This time, the location of this one, it must be that Lu Yuan's army without a doubt. Zhou Qianfu was just about to move over, but he suddenly sensed that an overwhelmingly powerful aura was speedily approaching towards him. The opposing powerhouse is here. The corners of Zhou Qianfu's mouth rose slightly. The opposing half-emperor is here, and the purpose of his own personal visit was to draw on this half-emperor powerhouse. The one who came is actually a half-emperor. The moment he saw Zhou Qianfu, Luoyi's heart was slightly startled. At the half-emperor realm like theirs, all of them would possess a trace of emperor's might on their bodies if at all. The moment he unexpectedly detected this kind of aura from the person opposite him, there was no doubt that the other party was also a half-emperor powerhouse. But, even if the other party was a half-emperor powerhouse, Luoyi didn't carry any fear. Luoyi dodged directly in front of Zhou Qianfu and asked vigilantly, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Zhou Qianfu's brain is not engraved with the words "I am the great Zhou emperor's ancestor." So, Luoyi also didn't know whether the suddenly appeared half-emperor was a foe or a friend. Chapter 66, Pulling Luoyi Together? Absolutely no reconciliation. Seeing Luoyi suddenly appear in front of him, Zhou Qianfu immediately raised his eyebrows. Take a closer look. At the corner of his mouth, a playful smile appeared. At this point, he also perceived it. The body of this half-emperor in front of him even seemed to still have a considerable amount of injuries. Interesting. Zhou Qianfu estimated that this injury on the other party's body should have been left over from the battle with the questioning sword old man. But since it's injured, that's good to hold. Zhou Qianfu put his hands behind his back and laughed. Let me introduce myself first. I am the great Zhou imperial ancestor. Zhou Qianfu. Special to you today. What? You're from the great Zhou dynasty? However, before Zhou Qianfu could finish his words, in Luo Yi's eyes, a flash of hostility instantly appeared. The royal family of the great Zhou. Hearing this name, Luo Yi was instantly like an enemy. As Lu Yuan's men, how could they not know the relationship between Lu Yuan and the great Zhou imperial family? That's a life and death enemy. Nowadays, here was a half-emperor powerhouse from the great Zhou imperial family arriving, and it was bound to be an enemy, not a friend. Luo Yi's body instantly tensed. In his hand, the Kingslayer gun was also directly taken out. Great gun. Seeing the Emperor Slayer gun in Luo Yi's hand, Zhou Qianfu's eyes couldn't help but light up. With his insight, naturally, he also saw at a glance that this Emperor-slaying lance was extraordinary. Seeing Luo Yi as if he was on the verge of an attack, Zhou Qianfu laughed and waved his hand in succession. Don't get excited. I came here with good intentions. Doesn't want to be your enemy. Zhou Qianfu spread his hands, signaling that he had absolutely no intention of doing anything. Zhou Qianfu was confident in his heart. He believes that there are no permanent enemies in the world, only permanent interests. Just drive the chips into place yourself. Between the two sides, there will definitely be an icing on the cake. Zhou Qianfu smiled meaningfully. He believed that the other party was definitely a smart person. Besides, the other guy was wounded. With this alone, the other party would definitely not dare to be the first to make a move against himself. Humph. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi just snorted coldly. Immediately, eyes hinted at his side, sniffing at Shadowmoor. Tell her to hurry up and pass on the news here. To the Lord. Good on. This Zhou Qianfu, too, had come with the purpose of improving the relationship between the two sides. Not directly. Zhou Qianfu looked at Shadow Inc., who was utilizing shadows to travel freely. With interest. In the Eastern continent, he had never seen a cultivator who used the shadow ability before. Sure enough, this Lu Yuan has quite a few strange people under his command. At this point, Lu Yuan here. Shadow Inc. had panicked and told Lu Yuan the whole story of what had just happened. Oh, the other party claims to be the great Zhou imperial ancestor? Still half-emperor cultivation? It seems that this great Zhou imperial family, the strength is still hidden quite deeply. Hearing this news, Lu Yuan was taken aback. It was unimaginable that this great Zhou had hidden a half-emperor level powerhouse. Thanks to himself, he had previously thought that the strongest person in Great Zhou was just a martial saint. But think about it. As one of the most powerful dynasties in the Eastern continent, Great Zhou had a long history of succession. How could its base be just a martial saint? Now that's a situation that seems a little less than favorable. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered as he stroked his chin. Now, Luo Yi was seriously injured. A strength that could only be utilized 50% of the time. And on the opposite side, it was a half-emperor powerhouse with the same cultivation level as Luo Yi. But the other side didn't take the lead when they arrived. By the looks of it, there should still be room for maneuver. Let's go meet this great Zhou imperial ancestor for a while. Lu Yuan said with a ghostly gaze. At those words, Shadow Mo's face immediately changed in shock. No lord, the other party is a half-emperor powerhouse. And now Luo Yi is seriously injured. We cannot guarantee your safety, Shadow Inc. said with a worried face. However, Lu Yuan smiled. If the other side wants to kill me, you guys are here to keep me safe? Since it's the same everywhere, why don't you let me meet the other side and see what tricks the other side wants to pull? If you don't even dare to meet them, it's inevitable that they will look down on you. Lu Yuan laughed indifferently. Even if he hid far away, once Luo Yi was defeated, he would definitely not be able to hide himself. In that case, it's better to face reality head-on. At those words, Shadow Inc. fell silent. Thinking about just now, Zhou Qianfu gave her a strong sense of oppression. Shadowmoor couldn't help but clench his fists. Too weak himself, facing such a powerful enemy, she couldn't even help at all. At this moment, Shadow Mo's desire for strength instantly reached a peak, and at this point, Zhou Qianfu was verbally brainwashing Luo Yi. Where wouldn't you, a half-emperor powerhouse, be highly revered wherever you go? Why bother following a tiny Jinbei king? If you are willing to defect to my great Zhou, I will make you the great Zhou Jinnan king. It's even more prestigious than Lu Yuan. Even, you want to be the emperor of this great Zhou. It's not impossible. Zhou Qianfu does nothing. Even the throne of great Zhou was thrown out as bait. To know, The value of a half-imperial powerhouse could be much stronger than an emperor of a royal dynasty. A half-emperor strikes without another half-emperor in the way. A large imperial dynasty was destroyed with a wave of the hand. However, in the face of Zhou Qianfu's 100 temptations, Luo Yi remained ice-cold. Not even a response. If he hadn't been seriously injured, the odds were that he wouldn't be able to his opponent. Luo Yi had long ago been unable to hold back and stab Zhou Qianfu's beeping mouth with the deicide gun. Looking at the unmoved Luo Yi, Zhou Qianfu's eyes flickered. Don't you see fame and fortune? That would be looking at feelings. In the opinion of Zhou Qianfu, Luo Yi, a half-imperial powerhouse, was willing to follow Lu Yuan, a mole with an ordinary cultivation level. There must be a reason for what happened. It's either payback or remembering the old days. With this in mind, Zhou Qianfu instantly said confidently, I guess you owe Lu Yuan a favor, right? Otherwise, how about this? As long as you promise to return to my great Zhou will forget everything Lu Yuan did before, and even, to fulfill all his wishes. Oh, what about that empress I want dead? While Zhou Qianfu was gushing, an icy cold laugh suddenly came over. At those words, Zhou Qianfu's face immediately changed. Lu Yuan? Watching Lu Yuan slowly come, Zhou Qianfu's mouth was imperceptibly grim at the corners. Griffin, you've got a face, and you've really got a face? How dare you make demands? But for Luo Yi's sake, Zhou Qianfu finally didn't flip out on the spot. That offer won't work. You can change it. Zhou Qianfu balked without even thinking about it. Crap. Zhou Linglong is so involved that even he doesn't dare to advocate without authorization. No? Well, that's a shame. If we can't talk about it. Lu Yuan bristled and shrugged indifferently. Actually, even if this Great Zhou royal family agreed, Lu Yuan would never reconcile with Great Zhou. Whether it's on the emotional side or on the profit side, Lu Yuan are all destined to be enemies of the Great Zhou. He himself was in existence with a system that made him stronger by killing his enemies. If they were reconciled, which place would they go to get their fortune value? And Empress Zhou Linglong was really bullying people too much, and he absolutely couldn't swallow this breath. Chapter 67, Kingslayer's Gun, you keep stabbing, leave the rest to me. Seeing Lu Yuan speak, Zhou Qianfu immediately gave a mocking smile. This Lu Yuan is really getting more and more energized. But don't you think about it, what are you, Lu Yuan? It was just a wasteful griffin in the martial emperor realm, although he was, nominally, here to find Lu Yuan and make reconciliation with him, but in reality, it was running towards Luo Yi, a half-emperor. Zhou Qianfu directly ignored Lu Yuan and turned his head towards Luo Yi, smiling. Brother Luo, what do you think of my proposal just now? As long as you are willing to join my Great Zhou, I promise to give you the best treatment and all cultivation resources will be provided. It's countless times better than following this mole. Even in the future, your position in Great Zhou will only be below me. Zhou Qianfu's eyes were filled with fire as he looked at Luo Yi. There was bound to be a reason why Zhou Qianfu was so desperate to recruit Luo Yi. Because if we can successfully recruit Luo Yi, sessions, they, Great Zhou, would embrace the existence of two half-emperors. Two half-emperors. This kind of strength would instantly make their Great Zhou, a dominant level power in the entire eastern continent, become the top of the heap. However, unfortunately, Zhou Qianfu's thoughts were good, but the reality was plump. As Lu Yuan's henchman, Luo Yi's loyalty value was directly pulled full. So how would he listen to Zhou Qianfu's bull ***** pulling? Seeing that Zhou Qianfu had even come to pull himself together in front of his lord and without avoiding it, Luo Yi was instantly enraged. Humph! Luo Yi, was born as the Lord's man and died as the Lord's ghost. If you want me to betray the Lord, you're just delusional. If you dare to provoke my relationship with the Lord again, I'll get you killed. I'm stepping on a horse. Luo Yi couldn't help but directly explode in the end. Luo Yi was all loyal and blood red. This Zhou Qianfu telling him to betray Lu Yuan sounded worse than cursing him to Luo Yi. Not to mention, the Lord is still beside himself. If the Lord misunderstood his relationship with the other party, then Luo Yi would really have to lead his neck to give thanks. Pity. Seeing Luo Yi bite the bullet, Zhou Qianfu sighed slightly. I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup this Lu Yuan has filled you with. What future can there be by following this wasteful mole? Zhou Qianfu really couldn't understand what Luo Yi was doing. After all, water flows downhill. It's a dead giveaway that it's clearly a win-win situation. How can there be such a pedantic person who insists on recognizing this dead truth? Hearing Zhou Qianfu repeatedly call Lu Yuan a waste cricket, the body of Luo Yi's emperor-slaying lance pinched and creaked. I'm now really pissed off already. Luo Yi's voice was so cold that it was as if he was in the nine hells. Not bad. The Lord's strength is weak though, but the Lord is dishonored. Hearing Zhou Qianfu look down on Lu Yuan, Luo Yi's heart also felt greatly insulted. In that case, We have nothing to talk about. If you don't choose to join Great Joe, then we can only become enemies, and the means of treating the enemy. I usually choose direct extermination. Towards the end, Zhou Qianfu's tone had also become impatient. Between the two sides, there was already an irreconcilable conflict. Since you can't be of use to me, I'll have to destroy you. Humph. A battle is a battle. Who's afraid of who? Boom. On Luo Yi's body, an extremely strong aura suddenly erupted and went straight to the sky. Buzz. As if sensing the battle intent on Luo Yi's body, the emperor-slaying gun also let out an excited buzz. Ha! Seeing this, a disdainful sneer crossed the corner of Zhou Qianfu's mouth. A severely injured half-emperor who still wanted to continue fighting with himself? Think about what? But, the emperor-slaying lance in Luo Yi's hand, on the contrary, caused Zhou Qianfu to slightly side-eye him. The overpowering aura from the emperor-slaying lance caused even him to feel a hint of palpitations. Humph. A good gun is a good gun. Too bad it's with the wrong person. But wait, this gun will be mine. In Zhou Qianfu's eyes, a touch of greed appeared uncontrollably. As a half-emperor, the weapon he used was nothing more than a pseudo-emperor weapon. The attraction of this imperial soldier to his was incomparably great. Luo Yi, you. Seeing Luo Yi wanting to fight, Lu Yuan couldn't help but have a look of worry appear in his eyes. On Luo Yi's body, he was still suffering from serious injuries now. The other party, too, was a half-emperor expert not weaker than him. In a real fight, Luo Yi was undoubtedly the one who suffered. Luo Yi laughed and gave Lu Yuan a relaxed smile. Lord, don't worry, I can still hold up. Shadow Inc., take the Lord out of here first. I might not be able to take care of the Lord's safety in the fight later. You'll just have to wait for my good news. Luo Yi turned to Lu Yuan and forced a smile. However, once he turned his head, Luo Yi's face was immediately covered in concentration. Obviously, Luo Yi's heart was not as relaxed as it appeared. An aside, Shadow Inc. also nodded with a face full of gravity. The might of such a battle between half-emperors was bound to be appalling. The fallout from the battle alone. It was estimated that it would be able to shock Lu Yuan, who only had the cultivation of a martial emperor, to death on the spot. So, theirs was still as far away from the battlefield as possible. Before Lu Yuan could say anything more, Shadow Inc. instantly disappeared in place with Lu Yuan, the Kingslayer gun. Bless me. Luo Yi tightly gripped the emperor-slaying lance, his gaze deadpan on Zhou Qianfu, who was poised across the room. If he were at the peak, he would definitely not be afraid. But now, buzz. As if the emperor-slayer gun had sensed Luo Yi's apprehensive mood, it emitted a burst of buzzing sound. You mean there's no need to be afraid? Stab him as hard as you can and be done with it? Luo Yi was stunned. Because of the blood drop recognition with the emperor-slaying lance, the minds were connected. Luo Yi could also roughly understand the meaning expressed by the Kingslayer gun. Fine. I'll believe you for once. Luo Yi hesitated for a moment, and his eyes instantly became sharp. Right now, he had no choice but to trust the Kingslayer lance in his hands. It is as if there is no other choice. Chapter 68, One Strike Shatters, Turning Heavenly Seal. At this point, Zhou Qianfu stepped on the void. A destructive wave emanated from its body. Oh, you can't do it. Better give up. You, a severely injured half-emperor, are in no way a match for me. Zhou Qianfu let out a cold smile as golden light bloomed in his eyes. Being a peak half-emperor in full condition, between Zhou Qianfu's flip of his hand, aura rushed and swept in a 10,000 mile radius, forming a tidal wave of aura. This scene could not help but dazzle people. How do you know it won't work unless you try? Although Luo Yi's face was full of gravity, his heart was full of confidence as he held the emperor-slaying lance. Fine, since you want to die, then I'll fulfill you. Flip the sky seal. Rise. Seeing Luo Yi's obstinacy, Zhou Qianfu let out a furious cry. With a push of his palm, golden light rushed into the sky from the center of his palm, and a large golden seal appeared out of thin air. Boom boom boom. The great seal covers the sky. The moment it appeared, an aura of ancient vicissitudes traveled vastly in all directions. It gave people the feeling as if they were facing an ancient mountain. Luo Yi's face was grave. If he had placed it in his heyday, this kind of attack would not have been in his eyes at all. But now, he was still recovering from a serious injury. Strength, too, could only be utilized 50%. Facing this ancient seal shadow, he also felt a great pressure. Kingslayer gun, it's up to you, Luo Yi murmured softly. The moment Luo Yi placed all his hopes on the emperor-slaying lance, buzzing, the Kingslayer gun softly chirped a few times, as if reassuring Luo Yi, turning heavenly seal, shun. As the great seal took shape, Zhou Qianfu let out a bellowing cry and struck out decisively. Boom! The moment the great seal fell, the entire heaven and earth seemed to stand still in that instant. The air was filled with a terrifying pressure. Inside the city of Sokoban, the houses within a radius of dozens of miles were all reduced to pieces in a flash. The ordinary people, on the other hand, were completely unable to withstand this ordinary pressure. Boom boom boom, the bodies all burst apart, directly exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Pathetic. These children of Great Joe did not die at the hands of the dragon riders who were the enemy. Instead, now the people of Great Joe were dying at the hands of the imperial ancestor of the Great Joe dynasty. The giant seal fell, and Luo-Yi was not willing to show weakness. Emperor Slaying Lance, break it for me. Luo-Yi held the Emperor Slaying Lance and let out a roar, just like a god of war possessing his body. Buzz. With a whistling sound, the Emperor Slaying Lance directly transformed into a terrifying black dragon. Whistling as it attacked the Great Seal, the black dragon's gaze flashed with thunder, and his aura was actually a few points more powerful than that Great Seal. Zhou Qianfu naturally didn't take Luo-Yi's attack to heart. A severely injured half-emperor didn't even have half his strength. This black dragon, it's just a bluff. The black dragon and the Great Seal, whistling, collided together. Boom! The black dragon's horn slammed hard into the base of the Great Seal. However, the scene that the crowd imagined to be evenly matched and stalemated did not appear. That ancient and simple large seal shadow was instantly crushed into a pile of dregs by the black dragon. What? Seeing the situation, Zhou Qianfu, who had always been ancient and unperturbed, almost had his eyes glazed over when he saw the scene. How is this possible? To know, this is a Great Zhou royal family's treasure, a heavenly ranked martial art. Now, and then the black dragon shattered it in one fell swoop? Are you kidding me? And at this point, Luo-Yi was also slightly stunned as he held the Emperor Slaying gun. Obvious. Luo-Yi also didn't expect that the Emperor Slaying lance would be so strong. Originally, Luo-Yi had already prepared to use his entire body's strength and grit his teeth to resist the attack. But now, as if there were no obstacles, with ease, he directly shattered the opponent's Great Seal void. Hiss, Emperor Slaying gun, it really must still be you. Luo-Yi's eyes blazed to the lance in his hand, his face full of delight. Luo-Yi admitted that he was being conservative. Sure enough, the power of the Emperor Slaying lance had once again given him a surprise. If Luo-Yi had fought that the Kingslayer gun before, it would at the very least double his battle power. Now where's the double? That's like a multiple of times over. Buzzing, the Emperor Slaying gun buzzed a few times, as if to say, you see how powerful I am, don't you? Facing the imposing Luo-Yi, Zhou Qianfu glanced scornfully at the Emperor Slaying lance. Being a half-emperor's eyesight, he was also able to tell at a glance. It wasn't Luo-Yi who was great. Instead, it was this dark lance that made him feel palpitations. Humph, such treasures. I will definitely take it. While Zhou Qianfu was scornful, a touch of greed could not help but rise in his heart. The opponent was seriously injured, and he was able to use the power of this spear to harden his attack. Visible. This lance is incredibly powerful. With one strike, Luo-Yi took the opportunity to capitalize on the victory. At this point, Luo-Yi suddenly remembered what the Kingslayer gun had told him earlier, and so, aiming directly at Zhou Qianfu's lower body, he plunged over. Look at my poison dragon drill, Luo-Yi bellowed. In an instant, the gun was heavy with shadows, and only a cold aura was seen flashing by. This time, facing Luo-Yi's renewed attack, Zhou Qianfu didn't dare to be careless. His body shape sprinted back, quickly pulling away the distance between him and Luo-Yi. At the same time, the terrifying aura on his body continued to climb, and all of his strength from the half-emperor realm poured out. Turning Heaven's Palm, Zhou Qianfu let out a roar. The Flipping Heavenly Palm and Flipping Heavenly Seal belonged to the same series, and were both heavenly ranked martial arts. Its power, naturally, was not bad. This time, Zhou Qianfu directly used his full strength, not believing that he still couldn't take down his opponent. However, Zhou Qianfu still overestimated himself, or rather, he still underestimated the power of the Emperor Slaying lance. A huge aura black dragon once again hovered out from the Emperor Slayer lance. Roar! The black dragon roared and instantly churned the aura palms of the Zhou Qianfu's face changed in shock. Can't even block your strongest attack? At that moment, the black dragon turned his head to look at Zhou Qianfu. The eyes gleamed and filled with bloodlust. Next, the black dragon opened its huge mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and directly lunged at Zhou Qianfu. Retreat! The sense of crisis soared in Zhou Qianfu's heart, and he instantly retreated a dozen miles. The black dragon's bite was dodged. Nope, surname Luo. You swindled me. You're not hurt. Zhou Qianfu's face was filled with violent anger, and his eyes were cloudy. However, as he continued to detect Luo-Yi's aura, it was actually a shocking realization. The aura on Luo-Yi's body was indeed floating unsteadily. The qi and blood also kept churning. An injured look. At this moment, Zhou Qianfu was at a loss. If the other person is really hurt, no way. You can't even beat a seriously injured man yourself? No way. This sun must be cut down here today. Zhou Qianfu's eyes flashed with a flash of viciousness. It's so powerful even with a serious injury. If he waited for his injuries to heal and return to his full strength, wouldn't he be killed by the other side then? Not as good as now. Take advantage of your illness. Boom! Zhou Qianfu directly took out his pseudo-emperor artifact. It is also the town treasure of the entire Great Zhou. The seal of the overturned sky. Chapter 69, Stabbing Through Everything. This flipping heavenly seal was unintentionally obtained by Zhou Qianfu. The flipping heavenly seal and the flipping heavenly palm that he used just now were both obtained from this flipping heavenly seal. It's safe to say, this flipping heavenly seal is a well-deserved imperial artifact of Xinhua. Oh, the pseudo-emperor's weapon. The moment the turning heavenly seal came out, the surrounding aura instantly shook. Compared to the heavenly ranked martial skill Zhou Qianfu used just now, this turning heavenly seal body, the desolate ancient-like aura was even thicker. Just watching from afar, it was as if the entire person was being pressed down by a huge mountain, and even breathing became a bit difficult. And at this point, Buzz, feeling the aura recklessly emanating from the overwhelming seal, the emperor-slaying lance emitted a buzzing sound as if it had been provoked. Okay, don't call each other pretenders. Knowing that you like to keep a low profile, you're not the kind of pretentious emperor soldier who likes to emit that awesome coaxing aura. Luoyi smiled and pacified the emperor-slaying gun. Compared to the various visions emanating from the turning heaven seal, the Kingslayer gun looked, well, much more ordinary. Although at a glance you can also see the cranes, but the black body of the gun, compared with the overturning of the sky seal, is much inferior. We'll up that flipping heavenly seal later and relieve you of your anger. The Kingslayer lance was an extreme imperial armament. The seal of the flipping sky is only a pseudo-imperial weapon. The two, at all, were not in existence of the same grade. What's an extreme imperial soldier? That's a weapon that even a great emperor can use. And it's still the highest specification of the Archon's weapons. How could a tiny pseudo-emperor soldier fight against an extreme emperor soldier? It's safe to say, 10 heaven turning seals were probably no match for a single Kingslayer lance. If the turning heavenly seal was born as an artifact spirit, it was estimated that it would immediately be scared half to death by the emperor-slaying gun. Unfortunately, this heaven-turning seal was merely a mediocre pseudo-imperial weapon. Within it, there was simply no birth of an artifact spirit consciousness. Turning heaven's seal. Shun. Under Zhou Qianfu's control, the turning heavenly seal rose in the air and transformed into the size of 100 feet. It directly smashed towards Luoyi. This time, the aura brought up by the turning heaven seal was countless times more powerful than the previous shadow. It's like a Tarzan. It's thick as hell. Indestructible. However, in the face of such a powerful attack, Luoyi didn't have the slightest bit of fear on his face. Kingslayer gun. It's up to you. Battle! Luoyi let out a furious roar, and his tiny figure rushed directly towards the huge overturned sky seal. When the two divine weapons came out at full strength, the void around them vaguely began to tremble. Boom! The parties have not yet made contact. The void that was sandwiched between the two had collapsed into pieces. The pressure was so strong that it was as terrifying as this. Large pieces of space debris fell and quickly formed a terrifying pitch-black giant hole in midair. Luoyi and Zhou Qianfu, both of them, were directly swallowed by the giant hole. Without the devastation of the two half-emperors around, the shattered void immediately began to repair. In less than a few breaths, the space returned to what it was before. As for Luoyi and Zhou Qianfu, it was as if they had never appeared, completely dissipating into the void. It all happened almost in a flash. Even Lu Yuan and the others hadn't reacted yet. Lu Yuan? Where's the treadmill man? Lu Yuan, who had been observing from afar, was instantly anxious. Just now, isn't Luoyi still standing there properly? How can you turn your face and say it's gone? Could it be that? Is that he died with Zhou Qianfu? At this time, Li Sanjie, who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward and explained to Lu Yuan. Lord, Luoyi and the others should be unharmed. The space of this heaven and earth simply can't support a fight between half-emperor powerhouses. They should have broken through the void and gone into the void to fight. A half-emperor powerhouse was able to easily break through the void, even if they were swallowed in by the void. Unless they encountered spatial turbulence, they were generally not in any great danger. Generally speaking, when it came to battles between tiers like great emperors, raising their hands and feet could cause large swaths of the void to collapse. So, fighting venues are usually chosen in the void, and it's not an option. As the fight went on, the void around them shattered. It's natural to run into the void. Upon hearing Li Sancho's explanation, the worry on Lu Yuan's brow still didn't drop. I wonder if Luoyi can hold out. Fighting with injuries is just too much of a stretch. Although Luoyi seemed to have the upper hand just now, but it was an indisputable fact that he himself was seriously injured. Not until the results show up. No one knows what the final battle will be. Exactly. Next to it, the crowd couldn't help but sigh slightly as well. A ball of eagerness to become stronger in his heart kept rising uncontrollably. I blame myself for being weak. Otherwise, this is the time to do the Lord a favor. The void. This flipping heavenly seal was worthy of being the great Zhou's national treasure. A pseudo-emperor artifact. Under the attack of the emperor slaying lance, it was surprisingly able to hold on for a breath of time. One breath. Boom! The flip seal, which had been frozen with the emperor slaying lance for a second, instantly shattered. The explosive energy from the shattering of the emperor's soldier instantly blew Zhou Qianfu tens of thousands of meters away. However, although Zhou Qianfu's was covered in wounds, his head was blank at the moment. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Qianfu roared wildly in disbelief. The flipping heavenly seal had accompanied Zhou Qianfu for thousands of years, and no one understood the power of the flipping heavenly seal better than Zhou Qianfu. That's a pseudo-imperial weapon. Surprisingly, blown apart so easily. Zhou Qianfu's eyes were filled with a look of disbelief. However, Zhou Qianfu froze, but Luo Yi did not. Die for me. A little cold aura arrived first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. Luo Yi let out a roar. Taking advantage of Zhou Qianfu's shocked effort, the long spear had already stabbed in front of Zhou Qianfu's eyes. Zhou Qianfu instantly felt the hairs of sweat stand on end. A life and death crisis suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. No, I can't die. If the seal of the flipping sky is shattered, then it's shattered. If I'm gone, then it's really gone. Zhou Qianfu didn't react slowly and immediately turned around to dodge. But it didn't matter if Zhou Qianfu dodged. Luo Yi's shot solidly poked the top of Zhou Qianfu's ass. The entire tip of the gun instantly disappeared. The whole thing is simply silky smooth. Even Luo Yi didn't expect that he would stab his opponent in the ass. Ow! Zhou Qianfu instantly let out a miserable scream. Even if Zhou Qianfu's half-emperor body was as hard as steel. However, it was also like papier-mâché when faced with the sharp emperor-slaying gun. At once, Zhou Qianfu was like a cat whose tail had been guessed, instantly jumping out a dozen miles away. Zhou Qianfu swallowed pills furiously before he managed to stop the bleeding. But on the ass, it was still bloody. A huge hole that became his second asshole. Bull wow. Luo Yi was full of excitement, stabbing through everything. The moment. Luo Yi's only impression of this Kingslayer gun in his hand. P.S. All readers greatly move the small hand of wealth. Free gift point a little thank you, asterisk smiley face asterisk. Chapter 70, Swallowing Medicine? Zhou Qianfu retreated in defeat. Zhou Qianfu all know how to kill you while you're sick. How could Luo Yi not know? Come. Didn't you just say you'd marry my life? What a dog's eye. I'm standing right in front of you. How much do I look like the old days? Luo Yi played a gunflint and looked at Zhou Qianfu on the opposite side of the room with a smirk. This battle had finally allowed Luo Yi to get out a mouthful of bad anger in his own heart. Oh, I told you to look down on people? Now you've been punched in the face. Luo Yi wasn't willing to give up the opportunity to beat up a fallen dog. Taking advantage of Zhou Qianfu's weakness, he directly raised his spear and attacked again. Looking at Luo Yi, who still wanted to come back to attack, Zhou Qianfu's chrysanthemum suddenly shrank. Mud. The opponent's weapon was simply too sharp. It's only been the second move and I've been stabbed in the ass myself. This old six. I can't believe I caught myself stabbing my own ass specifically. But, facing the imposing Luo Yi at this moment, Zhou Qianfu didn't even have the courage to continue fighting against him. The wound pierced by the emperor-slaying gun. How could it be so well healed? The slightest movement painfully tugged at Zhou Qianfu's eyelids. Even his pseudo-emperor soldier shattered. Even suffered unspeakable injuries themselves. How dare he fight again? Trapped. Zhou Qianfu hurriedly threw out a trap magic treasure, trying to block Luo Yi's attack. Himself, but drew back and fled. With great speed. However, even the false emperor artifact's heaven-turning seal couldn't hold up to the attack of the emperor-slaying lance. How could Zhou Qianfu resist an ordinary magic treasure that he casually threw out? Boom! That magic treasure had just been thrown out and was shattered by Luo Yi's spear. Looking at the emperor-slaying lance that was stabbing towards him like a life-threatening soul chaser, Zhou Qianfu's liver and guts wanted to split. Spell it out. In this kind of crisis, it's either shake the man or swallow the pill. Zhou Qianfu himself was the one being shaken, and naturally there was no one behind him. So, then the only way is to swallow a pill. Zhou Qianfu directly took out a crimson elixir from within his ring. 9th grade elixir. Vigorous enhancement pill. Don't look at the cheesy name, but the potency is first-rate and powerful. Even the side effects were much smaller compared to normal pills that violently enhanced cultivation. Otherwise, how can it be called a 9th grade elixir? Zhou Qianfu had just swallowed this elixir into his stomach. The aura of heaven and earth immediately converged in front of him like a tidal wave, and then turned into streams of light that did not enter his body. The scene seemed to be light, but it was sinister. If you are not careful, you will end up with a body that can't hold up and explode. The existence of aura within the void was already scarce. After Zhou Qianfu's tossing and turning, the surrounding 10,000 miles had even been pumped into a spiritual qi vacuum. These auras, transformed into pure spiritual energy, infused into Zhou Qianfu's meridians. The moment, Zhou Qianfu was filled with a powerful sense of strength, and his aura was even stronger. It was as if a flood beast was about to come out, making people's hearts tremble. Only half an incense burner. Enough. Zhou Qianfu's pair of golden eyes shot out golden light, like two balls of golden fire pulsating. It was as if it could penetrate the illusion and see through the essence of all the world. Zhou Qianfu was originally a peak half-emperor cultivation. The moment, he felt that he, even, was comparable to a great emperor. Turning heaven's palm, Zhou Qianfu let out a stern cry that shook heaven and earth. A surge of aura gushed out, transforming into 100 feet-sized aura palm. Same move. But at this moment when Zhou Qianfu used it, it was many times stronger than before. Even the emptiness in the void couldn't withstand the biting aura. It became twisted, and there were hidden flashes of thunder. Ha ha, come and fight. Luo became more and more courageous and battle-hardened. The gun goes back to the night of the dream, and one shot settles the matter. In Zhou Qianfu's stunned gaze, his own strike, which was comparable to that of a great emperor, was easily picked through by Luo. Then, the Kingslayer lance's going momentum was unabated. After penetrating the flipping sky palm, it even penetrated Zhou Qianfu's flesh and blood palm along with it. Puff! Zhou Qianfu instantly felt a pain coming from the palm of his hand, a pain that drilled through his heart. Surprise! At this moment, Zhou Qianfu's heart was so horrified that he was even a bit desperate. He had used all of his own means, but as a result, he was unable to help the other party in the slightest. Even, the opponent is still only a seriously injured and nearly disabled casualty. Escape! The moment. In Zhou Qianfu's mind, this was the only thought he had. He was already scared of being beaten. Zhou Qianfu's strength skyrocketed after taking the elixir. Although he couldn't beat Luo, but one can always escape if one is bent on escaping. I was careless today and let you earn some bargains. If you have the ability to come to Chang'an, I'll let you know what it means to be truly strong. Zhou Qianfu escaped in a sorry state, not forgetting to let out harsh words, but anyone whose head wasn't in the clouds could hear the flavor of agitation in its words. However, Luo, smiled disdainfully. His lordship, it was meant to be a fight towards Chang'an. So what if we get to Chang'an, defeat you today, tomorrow, I'm bound to defeat you again. Good. Just wash your neck and wait for me in Chang'an. I just hope you won't run away in such a sorry state next time. Luo said with a cold smile. No way. Luo himself was severely injured. Being able to beat Zhou Qianfu was also all due to the power of the emperor's slaying lance. The other party wanted to escape, and Luo had the heart to do so. Above Shuafeng City, the void was distorted. The next moment, Luo figure appeared. Ha ha ha. Yes. Luo looked up to the sky. Having won a smooth battle, Luo's heart was incomparably refreshed. Seeing Luo appear, Lu Yuan and the others couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Luo, where's the other guy? Seeing that the great Zhou old ancestor didn't even follow him out, the crowd hurriedly asked after him. Luo smiled slightly. I fought it off. If he hadn't run so fast, I would have cut him down. Luo laughed coldly. Next, Luo recounted the thrill that he had just experienced to the crowd. After listening to Luo's recounting of what had just happened, everyone looked enviously at the emperor-slaying gun in Luo's hand, especially Yuan Zuozong. His saliva was dripping to the ground. Mud. I knew then that this kid didn't have a good heart. With only a desert silver spear, he had taken such a treasure into his arms, and Lu Yuan was completely dazed. It was no wonder that this emperor-slaying lance could be from an emperor-level raffle ticket. It turned out to be so powerful. Also, how much less powerful could an extreme imperial armament that was comparable to a martial emperor's reward be? P.S. All readers greatly move the small hand of wealth. Free gift point a little thank you, asterisk smiley face asterisk. Asking for big brother gifts and trying to add more. Chapter 71, Defending Chang'an? Then kill. Luckily, this emperor-slaying gun is powerful. Otherwise, Yu Xiang patted her chest, her face still somewhat fearful. Luo, when you were suddenly sucked into the void just now, we thought something bad had happened to you. Do you know that the Lord was about to die of fright just now? Yu Xiang's heart palpitated. If it wasn't for Li Sanso stepping in to explain in time at that time. Otherwise, even he thought Luoidu's was about to fall. At those words, Luo's face suddenly became solemn. Crossing over the crowd, he took 3 or 2 steps in front of Lu Yuan, and with a boom, he kneeled on one knee. What virtue and ability does Luo have to make the Lord so concerned? It's Luo who deserves to die for worrying the Lord. A man will die for a friend who understands him. Lu Yuan kept him in his heart at all times, always worrying about his well-being. Deep in Luo Yi's heart, he couldn't help but feel intensely moved. But the thought that instead of solving the trouble for the Lord, not to mention, instead, the Lord has left a big hidden danger, letting a hostile half-emperor powerhouse slip through his hands. Luo Yi's head then lowered deeply. A look of remorse filled his face. Lord, it's my incompetence. I failed to kill the other party and let them escape instead. Please punish me, Lord. Luo was filled with shame. That's right, though he was seriously injured. But that wasn't the reason why he hadn't been able to leave the opposing powerhouse behind. Don't forget, in his hands, he still had the extreme emperor armament, the emperor-slaying lance. If he had recognized the power of the Kingslayer gun earlier, he wouldn't have fought so fearfully in the beginning. Even, the other party would have been decapitated a long time ago. Nowadays, an enemy half-emperor powerhouse that escaped from under him. If the other party made a secret move and carried out a sneak attack, it was bound to cause serious losses. Hi! Seeing this, Lu Yuan rushed forward and helped Luo up. Luo, you don't have to be presumptuous. What you're doing now is already very good. After all, you're heavily injured right now, and to be able to defeat a cultivator of the same realm is already remarkable. Lu Yuan smiled and said to Luo in relief. Original. In Lu Yuan's mind, he had all prepared for the worst end. Who knows? With his heavily injured body, Luo had surprisingly defeated his enemy, not to mention, it even seriously injured the other side. For Lu Yuan, this was already a surprise. Please don't worry, Lord. That imperial ancestor of Great Zhou can't run away from the temple without being able to run away from the monk. When I reach Chang'an, even if I chase and kill him for 10 million miles, I will definitely behead him and offer his head to the Lord. Luo Yi's gaze was filled with determination. Didn't the other party previously put out the word that he would let himself go to Chang'an to find him? Good. Then just go by yourself. It doesn't matter if it's the other side that's agitating, or if there's a trap. Anyway, he must kill the other party with his own hands. Good. I believe you. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Luo had proved his strength in this battle, and Lu Yuan had no reason not to believe it. But for now, you'd better go rest and heal quickly. Get well from your injuries as soon as possible so that you can utilize a higher level of combat power. Lu Yuan looked worriedly at the wounds on Luo Yi's body. Don't look at how easy it was to fight just now, but Luo Yi was, after all, carrying a wounded body, an old injury that had previously turned out well. After all this fighting, it was now falling apart again. Yes. At those words, Luo nodded solemnly. To fulfill his own promise, the prerequisite is still to quickly get well from the injury. Otherwise, even if he had the will, it would be powerless. A few days after that, Luo went straight into a desperate recovery, almost eating those low-grade pills as if they were food. Arrangements were made for Luo to go down and rest. At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly sighed slightly, although Luo had won and the crisis had passed. However, a faint sense of crisis still rose in Lu Yuan's heart. The one who came today is the imperial ancestor of Great Zhou, a half-imperial powerhouse. Tomorrow, who knows if there will be a Great Zhou beginner, Great Zhou super ancestor or something? Good. Today, Luo was still able to cope with it with the sharpness of the emperor-slaying lance. What about tomorrow? What if a great emperor comes? Could Luo, who was carrying injuries on his body, still crush him so easily? Alas! It seems that a great emperor powerhouse is still needed to hold up the facade. Lu Yuan sighed. Only by having great emperors under one's command could one ensure one's safety. Lu Yuan looked at the system's Chi Luck Value panel. Host, Lu Yuan. Strength, Early Martial Emperor. Forces under his command, Yan Yun 18th Cavalry, critically injured state. 100. 000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, reinforced version. 50. 000 Trapped Army, Shadow Guards, Fine Rain, and 10. 000 Beifu Army, disabled. Guards under command, Li Sandao. Su Chu. Luck value, 682-0375. Compared to before, the Chi luck value within Lu Yuan's account was more than 500,000 more. No surprises, all of these should be contributed to themselves by the Northern Household Army and the trapped front camp there at the Yumen Pass. They are fighting against those 300,000 legions of the Great Wall of the North. I guess right now, it's the time when the battle is stalemated. Looking at the balance of 6 million Chi luck values, Lu Yuan suddenly sighed. Alas! If that Great Zhou imperial ancestor were to be beheaded, it would certainly be a terrifying amount of fortune value. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan shook his head and threw away the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. But, since that half-emperor is now seriously injured and escaping, it shouldn't come back to us for a while. One must take advantage of this opportunity to frantically accumulate chi luck values. It was now just short of 3 million or so chi luck values, and it would be possible to put together another emperor-level draw. As long as the chi value was enough, then nothing was enough to fear. At this point, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered the secret report that Fine Rain had provided earlier. Zhou Linglong had already ordered all the major states and counties to increase their troops to Chang'an and Bingzhou. Count the days. Those states and counties that are a little closer. Reinforcements should be arriving. Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. Yuan Zuozong, the last general is here. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's summons, Yuan Zuozong immediately clasped his fists and stepped forward to follow orders. Lu Yuan's gaze chilled slightly as he said, General Yuan, order the entire dragon cavalry army to start and move south quickly. Now that Shuafeng City has fallen into our hands, it means that the entire northern part of the parallel state is all flat for the rest of the day. Give me the opportunity to quickly capture all of the cities in the state of Bingzhou and eradicate all of the Great Zhou forces within the cities. The city of Shuafeng is still halfway to Chang'an, as well as halfway to the state of Bingzhou, and halfway to the state of Yong. Though now they've captured Shuafeng City, but that's not enough. There are still 2.5 states waiting to be conquered. The empress has already summoned troops from all over the country to defend Chang'an. And that means, but the closer we get to Chang'an, the stronger the resistance we will certainly suffer. But at the same time, it also means gaining the value of chi, more and more. Arching for Chang'an? Then kill. For those bottom soldiers who were practically giving away food, Lu Yuan naturally chose to laugh at them without any hesitation. Nah, Yuan Zuozong boomed his orders, and his words were filled with a thick murderous aura. Since the Lord ordered it, it was time for them, the dragon riders, to show their butcher knives. Chapter 72 Arrival of the Man in Black. Devil Ancestor Transmission? My lord. Then this Shuafeng City. Yuan Zuozong pointed to Shuafeng City behind him. Yuan Zuozong hasn't forgotten. Before, Lu Yuan said he wanted to take over Shuafeng City. However, the battle between Luo Yi and Zhou Qianfu just now had destroyed most of the entire Shuafeng City. Bodies and limbs are everywhere. The originally prosperous Shuafeng City was now a complete pile of ruins. The resources of this Shuafeng City have already been drained by us. It's useless now. Ugh, just pity the common civilians. Lu Yuan shook his head and not only sighed slightly. Sure enough, in this metaphysical world of the weak and the strong, the only ones who suffer are the ordinary people, I guess. But, since others, the royal family of the Great Zhou, all regarded their own people as ants and completely disregarded them, Lu Yuan naturally wouldn't be a saintly mother to feel sorry for these people. Sure, Lu Yuan couldn't do it even if he slaughtered the city. After all, these ordinary people couldn't contribute a single bit of chi value to themselves. The massacre was also pointless. It would still piss off the world and make a mess of itself anyway. By the way, have those forces dependent on Great Zhou been dealt with cleanly? At that moment, Lu Yuan seemed to have suddenly thought of something and asked Yuan Zuozong with a flickering gaze. You have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots. Lu Yuan didn't want to leave behind anything like the protagonist's template of a posthumous son or something like that. If you're going to kill, you're going to kill clean. Save yourself the trouble of making a villain out of yourself. Yuan Zuozong nodded and said, I've already sent Su San to do this. Now he hasn't returned to. My lord, general. Speak of the devil. Lu Yuan had just mentioned this matter when Su San rushed back with a murderous look on his face. Su San, how are things being handled? Lu Yuan smiled and asked Su San. Su San clasped his fists and reported, Lord, the aftermath of the previous battle happened to destroy the city lord's mansion off. And those at the helm of the great powers were all crushed into mush. Some remnants of those people's families survived. But just now, I've already brought people to exterminate them all. Make sure nothing is left out. Well done. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Okay, fall back into line and get ready to pull out of camp and head out. Su San's sharp style of doing things. Lu Yuan said he was satisfied. Nah, Su San nodded respectfully. Seeing Lu Yuan walking away, Yuan Zuozong's eyes flickered and suddenly called out to Su San. You kid, I think I remember you saying you had weak kidneys before. What's going on? This barracks is full of men and you still have weak kidneys? Su San froze. However, he saw that Yuan Zuozong was looking at himself with a smile. Su San's face suddenly turned embarrassed. You remember all that? Alas, it's a long story. Su San sighed and said, it's all about being young and uninformed. When I was a kid, I was just curious and had nothing to fiddle with. Who knows? It's been a road of no return ever since. At those words, Yuan Zuozong laughed. Hi, you kid, so it's a craft job. I thought you were fencing in my camp. Still, young people need to exercise moderation. Su San was filled with embarrassment. Fencing? Even if he wanted to, No one would want to be that with a bunch of grown men. Sokoban City. Lu Yuan's army had only just left Shuafeng City not long ago. Outside the city, suddenly a group of masked black-robed men with majestic breath descended here. The black man in the lead was rather funny. A fat man with a fat body. A black coat was wrapped around its body, almost not even wrapping it. If anyone had read chapter 52, they would have remembered the fat guy. That's right. This fat man in black was the third prince of Great Zhou, with the third prince's unique body type. Those who were familiar with him would be able to recognize him at a glance. Still dressed in black, the genus is a bit self-defeating. Is the man gone already? It seems that one is still a step too late. Looking at Shuafeng City, where a large portion of the city was already in ruins, the third prince's small eye gaze flickered, in order to target Lu Yuan and let him taste a deep lesson. This time, even he chose to lead the team himself. The black clothes guards that he had cultivated for many years also directly chose to come out in full force this time. Lord! Lord! Flesh and blood everywhere. Gollum! We want to drink blood and eat meat. Looking at the limbs and broken bodies all over the city, the eyes of these black-clothed guards were immediately filled with a blood-red color. The body was even more demonic aura churning. A stream of black gas continuously emanated from within the bodies of these black-clothed guards. One time, the breath around them all became ghostly cold. The king turned his head to look at those black-clothed guards beside him. See only, every black-clothed guard's exposed eyes were filled with a thick desire of greed. Look to the blood flowing on the floor. Even the sound of their constant and furious gulping could be heard. Looking at the surrounding black-robed men who longed to be hideous, the third prince let out a light laugh. This Lu Yuan, on the contrary, has left me some good things. Go on, you are allowed to eat. Get the order. Those men in black seemed like ferocious beasts as they directly pounced on those corpses. With that, it began to devour it frantically. What is appalling is this: as these black-robed men devoured the essence of flesh and blood, the aura that emanated from it, surprisingly, gradually became stronger as well. Especially those 300,000 corpses of the Forbidden Army with their cultivation in place were even more sought after by this group of black-clothed men. One time, the ear-splitting sound of chewing is not a head-turner. The broken Shuafeng city had directly become a feast for this group of black-clothed men. Looking at the black-robed men whose realms were constantly climbing, the third prince couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Not bad. This devouring demon technique. It's really strong. If the side effects weren't so severe, devouring too much would cause the entire person to turn into a spiritless monster. Even I can't help but want to cultivate. The third prince shook his head. This devouring demon skill was obtained from one of the demon ancestors' relics that he had come from. And, not only did he obtain this devouring demon skill, it had also obtained the entire inheritance of that demon ancestor in its entirety. This secret was an absolute secret that this third prince had hidden for decades. Who would have thought? This high and mighty third prince of Great Zhou was actually a devil cultivator yet. Those in black devoured corpses and promoted their strength. This third prince wasn't idle either. Since he had obtained the entire inheritance of the demon ancestor, how could he not have top-tier demonic skills to cultivate? Only to see the third prince sitting on the ground with his legs crossed. His hands pinched several profound spells in succession. At once, a dark and cold evil demonic aura emanated from its body. The demonic energy rose up and formed a demonic cloud in the sky. Pardon. The third prince's scarlet eyes fluttered open with an evil aura. Immediately, this demonic cloud soon covered the entire Shuafeng city. Chapter 73, Devouring the entire Shuafeng city. Transforming demons. Inside the city, those who had managed to survive looked in horror at the thick black clouds in the sky. Daddy, look at the dark clouds in the sky. Is it going to rain? Gollum. Nui, get in the house. Don't come out. Master of the heavens, how could such a vision happen in this heaven? Could it be that the heavens are about to send down heavenly punishment? It can't be which great immortals are fighting again, can it? Alas, it is we mortals who suffer in the end. The crowd of survivors whispered, all harboring pessimism. After all, they had just experienced a man-made disaster infestation, being affected by the waves of powerful battles and losing their family and friends. Nowadays, this scene was even more appalling than the one just now. It's more frightening. Who knows if this vision will cause them to break up their family again. However, next, to these surviving residents, an even more horrifying scene emerged. Just see the ground. Those creeks seemed to flow horizontally with blood, as if guided by the demonic clouds. It evaporated as if it had turned into a dense blood gas that rose up. The entire Shuafeng city was instantly hazy with blood. The thick smell of blood could even choke a person to death. At this point, unseen by the crowd, these blood chi were like a tidal wave, gathering towards the third prince's head. On its body, it emitted an extremely fishy smell of blood. A strand of pitch-black demonic aura constantly lingered around it. Transform! The third prince let out a bellow. Those blood chi all turned into pure energy. Then it merged into the obese body of the third prince. As a large amount of energy was incorporated, the third prince's aura continued to climb continuously. Boom! An extremely large aura shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, this three princes had actually directly broken through a small realm. Judging from the aura emanating from its body, he was already a strong person in the mid-martial saint realm. Not enough. Far from enough. The third prince licked the corners of his mouth in excitement. With a lustful look, feeling the constant rise of demonic energy within his body, his eyes became even more evil. The third prince was, at the moment, caught up in the thrill of escalation. Behind the scarlet eyes, all of them were crazed with desire. Weekdays, he could only secretly capture some few living people for cultivation. Where have you ever been able to drink as freely as you do today? Right. And the living ones. Finally, he set his sights on those who survived. Why is the devil cultivator called the devil cultivator? Because as long as they're devouring the essence of blood and flesh, their realm could soar on endlessly. Original. The third prince was not daring to directly take on a large city. Otherwise, if he killed too many ordinary people and attracted the attention of those in the righteous path, he would definitely cause a siege from all sides. Because the devil's way, by nature, is the public enemy of the entire continent. Sessions. Even if his cultivation was high, he couldn't block it. But now it's different. He could have completely shrugged it all off and blamed it on Lu Yuan. Let Lu Yuan take the fall for him. Ha! Sacrificing your souls to me and becoming a part of me would be an honor for you as well. Black-clothed guards, kill them all. Leave no one alive. Let Shuafeng City completely become a dead city. As the #1 city in the northern part of Meridian Prefecture, Shuafeng City had hundreds of millions of inhabitants within the city. Even after the waves of Luo Yi and Zhou Qianfu's fight, there were still tens of millions of people left. These people, they were enough to be his sustenance. Inside the city, before those terrified people could react, they were instantly killed by all of the black-clothed men's seconds. A young woman, just trying to escape. Instead, he was directly taken out by a black-clothed man from behind, directly pulling out his heart. The man in black looked at the freshly beating heart in his hand and smiled cruelly. One bite, crunchy and bursting with juice. The man in black was instantly filled with enjoyment. Brutal. Thirst for killing. These black-clothed men were in cultivation and had completely lost their humanity. There weren't many black-clothed men, but they were all very strong, with the lowest being the existence of a grand martial master. As for Shuafeng City, after the baptism of Lu Yuan's army, there were not many experts left. The rest, for the most part, are ordinary people. And when an ordinary person faced a cultivator, even if it was just a martial artist with the lowest cultivation level, they would be killed in seconds. It didn't take long. The survivors in the city were then all decimated by the men in black. The entire Shuafeng City has just turned into a dead city. Seeing this, the third prince smiled with satisfaction. Heaven-swallowing demon technique. With that, the third prince roared in anger and directly operated his demonic attack to the extreme. In a blink of an eye, heaven and earth changed color. Countless demonic auras rose up. The clouds of demonic chi that covered the entire area above Shuafeng City became even thicker. Looking outside, it was even as if there was a giant black egg that wrapped the entire Shuafeng City. At this point, the third prince's magic power was running. Countless amounts of essence blood once again turned into blood mist and rose up. However, this time it hadn't been just essence blood. See only, those who have died. Under the attack of the demonic aura, dots of photons kept floating out of his body. These people who had already died couldn't help but have their essence and blood breath devoured by the three kings. Even their living souls were yanked out. Brutality. This is also the reason why the devil cultivator is the continent. Everyone shouted. Some of the strongest people die, and perhaps the spirit body survives meticulously. Even stronger ones can take over and be reborn, and face the devil's cultivator. Even your spiritual body is refined with demonic chi, completely cutting off all your retreats. Just ask you if you are afraid. At this point, the third prince frantically devoured soul power, especially those 300,000 forbidden soldiers who died in battle, because all of them had cultivation and their spirit bodies were condensed. The soul breath is stronger. For the third prince, it was simply a great tonic. Boom! The entire Shuafeng City, with hundreds of millions of people providing for it, completely made the third prince a demon. He has horns on his head. He has a tail behind him, a dark skin with golden veins interspersed in it. Just from the outside, it was no longer even possible to tell that there was a human being at all. It's like an evil spirit crawling out of hell, the god of the underworld who walks the earth. An appalling aura emanated from the third prince. Observe his cultivation. This third prince, unexpectedly, had directly achieved the peak of martial saint. Even, it's still a hair short. He would be able to break through that legendary realm. Emperor Wu. And those corpses, those men in black under the third prince didn't waste them. The stomachs of these black-clothed men seemed like bottomless pits, devouring all the flesh and blood. All of it into his stomach. In the meantime, the aura on these black-clothed men also climbed upward. Compared to before, the strength of these black-clothed men had all been greatly enhanced. The ones with the lowest cultivation levels had all become martial king powerhouses. The highest had even reached half-saint. The speed of promotion was simply appalling. But it's no wonder. It took the entire living soul of a city to feed this powerful group of demonic cultivators. P.S. All readers greatly move the small hand of wealth. Free gift point a little thank you, asterisk smiley face asterisk. Asking for big brother gifts and trying to add more. Chapter 74, I was careless and didn't flash. And as their strength increased, these black-clad demonic cultivators, their appearance also produced aberrations. First, the size became huge. Muscles bulged like small hills, strong almost like a calf. On the skin, heavy scale armor also grew, covering the whole body. Even on the eyes, there was a hard film. The fingernails became thick and hard, and on the tips of the fingers, there was even a sharp glint. If you don't look closely, other people thought that these demonic cultivators were lizard men who had become spirit. Knock knock. Among them, a half-saint black-robed man of the largest size walked slowly towards the third prince. The footsteps even made a thumping sound on the ground. Lord. Next, should we go to Beiyang City? Or ask the sword sect? Lu Yuan killed all the way from over there. There must be a lot of corpses for us to devour. Hey, better ask the sword sect though. I love eating the corpses of those cultivators the most. This black-clothed man was covered with a strong smell of blood, a mouthful of fangs when he opened it to smile. On the fangs, there was still blood and flesh left over from the swallowing earlier. After devouring hundreds of millions of blood and flesh, these black-clothed men were still somewhat unfulfilled, and want to devour more. In his eyes, a bloodthirsty, frenzied light filled his eyes. Boom! However, this black-clothed man hadn't finished speaking. A fist shadow that could barely be captured directly blasted him away. Foolish, the realm has been raised so much, and you're still thinking about those corpses. There's no point. A bunch of stinking corpses. How can they smell as good as the blood and flesh of those elite soldiers of Lu Yuan? With the great success of the devil's power, the third prince's character couldn't help but be a lot more irritable. Hearing the words of the man in black, he directly whacked the henchman with an upset punch. Mud. Sure enough, these henchmen are becoming more and more brainless after demonization. All day long it's just swallowing corpses and swallowing corpses. That's all the ideals and goals there are. Luckily, the demon cultivator's physique had thick skin and perverted flesh. After being slapped out by the third prince, the man in black stood up again as if he was nothing. Take a closer look. On this black-clothed man, there was surprisingly no injury at all. If an ordinary half-saint had come, this strike would have been enough to leave him in ashes. It follows from this, the perversity of the demonic cultivator's physical body. The man in black giggled and dusted himself off, buzzing. Yes, Lord. Then we'll go find Lu Yuan. Looking at the black-robed man's foolishness as if nothing had happened, the third prince skimmed his lips, a somewhat disgusted expression on his face. If it wasn't for this man in black, who was the only half-saint level among the group of henchmen, he was so grumpy that he couldn't resist the urge to slap him to death. Humph. The third prince bristled and laughed. Just take out all those elite soldiers of Lu Yuan and devour their essence blood. I even have a glimpse of the demon emperor realm. By the time those blood and flesh are rewarded to you, you guys will be able to raise 1 or 2 realms at least. Strength increased so much in one breath. This made this third prince. His confidence couldn't help but explode. Thank you, Lord. I now can't wait to taste their flesh and blood. The man in black was full of bloodlust, and his sanity seemed a little less than clear. If the Lord cares for someone, then his flesh and blood should be delicious, right? Chang'an, Dragon Court. A flash of light in the void. Zhou Qianfu spat out blood furiously, and his entire body shriveled up as he appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. The side effects of the elixir that he had taken earlier to forcibly raise his strength had already manifested at this moment. Woohoo! Zhou Qianfu spat out a large mouthful of blood, only feeling that his internal organs were churning beyond measure. The potion backfired, plus serious injuries. It almost made Zhou Qianfu pass out. Damn! Little bastard! I will not be finished with you. Zhou Qianfu's face was filled with resentment. How many years? Ever since he became the great Zhou imperial ancestor, he had never been in such a sorry state. Luo Yi had already been listed as a must-kill target by Zhou Qianfu's. As for Lu Yuan, who was Luo Yi's master, he naturally wouldn't let go. Royal ancestor. At this point, the people inside the Dragon Court had also discovered the situation outside. A light flashed, and Zhou Huangyi and the others immediately appeared beside Zhou Qianfu. Royal ancestor. You are? What kind of person could hurt you like that? Old ancestor Zhou Huangyi was shocked when he saw Zhou Qianfu in this state. To know his own imperial ancestor was a half-emperor's existence, the top powerhouse on this continent. What kind of person, in the end, could beat the emperor like this? It won't be. It's that Lu Yuan, isn't it? Next to it, Zhou Linglong's faces had become embarrassed. Others wondered, but she had been quite sure of it with her own precise senses. Before, didn't imperial ancestors say that he was going to find Lu Yuan? As a result, now that it's back, it's like this. To say that this matter had nothing to do with Lu Yuan, she wouldn't believe it to death. Lu Yuan. As soon as this name was mentioned, Zhou Linglong's heart immediately trembled. Her silver teeth clenched and creaked. First, his own grandfather was decimated by Lu Yuan. Nowadays, even the great ancestor of his own imperial dynasty had already been seriously injured by Lu Yuan. Could it be that this revenge oneself cannot be avenged? The crowd brought Zhou Qianfu back to the secret realm with 7 hands and 8 feet. After using several 8th-grade saint pills, Zhou Qianfu finally suppressed the backlash of the pills temporarily. Imperial ancestor, what the hell is going on here? Zhou Huanye couldn't help but ask. Alas, who would have thought that Lu Yuan would have such an expert following him around? There's even an imperial soldier. It's because I was careless, not realizing that there was a half-emperor beside the other party, and didn't flash. The other party made a sneak attack with an emperor's weapon and directly injured me. But that half-emperor isn't doing well either. It was also seriously injured by my strike, so it shouldn't be able to recover for a while. Zhou Qianfu didn't have the heart to say that he was crushed. How embarrassing is that? He also insisted that Luo Yi's injuries that had been there long before were now caused by him. The others around them weren't more than suspicious. In their opinion, their own old ancestor was almost unbeatable under a martial emperor. It was already remarkable to be able to seriously injure the other party despite being sneak attacked by them. Damn Lu Yuan, this little thief is truly a cunning villain. Knowing that he's no match for Emperor Ancestor, he's even come to play a dirty trick. Zhou Huangyi gritted his teeth. Exactly. To make a sneak attack is simply a villainous act. If you're capable, fight our Emperor Ancestor openly and honestly, and see if the Emperor Ancestor doesn't beat the out of the other party. Looking at the righteous indignation of the surrounding crowd, Zhou Qianfu suddenly blushed in his old face, but he couldn't possibly argue with that, could he? Zong can't possibly punch himself in the face. Chapter 75 Dragon Court Devil Cultivator. Devil Slaughter. At this point, Zhou Qianfu suddenly noticed that a ghostly gaze was staring at him with death. Just see the side. A demonic cultivator with a thick demonic aura was looking at himself greedily. The unkind taste in his eyes spoke for itself. Zhou Qianfu's heart was suddenly alarmed and furious. Bold. It's not even dead itself. The demonic cultivators under his command had even begun to fight their way out of the situation. That's right. This demonic cultivator was one of the experts previously included in the Dragon Court offerings. The royal family of the Great Zhou is the landlord of this land of the Great Zhou. Counting up, its strength was even a bit stronger than the sword-asking sect. Within the secret territory of the Root Dragon Court, there were a full 6 martial saint-level cultivators alone. And this demonic cultivator, his name is Devil Slaughter. It was a martial saint-level demonic cultivator powerhouse that they had recruited into the Dragon Court, because of the extremely fast growth rate of demonic cultivators. Under the shelter of Great Zhou in recent years, the cultivation resources of the Devil Slaughter could be said to be an unlimited supply. So, Devil Slayer also had the highest cultivation level amongst the crowd. It was the only peak martial saint on the scene. Aside, Zhou Huangyi also discovered the demonic cultivator's gaze full of aggression, and immediately let out a cold snort. Demon Slayer, don't forget who bailed you out all these years. Now that the Imperial Ancestor is seriously injured, those little thoughts of yours that you shouldn't have, I advise you to put them away. Be a man. Don't be ungrateful. Devil cultivators, usually hostile by the entire continent. At the time, this demon slayer sacrificed a city of 1 million living beings in order to cultivate his demonic skills, causing the wrath of the heavens and the people. Eventually, the major factions knew about it and sent countless experts to surround them. It was still then that Emperor Ancestor Zhou Qianfu had the strength to bail out this demonic cultivator. It's safe to say, without Zhou Qianfu, there would be no Devil Slaughter today. At those words, Devil Butcher immediately let out a cold laugh. Oh, ungrateful? We're all foxes of 1,000 years. Why are you pretending to be a good person? If there was no benefit, why did this Emperor Ancestor protect him back then? Wasn't it just a figure that he had high combat power and could be his lapdog and could work for him? Brother Huang Yi. Why are you so excited? I just want to go up and take a good look at just how badly the Emperor Ancestor's injuries hurt. Devil Butcher laughed evilly. Despite the words, Demon Slayer didn't take a step back. The gaze full of aggression, instead of not attenuating in the slightest, became even more fervent. This Zhou Qianfu was an existence of a half-emperor. If you devour it yourself, one's own cultivation was bound to be several realms stronger. Seeing that his threats were useless, Zhou Huangye's face suddenly became a bit embarrassed. Honestly, Zhou Huangye could not really beat the other party with an early martial saint cultivation. Enough! At this time, Zhou Qianfu finally couldn't sit still and let out a cold cry. I think you're a smart man. Smart people, they shouldn't do anything stupid, right? Zhou Qianfu's tone was ghostly. The words just fell. An aura of ancient vicissitudes and grandeur instantly spread throughout the entire cave. In the hearts of the people present, all of them couldn't help but feel a thick sense of oppression rise. So strong, the old ancestor deserved to be an old ancestor. Even his aura was so strong. If it weren't for the fact that none of them are ordinary people, this breath alone could have shaken them into serious injuries. Devil Slayer stared at Zhou Qianfu dead on, wanting to find signs of external strength and strong support in the other party's gaze. However, Zhou Qianfu's deep eyes, remained ancient and unperturbed. Staring at the Demon Slayer, there was even a vague chill rising. Devil Butcher looked deeply at Zhou Qianfu, and a few scruples could not help but arise in his heart. The old guy. Surprisingly, it didn't show any cracks at all. This made the Devil Slayer, although he was incredibly intent, not dare to directly tear his face off and make a move. Don't look at the fact that Zhou Qianfu was now severely injured, but after all, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. Without absolute certainty, unauthorized action will only lead to trouble. The Devil's Butcher flickered for a moment. Eventually, he withdrew his aggressive gaze. It was the boy who was abrupt. Emperor Ancestor, have a good rest. My father will leave first. After saying that, Devil Butcher left the place without looking back. Zhou Qianfu's gaze was ghostly as he looked at the back of the Demon Slayer. In his heart, he was already full of killing intent. What an underfed wolf cub. Since you don't listen, there's no point in continuing to exist. Zhou Qianfu had previously taken him in secretly to cultivate him in order to obtain a strong battle power. So many years have passed. The other person is not thinking of being grateful for his favor. Surprisingly, he was still thinking of devouring his master. Sure enough, a demonic practitioner is a demonic practitioner and can never be raised to maturity. This one's Demon Slayer is simply getting more and more arrogant. If it wasn't for you, Emperor Ancestor, stopping him, I would have gotten him killed long ago. Zhou Huangye coldly grunted in an unwilling manner from the sidelines. Who said I was going to stop? At this point, Zhou Qianfu suddenly said in a ghostly tone. Zhou Huangye's heart was startled as he fiercely looked at his own imperial ancestor. Royal ancestor. What do you mean? Chilliness flooded Zhou Qianfu's eyes. There's a shortage of manpower right now, so let him off the hook for now. Wait to resolve the great enemy facing Great Zhou before concocting this wolf cub. If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Yi was putting too much pressure on him, Great Zhou was also in desperate need of an expert to hold down the fort. Just based on Devil Slaughter's disrespectful attitude just now, he would have already shot out to get the other party killed. Next to it, Zhou Linglong watched everything with a frightened heart. Just now, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it almost suffocated her. How come it seems that our own dragon court is not yet an ironclad one? What the hell is going on here? Zhou Linglong's head was full of fog. The existence of the dragon court was an open secret though. However, the exact number of experts possessed within the dragon court, this was a top secret. Even she, the imperial lord, didn't know the true inside story. That's pretty much the case with all the forces on this continent. When they reached half-saint, they would go into seclusion to seek a breakthrough to martial saint. When they reached martial saints, they were thinking of breaking through to great emperors. Once a person has a pursuit, desire is like a flood that has been released, and can no longer be stopped. That's why, throughout the continent, it was almost difficult to see the reason why it was difficult to see a strong person above the half-saint. All of them have gone into seclusion to break through and look for the chance to become an emperor. So, very few people remain mundane and still walk in the world. Of course there are exceptions, and that was pretty much the case for all the masters within the Dragon Court. Hidden in the secret realm of the Dragon Court, he cultivates and never asks about the affairs of the imperial dynasty. Sure, they were in seclusion and likewise did not like to be disturbed by others. It's been a long time. It's easy to forget about these people. This is a matter that I need to report to the superior ambassador as soon as possible. You guys don't act rashly either. Try to stall until the superior envoy arrives. But the other half-emperor was seriously injured, and his high-end battle power was damaged. Those soldiers under Lu Yuan's command, you can instead clean them up first. Zhou Qianfu instructed the crowd with a grave expression on his face. Now, He no longer had the courage to face Luo Yi directly. Crap. He couldn't even beat it with the drugs. If you go looking for trouble again, you're not just going to get yourself killed. After instructing this matter, Zhou Qianfu was filled with fatigue. I'm tired. You guys go ahead and get out. Yes. Chapter 76, Zhou Huangyi, no let me get on. Retreat to Chang'an? After being kicked out by Zhou Qianfu, Zhou Linglong couldn't wait to find Zhou Huangyi. Old ancestor, what should I do now? The imperial ancestor told us not to act rashly, while he himself is in seclusion to heal his wounds again. Lu Yuan's army is raging. How should we deal with it? At this moment, Zhou Linglong's heart was incomparably flustered. Lu Yuan's power had completely exceeded her imagination, a moment that made her lose her bearings. Zhou Huangyi frowned. How did you become an imperial lord? The Lu Yuan army is fighting over here. Can't you gather your army and fight back? Zhou Linglong pursed her lips, but even Emperor Ancestor was injured. At those words, Zhou Huangyi immediately glared at Zhou Linglong. The imperial ancestor was injured. Could it be that half-emperor on the other side wasn't injured? Perhaps it's even worse than the imperial ancestor's injuries. Both sides are out of high-end combatants. What exactly are you afraid of? At this point, Zhou Huangyi's eyes flashed as if he suddenly thought of something. By the way, since the other half-emperor and the imperial ancestor have lost both of them, their strength is bound to plummet. Then if I bring someone forward, won't I be able to easily cut down the other party's half-emperor expert? Zhou Huangyi's eyes got brighter and brighter as if he had found a contradiction. That's right, half-emperor powerhouses were even tough. But, what if it was an injured half-emperor powerhouse? Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Don't forget, within their dragon court, but there were still 6 martial saints present. Although a half-emperor was strong, he or she was not a great emperor after all. Not to mention, injured. Mud. Do we need to invite the ambassador for this trivial matter? Wouldn't I have taken care of it myself? Zhou Huangyi rubbed his chin, a GGG smile appearing on his face. Mud. Almost misled by the royal ancestor. Obviously they could have taken it down directly. Why did they have to let the top envoy do it? Otherwise, letting the envoy help with just about anything. The envoy thought that these people of their great Zhou were some kind of trash. Upper messenger? What superior ambassador? Next to him, Zhou Linglong was confused. Just now, he had heard this term from the mouth of the imperial ancestor. Nowadays, the old ancestor repeated it again in front of her. Zhou Linglong couldn't help but feel strange. Nothing. Zhou Huangyi's gaze flickered for a moment. The very existence of the upper envoy is top secret. It's something no one can tell. Neither can Zhou Linglong. Linglong, now you mobilize some elite troops and follow me north. This time, I'm going to personally meet that Lu Yuan. Zhou Huangyi said with a cold smile. He wouldn't believe it. Can this Lu Yuan be that strong? This time, he, a martial saint powerhouse, had personally stepped in, and he still couldn't take this Lu Yuan little bastard. At those words, Zhou Linglong froze and said, elite soldiers? I have, before, also mobilized soldiers from all the major states in the country, and went forward to support it in the state of Meridian. Those state troopers don't work at all. Too weak to be of any use. Zhou Huangyi impatiently interrupted Zhou Linglong directly. Those state soldiers, though, are all cultivators, but mostly, they were martial artists. Not much of a fight at all, and he needed a large number of elite soldiers to go forward and hold back those large armies of Lu Yuan, so that they could free up their hands and specialize in dealing with that enemy half-emperor. But, Zhou Linglong Shujian was in a difficult situation. Old ancestor, but my forbidden army, they've all been spelled out. Right now, it's just the last 100,000 to be used to arch the security of Chang'an. In the first few wars, 600,000 forbidden troops had already fallen to the sands. Until now, she's got absolutely no one left to work with. Words, Zhou Huangyi immediately said with a cold snort. Truly a good imperial lord of my great Zhou. Nearly 700,000 forbidden troops, and all of them are almost exhausted by you. Forget it, there's no use talking about it now. What about those lineages? In their respective hands, they should also have not so weak private soldiers, right? Now, it's time to make these families bleed. I, the royal family of Great Zhou, can't let them sit empty in the back when I step in. Good. I'll convene an emergency court meeting to get those lineages involved. Zhou Linglong nodded solemnly. I'll go with you. I'll step in if I have to. Zhou Huangyi pondered for a while and finally decided to follow Zhou Linglong over. Because, based on his observations of the courtroom over the years, without the support of a master, this empress, it seems, is having a hard time ordering the already inflated and arrogant lineages. Yes, hearing that his own old ancestor was going to follow, a flash of joy instantly popped out of Zhou Linglong's eyes. That's great. With her own ancestor at her back, she could finally have nothing to worry about. A flash of excitement rose in Zhou Linglong's eyes. This time, she would have to make good use of the old ancestor's hand to fix those damned lineages. The courtroom. Summoned over urgently. The group of courtiers were all a bit confused, not knowing what was going on. Gathering in twos and threes, they whispered and speculated to each other. Is it possible that one of the families has been caught in the act of embezzlement? Or has another demonic cultivator appeared? If these are ruled out, could. The crowd of courtiers glanced at each other, their hearts trembling. It's not because of Lu Yuan again, is it? Sure enough, Zhou Linglong's statement in the next second instantly made these people's hearts sink. Dear ministers, Shuafang City has been captured by the Lu Yuan rebels. Guam Ming, the Minister of War, and my 300,000 strong Forbidden Army, all destroyed. And that Lu Yuan took advantage of this opportunity to continue to send troops southward with the intention of pointing directly at my Chang'an. Can the secretaries of the House of Love have any good advice against it? Zhou Linglong asked to the crowd with a gloomy face. The courtroom. Hearing the news uttered by Zhou Linglong, one of the ministers was slightly disoriented. This is the 300,000 strong Forbidden Army of Shuafang City gone again? If you add the previous 600,000 soldiers, all gone now? The ministers were alarmed. The previous waste of a Jinbei king. Now, surprisingly, it had become a problem for them. Even, it all has the power to subvert the entire Great Zhou. At this time, Yang Yan, the Minister of War, stood out and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, half of Chang'an's elite Forbidden Army has been wiped out. Only 100,000 remain. Chang'an is empty. No soldiers to defend it. It's in danger. I thought that, in addition to the government's soldiers from the counties and prefectures that were summoned earlier, it was not enough. Or should we quickly gather the vassals from all over the world and go to the capital to serve the king? The king of diligence. The system of the Great Zhou used a combination of the county system and the feudal system. The various princes were extremely numerous and each had their own captive armies under them, especially the king of the four towns. The elite soldiers under the command of these four men accounted for almost 40% of the soldiers with armor in the entire Great Zhou. Zhou Linglong nodded. What Lord Yang said is true. The land bandits are raging. So it's also safer to have all the lords enter the capital to work for the king. Order all the vassal kings to bring their troops into Chang'an now. Zhou Linglong acted extremely ably. Decide a good thing. Directly let the eunuch in charge of the seal to draw up a good imperial decree. 80,000 miles expedited sent out. At that moment another minister stepped forward and analyzed. Your Majesty, I have another proposal. The 600,000 forbidden troops were annihilated before Guan only because they gave Lu Yuan the opportunity to break them down one by one. Now since Lu Yuan has a clear goal and is coming straight to Chang'an, since that's the case, we might as well just give up on the annexed states in Yangzhou. Concentrate all the troops, all of them, to Chang'an City. In this way, it is possible to deal with the Lu Yuan army. At this point, they finally realized it. Splitting up the troops to head for the block in waves was all a death-dealing act of giving Lu Yuan a meal. Now, the only way to have a chance of a desperate turnaround is to gather superior forces. From an offensive stance, it turned into a forced defense. Being able to come up with ideas for this shift, it also sidestepped the fact that the entire Great Zhou was afraid of Lu Yuan. However, as soon as this old minister's words fell, a pin dropped in the entire courtroom instantly. All the ministers were shocked in their hearts. Surrendering one's own territory was a big no-no no matter which dynasty it was in. Not to mention, and to say it so ostentatiously in the courtroom. Perhaps, it's okay to do that. It's even still a right choice. But for the emperor, can't even defend his own country. Isn't that a hard slap in his face? P.S. All readers greatly move the small hand of wealth. Free gift point a little thank you, asterisk smiley face asterisk. A powerful big brother gift walk The author tries to add more. Chapter 77, Worldly Family, even our family ancestor wants to go to battle? However, to the surprise of the courtiers, Zhou Linglong's face, instead of showing a look of violent anger, instead, a flash of thoughtfulness appeared. Will all the troops retreat to Chang'an? It's not impossible. Zhou Linglong's gaze flickered, and her bright white palms gently rubbed her temples. The strength of Lu Yuan's military blade was strong and powerful. Those cities were definitely unable to defend against Lu Yuan's army. Might as well just give up. Concentrate all your forces and have a final showdown with Lu Yuan under Chang'an City. Zhou Linglong laughed. What the courtier said is good. In the face of Lu Yuan's elite troops, we really can't hold on to the city as if we're casting a wide net. It's easy to be broken by each and every one of them. Pass on my emperor's order to evacuate all of the troops from the state of Bingzhou and retreat to Chang'an. Boom! Once Zhou Linglong said this, the entire courtroom instantly exploded like a pot. These ministers all looked at each other. Everyone did not expect Zhou Linglong to make this reply. Your Majesty. Never. In the courtroom, there was immediate opposition. Your Majesty. Looking at the ancient and modern emperors, there are only those who open up their territories. How can there be any talk of giving up their territories? Even if it's a sliver of land, it's all been fought down with great difficulty by the previous kings, the first kings of the previous dynasty. Besides, if Lu Yuan drives in, how should we react? All the courtiers opened their mouths to dissuade them. Even some of the grumpy old ministers had opened their mouths to curse. The king dies for his country. The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country. If we withdraw from the state, then won't the state become the possession of the Lu Yuan thieves? Zhou Linglong, don't you feel ashamed of the great Zhou's ancestors by sitting on the golden dragon seat? Ceding the country is not a good start. Throughout history, the only dynasties that have been unable to guard the country are those whose power is declining. It is only then that they will give away their own country to the people. Ha! Looking at the furious courtiers, Zhou Linglong suddenly smiled coldly. If it was placed before, Zhou Linglong's thoughts would probably be the same as this group of people, inch by inch, but now it is different. The old ancestor of his own family had decided to personally go north to fight against Lu Yuan. With the old ancestor's martial saint level of strength, there would definitely be no accidents this time, and he would definitely completely solve this big trouble of Lu Yuan. Wait for the old ancestor to kill Lu Yuan. Sessions. Those lost cities can be regained in minutes. As for why the old ancestor, having stepped in, had to give up and withdraw all his troops and horses back? Isn't that a bit redundant? Zhou Linglong didn't think so. Perhaps those high and mighty might not care about the life and death of ants, but she, as the emperor of the great Zhou, could not, or rather, she couldn't care less about the armies, all made up of cultivators. Ordinary people dying was fine, but those cultivators were the foundation of a royal dynasty. Whether a dynasty was powerful or not, it wasn't even those molehill commoners who were the ones who looked at it. It is precisely these cultivators. There is no need to be alarmed. All the beloved ministers. I've asked the people of Parallel State to withdraw. I just don't want to cause too many meaningless casualties. There's no way we're going to let that thief, Lu Yuan, successfully take over the state of Bingzhou, either. Much less likely to let it, in a long drive, reach Chang'an. Zhou Linglong said with a cold smile. Your Majesty, since all the soldiers of the Parallel State have withdrawn, and the Lu Yuan army, who will deal with it? Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, the corner of Zhou Linglong's mouth revealed a bizarre arc. Oh, just waiting for you guys to open this up. Zhou Linglong laughed with an inexplicable expression. Right now, there are only 100,000 forbidden troops left in Chang'an, and they are still needed to arch the defense of Chang'an, so they can't be transferred out at will. I've decided to form another elite unit and go forth to meet Lu Yuan. Dear ministers, at this time, it's time for you to contribute. Finally, Zhou Linglong stated the true purpose of this pilgrimage. Where's the army coming from? Of course it's out of your worldly family. Zhou Linglong continued. In this regard, I have a few more requests. For this battle, each lineage needs to send out 90% of their private soldiers from their own houses. Secondly, it is necessary for all the major families to send their own ancestors, and all the major experts to fight together. Zhou Linglong's sharp gaze swept towards the courtiers. Do you have any objections, my lords? The entire courtroom was instantly startled. On the faces of all the ministers, there was a look of incredulity. What? Let them send out 90% of their own soldiers? It's not killing them. And, was the empress crazy, or was she having trouble hearing herself? How dare they even call out their own ancestors? What a mistake. The court is silent. The silence lasted for several dozen breaths. The shock that this news gave them was too great. Lord Yang, what do you think of my proposal? Seeing that all the ministers were silent, Zhou Linglong directly asked the close friends he had cultivated in the courtroom. Minister of War, Yang Yan. Yang Yan's cold sweat instantly ran down his face. Her Majesty, the Empress, is putting herself on fire. And it's still a fierce fire kind of thing. This situation, if he himself agrees and starts this, undoubtedly is the entire court gun, offended completely dead. Everyone here is from a cultivation family. Who doesn't have an ancestor? And if it doesn't say yes, then the Empress will be offended again. He was in two minds. I thought, this is a matter that can be discussed again. Finally, after hesitating for a long time, Yang Yan trembled and said, Humph. Hearing this answer from Yang Yan, Zhou Linglong immediately snorted coldly. Yang Yan, I am disappointed in you. Where are the others? Has anyone stepped up to the plate? Words. Everyone's heads bowed deeply. Every courtier's not willing to be the one to stand out. Crap. It's not like they don't know about all the recent news. Lu Yuan was so powerful that even the sword-asking sect, the #1 sect in the Great Zhou, was tragically killed. And who wants to get killed? Silence. Incredible silence. This is their silent protest. The scene was so silent that even the violent heartbeats of these courtiers could be heard. Don't you all want to do something for Great Joe? My request is not much. Do you want to refuse? The frost in Zhou Linglong's eyes was almost about to condense. Again, these Great Joe assholes have been taking this overly perfunctory attitude to themselves. Your Majesty, we can send out private soldiers, and we can even send our clan's experts as well. But letting our family's oldest ancestor go to war, there's something wrong with that, isn't there? At this point, an old minister, full of difficulties, said, being a cultivation family, every family's heritage is nothing else. It was their oldest ancestor. Now let them take out their own ancestors and risk their lives to touch base with Lu Yuan. How is this possible? Truly a good subject of my Great Joe. At this point, a cold laugh suddenly rang out in the silent courtroom. Zhou Huangyi, who had been hiding in the back and had been observing the situation, finally couldn't help but make a move. Chapter 78 Establishing Authority. The Worldly Family Compromise. Old Ancestor. The moment he saw Zhou Huangyi, Zhou Linglong directly and respectfully stood up from the dragon seat and respectfully performed a salute. Ancestor? Hearing Zhou Linglong's title directly shocked this group of courtiers on the spot. What? The Grand Ancestor of Great Joe has actually come out of the gate? The courtiers hastened to look toward the visitor. However, he saw Zhou Huangyi, standing there in green clothes, his face full of gloom. Zhou Huangyi just stood there, even without saying a word or making any movements. He still gave off a strong sense of intimidation. Ha! What a phallic! Now even the Imperial Lord of Great Joe's edict doesn't work, does it? Or have I not appeared before you for a long time? Have you guys forgotten about me as an old man? A cold light flashed in Zhou Huangyi's eyes. The sound traveled in all directions, shaking the void. All these years, all of the strongest people born in the Great Joe went directly into the Dragon Court to cultivate. For those mundane things, it couldn't bring up any interest at all. This also led to those lineages slowly taking power into their own hands, and with more and more power in his hands, these lineages, too, are becoming more and more inflated. Sure, as long as none of these worldly families went too far, they turned a blind eye. But now it's different. Great Joe has reached an absolutely dangerous situation. These worldly families, surprisingly, still refuse to make a move for the sake of their respective interests. This made Zhou Huangyi completely move to anger. Boom! The courtiers had not yet reacted. The old minister who had just pushed back was directly poked and exploded by Zhou Huangyi's finger. Moment. Blood mist filled the air. A strong scent of blood made the crowd nearly dry heave. See you, old ancestor. The crowd of courtiers panicked, their legs uncontrollably kneeling down directly. In the face of absolute strength, they no longer dared to make false pretenses. We don't want to get into it with you guys, and you're even trying to make it worse? You've got to get it right. This Great Joe, why would it be the Zhou family's Great Joe and not yours? A manic aura of Zhou Huangyi immediately pressed out. Moment. Everyone, including some of the half-saints present, were directly crushed to the ground. Even some of these people with lower cultivation levels. It was directly shaken into a mist of blood. Livy, no question of treachery or loyalty. No official position is asked. Don't ask who it is. Zhou Huangyi killed directly with a single thought. What's wrong with these people who explode into a bloody mist? With only low cultivation, the person is simply gone. With this move, Zhou Huangyi was undoubtedly telling the crowd, whoever I want to kill, I don't need a reason at all. Zhou Huangyi's gaze swept by and whoever was swept lowered his head. Under the heavens, there is no place other than the king's land. No one dares to disobey the Imperial Lord's order. If I find anyone who dares to disobey the Imperial Lord's orders and edicts again, I'll directly execute all 9 clans. Zhou Huangyi snorted coldly. Look at how spoiled these worldly families are. It's not even clear who is the king of size in this part of the Great Joe anymore. Words. Those courtiers, all of them lowered their heads with embarrassed faces. Their cultivation levels varied, but at best, they were half-saints, facing the threat of a martial saint powerhouse. What else could they do? No, home is all raised for you. The 9 clans, I can thank you anon. With Zhou Huangyi as a deterrent, the courtroom had almost become Zhou Linglong's one word. Pretty much whatever she says. All of them nodded their heads in agreement, not daring to disobey in the slightest. Crap! With the Great Joe old ancestor standing next to him watching with cold eyes, who dares to take the initiative to jump out and touch this mold? Nothing else. The courtiers in the courtroom are now 1/3 less. Looking at the trembling ministers, Zhou Linglong could be described as a large block of hearts. Before, no matter what I did, I held back, and someone always jumped in and said something. You see which one dares now? Alright gentlemen, it's not too late now. All of you love ministers should still hurry back to the family to prepare early tomorrow morning. I hope to see all of you in the forbidden schoolyard. Zhou Linglong raised his eyebrows and laughed. Seeing this group of courtiers being obsequious made her heart burst with joy. For the sake of efficiency and not letting this group of worldly families procrastinate, Zhou Huangyi directly sent 3 half-saint experts from the Dragon Court to supervise. Oh, none of them are going to get away anyway. It just so happens that without the 600,000 forbidden soldiers, the forbidden army camp is empty a lot. Just the thing to keep to house these masters of the world. However, Zhou Linglong was happy, but those courtiers were sad. Only one of them, all of them, were bitter. How should I explain this to my own ancestor back home? The one who let his own ancestor go to war? It was estimated that those clan elders could flay themselves alive before they even opened their mouths. The Yang Yan could be valued and supported by Zhou Linglong. Aside from the fact that he was at the peak of half-saint, the family behind it, too, is not simple. At this point, Yang Yan had arrived at the forbidden area in the back of the family's mountain. Old ancestor. Yang Yan bitterly smiled and woke up the 2 old ancestors who were in seclusion. There were a total of 2 young family ancestors, both at the peak of half-saint cultivation. One of them has reached the big time. If he didn't break through to the saint realm, he would barely have a few years left to live. Yener, what is it? The 2 elder ancestors were awakened in their seclusion and did not move to anger like the others. Instead, he looked at Yang Yan with a loving face. At his young age, Yang Yan had already reached the peak of half-saint, and it was highly likely that he would be promoted to martial saint in his lifetime. It's safe to say, Yang Yan was the future hope of their entire Yang family. Old ancestor, it's like this. Yang Yan smiled bitterly and told the 2 old ancestors what happened in the courtroom. After hearing this, the eyes of the 2 old ancestors instantly flashed. The hearts were all in a state of shock. The oldest of them, that old ancestor, sighed. Yener, this is not a simple matter nah. Even the people of the Imperial Dragon Court have been alarmed. That's just it. I should have no hope of breaking through in this life anyway. And I don't have a few days to live. Since the royal family has requested it, let me go. In the eyes of the aged old ancestor were all the vicissitudes and wisdom precipitated by the years. He had guessed that this was not a simple matter. As the Dragon Court was the backbone of the Great Zhou, how could it show up if no major events happened? Old ancestor. Yang Yan wanted to say something else, but the elder ancestor directly raised his hand. There's no need for words. We can't get away with this. Nowadays, there are only less sacrificial options. Yener, go gather the clan's experts and private soldiers. As a faction of the Empress, we must set a good example. So don't miss the hour tomorrow. Yang Yan's eyes darkened as he bowed his head and responded. Yes, old ancestor. Not far. Zhou Huangyi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This young family looks like it's still worth cultivating. Although Zhou Huangyi had sent out 3 half-saint experts from the Dragon Court, he still felt a bit unsafe. After all, quite a few cultivation families. The oldest ancestor of the family had a half-saint cultivation level. If anything does go wrong, 3 half-saints, it was still a bit too much to tackle. And so, for these lineages that possessed half-saints, Zhou Huangyi directly conducted secret surveillance. Chapter 79, Worldly Strength. Going to duel with me? Sure. Not all the ancestors of the lineage were as reasonable as the young family. Some of the old ancestors have been in seclusion for many years. Ben was so close to getting a promotion opportunity. Then, suddenly awakened by a descendant. It was directly interrupted. Lao Zu? Then, this old ancestor directly fell into a violent state. When it was learned that the reason for awakening him was, surprisingly, still the Empress' desire to send him into battle. This old ancestor almost didn't choose to revolt on the spot, palatizing. No, this Empress is sick, isn't she? What kind of battlefield needs to have them? The old ancestors, personally on it? You stepping horse Empress, old son. However, just as this old ancestor was cursing and spitting out nationalism, next, 3 half-saint experts suddenly came into his eyes. What did you just say? Who stepped on a horse? One of the half-saint experts said with a face full of indifference. This is the fastest face turn ever. Moment. The violent anger on this old ancestor's face was directly replaced with flattery. Ah ha ha ha. It's me stepping on the horse. It's my horse. You cursed me? One of the half-saints immediately sneered and frowned. This old ancestor almost cried outright. Is there any law at all? He himself was first interrupted from his chance of promotion, not to mention. As a result, now, he was still being forced to take turns being questioned by the 3 half-saints. Who am I kidding? Eventually. Or was it that he cried and said repeatedly that his family was absolutely fine? Absolute obedience to the royal command. People definitely arrive. Sure, if it wasn't for the cold light of the weapons in the hands of these 3 half-saints, he definitely laughed a little harder. The Imperial Palace. A detailed list of names was turned in shortly afterward. When Zhou Linglong looked at the configuration of the major families, he couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. How about it? Are there any major families that exist of fish in troubled waters? If they're all together, the numbers shouldn't be too low, should they? Hearing Zhou Huangye's inquiry, Zhou Linglong reacted and then nodded with a face full of excitement and said, "That's right, old ancestor. According to rough calculations, this time around, a total of around 100,000 private soldiers have actually been recruited cumulatively, and there are also 6 half-saint powerhouses and over 100 martial sect experts. There are even thousands of other martial kings and powerhouses above them," Zhou Linglong said excitedly. Those who could be captive adopted as private soldiers by the various great families were surely all absolute elites. Don't look at the number of only 100,000, but all of these soldiers started off at the martial master realm. Definitely a strong force. It's really unexpected that this group of worldly families is so fat. So many experts. Almost all of them are tougher than the previous Forbidden Army. Looking at the luxurious data, Zhou Linglong was also amazed for a while. I can't imagine that these lineages, their depths are so deep. To know. And that's just these lineages within Chang'an City. In other major states, there are still quite a few great families with a long heritage, but it's no wonder. The Great Zhou dynasty, as the Eastern continent, ranked in the top 5 great imperial dynasties. If it was the major lineages that ranked in the Great Zhou, that was an existence that could be ranked in the entire Eastern continent. It's really not uncommon to have that kind of strength. Zhou Huangyi was still full of indifference. The power of these lineages should never be underestimated. If they didn't have that strength, how could they have been passed down until now? At those words, Zhou Linglong nodded thoughtfully. Then, Zhou Huangyi let out a laugh and said, "It seems that if we don't give these lineages a look, they really won't make an effort. But these men, they are enough for the moment." He also didn't expect the efficiency of those families to be so fast. Sure enough, people's potential is still limitless when they are pushed. This next, a legion of over 100,000 elite cultivators, plus the entire royal force, such as the hidden dragon guards and the imperial army. It was enough to deal with Lu Yuan's army of over 100,000 men. The dragon court experts, a whole 6 martial saints and more than 20 half-saint powerhouses, were also nearly all out. If you add in the 6 half-saints of the world family, this power was even capable of destroying imperial dynasties of average strength. At this point, there was a move on the side of the Great Week. The fine rain then sent the news to Lu Yuan. "Lord, wait a moment, a secret message has just arrived from my side." Looking at a spirit pigeon speeding down from the sky, Yu Xiang hurriedly shouted. Everyone's eyes went to Yu Xiang. This letter is all about the specific secret symbols of the Fine Rain organization, which can only be read if Yu Xiang reads it first. However, after reading the information on the letter, Yu Xiang's face turned strange. "Yu Xiang, what happened?" Lu Yuan rode over and asked Yu Xiang suspiciously. Yu Xiang said with a face full of eccentricity, "My lord, according to the latest information scouted by the members of Fine Rain, the guards of the major cities in the south of the province of Peace have abandoned their cities and have begun to evacuate them all. Those soldiers from the major counties who came in support have also all withdrawn from the territory of the state of Peace. Now they, already of the formation, have all contracted to Yangzhou Chang'an." At those words, Lu Yuan and the others couldn't help but frown deeply. What does Great Zhou want? The soldiers are all withdrawn. Don't you want to be in parallel with the state? The entire province of Bingzhou had been surrendered to him, allowing him to occupy it without a single soldier. Could it be that there is some kind of conspiracy in Great Zhou? At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly thought of something, and his face suddenly became odd as well. Could it be that they are contracting their formation and gathering all their forces back to Chang'an? Is it to fight us to the death under Chang'an City? If that's true, then it's a bit hard to do. Lu Yuan sighed a little darkly in his heart. Original. He also wanted to brush up on those soldiers of Great Zhou first to accumulate some chi luck value. Then, draw a few rounds of imperial rewards and build up your base a bit more. As a result, now that the Great Zhou soldiers had retreated, where else was he going to go to brush up on his luck value? By the way, how's it going there at the Jade Gate Pass? Since it's going to be a duel, I'm going to bring out my full strength. Lu Yuan suddenly asked about the situation at Yumen Pass. Hearing Lu Yuan's inquiry, Yu Xiang immediately clasped her fists and said, "Back to the Lord." At the Yumen Pass, Generals Gao Shan and Xie Xian are fighting Wang Hu's 300,000 strong border army, but overall, our side still has the absolute upper hand. In less than 2 days, there should be results. At those words, Lu Yuan frowned. What's taking so long? That's right. Although the 300,000 Great Wall Legion is the elite of the border army, but that's only in relative terms. Compared to the trap camp, They're all just a bunch of little lying vegetables. That's it. It takes 2 days? Tell Gao Shun's side to fight quickly and settle those 300,000 Great Wall border troops quickly. And then, hurry up and come support my side. Lu Yuan frowned. If it's really a final showdown under Chang'an, on the side of the Great Zhou, it will surely gather the strength of the whole country. At that time, these 100,000 dragon riders under his command would not be enough. My lord. Hearing Lu Yuan's command, Yu Xian nodded seriously. Immediately, straight away, he took out a potion and directly gave it to Spirit Dove. The Spirit Pigeon instantly acted as if it had been hit with chicken blood. Dove, this enhancement potion has been scored for you. You have to send this message out quickly. As soon as Yu Xian let go of her hand, the Spirit Pigeon instantly flew out at rocket speed. Even the hair on his forehead was windblown into a center parting. P.S. All readers greatly move the small hand of wealth. Free gift point a little thank you, asterisk smiley face asterisk. A powerful big brother gift waka. The author tries to add more. Chapter 80 10 cities in a row. Medicine King Valley. At this time, Lu Yuan looked at the chi luck value within his account. $6,800,000. There was still more than $3 million left to make up for an imperial lottery. Lu Yuan could not help but feel a bit anxious in his heart. It's still so close. Even if Gao Shun and the others took care of all the 300,000 forbidden troops at Yumen Pass, that wouldn't be enough. And just to be on the safe side, one had to make at least one more imperial draw before reaching Chang'an to do so. Lu Yuan rubbed his chin, his gaze suddenly flickering. By the way, there should be a lag in all information. Now that the order from Great Zhou has just been issued, it is estimated that the defenders of those cities and towns in the state of Bingzhou have only just received the news. It must not have been time to evacuate. Maybe take this opportunity to harvest a wave. With this in mind, Lu Yuan had no time to lose. Then he barked out a command to Yuan Zuozong. Yuan Zuozong, order the dragon cavalry to move quickly. While the defenders of the various cities in the state of Bingzhou have not yet completely withdrawn from Bingzhou, hurry up and chase them down, Lu Yuan said with a revitalized expression. The dragon cavalry were all riding on demonic beast warhorses, which were extremely fast, and even if those soldiers defending the city withdrew, they probably wouldn't be able to retreat far. The dragon riders could easily catch up, and, even if everyone ran away, Lu Yuan gained an empty city that wasn't a loss. After all, taking down a city is also rewarded with chi value, too. Not much though, but even the smallest mosquito is meat. Sure enough, the truth was just as Lu Yuan had guessed. Inside the major cities, those city lords had just received a message from Chang'an, telling them to evacuate out of the parallel state. The news came so suddenly, it directly caught these city lords off guard. They retreated a beat slower in order to pack up the family fortune they had accumulated over the years. At the same time, they also managed to miss their best chance to escape. It didn't take long. Lu Yuan led the dragon cavalry and killed them directly. The soldiers who were defending the city, on the other hand, had not had much morale when they learned that they were going to be evacuated soon. The two sides engaged in battle and were directly cut down by the dragon cavalry as if they were chopping up melons and vegetables. Within half an incense stick, a city was directly occupied. Eventually, didn't even need a decent resistance. Lu Yuan took the essence of Blitzkrieg. As he had done, the dragon riders took down 10 cities in a single breath at an extremely fast speed. Wherever a city was captured, the defenders within the city were turned into chi luck values. As for those forces within the city that were dependent on the Great Zhou, Lu Yuan likewise cut off their roots. The closer we get to the center, the more forces that were close to the royal family of the Great Zhou, the more there were. Crap, these people are in the land of Great Zhou, in the city of Great Zhou. If they don't honor the royal family, can they live? However, this has also synchronized to cause Lu Yuan to get fatter and fatter. Even the large spatial ring was about to be stuffed. However, after capturing a dozen cities, next thing you know, Lu Yuan's army started meeting empty cities. Empty city, empty city, empty city again. This is 3 cities in a row. Why are they all empty? Lu Yuan looked at the city's empty camp in front of him with chagrin. He had encountered 3 empty cities like this one in a row. The city is nothing but ordinary people. The families, the officials, the guards, all withdrew. Lu Yuan frowned slightly as he looked at the just 8 million exposed chi luck values. Small towns like this one don't have many defenders. The value of chi gained was really limited. At this rate, how long will it be before he can come up with the remaining $2 million? Ground. The signs of packing were hurried, and the pots and pans that buried the stove for cooking were still a little warm. It looked like it hadn't been gone long. Lu Yuan, based on the principle that even a mosquito is meat, directly tried to order towards Yuan Zuozong. The defenders of this city should not have gone far yet. Go after me and hunt those soldiers down. Nah, Yuan Zuozong answered and promised. With the swiftness of the dragon riders, how could these freshly departed soldiers escape? Within 1,000 miles, these recently evacuated soldiers were caught up. Then, the whole army was wiped out under the iron cavalry of the dragon riders. Ding! The host's command has killed 3,000 state soldiers and gained 52,000 chi values. Ding! Congratulations to the host for occupying an ordinary city and gaining 50,000 chi values. Another 100,000 chi value. Lu Yuan opened his personal panel. At this point, the chi luck value had come to 123, 475, 811 million. Pity. The next city. The defenders should all be ripped off as well. Lu Yuan knew that this should be the last hunt of the dragon riders. After all, this place, which was close to the border of the parallel state, was about to arrive at Yangzhou. The remaining defenders of the city must have fled. The city of Chang'an is in Yangzhou. If one were to rush south, it would surely mean a direct final battle with Great Zhou. Just as Lu Yuan was thinking whether or not he should continue his march towards Yangzhou next. Aside, Yu Xiang suddenly looked up with a grave expression on her face. Lord, there's another situation. Yu Xiang also just received the information. Without a moment's delay, he came directly to report with Lu Yuan. According to our spies embedded in Chang'an, that Zhou Linglong has assembled an army of 100,000 men from all the major families. This army's fighting strength is not low. The lowest soldiers are all martial masters. And our people also detected no less than 6 martial saint level auras from that team. What? 6 paths? At those words, Lu Yuan's heart shocked. The previous news, wasn't it the Great Zhou Dragon Court, which only had 1 martial saint expert? How come now? It's straight up to 6? It should be someone from the Dragon Court striking, Yu Xiang said with a grave expression on her face. For this underpinning of the Great Week, even Fine Rain hadn't thoroughly found out just how many experts the Dragon Court possessed. 6 martial saints. Lu Yuan couldn't help but let out a dark sigh. In terms of martial saint level experts, there were quite a few on his side. Forget about Yuan Zuozong and Li Sanjie, but the 18 horsemen of Yan Yun, just about every one of them was at the peak level of martial saint. It was just a pity that the 18 riders, like Lu O-yi, all carried injuries. Strength of 10 not 3. Alas, if only we could speed up Lu O-yi's and their recovery. Lu Yuan sighed. He had captured so many cities and acquired countless healing elixirs. It's just a shame. Those pills were all of some low grade. I can't say it's useless. I can only say it's better than nothing. If he could obtain a few high-grade elixirs to speed up his recovery, then he wouldn't be afraid. At this time, Yu Xiang seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and hesitated for a moment and said to Lu Yuan, Lord, if you want a high-level elixir, why don't you go to Pill King Valley? Legend has it that the Pill King Valley Master is able to skillfully refine 8th-grade pills. Moreover, the Medicine King Valley isn't very far from where we are now. Pill King Valley? At those words, Lu Yuan froze slightly with some intention. Lu Yuan had naturally heard of the great name of Pill King Valley. Chapter 81, Medicine King Valley people. Are they all so brave? The Pill King Valley, as the word suggests, is a holy place that specializes in refining pills. At the same time, it was also a transcendent power in the eastern continent. Although the Medicine King Valley was situated within the territory of the Great Zhou, it was not affiliated with it. On the contrary, he also drew land and claimed the throne within the Great Zhou, and became a unique sect. In response, Big Zhou did not dare to say much. This was because not only was the Pill King Valley's Valley Master, but he was a martial saint level powerhouse. It was even more so because of the countless strong connections that Pill King Valley had accumulated over the years. No matter what kind of cultivation level the powerhouse is, as long as one stepped into the path of cultivation, then the need for pills, that was absolutely hard, and Pill King Valley had a natural advantage in this regard. For the Pill King Valley that could provide pills, the forces were naturally happy to make friends. After all, no one can guarantee that, in the future, one would not come begging for the need of pills yet. This soft power, in a way, it's actually scarier than hard power. In that case, let's go to Pill King Valley first. Just to be sure, we still have to let Lu O-yi recover his strength first. Lu Yuan nodded and responded. The Imperial Draw is on hold for the time being. Obtaining some high-level pills to allow Lu O-yi and the others to recover their strength as soon as possible was also a good choice. Otherwise, let's not talk about hitting Shang'an. It was estimated that he couldn't even pass that hurdle of those 6 martial saints. The Valley of the Medicine King is also within the boundaries of the state of Namchao. With the speed of the dragon riders, they arrived quickly. At this point, the mouth of the Valley of the Medicine King, a long, almost invisible queue with an overwhelming mass of people lined up there. When Lu Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Is this Medicine King Valley really that famous? It was surprising how many people were in line. In front of the line, a table was set up. The two Pill King Valley disciples were wearing a proud look on their faces as they registered everyone who was lining up. You, pay 500 spirit stones, and bring your own materials. Come and collect your elixir in 3 months. Ah, Master Dan. This 4th grade Dan of mine. Wasn't the cost of refining it last time only 400 spirit stones? The Pill King Valley disciples' eyes glazed over. What's wrong? Can't the price go up? Go. If you think it's too expensive, you can go find another place to make pills for you. The Pill King Valley disciple smiled coldly. A mere martial king in the district was still refining a 4th grade elixir. With such a small list, he was not lacking in Pill King Valley. Words. There was a flash of green on the face of the man who had sought the Dan. This elixir could be a matter of his life. And this elixir was so rare that it couldn't be refined anywhere else except for the Pill King Valley. So, the Dan Seeker still gritted his teeth and said, "Good. 500 is 500. I hope that you, Masters of Dan, can refine my pills as soon as possible." That's a lot of crap. Got it. Those two Pill King Valley disciples said lazily. After receiving the 500 spirit stones, the Pill King Valley disciple took another 200 of them and quietly hid them in his pocket. Although this Pill King Valley disciple's movements were covered up, but how does it escape some of the big boys? However, though those people saw it, not a single one of them spoke. The 3 officials at the Chancellor's door. If you offend these two Pill King Valley disciples, beware of tripping you up and making it impossible to even refine your pills. Lu Yuan watched the scene with interest. Sure enough, it's all a must for the Great Clan. If it were placed in other novels, it would be a proper template for a villain. Lord, I'll get rid of those people. At this point, seeing such a long line, Su Chu stood out with a face full of flesh and said, "Such a long line. I wonder how long it will take if we really line up. And how could he let the Lord go up and wait?" However, after seeing the scene just now, Lu Yuan directly stopped Su Chu. Directly from within his spatial ring, he pulled out a whole 1,000 spirit stones and handed them to Su Chu. The King of Hell is good to see, but the little devil is hard to deal with. Take this silver and give it directly to those 2 registered disciples as our insertion fee. Otherwise, someone would surely be embarrassed to be a demon. Lu Yuan faintly said. More on this. Ha. Lord Wise. Before Su Chu could finish his sentence, he snapped and instantly changed his words. Force takes care of most of it. But there are some things that can be avoided, if at all possible, Lu Yuan said with a cold snort. Su Chu, the martial arts nerd, probably will never be able to understand the Tao of this. However, and those who were lining up had long since noticed Lu Yuan's appearance. When they saw the vast 100,000 dragon cavalry, their eyes revealed fear. Not before Su Chu went forward to drive away. These people were scattered as birds and beasts. Lad, go and call out your valley master. Let's just say some big shot wants to see him. Su Chu walked to the 2 disciples who were watching the door and said slowly. The 2 Pill King Valley disciples, too, had long since been scared out of their wits by the dragon cavalry's aura. You wait. The 2 fled back inside the Medicine King Valley without looking back. Take advantage of this. Lu Yuan began to survey the scene inside the Pill King Valley. This Pill King Valley was worthy of specializing in pills. Lu Yuan took a glance and saw that there were no less than hundreds of spiritual flowers and plants right next to the mouth of this valley. These flowers and plants don't look like they're swaying and blooming with gold. And the bougainvillea is sparkling with light. It looks beautiful, but it's also beautifully priced. Take it outside and it's all sky-high series. However, when it comes to the Valley of the Medicine King, it was just randomly planted in front of the valley gate. As a landscape plant, I have to say, it's pretty ho-hum. Not long after, a middle-aged man with an appalling aura arrived with a large group of disciples in Taoist robes in great numbers. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's army, this middle-aged man's breath stuttered. The shock brought to him by the 100,000 Dragon Rider army was too profound. However, the thought of being from the Medicine King Valley, the panic in the middle-aged man's eyes was only a flash of light. Who are you? What do you want in my Medicine King Valley? With such a big battle, are you trying to come and find trouble with our Medicine King Valley? Facing the middle-aged man's questioning, Lu Yuan smiled faintly. My name is Lu Yuan, and I have come to Pill King Valley this time to ask for medicine. Seeking medicine? Hearing that Lu Yuan had actually come here to seek medicine, the middle-aged man froze. Subsequently, the attitude took a direct 180-degree turn. Oh, since you want to ask for medicine, you still brought so many people? I think you're begging for medicine under false pretenses, but coming to cause trouble is real. Scram! With your current attitude, you still want my Pill King Valley to make pills for you? The middle-aged man said arrogantly. It turns out that they are begging for their own. What's the point of having to put up a front? Although Lu Yuan's side had a large battlefield, this middle-aged man didn't carry the slightest bit of fear. Alchemists had always been a very popular existence in the eastern state continent. Almost all cultivators would use elixirs in the process of cultivation. The Medicine King Valley had been established in the eastern state continent for nearly 10,000 years. The connections made are so deep that it is unimaginable. A few random sitting guests would be a group of Saint Realm level existences. Lu Yuan's 100,000 strong army was barely in his sights. Seeing the middle-aged man's arrogant appearance, Lu Yuan's face immediately grimaced. No? Are all these Medicine King Valley people so brave? Chapter 82, Young Valley Master? This Susan is quite sweet. What? Does your Medicine King Valley still watch people? I don't want any trouble today. I just want some pills. You guys, don't ever ruin my good mood. Lu Yuan asked with a gloomy face. Hey, I won't give you the medicine today. What can you do to me? But I'm kind-hearted and willing to give you a chance. If you're going to beg, you have to have a begging attitude. If you obediently kowtow to me a few times, my anger will subside in my heart and I might even give you the elixir. The middle-aged man was full of arrogance. However, it was these few words that completely ignited the anger in the hearts of several of Lu Yuan's men. Lord, I can't help it. I'm going to cut him down. Su Chu couldn't help but draw his own greatsword. The chilling blade of the knife was already aimed at the middle-aged man's neck. With a single command, he would immediately decapitate his opponent. Lu Yuan was also filled with gloom. First time I've seen one more arrogant than myself. He has brought his own army here. But it turns out that the opposite side is like an open-eyed blind man. A villain in a brainless cool article can't be this brain-dead. Can he? Just as Lu Yuan couldn't help but order Su Chu to hack this arrogant then across the street to death. At this point, a dignified and graceful woman with lotus-like feet walked out from within the Pill King Valley. Uncle what's going on here? Why is it so lively? The woman was like a woman who came out of the classics, exuding a gentle and quiet atmosphere. The people are picturesque and beautiful. This woman didn't just have a stunningly beautiful face, and the figure is proud. A beige tight-fitting cheongsam dress that completely accentuated the beautiful body curves, truly exemplifies what it means to be a young woman looking like a teenager. Seeing the gentle woman, Uncle respectfully lowered his head. Young Valley Master, it's this prince and nobleman from nowhere who tried to trespass into my Medicine King Valley in order to seek medicine, and threatened to wield an army to trample down my Medicine King Valley if I don't give him medicine. Is that right? Hearing Uncle He's words, the gentle woman's beautiful eyes suddenly sank. Although Pill King Valley, avoided the world on weekdays and only provided pills to the outside world, the strength, however, was a first-rate power on the continent. It's not like just anyone can be bullied. If you ask for medicine properly, perhaps my Medicine King Valley will even negotiate properly. But you should never have come to provoke my Medicine King Valley. The gentle woman coldly scolded towards Lu Yuan from afar. Although the sound of the voice was good, it couldn't blow away the cold smile at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. A mocking smile suddenly crossed Lu Yuan's face. Should I say you have big boobs? Or should I say you have big brainless boobs? How can you believe something that is so obviously provocative? Upon hearing that Bo's face suddenly changed, and his eyes showed a fierce light as he said, Kid, don't you dare start a fight. As a deacon of the Pill King Valley, how could I possibly deceive the young Valley Master? Uncle he said, and turned his head back to the gentle woman. But just in time, he saw the gentle woman's somewhat suspicious gaze, staring at himself. Uncle Ho said sharply, Young Valley Master, would you rather trust an outsider than me? Look at those hordes behind him. Fierce and vicious. That's not coming to make trouble, is it? Words. The gentle woman's gaze couldn't help but fall onto the 100,000 dragon cavalry behind Lu Yuan. White armor, white horses, white in the eyes. After several massacres, these dragon riders were filled with a strong smell of blood. The killing aura spread recklessly in all directions, making people's hands and feet go cold. Seeing the horrified look of the dragon cavalry's breath, the gentle woman's eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of scorn. This is an absolutely elite and powerful army. Finally, she was also believing what Uncle Ho had said. Of course I believe you, Uncle Ho. Whether it's out of emotion or based on the conditions of the scene, the women all believed what Uncle Ho had said. Upon hearing this, Hebe instantly smiled provocatively towards Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan just shrugged his shoulders indifferently. In that case, there's nothing to talk about. You provoked my Medicine King Valley first, so what do you want to talk about? Retreat quickly, or else your little life will stay here today. Lu Yuan sighed. Alas, I had wanted to come in peace and harmony to find a few pills. I didn't expect that, but you guys are not cooperating. Yuan Zuozong, the last general is here. Take all these people down for me. Since you refuse to hand over the elixir, then we'll storm inside the Pill King Valley and get it ourselves. Original. Lu Yuan had collected supplies from so many cities, still trying to be polite and make a deal with Pill King Valley. I get the pills, you get a huge amount of resources. We all take what we need and make peace. In this way, it is beneficial to both parties. As a result, now, it has to be such a stalemate. That's a hard one for me to do. Nah. Yuan Zuozong let out a blistering cry. Seeing that the other side only had 100 or so people, they didn't let all 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders attack. These people don't deserve it yet. Only let Su San, with thousands of elite cavalry, go forward to meet the enemy. Give it to me, Hebe said with a sardonic smile on his face. When he both saw the charging dragon cavalry, he also commanded his disciples and moved forward to meet the enemy, though there were few of them. But the cultivation level, however, was much higher than those soldiers, by a lot. However, this time he moved his hands, but he both suddenly realized with horror, those 1,000 or so riders, although their cultivation level was quite a bit lower than the people on their side, the combat power, however, is vastly different. Boom! Just one shot. Those Medicine King Valley disciples instantly toppled over. Even those disciples with Martial King cultivation were spitting blood from their mouths and were directly knocked out. And, what's even more alarming to Uncle Ho is this. The body of the leader of the opposing party unexpectedly erupted with an aura that was only found at the peak of a half-saint. One must know that he was still only at the early stage of half-saint. This seems a little hard to beat, doesn't it? Can't help it. His steps, momentarily, slowed. Even, it wasn't as fast as those Martial King level disciples rushing. And that gentle woman, seeing her side of the Pill King Valley's disciples crumble at the touch, a flash of anxiety flashed across his face as well. Disciples of the Pill King Valley, give it to me. I've already called on the Valley Elders for support. Just hold on for a few moments and they'll be able to arrive. And this call from the young girl managed to attract Yuan San's attention. Ha ha, where did that beautiful girl come from? Watch me capture it alive and offer it to the Lord. Su San laughed. Wouldn't it be nice to have such a woman of national color warming the bed for the Lord? And in the back, when Lu Yuan heard Su San's words, his head was filled with black lines. What a surprise. This Su San. It's kinda sweet. Lu Yuan was filled with relief. Look at the awareness of the other Su San. No matter what good things were going on, the heart was always thinking of this lord of his. Chapter 83, Pill King Valley Master. Pill Qianming. It wasn't that Lu Yuan saw the color and was spermatic. Rather, this woman, at first glance, was no ordinary character. It will then be captured alive and controlled. There might be some good use for it too. We'll see how this works out. At this point, Su San led 1,000 riders of the Dragon Riders and charged against those Pill King Valley disciples, crushed by absolute strength. Not for a moment. These Medicine King Valley disciples then completely perished under the iron hooves of the dragon cavalry. Looking at the corpses all over the place, Lu Yuan burst into a cold smile. If these disciples were 7th or 8th grade Dan masters, Lu Yuan might even consider being able to keep them alive. However, these disciples were just some 2nd and 3rd grade elixir masters. What could be refined were only some 2nd and 3rd grade low-grade pills. There's no use even if you keep it. As for Hooper, I saw something wrong just now and had long since retreated to the young girl's side. Ha ha, little sissy, I'm coming. Su San was drenched in blood, as if he was a hideous evil spirit, frightening the woman's face to a white color. With Pill King Valley's lofty and transcendent status, as the young valley master, this gentle woman had been well protected by her elders since she was young. She had never even seen the scene of killing a chicken in her daily life, so when had she ever seen such a battle? Nowadays, this sight of a mountain of corpses and blood and wreckage all over the place, it completely froze her in place. Only what no one noticed was, at this point, she pinned a token to her belt. A bright flash of light, a sudden flash of light. The only two people present, Yuan Zuozong and Li Sanzhou, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly frowned. The two men looked at each other and nodded heartily. The deepest part of the Medicine King Valley, a middle-aged man who was resting with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. Next, a tyrannical aura suddenly rose from his body. The Dan furnace that was being refined in front of it directly burst open. From these pill residues, it could be seen that this was an 8th grade pill, the Ice Xian Amber pill. The value of these herbs alone was worth hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Who is so bold? How dare you make a move on Sheer? The middle-aged man didn't even look at those medicinal dregs. In his eyes, a flash of man-hungry cold light immediately erupted. In the next second, the middle-aged man's figure directly disappeared in place. At this moment, inside the Pill King Valley Dan Pavilion, a group of senior Dan Pill Masters dressed in Dan robes were controlling the Dan furnace in front of them with solemn faces. Suddenly, the crowd detected a sudden and shocking aura erupting from the deepest part of the valley. Comes with the territory. It was a magnificent voice that spread throughout the entire Pilking Valley. All Pilking Valley disciples, gather at the entrance of the valley. Be quick. If anyone fails to arrive, the rules of the valley will apply. Some of the Dan masters who were in the process of refining pills were suddenly startled in their hearts. With a shake of his hand, the pills in the pill furnace burst apart, directly turning into a pile of waste pills. This, isn't the valley master refining an 8th grade elixir? Why did he suddenly come out of the gate? To meet at the valley gate? What the hell happened at the gate? Could it be that a strong man is beating down the door? Impossible. Our Medicine King Valley was established nearly 10,000 years ago, and there has never been a precedent of someone beating on our door. Come on, let's hurry to the mouth of the lake and see what's going on. Something big must have happened anyway. All the Dan masters, all of them were shocked as they gathered towards the entrance of the ancient valley. The Lord of the Valley has spoken. Whatever it is, they must also be there. At this time, at the mouth of the valley. Run! Seeing Susan leading the dragon cavalry, he charged towards them. Hebo's face changed, and without looking back, he turned around and fled, even to escape faster. With a vicious face, he directly pushed the woman who was still frozen in shock beside him, directly into the opposite direction. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. In order to buy himself time to escape, what did he care about the lives and deaths of others? In this cruel metaphysical world, this Uncle Ho has shown the indifference of human nature to the fullest, and the young girl didn't react. Or rather, it's useless even if you react. Her cultivation level was only at the early stage of martial zone. How could one resist the push and shove of a half-saint powerhouse? Before he could react, he was directly grabbed in the palm of Susan's hand. It was at this time that the elders within the Pilking Valley arrived late. Seeing the large puddle of blood on the ground, the faces of the group of elders immediately became incomparably ugly. Who are you? Why did you slaughter my Pilking Valley disciples? The crowd made way, and Pil Qianming walked out from it with an embarrassed face. When she saw that her daughter was caught in Susan's hands, her face became even more ugly. Pil Qianming stared at Lu Yuan with a deadly stare and said, he could also see that the crowd was dominated by this young man. If eyes could kill, Lu Yuan's body would be full of holes at this moment. Valley Master, these people are unreasonable. First, he mouthed off against my Medicine King Valley, and then he even dared to make a move against my Medicine King Valley. Even the young Valley Master went to stop them, but they directly grabbed him. Valley Master, you mustn't let them go. Uncle, he came back from the dead and cried in a snotty voice. However, Pil Qianming, just gave Uncle He a cold look, though he didn't see what happened before. But at this time, all the other disciples of the Pilking Valley died in battle. Even his own daughter was arrested. However, the hob of this one, stood intact. How do I explain this? Humph, you're a deacon of the Pilking Valley, yet you can't protect the young lord. You didn't lead the fight. You stood back, and now you're turning around and running away. What do you think I'm keeping you for? At the end of his words, Pil Qianming directly sent Hebo flying out with a single palm strike. Hebo Fei was spitting blood furiously in midair, his eyes full of unbelief. What's the situation? The Valley Master actually made a direct move on him? It's a good thing that Medicine Qianming didn't go straight for the kill. Although Hebe was badly injured, he was at least able to save a small life. However, Hebe lowered the middle of his head, but his eyes were filled with sinister venom. I've paid so much for the Medicine King Valley, and then you're just going to unload on them? Instead of thinking of his labors, he injured him with a slap. The resentment in Uncle He's heart reached a direct peak. Lu Yuan sensed Pil Qianming's aura and smiled. A martial saint? That's right. This should be the main event. Lu Yuan faintly said. You must be the Pilking Valley's Valley Master, right? I don't have any other malicious intentions. I'm just seeking medicine. On the contrary, you disciples are aggressive. I decapitated them, and only for self-preservation. Humph, cut the crap. What are your demands now? I'll agree to all of them. As long as you let my daughter go, anything is fine. Before Lu Yuan could finish his words, Pil Qianming directly interrupted Lu Yuan with a cold snort. Pil Qianming's breath was disorganized and his fists creaked as he clenched them. If it wasn't for the fact that his daughter was still in the other party's hands, at this moment, Pil Qianming would have been unable to resist making a direct move. Chapter 84 Reversal? Spent and destroyed. Your daughter? Lu Yuan blinked. His eyes couldn't help but rest on the woman who had just been called the young Valley Master. If that is correct, it should be this woman. At this point, Yu Xiang, who was beside Lu Yuan, came over and whispered, My lord, Pilking Valley Lord Pil Qianming has an only daughter named Pil Hare. Rumor has it that Pil Qianming is very fond of her and is the apple of her eye. Now that 3rd General Su has captured, it's none other than that Pil Hare. At those words, Lu Yuan's face had a slight expression of surprise. Ha, why this template? It feels somewhat familiar. Lu Yuan scratched his head in confusion. Father's love? A pearl in the palm of your hand? Lu Yuan subconsciously looked at Jiang Shannon, who was not far away next to him. Oh, that's it. No wonder he felt familiar. It turned out that the other party was the same as this ninny. Jiang Shannon. Both have a loving elderly father. All are of the old father's palm and heart type. Only, both of them, however, are playful and lively, while the other is gentle and quiet. But two different types of beauties. Lu Yuan thought for a while, then said, "It's fine for me to let your daughter go, but I have my own conditions. I need you to provide 38th grade healing pills, not even one less." At those words, the expression on Pil Qianming's face froze. 38th grade healing pills? Ha! What a big mouth. 38th grade pills, still of the healing type. Its value, all of which could buy a large city with hundreds of millions of people. The lion's share of Lu Yuan in the face. The frost on Pil Qianming's face almost condensed into substance. The other side is just looking for something to do. However, he didn't know that. Lu Yuan just didn't know that the eighth product would be surprisingly expensive in the end. In order to stabilize Lu Yuan, Pil Qianming's eyes flickered for a moment before directly agreeing with a bite. Good. I promise. 30 healing pills. I'll give them to you one by one. Good. Good enough. At those words, Lu Yuan laughed. In that case, to show my sincerity, I'll return your daughter to you first. Anyway, Lu Yuan, this time, was here for the elixir. Getting a promise from the other side is also considered to have accomplished its purpose. As for whether the other side will backtrack, all Lu Yuan could say was, "Let's see if I can beat the out of you." Lu Yuan directly nodded towards Su San. Su San would understand. Then, directly put Medicine Hair back. Daddy! Medicine Hair was like a lamb that had been lost for many years and had returned to the flock. With a wave of panic, she violently jumped into Medicine Qianming's arms. Hey, are you okay? Seeing Medicine Hair phasing out, Pil Qianming's cold eyes suddenly turned into a gentle one. I'm fine, Daddy. Medicine Hair's tall meter-7 was like a small milk cat at this time. Aggrieved. Not only is it a sight for sore eyes. At this point, Pil Hair stabilized her emotions, and a touch of frost suddenly hung on her face. Suddenly pointing to Uncle Ho next to him, he grunted. Daddy, that was him just now, when he was running away. He even tried to get me to back him up by pushing me backwards. Pil Hair pouted. Aggrieved. Originally, she had thought that Uncle Ho was a pretty loyal and honest person. I didn't realize it was so hard-hearted behind the scenes. Words. A flash of violent anger suddenly appeared in Pil Qianming's eyes as he coldly looked at Uncle He. What? How dare you take his daughter as your back? Damn. Just now, he should have slapped this retrograde disciple to death. Are you tired of living? Uncle Ho, what else do you have to explain? Pil Qianming's voice was icy cold, making people feel like falling into an ice cave. And next to it, He Bo's eyes were flooded with panic as early as when Pil Hair pointed at him. He was also aware of it. Now that Pil Hair had survived, what he had done before could definitely not be covered up. Being swept away by Pil Qianming's icy gaze, He Bo immediately trembled and clanked down on his knees. Valley Master, please spare my life. I, Uncle He, have worked diligently for Pil King Valley. For so many years, there's no credit to be had. Just for the sake of all these years, you can spare me this time. However, Pil Qianming was able to reach the position of Pil King Valley's master, and control such a huge power. You're not the kind of person who's soft-hearted, since the slap just now didn't kill this retrograde disciple. But, it's not too late. No Hob sophistry. In its horrified gaze, Pil Qianming slapped out his palm, directly slapping him into a pile of bloody mud. TSK, TSK, TSK. Next to it, Lu Yuan looked at this scene and let out a tisk-tisk-tisk sound. So cruel. This Medicine Qianming, worthy of being a big shot from a transcendent power. His methods were just ruthless. Countless ways to die. But directly to this of the Hob chose a dead body. Pil Qianming's icy gaze sought to look at Lu Yuan, who was watching the show from the side. Oh, Hooper the scumbag is dead. And you little bastard can't get away with it. Really ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall. How dare he threaten himself with his daughter, inviting him to the Medicine King Valley. There is no one on this continent who has the guts to do this. What's more, so many disciples of the Medicine King Valley die tragically at the hands of the other side. This should never be allowed to go away. Pil Qianming directly waved his big hand and said, "Give me all of this group and take them down on the ground. The young man in the lead, leave him alive for me. I will personally concoct him. I'm going to make his days to come be spent in a life and death situation." Pil Qianming said with a fierce gaze. Seeing that Pil Qianming had unexpectedly not kept his word and gone back on his words, even, it was ready to move against him directly. Lu Yuan directly laughed in anger. Damn you, what did you just say? A transcendent power lord, but he's so untrustworthy? At those words, Pil Qianming smiled coldly. Does he really think he's a sucker? Did you really think that you would agree to that outrageous request of 30 pills? That's just a reprieve for yourself. Now his own daughter is safe. Then there's nothing to worry about. When Lu Yuan saw that Pil Qianming was unmoved, his gaze suddenly became gloomy. He also didn't expect it. Being the lord of a transcendent power, I can't believe you would be so unapproachable to criticize your face. Ugh. I was just going to get some potions. Why do you guys keep coming back to me about things over and over again? You have to make it so complicated when it's obviously an easy thing to do. He just wanted to barter for some healing elixirs. How come it's so hard? On the opposite side, Pil Qianming's face was turning green with anger. Treadmill. You call 38th grade pills a little thing? Duck on you. Spent. Destroyed. It's exhausting when good communication doesn't work. Yuan Zuozong. Have your dragon riders move out. Lu Yuan sighed and waved his hand toward Yuan Zuozong. Since the other side has really gone back on their word. Then himself. There was no need to show mercy to the other side. Anyway, the Pil King Valley has an open area at the mouth of the valley. And the 100,000 dragon cavalry is also fully capable of spreading out. As to whether it is necessary to use Luo Yi and Yan Yan 18 horsemen, it's better to let them get well. There's no need to use them for this little battle. Having received Lu Yuan's order, Yuan Zuozong's face was solemn. He also felt the anger in the Lord's heart today. Words are not trustworthy. Being cheated out of pure feelings. In this battle, one had to take out this bad breath for the Lord. Must beat the out of each other. Yuan Zuozong turned his head and yelled at the 100,000 dragon cavalry. All of the dragon cavalry attack. Follow me to tread down Medicine King Valley. Kill 100,000 great snow dragon riders. Shouting angrily together. The fury was overwhelming. The power is appalling. Even the clouds in the sky were shaken apart. Chapter 85 War Pil King Valley. Opposite. The people of Pil King Valley were immediately startled by the aura that erupted from the dragon cavalry. Some of the ordinary disciples were even more pale. Before even engaging in battle, they were completely scared out of their wits by the dragon cavalry. As for the group of executives from the Pil King Valley, their faces were also unsightly. They didn't expect it either. Surprisingly, there was an army that could explode with such a powerful aura. Which imperial dynasty owns this army? Could it be Big Chow? It was because the Medicine King Valley had been avoiding the world for years, concentrating on alchemy. So, little has been heard of what has been happening on the continent lately. Naturally, he didn't know about the exploits of the dragon cavalry, which had only recently risen to prominence. Humph. Pil Qianming's face was also a bit unsightly. He admitted it. Before, he had somewhat underestimated those white-armored heavy riders behind Lu Yuan, but the arrow is now in the air. Anyway, there were quite a few experts within the Medicine King Valley. After all, a pharmacist who was able to refine pills must not be weak in his own cultivation. Not to mention, there was also a group of experts who were captive in the Medicine King Valley for the purpose of seeking pills. These experts were willing to sell themselves to Pil King Valley in order to obtain the pills they needed. And these cultivators were at least at the Martial King level. There are quite a few of them. There are tens of thousands of them. Among them, there were even more than a dozen half-saint experts. Kill! Yuan Zuozong let out a furious cry. As the commander-in-chief, Yuan Zuozong also rushed directly to the front line this time. A martial saint powerhouse with 100,000 elite dragon riders. Simply the existence of God blocking God and Buddha blocking Buddha. Boom! Yuan Zuozong swung his long spear, and the desert silver gun was like a silver dragon. With just one strike, he directly killed hundreds of ordinary martial king experts. If it wasn't for Lu Yuan's previous instructions not to let him go on a killing spree. Otherwise, his strike alone could take away hundreds of people on the opposite side. Martial Saint, Pil Qianming, how could he not expect that the other party had another martial saint powerhouse? Looking at Yuan Zuozong, who was killing people in all directions, Pil Qianming's expression became gloomy. Since the other party's martial saint powerhouse had made a move, then he himself must also make a move. Otherwise, without an expert sitting on his side, he would be slaughtered by the other side in just a few breaths of time. And at this point, it just so happened that Yuan Zuozong's gaze, too, turned to Pil Qianming's side. The eyes of the two martial saint powerhouses crossed, colliding with silk sparks with lightning. War. Both sides' battle intent rose, and both chose the other to be their opponent. The two martial saints, both intentionally avoided the crowd below. Both sides coincidentally chose the battlefield. Above the void. Humph. Opposite martial saint powerhouse, do you really want to make an enemy of my Medicine King Valley? My Pil King Valley has millions of connections. If yes persists in being an enemy of my Pil King Valley, even if you get out in one piece this time, I will issue a kill order to the entire continent. At that time, Even if you are a martial saint powerhouse, you will not be able to escape your fall. If you quit, I'll let it go. On the contrary, an 8th grade elixir can also be given to you archly. Pil Qianming was also unwilling to directly fight with a martial saint powerhouse. Instead, they used their strengths, a carrot and a big stick, directly put forward the conditions to bully and tempt Yuan Zuozong. However, Medicine Qianming's purpose of giving up without a fight didn't work at all in Yuan Zuozong's place. Being produced by this system, Yuan Zuozong's loyalty value has long been pulled full. Yuan Zuozong laughed into the void. 3 daggers? Don't make a move. Let me have this one. I haven't met an opponent of this caliber in a long time. Let me get some practice in. Yakuchamin? Who the hell is he talking to? Medicine Qianming looked around. A void with no one around. But Yuan Zuozong directly ignored this behavior of his, and it also completely annoyed Pil Qianming. Humph. Don't think that just because I'm an alchemist, I can't fix you. The prerequisite for becoming a Dan Master is to be a strong person in the first place. Boom! As Pil Qianming spoke, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from his body. Peak Martial Saint. This Pil Qianming was just like Yuan Zuozong. Both of them were clearly strong at the peak level of Martial Saint. Humph. Peak Martial Saint is good. Peak Martial Saint. It's only fun to fight. Yuan Zuozong laughed. Immediately afterward, it directly transformed into a flaming meteor, directly rushing towards Pil Qianming. Moment. A short exchange of weapons. The two fought directly. For the first 2 moves, the two were just testing each other. However, despite this, the aftermath of the battle caused the surrounding void to stir. However, after 2 moves, both sides got real. Break! Yuan Zuozong's desert silver spear juggled up, and his move stabbed towards Medicine Qianming's vitals. I have to say that alchemist is really a profitable profession. In Pil Qianming's hands, he unexpectedly took out 3 pseudo-emperor artifacts in a row. With the might of the pseudo-emperor artifact, it was only able to withstand Yuan Zuozong's overpowering attack. Fighting for a long time, Medicine Qianming was then a bit overwhelmed. Yuan Zuozong is just too strong. Even with his 3 pseudo-emperor artifacts in hand, he felt a great pressure. Compared to those martial saint powerhouses he had seen in the past, the likes of Yuan Zuozong, at the very least, beat 3 of them. At this point, Pil Qianming suddenly noticed that the sound of the battle below, why was it getting smaller and smaller? Look down. The scene below directly caused Pil Qianming's scalp to tingle. At this point, the battle below was nearing its end. The battlefield was littered with corpses fallen in pools of blood. A mountain of corpses. However, what really made Medicine Qianming feel even more gruesome was the clothing on these corpses. All of them were dressed as Medicine King Valley. Put your eyes on it. Clearly all the corpses of the people of the Medicine King Valley. Pil Qianming looked at this scene in shock. How could that army under the other side be so strong? How long has it been? The tens of thousands of Pil King Valley disciples he had brought with him and the experts he had recruited were now less than 3 out of 10. Originally, he thought that with so many experts on his side, getting rid of that group of white-armored cavalry on the other side would definitely be a handful. However, he did not expect that as soon as he touched the dragon cavalry, it would be a crushing end. That's right. Those experts that they had recruited from the Pil King Valley were all starting out as martial kings. But the dragon riders weren't weak either. What's more, the dragon cavalry knew how to cooperate in battle formations. And there were also 300 shadow guards, who kept weaving in and out, constant jabs at the masters. Those strong men from the Pil King Valley naturally died or were injured in large numbers. Swish! Humph! Fighting against me, how dare you get distracted? At that moment, Yuan Zuozong suddenly let out a roar. It was while Pil Qianming was shocked and in such a daze. In the next second, Yuan Zuozong's long spear stabbed directly on Pil Qianming's chest. Pil Qianming's chest, however, suddenly flashed with precious light. Under its shirt, a spiritually flickering soft armor suddenly lost its original luster and instantly turned gray. This was actually another defense-type pseudo-emperor artifact. Yuan Zuozong's powerful shot unexpectedly failed to stab through Medicine Qianming. Instead, it was blocked by this pseudo-imperial weapon. But Pil Qianming was still injured by the concussion to his lungs, spitting blood from his mouth and flying directly backwards. But the moment Pil Qianming was injured on his body, but his heart trembled even more. It's not just that the soldiers on the other side are powerful. Even this martial saint powerhouse, surprisingly, could not be judged by common sense. By now, Pil Qianming finally had a trace of regret. What kind of existence did he or she provoke? Chapter 86. It's not that the medicine doesn't work, it's that they're too strong. Daddy! As she watched Pil Qianming fall to a serious injury, Pil Hair immediately let out a cry of shock. But the aftermath of the battle in the sky was too strong. Pil Hair was merely a martial sect. For a battle of this tier, it was impossible to intervene at all. The beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash with a touch of anxiety, but they could only lovingly stand below and be anxious. Daddy, you hang in there. Pil Haer's eyes were filled with worry. Sky above. Pil Qianming swallowed a few healing pills and temporarily stabilized his disordered breath. Now, he didn't have time, either, to bother with the battlefield of the Pil King Valley disciples below, because there was a question mark over whether he could even defend himself now. Obviously, judging from the combat power displayed by both sides now, he couldn't defeat the other party at all. Pil Qianming's thumb subconsciously rubbed the spatial ring on his hand. Within his eyes, a flash of madness immediately flashed. Now, it doesn't look like it's going to work if we don't use our backhand. As an alchemist, Pil Qianming was the richest set of people in this continent. The bottom card on his body is bound to be no less. Besides, Pil Qianming, himself, was a supreme alchemist. There were even more pills that they carried with them, pills that could skyrocket their cultivation in a short period of time. Now, Pil Qianming, then, was prepared to take some pills that skyrocketed his cultivation. With a thought, Pil Qianming directly pulled out 2 golden pills from within his spatial ring. Then he flexed his fingers and took it directly into his stomach. Boom! Moment! An explosive aura immediately erupted from Pil Qianming. Pil Qianming's eyes exploded with essence, his gaze burning as he looked toward Yuan Zuozong. Humph! Then come and fight. Noticing the surging power in his body, the corner of Pil Qianming's mouth arced. This next, his strength increased by more than 30%. There was absolutely no way that the other party would be their opponent anymore. Noticing the change in Pil Qianming's aura, a flash of gravity also appeared on Yuan Zuozong's face. Half-Emperor. Yuan Zuozong spat out 2 words in a low voice. That's right. After devouring 2 strength-boosting medicinal pills, Pil Qianming, who was already at the peak limit of martial saint, was now directly comparable to a half-emperor. At this point, a stern blade intent crossed the sky. Li San suddenly appeared at Yuan Zuozong's side. General Yuan, do you need my help? Li Sanzhou frowned as he stared warily at Pil Qianming, whose strength had skyrocketed. The long sword in its hand was already in a combat stance. Looking at Li Sanzhou who suddenly appeared, Pil Qianming was slightly stunned. Surprisingly, another martial saint-level powerhouse had appeared. Suddenly, Pil Qianming felt as if he had thought of something as an afterthought. So it is. Just now, I believe you were talking to this man? Pil Qianming looked at Yuan Zuozong with an embarrassed face. Before the fight, he had verbally coerced and seduced Yuan Zuozong. At that time, when the other party spoke into the void, he thought that the other party was scornful. Now it seems, what the other party had said before should be what he had said to this strong man with a sword. Pil Qianming's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it could drip water. At least, he was a martial saint-level powerhouse. I can't believe I'm being used as a target practice by someone else. Die! Pil Qianming was instantly enraged. He was the lord of the transcendent power for a term, a peak powerhouse of the hallowed martial saint. How can you stand the insult of this? Directly urging the 3 pseudo-emperor artifacts, they attacked towards the Yuan Zuozong duo. Below, Lu Yuan was also aware of the sudden spike in the aura of Pil Qianming. Apprehensively, he asked towards Luo Yi at his side. Luo Yi, are you a bit better from your injuries? The opposite side's breath suddenly surged. Do you think you should do it? Lu Yuan looked uneasily at the sky battlefield. I was afraid that Yuan Zuozong and Li Sanzhou, both of them, would have any accidents. At this point, Luo Yi smiled and comforted Lu Yuan. Lord, this I think should be unnecessary for now. Don't look at the opposite party's horrifying aura, as if they've reached half-emperor, but in reality, there's no emperor's might on the other side at all. At best, it's just a much stronger peak martial saint, General Yuan and the others. They are fully capable of defeating them. Hearing Luo Yi say that, Lu Yuan let out a slight sigh of relief. That's good. Seeing that Lu Yuan was still a bit worried, Luo Yi laughed. Don't worry, Lord. If anything really goes wrong, I will step in at that time. Definitely won't let General Yuan and the others have an accident. Lu Yuan nodded. Then I'll trouble you. Luo Yi. Sure enough. In fact it was really as Luo Yi predicted. At first, this medicine Qianming was still able to be a tiger. With the realm soaring, he fought back and forth with Yuan Zuozong Li Sanzhou and the 2 of them. But when Yuan Zuozong and Li Sanzhou fought with Pil Qianming for a few rounds, noticing the other side, it seemed like it wasn't that strong. The 2 men also reacted. After figuring out Pil Qianming's true strength, the 2 of them then began to directly power up as well. Boom boom boom. The 3 of them had all sorts of strong moves, and when they raised their hands and threw their feet, they all had an aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Gradually, as the potency of the elixir gradually faded, Pil Qianming also felt more and more strained. Boo! Pil Qianming forced back the combined strike of the two Yuan Zuozongs with a single strike and stepped back and began to pant heavily. At this point, there was horror in all of Pil Qianming's eyes. I didn't expect that I had swallowed the strength-boosting elixir, but I still couldn't take the other two. It's not that the medicine doesn't work. Rather, the duo of Yuan Zuozong and Li Sanzhou were simply too strong. Both of them were invincible existences at the same level. If it wasn't for the fact that Pil Qianming possessed 3 pseudo-emperor artifacts to support him, even if he had swallowed the strength-boosting elixir, he would have long since lost. Again, in contrast to Pil Qianming's disheveled state, Yuan Zuozong and Li Sanzhou were both rising in battle intent. The more you fight, the more you get, says the two. Just as Pil Qianming was struggling to hold on, he suddenly heard a cold cry from the ground. Pil Qianming, if you don't stop, I won't be able to guarantee the safety of these people from your Pilking Valley. Yukusen Ming was distracted and looked down. Just see this moment. The battle on the ground is over. Those ordinary disciples of the Pilking Valley had all been decimated by the dragon cavalry. Only some potentially useful high-level alchemists were spared. Among them, it also included Medicine Qianming's daughter, Medicine Sheer. Hey, don't hurt them. I concede. Seeing his precious daughter fall into the enemy's hands again, Pil Qianming's eyes were wide with rage. Red-eyed and resigned, he lowered his weapon. The two of them, Yuan Zuozong and Li Sanjie, immediately stepped forward. In his hands, he continuously struck a few spell seals, sealing all of Pil Qianming's strength. And incidentally, a few of Pil Qianming's pseudo-emperor artifacts were also taken away along with him. Look at Yuan Zuozong with his teeth bared and his face full of joy. Needless to say, it was estimated that these few pseudo-emperor artifacts, Pil Qianming would never be able to get them back. Chapter 87 Reticent Shadowstone. Male protagonist, Medicine Qianming. This next, being controlled by 2 martial saints in one go, it was no longer difficult for Pil Qianming to resist. At this time, Lu Yuan walked over and said with a cold smile, "Humph, Pil Valley Master, if you had known this, why did you bother? Now that you're my prisoner, are you satisfied?" If at the beginning, this Pil Qianming had promised to properly concoct pills for himself, as for the fact that it will end up with you as a prisoner, however, on Pil Qianming's face, there was no expression of fear at all. Red-eyed, he glared at Lu Yuan and said, "Humph, little, kill me if you can. I'll see if you kill me. Who on earth can make pills for you?" Medicine Qianming looked unconvinced, stalking his neck as if he could choose someone the next second. Ha! Lu Yuan listened with some amusement, and immediately held his tongue a little, palatizing. Does that count as saying the most wimpy things in the most hardened tone of voice? If this Medicine Qianming was really bent on death, it will just be a silence, and then, later, it would be followed by that one seemingly threatening remark? Lu Yuan guessed correctly. Pil Qianming's thoughts at the moment were what Lu Yuan had envisioned. At this time, Medicine Qianming was as steady as an old dog in his heart, since the purpose of the other party coming here was to seek them out for alchemy. Then, until the other side has accomplished their purpose, then they will never be harmed. Pil Qianming was filled with pride as if he had seized Lu Yuan's handle. There was still a pang of mockery in his heart, just waiting for Lu Yuan to come and beg for himself. Even if it becomes a prisoner, it can also be used as a way to move forward and retain your initiative as much as possible. Sure enough, those who could become the Lord of Transcendent Power were all old fox-like existences, and at this point, Pil Qianming still didn't know that Lu Yuan had already seen through his little trick. Lu Yuan sneered. Mud. In his life, he hated people like this, who thought they had capital and put up a front. I just don't believe it. You hallowed Pilking Valley still doesn't have any remaining 8th grade pills. Yuan Zuozong. Lead the dragon cavalry into Pilking Valley and turn Pilking Valley upside down for me. Nah. Lu Yuan sneered and directly asked Original Zuozong to lead his troops into the valley to rummage around. Aside. Looking at Lu Yuan's order, Pil Qianming gave a mocking smile. Oh, it's not working. What was the situation in Pilking Valley? As the valley master, he naturally knew best. Since he dared to use it as a threat, that would mean that he already had total certainty. Soon after, Yuan Zuozong completely rummaged through the entire Pilking Valley and walked out with a black face and soldiers. Lord, we've searched the entire Medicine King Valley and haven't found a single healing elixir. There are a few other types of 8th grade pills. Yuan Zuozong lowered his head with a sullen face and reported to Lu Yuan. That's right. They had indeed searched for a few 8th grade pills. However, these 8th grade pills, but not a single one of the healing type. No? Words. Lu Yuan's face turned ugly. This Medicine Qianming. Could it be that he really didn't lie to himself this time? Or was the elixir hidden somewhere else by him? At this point, Lu Yuan directly placed his gaze on the spatial ring in Pil Qianming's hand. The heart was in the right place. Bring me his space ring, Lu Yuan said to Su Chu next to him. Now, also thought it was only the other's ring that hadn't been checked, and generally strong people like this usually keep their valuables close to them. Nah. Su Chu immediately nodded his head in response. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Pil Qianming's face suddenly changed. A flash of panic climbed up his face. No, don't touch my space ring. Don't you want an 8th grade healing elixir? I promise to personally refine it for you. Please, don't ever touch my space ring. Pil Qianming seemed like a cat that had its tail stepped on, his face full of trepidation, just about on the verge of tears. However, the more Medicine Qianming was like this, the more Lu Yuan felt that he had a ghost in his heart. Those high-grade pills, they should be in your ring, right? Su Chu, bring me the ring. I want to see it for myself. Lu Yuan sneered. It seems that one's guess was right. Those pills were in this Pil Qianming's spatial ring. Watching Medicine Qianming duck and dodge, desperately trying to hide his hands behind his back. Su Chu ba, bring it on you. Even though Medicine Qianming was 1,000 times unwilling, but now all his cultivation is sealed, and how can he block the fierce Su Chu? Without surprise, the ring was directly snatched by Su Chu, and with the loss of the ring, Pil Qianming was instantly filled with despair and sat down on the ground in a state of disorientation. Done. It's all over. A little bit of what's inside the ring is exposed. Mud. I wouldn't have surrendered just now if I had known I would die in battle. After Lu Yuan received the spatial ring with a sneer, his divine sense probed in and rummaged through it. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's face looked a bit odd. Lift your head. Looking the other way, he gave Medicine Qianming a glance. Yoo-hoo. This Medicine Qianming. He's playing with flowers. Only to see that within this spatial ring, it was actually all shadow-retaining stones. At a rough count, there were actually thousands of them. The function of the shadow-retaining stone was similar to those cameras in Lu Yuan's previous life, capable of recording some daily images. And at this point, what aroused Lu Yuan's interest was still the content on top of these lingering stones. On top of these shadow-retaining stones, there were surprisingly some indescribable images between men and women. And the leading man, naturally, it's our Medicine Great Valley Master. Lu Yuan smiled wryly, and then he took out all of these shadow-retaining stones. Look at the moment Lu Yuan pulled out those shadow-retaining stones. Medicine Qianming had closed his eyes in despair. Out of the corner of his eye, he left 2 lines of clear tears. Oops. It's going to be a late night for myself. Around. Those Pil King Valley executives were all looking at those shadow-retaining stones on the ground incredulously. The crowd was dumbfounded. The majestic Valley Master, who had always refrained from speaking or smiling and stood high above the others, even had this kind of pet peeve? That's just too powerful too. At that moment, an elder suddenly shrieked out in alarm. Isn't that Yuner? The elder who spoke stared at one of the shadow-retaining stones with a deadpan expression. His face reddening, he unexpectedly found his Taoist couple among those shadow-retaining stones. Among them, I can't believe I'm being green. Medicine Qianming, I want you to die. This elder reacted with red eyes, staring at Pil Qianming with a deadly stare. Immediately, ignoring the blockage of the dragon riders next to him, a powerful attack directly struck towards Pil Qianming. Seeing this, Pil Qianming was filled with fear. The moment, all of his realms were sealed, and he was equivalent to an ordinary person with no cultivation. Facing this elder's attack, it could be said that there was no resistance at all. My life is over. Medicine Qianming closed his eyes in despair. At the same time the heart was overwhelmed with regret. If I had known, I wouldn't have messed with this elder's Taoist. Results. He even got himself killed. Chapter 88, Your mother left early. I couldn't help it. Next to it, Yuan Zuozong and the others' faces also changed drastically when they saw the Pil King Valley elder's sudden move. Unbridled. Bold. Quickly. Protect the Lord. The crowd bellowed and struck out one after another. Although the target of that elder's attack was Pil Qianming, swords had no eyes. What if we hurt the Lord? Su Chu, who was closest to Lu Yuan, was the first to react. With a touch of ruthlessness on his face, he directly swung out a blade. Boom! Instantly the blade blossomed. A transverse blade shadow that covered the sky directly stopped that elder's attack. Su Chu, who was at the peak of half-saint strength, struck out. And not only did he easily dissolve that elder's attack, even the aftermath of the blade's momentum went on unabated, directly chopping it into pieces. Pity that elder, though his eyes were scarlet and filled with bone-deep hatred. But in the end, it fell helplessly into a pool of blood. The dragon riders. At that moment, Yuan Zuozong let out a roar. Swish swish swish. The dragon riders, who were watching from the side, had their weapons lit up and looked angrily at the rest of the crowd. Su San's face was full of horizontal meat, and he directly drew his long sword, aiming it at the remaining Pil King Valley elders. You guys have a lot of nerve. How dare you make a move when you've become a captive? Don't make a move. Gentlemen of the army, we're all innocent. Yeah, we can all be good people, not their accomplices. Seeing a group of dragon riders as if they were on the verge of an enemy, their swords were facing each other. Those remaining elders immediately turned pale. Motto, what an unmitigated disaster. At this point, these elders, they simply hated the person who had just made a move. And medicine chiming, if he hadn't done those shameless things, how could it have ended up like this? Take it easy, I'm fine. Let's all put down our weapons first. Don't disturb our alchemy masters. Lu Yuan waved his hand and smiled calmly towards the crowd. These Pill King Valley elders, he still had a use for keeping them. Otherwise, if he wanted to kill these elders, he would have done so earlier, and wouldn't have kept them until now. Words. A group of men, then clattered back their weapons, their faces full of indignation. But, this time, for insurance purposes, Yuan Zuozong had also put cultivation restrictions on all of these elders, and the level of alertness, once again, has gone up a notch. Su Chu was even more tigerish. Whoever moves, his machete will fall on his head the next moment. At this point, Lu Yuan crossed over the crowd with a smile on his face and walked over to Pill Chiming. Looking at the aftermath of the calamity like Pill Qianming, Lu Yuan laughed. Pill Valley Master, look, my men have saved your life again. If you don't show it again, that's really saying something. Phew. Medicine Chiming came back from the dead, breathing heavily. He's scared. At that moment just now, he thought he was really dead this time. But, next, when Medicine Chiming subconsciously looked in Medicine Shear's direction, only to find out, his own baby girl, who was looking at him with incredulity. Boom! Medicine Chiming's brain went blank. The moment Pill Chiming felt that he had, just now, been better off just dying. At this moment, Pill Hair opened her small mouth in shock. Daddy! You, how can you? Pill Hair covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. Disappointment. Incredibly disappointing. Pill Hair also did not expect that her father would be such a person. Medicine Chiming lowered his head in shame. Shear, your mother left early. I couldn't help myself. Medicine Chiming was mortified. Although it was normal for some powerful people in the cultivation world to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but Medicine Chiming, this is no longer 3 wives and 4 concubines. Those thousands of stay put stones, that's thousands of women represented. And, those within the stay stone, there was not only the Taoist couple of the elder who had just died, there are also a lot of women who are the lords of the major powers in the eastern continent. Arguably, if these shadow-retaining stones are spread out, the entire eastern continent would surely see a major earthquake. Sessions, even if Pill King Valley's connections were deeper, it wouldn't matter. It would surely be stomped on by those angry cuckolds. Pill Hair opened her mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Just looking at Pill Qianming's eyes were filled with disappointment and strangeness. Noticing the change in his baby girl's eyes as she looked at him, inside, Medicine Chiming's heart suddenly stung hard. Suddenly, Pill Qianming looked at Lu Yuan with a face full of scorn. Lu Yuan, I won't let you go even as a ghost. At this moment, Pill Qianming hated to bite its flesh and drink its blood. If it wasn't for this little bastard, how could he have gotten a turn at such a social death? The body is lost and the name is broken. Pill Valley Master, you can't blame me for this. How can you blame it on me when it's obvious that you had a good time? The slightest hint of mockery appeared on Lu Yuan's face. Oh, now there's a rush. Where have you been all this time? Die. Lu Yuan, you come to me dead. At this moment, Pill Qianming was completely out of his mind with anger and was filled with madness. If it wasn't for the fact that there was someone next to him holding it steady, this Medicine Chiming was about to pounce on Lu Yuan and ruthlessly bite off a piece of his flesh. Seeing this, Lu Yuan was also a bit impatient. Straight dog, Pill Valley Lord, I've already given you a chance. Be a man. Don't give your face away. Give you a chance and you should cherish it. I'm going to ask you one last time, whether you're going to get out 30 healing pills for me or not. At this point, the slightest hint of killing intent had appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. His patience is also limited. If this Pill Qianming had to be uncooperative, then he didn't have the patience to play with Pill Qianming. Pill Qianming's eyes were filled with tyranny. He didn't even want to live in this world anymore. And he was still afraid of Lu Yuan's threats? Who knows? Pill Qianming was just about to curse out, when Lu Yuan sneered and said, My lord of the valley, while it's true that I can't do anything about you, you don't want your precious daughter to get hurt, do you? My men, all strong men of the army, have been hungry for years. Guess what you think would happen if I rewarded my daughter to one of my men? Beside him, Susan revealed a few lewd laughs at the right time. Ha ha, he had been on the road of no return for so many years. Today's was surprisingly promising to be able to turn back. Only Yuan Zuozong's face was full of oddities. Looking at Su Shan, he was even more filled with pity. According to his experience for so many years, this kind of dumping type of girl would most likely end up being the main mother. And the boy Su-san was still laughing so merrily. Pity. How much you laugh today. How much you can cry afterwards. Don't you dare. Now. The expression on Pil Qianming's face became even more hideous. Chapter 89. Why does this herb look familiar to me? However, Lu Yuan just kept looking at Medicine Chiming with a smile on his face. Pil Qianming's face was gloomy and uncertain, and his face struggled for a while. Finally, after a bout of mental shifting, Medicine Chiming still couldn't help but be forced to compromise with Lu Yuan. That's right. He has no face to live anymore. He can even die once and for all. But what about his daughter? If he dies, then his daughter won't live. Even before they die, they are subjected to all kinds of abuse. Pil Qianming gritted his teeth. I can refine an 8th grade healing elixir for you, but you have to make sure that everyone in my Medicine King Valley is safe and that no more massacres are carried out. Moreover, the 8th grade pills you want have a lot of resources, and my Pil King Valley doesn't have so many materials for refining pills. If you are refining pills, you need to provide me with the appropriate materials. Lu Yuan nodded. That's no problem, and I'm not exactly a murderous person. As long as you cooperate, I will never touch you. As for resources, Lu Yuan smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. With that, he threw his spatial ring to Pil Qianming. Pil Valley Lord, do you think these resources in my ring are enough? Pil Qianming sneered and took the ring with disdain. Refining an 8th grade elixir. A single one was enough to bankrupt a small to medium-sized cultivation family. Not to mention 30 pieces. How can so many expensive herbs be put together so easily? However, when Medicine Chiming took the ring and examined it closely, instead, his pupils suddenly dilated. Resources. It's all about resources. Only to see that within the spatial ring, it possessed 2 hills piled up with spiritual flowers and grasses. It's almost too much to pile up. And the assortment is also very singularly varied. Agave, fluorescent grass, snake lotus seed, one after another. Precious medicinal herbs were just piled up randomly. Even this Lu Yuan actually has a 10 million year old Hisho Wu plant? Pil Qianming stared at a medicinal herb in the Pil Mountain and said with some astonishment. To know this extreme type of herb, even their Pil King Valley had only one plant after accumulating it for 10,000 years. Nope. At this point, Pil Qianming snapped to the realization that something was wrong. That millennium Hisho Wu. How in his Medicine King Valley that plant, packing so like it? In the next second, Medicine Chiming was startled. Palatizing. This is not only the elephant in the room. It is simply the plant of their Medicine King Valley, right? Medicine Chiming took another look. Finding that pile of stacked pills, a large portion of them looked familiar to him. Fogweed now. It turns out that this Lu Yuan had robbed his Medicine King Valley's treasure trove. Pil Chiming raised his head in shock and looked at Lu Yuan. Damn you. When did this happen? How did you lose your family fortune in the process? Why? What's wrong with Lord Pil Valley? Seeing Pil Chiming look at himself, Lu Yuan revealed a row of brightly shining teeth. No problem. Both of Pil Chiming's fists were clenched tightly together. He can't even help it a little. But when I think about it, now, the situation is stronger than ever. He too was disheveled and let go of his hands. What could they do then? Their Medicine King Valley had already lost. The resources have been taken away from them, and they don't have that ability to grab them back anymore. Original. Medicine Chiming had wanted to use the excuse of not having enough resources to delay some more. Now it seems to be a no-go, because in this ring, it wasn't just the pile of extremely high-quality medicinal herbs from his Medicine King Valley. The mountain of herbs next to it was also worth a lot of money. It was only higher than the treasures of their Pil King Valley. Also, after all, that mountain of medicinal herbs was something that Lu Yuan had looted more than 10 cities to obtain. Pil Valley Master, how long will it take for me to get the pills? Lu Yuan smiled and asked towards Pil Qianming. Pil Chiming hesitated for a moment and then said, 8th grade pills take a long time to refine. Even if all the elders of our Pil King Valley work together to refine them, it will take at least 5 days. At those words, Lu Yuan directly frowned. 5 days? 5 days won't do. That's too long. Lu Yuan's brows were deeply furrowed together. The situation is now unpredictable. 5 days of this and it's probably been beaten to the door. 2 days then. 2 days? I will absolutely deliver the pills. Pil Qianming's gaze flickered for a moment before he gritted his teeth. As a Jedi alchemist, he was able to refine 5 or 6 8th grade pills in one breath. The elders were slightly weaker and could only refine one at a time. The big deal is that day and night, overtime can almost be refined to catch up. Lu Yuan pondered slightly. Okay, that's 2 days worth of time. If I don't see the elixir in 2 days' time, Then don't blame me for not being polite. Yes. Pil Qianming calculated the time and finally gritted his teeth and agreed. 2 days was enough time for those powerful people he had asked for help to arrive. That's right. Just asking for help. Back when Yuan Zuozong showed up earlier, he then sent a distress message through some of the tokens left behind by some of the powerful people who owed him a favor from the Pilking Valley. The number of these powerful people was huge. He wouldn't believe it. With his Pilking Valley's heritage built up over nearly 10,000 years, he could still not take Lu Yuan. As a one-term overlord of a transcendent power, how could he be that easy to yield? At this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly came to Yu Xiang's side. Yu Xiang, this Pilking Valley, there won't be any old ancestors or anything like that, right? Lu Yuan said with a grave expression on his face. Generally speaking, which sect with a long heritage like this one didn't have 1 or 2 old ancestors who were in seclusion? Hearing Lu Yuan's question, Yu Xiang was stunned. Then he said with a kind smile, Lord, this Pilking Valley is not like other forces. This Pilking Valley majors in the direction of alchemy, although cultivation has not been left behind. Compared to alchemy, cultivation has become a sideline. Therefore, the highest strength of its sect is only Pil Qianming, a peak martial saint. Lu Yuan thought about it. Also, you can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. Since the Pilking Valley crowd majored in the direction of alchemy, their cultivation must not be much higher. For Pil Qianming to be able to reach the peak of martial saint, he already belonged to the category of giftedness. Otherwise, how can other cultivators live with both birds? Now, Lu Yuan finally put his heart down. Finally, I don't have to be afraid of hitting the young ones and coming back to the old ones. Since Pil Qianming said that he would have to wait 2 days before the elixir could be refined, then Lu Yuan couldn't have been waiting for him. In order to obtain the Qi luck value that would enable him to draw the Emperor level draw earlier, the next 2 days, Lu Yuan directly asked Yuan Zuozong to lead the dragon cavalry and just line up in the neighborhood to look for those clans affiliated with the Great Zhou, or the various forces close to Great Zhou. Then, just eliminate all these lackeys. After all, these clan forces were no better than the garrisons of major cities. The defenders can run. However, all of these sects and forces were established by attaching themselves to major mountain and river spiritual veins, and cavernous heavenly blessings. Even if they ran, they wouldn't be able to find a better place than where they are now. You can run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple. How will they place their disciples if they run away? Some of these clans were powerful and some were weak, but no matter what, it wouldn't be a match for the dragon riders. Looking at the rapidly soaring Qi luck value in his account, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile with joy. A little more, and he would be able to make another imperial draw on his own. Chapter 90 Fame spreads to the Eastern Continent. The East Continent. The news that the Pilking Valley had been overthrown went viral. As this shocking news continued to spread and spread, the entire Eastern Continent was appalled. What? Pilking Valley was actually exterminated? Which power did this? Pilking Valley is an old transcendent power. How dare you say it's gone? Go find out what's going on. Countless bigwigs all looked grave. To know, those that could be called transcendent forces must have martial saint experts sitting within them. As one of the transcendent forces in the eastern state, Pilking Valley was not weak in its own right. And Pilking Valley was also the entire eastern state continent, the holy land of all Pil masters, with an extraordinary status, nowadays. But it was said to be overthrown. This news was tantamount to a massive earthquake for the entire eastern continent. Soon, with the full force of all forces investigating, many forces also finally know the culprit who overthrew the Medicine King Valley, Lu Yuan. When they learned the name Lu Yuan, all the bigwigs were stunned. Lu Yuan? Where did this come from? Since the other party possessed the strength to overthrow Pilking Valley, why had they never heard of this name before? Continue to investigate. Use all the intelligence networks. I want all the information on this Lu Yuan. The crowd of bigwigs were all in a state of 10,000 pounds. Since the other party was able to overthrow the Pilking Valley without moving, it was enough to see how tough this Lu Yuan was. If we don't investigate where Lu Yuan is coming from, these bigots, they can't even sleep well. Before, no matter how much Lu Yuan rebelled, it was only an internal matter of the Great Zhou. Few people are still aware of it. Nowadays, as Lu Yuan became famous, a storm was created in the entire eastern continent. Everything about him was also completely exposed to the eyes of the major powers. However, when they learned of Lu Yuan's identity, these bigwigs were however directly stunned. What? That Lu Yuan is actually just a small-town northern king of the Great Zhou dynasty? Great Zhou dynasty? When did it become so powerful? When these bigwigs learned of this news, they instantly felt that their entire being felt bad, palatizing. That Lu Yuan, surprisingly, was someone from the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Zhou dynasty was a first-class imperial power in the eastern continent, strong enough in its own right. If there was another ruthless Lu Yuan, would they still be allowed to live? However, another message obtained next, but it has given these bigots, at last, a reprieve from despair. Oh, so that Lu Yuan has rebelled? Then it's fine. Hearing that Lu Yuan had already turned against Great Zhou, all of these bigwigs couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, this Lu Yuan and the Great Zhou dynasty had become hostile. Otherwise, the two are strong together. Wouldn't the entire eastern continent be annexed by Great Zhou? When the cause and effect are understood, these bigwigs couldn't help but start laughing up at the short-sightedness of Big Zhou. For such a powerful prince, not thinking of recruiting, surprisingly, he was forced to become a rebel. What a! However, these big brothers are also very happy in their hearts. This Great Zhou Emperor Lord is fortunately a, or else the two really join forces. They will be the ones in bad luck then. Sure, except for these forces who have nothing to do with it and are adhering to the idea of watching the show. There were some forces that directly expressed their indignation. No exceptions. All of these forces had once given a promise to Pill King Valley. They will step in when the other side needs it. Plus, Pill Chiming did send them a call for help. Now the Medicine King Valley is in trouble. How could they stand by and do nothing? For a while, the major forces were in a state of flux. The Great Zhou dynasty, all of a sudden, became the center of attention of the entire eastern continent. The gazes of countless powerful forces all gazed in the direction of Great Zhou. This next, for this existence that could change the entire eastern continent's pattern. The name Lu Yuan had thoroughly entered the vision of those bigwigs, and the Great Zhou ancestor Zhou Huangyi was informed of this news, simply happy and angry. The anger was that their Great Zhou had been reduced to the level of a laughingstock in the entire eastern continent. Obviously there is such a powerful king. Results, but they were hard-pressed into outright rebellion. Joy. Now Lu Yuan had committed a public outrage. Throughout the entire eastern continent, there were already countless great powers that had already made it clear that they would not share the same fate as Lu Yuan, and it is already on its way to crusade. Ha ha, this Lu Yuan really made a dim move. To think that he's idly doing nothing and dares to mess with the Pill King Valley. Really, don't you know? This Medicine King Valley is a hornet's nest. Can't you touch it? Zhou Huangyi simply laughed his teeth off. Ha ha, this Lu Yuan is really looking for death. How dare he offend the Pill King Valley, a power that even he, Great Zhou, didn't dare to touch the mold. Don't look at the Pill King Valley's combat power compared to their de Zhou Rua by several chips, but behind it stood the forces of the entire eastern state continent for the most part. Some of those forces had received favors from Pill King Valley and owed favors. Some were there to flatter the Medicine King Valley, and perhaps some purely for the heck of it. All of these forces were the backstage of the Pill King Valley. Now Lu Yuan's situation says it all. Now that the Pill King Valley had suffered, those forces had rallied against Lu Yuan. Since Lu Yuan has already violated the public's anger and is on the blacklist of all the major powers, there's no time to lose. Now pass the order for the army to march straight in. Utilize this wonderful opportunity to eradicate the Lu Yuan army in one fell swoop. Zhou Huangyi said on the spot. This is a God-given opportunity. If you don't move now, when will you? And at this point, Lu Yuan had passed through Fine Rain, an intelligence organization, and had also learned of the news that had been making waves throughout the eastern Zhou continent. Oh, this is becoming completely lively. Lu Yuan couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Wasn't he just destroying a small Pill King Valley? But he even made such a big commotion. Although he was being targeted by many forces, Lu Yuan had no worries about it. The 8th grade healing elixir was now on its way to being refined. Sessions. If Lu Oyi's injuries recovered, then all of them would not be enough to worry about. These people came, and that was nothing more than serving food to themselves. Humph. It's not even close to coming to this emperor level draw. Come on. I can't wait for you guys to come. Lu Yuan was filled with a cold smile. At this point, within Lu Yuan's account, the value of Qi luck had come to over 9 million. Before beheading tens of thousands of disciples from the Pill King Valley, Lu Yuan had also gained more than 1 million Qi luck values. But after all, they were just some small minions with little Qi value. That Pill King Valley elder who took up a big chunk of the head, he hadn't moved yet. It wasn't that Lu Yuan didn't kill them. Waste, after all, must be utilized first, when the utilization runs out. Hey! Chapter 91, Signing to the Great Desolate Sacred Body. There was no talk all night. Another night of witching. Every moment, Lu Yuan's cultivation was refining. See the lights swaying in the tent. Shadow Inc., who was guarding next to him, became more and more curious in his heart. But now there were many people nearby. Even if Shadow Mo's heart was scratching like a kitten, she could only temporarily hide the curiosity in her heart. The idea was to wait until there were fewer people or no one around to explore the area for myself. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan began his daily check-in routine again. The system is giving me a daily check-in. Lu Yuan yawned and said weakly and godlessly. Last night was a little too crazy, and falling asleep at almost midnight was wearing him out. Ding! System check-in in. Signing in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the holy body. The Great Desolate Holy Body. Great Desolate Sacred Body. Lu Yuan was stunned when he saw this reward. The desolate ancient sacred body he knew. But what the hell is this Great Desolate Sacred Body? At this time, the system also gave Lu Yuan's holy body instructions. The Great Desolate Sacred Body, the top 10 of the ancient 3,000 sacred bodies list, containing the Great Desolate Essence blood in the body, condensing the Great Desolate Divine Spirit, and building the body with the ancient breath, so that the evils will not be broken, and all laws will not be invaded. Effects, can sanctify flesh, can greatly enhance enlightenment qualification, can increase 100 times the speed of cultivation. This holy body is not bad. After hearing the system's explanation, Lu Yun couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. What a strong physique, though not as good as some monster-level ultimate sacred bodies. However, in this eastern state continent, it was even stronger than some holy ground saints. Ding! Host, do you want to receive your reward? I'm sure we'll get it. Lu Yuan couldn't wait. Now that he was a wasted body, any random physique that came along must be stronger than his current one. Lu Yuan's words fell. With that, an arcane aura suddenly descended on his body. Almost at the same time, the heavenly anomaly was steep. All the weather is in full swing, and the purple energy is coming from the east for 30,000 miles, only to see miles and miles of the 9 heavens above. The heavenly palace avenues Brahma sound rang freely, and the sky's countless great emperor silhouettes hung down their eyes in majesty. Wonderful colors flew over the clouds. Immortal music was heard, bells were ringing, and countless auspicious immortal beasts were galloping happily. A dense to the extreme origin force shot down from the void and directly enveloped Lu Yuan. Surprisingly, it was the Great Tao, which descended directly. At this point, Lu Yuan's body, countless origin power that had almost condensed into liquid wrapped Lu Yuan's entire body, forming a giant milky white egg. The power of origin seeped into Lu Yuan's entire body and began the transformation of his entire body. Flesh reorganization, sinews recast, soul rebirth, directly from the inside out. A metamorphosis from the soul begins. The moment. Lu Yuan only felt that his body was warm and comfortable, and he couldn't help but make him moan out. It's a pleasure that comes from the deepest part of the soul, a leap in the hierarchy of life. Boom! As the last drop of origin power entered Lu Yuan's body, Lu Yuan's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. A savage aura that seemed to come from the ancient times surged and scattered in all directions. Around, a touch of barren silence could not help but emerge in the hearts of the crowd. Facing Lu Yuan was as if he was facing a hibernating great desolate beast. Phew! Lu Yuan took a deep breath, and the rolling steam created a mist. At this moment, Lu Yuan had never felt so permeable and incomparable. Lu Yuan was essentially a wasted body. Before, even if he was given a cultivation card by the system, he was only able to cultivate in a comparable manner. And nowadays, Lu Yuan came straight out of nowhere. At this point, the originally gaseous aura within Lu Yuan's dantian had almost turned into a liquid state. It's almost like viscous oil, sticky as hell. Moreover, it also emanated an aura of ancient savagery. Although Lu Yuan was still at the martial emperor realm, he was more than 100 times stronger than before when he raised his hands. This is the addition of the holy body. Scary as hell. Worthy of being a great desolate saint body. It's really strong. Lu Yuan could feel his ferocious flesh like an ancient fierce beast cub. That seemingly inexhaustible strength could almost tear a tiger or leopard alive with his bare hands. Random blow. It was as if the great desolate ancient rhythm that weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, and the thick and heavy breath seemed to be pressing down on people, making them gasp for breath. At this point, everyone was stunned by the previous vision. Seeing Lu Yuan slowly descending from the sky, the crowd rushed to welcome him. Congratulations, Lord! Congratulations, Lord! The Lord has been awarded this holy body, so I'm glad to see it. The crowd looked at Lu Yuan with fervor on their faces. The Lord had obtained the sacred body, and they were all happy for Lu Yuan from the bottom of their hearts. At this point, Lu Yuan also noticed Pill Qianming, who had come to deliver the pills. At this point, Medicine Chiming was still in a dazed state. Just now, Lu Yuan obtained the sacred body and a vision fell from the sky. He was beside himself and saw it all. With his eyesight, he naturally also recognized the dense mass of origin power. However, this also caused Pill Qianming's heart to be directly flooded with shocking waves. The aura that Lu Yuan exuded when he awakened his sacred body just now caused his soul to tremble. Geez, is there really a Eucharist in the world? which can be acquired later in life. Pill chiming directly froze. This unorthodox sight directly threw medicine chiming's thoughts into a state of confusion. One night passed. The first batch of 8th grade healing pills were also successfully refined. Lu Yuan came in front of Pill Qianming and said, "Pill Valley Lord, those pills of mine, are they refined?" Hearing Lu Yuan call out to himself, medicine chiming finally reacted from his shock, but with his eyes, he still couldn't help but stare at Lu Yuan with a death glare, as if to determine whether the man in front of him was a monster or not. Lu Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Pill chiming's dead gaze was his eyes, all of which gave him goosebumps. If it wasn't for the fact that this medicine chiming is still useful, Lu Yuan couldn't help but slap him to death. Pill Valley Lord, where are my pills? Ah, oh. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's repeated calls, Pill chiming finally reacted from his daze. Hastily, he pulled out a porcelain vase made of warm jade from his pocket. "Prince Lu, this is the elixir you asked for." At this point, even Pill chiming unknowingly used honorifics for Lu Yuan. Just now, the impression that Lu Yuan had left on him was too deep. Directly, it made Pill Qianming fearful of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan casually took the porcelain bottle and opened it. It was discovered that within this bottle, there were a total of 8 pills. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Hard work, Pill Valley Master." Lu Yuan just wanted to hand these pills to Luoyi, however, taking the elixir, but suddenly hesitated. "Bad. When I was a kid, my mom taught myself not to just eat other people's food. How is it that when you grow up, this truth is forgotten?" Only Lu Yuan had a harmless smile on his face. Then he randomly selected one of these pills and handed it to Pill Qianming. "Pill Valley Master, I do believe in you, but I'm still afraid that this elixir is poisonous. Why don't you try it first?" Watching Lu Yuan's almost pestled the elixir in front of his eyes, Pill Qianming directly froze. "Toxic. Yakuchamin, black question mark face. JPG. Pill chiming immediately reacted. This was Lu Yuan not trusting himself yet. Pill Qianming's face was filled with black lines as he gritted his teeth. "I'm not hurt. What am I taking this elixir for? This kind of powerful healing elixir. If an uninjured person eats it, they will instead be deficient." At those words, Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. "Well, you seem to be right. Su Chu, the last general is here. Go, put a few transparent holes in our Medicine Valley Master." Medicine chiming. "Lu Yuan, what do you want?" Pill Qianming's face changed wildly and he retreated several steps, palatizing. "Why are you going to put holes in him at the drop of a hat?" Lu Yuan said with an innocent face. "Pill Valley Lord, didn't you say that taking pills without injuries would be a deficiency? I'll put a few holes in you now. Won't you get hurt? Once you're injured, wouldn't it be just the right time to try out the potency of this elixir?" Medicine chiming. "Ah no, you still have this kind of operation?" Chapter 92. The first batch of pills becomes a success. The strength of the sacred body. Don't. Can't I just eat?" Pill chiming glared hatefully at Lu Yuan. The fear that had risen just a moment ago was now directly and completely dissipated. Immediately, Pill Qianming took the elixir and took it directly into his stomach. "Humph, now you're satisfied." Pill Qianming snorted coldly, the dissatisfaction in his words overflowing. Lu Yuan didn't say anything and just stared at medicine chiming. Finally, after waiting for a small while, he only saw that medicine Qianming only had a nosebleed coming out, and there was nothing else unusual about it. Lu Yuan finally nodded in relief. "Okay. It seems that with this batch of pills, this Pill Qianming didn't move anything." Lu Yuan smiled at Pill chiming without the slightest bit of embarrassment and said, "Pill Valley Master, you have to understand me. After all, you can't be too defensive, but this potion of yours is quite good. It even gave you a nosebleed as a dignified martial saint powerhouse." Pill chiming looked at Lu Yuan with indignation. A bar with his sleeve got blood stains all over his sleeve. Palatizing. This little bastard is really standing up for himself. All of his spiritual energy had been blocked, and he was unable to mobilize his spiritual energy to dissolve the effects of the elixir. With that manic medicine going all over his body, if he doesn't get a nosebleed, who does? After making sure that the pills were fine, Lu Yuan also handed Luoyi the remaining 7 healing pills. "Luoyi, these pills are for you first. Try to come as tight as possible first. After all, you're the main combatant at the moment, so hurry up and take it so you can recover from your injuries as soon as possible." Thank you, Lord." Luoyi clasped his hands in gratitude. With that, Luoyi didn't make a show of it. Directly from among the 7 pills, he took 5. With his current ability, he could only refine 5 8th grade pills in one breath. Any more than that, and if you can't refine it, it's just a waste. As for whether there is any harm in using too much of this ammo, that's a big relief. These pills are, all of them, refined with the essence of grasses and trees, collecting the spirit of heaven and earth. Zhou Ling Yuxiu. Eating too much will only make you weak, and you may not even be able to withstand the huge medicinal power and burst your body. As for the dandies, can't say no. Let's just say it's not at all. 7-5. Leaving 2. Lu Yuan randomly selected 2 people from the remaining 18 horsemen of Yen Yun and bestowed these pills to each other. As for the others, they'll have to wait for now. Pill Valley Master, you have to work hard. We've only just refined 8 of them now. We're still 22 short. After the pills were distributed, Lu Yuan again drove Pill Qianming to hurry to refine the pills like a black slave. Instead, Pill Qianming looked at Lu Yuan with cold eyes. Humph, I naturally won't forget about the alchemy. Now that the elixir is given to you, I need to see my daughter and make sure she's safe. Otherwise, I won't continue refining pills next. Pill Qianming coldly snorted. Right now he was most worried about his own daughter. His own daughter is so beautiful. It is hard to avoid that this Lu Yuan will not move any crooked thoughts. If he found out his own daughter was hurt, then, next, even if he died, he would not refine even one more pill for Lu Yuan. A reasonable offer. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers, then nodded to Su Chu next to him. For this sole handle in his own hands, Lu Yuan is a good food and drink provider. Come with me. Su Chu hammed and hawed towards medicine Qianming, having already experienced a similar incident once. Su Zhu was handy with this. After all, I've been there before. Just a brief meeting with Pill Hayer. Immediately, this medicine Qianming was then directly driven away to continue refining pills. Being squeezed is literally worse than being a. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to give medicine Qianming a bit of motivation, Lu Yuan wouldn't even be willing to give medicine Qianming this bit of time to waste. Right, Kajamo. Notify Yuan Zuozong and have him rush back with 100,000 dragon riders. It's an eventful time right now, so let's put all those things aside. Nowadays, Luo Yi is closed. Beside Lu Yuan, the high-end battle force opened up all of a sudden. To be on the safe side, Lu Yuan also transferred all of Yuan Zuozong, who was leading the 100,000 dragon cavalry army outside to kill the enemy. Back, anyway, the major forces in the neighborhood had been completely wiped out by the dragon riders. This 200,000 chi luck value that was missing would be difficult to gather in a moment. Yes, Shadow Ink led the order, and then his figure slowly dissipated into the shadows of his original location. Some more things were explained to the crowd. Immediately, Lu Yuan also threw himself into cultivation. He had just obtained the Great Desolate Sacred Body, but he was very eager to try it out. Just let him try. How fast you can cultivate after obtaining the Sacred Body, right? Another night of practicing. Early the next morning, the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth smiled slightly. Then he opened his personal interface. Host, Lu Yuan. Strength, Mid-Martial Emperor. Forces under his command, Yen Yun 18th Cavalry, lightly wounded state. 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, reinforced version. 50,000 Trapped Frontier Battalion. Shadow Guards, Fine Rain, and 10,000 Beifu troops, disabled. Guards under command, Li Sandao. Su Chu. Luck value, 982,0375. That's right. After a series of precipitation, Lu Yuan's strength had also finally stepped into the middle stage of Martial Emperor. Chapter 93, Sign Imperial Armor. The 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce came. Lu Yuan had not only reached mid-Martial Emperor cultivation, and even the chi luck value within the account had reached a whopping 9,800,000. Just 200,000 short of another Imperial raffle. That's as close as it gets, so there's no rush. Now, it's better to start with a daily check-in. When it came to the doorstep, Lu Yuan, on the contrary, was not in a hurry. Instead, filled with anticipation, he opened the system's sign-in screen directly. Now, it's time for the daily check-in again. System, I want to do a check-in. It's the usual once-a-day draw again. Ding. System check-in in. Signing in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial weapon, the Golden Silkworm Spirit Silk Armor. Surprisingly, is it a defense-type Emperor artifact? When Lu Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. Nice rewards though. However, this Imperial artifact, which was a defensive type of inner armor, was a bit of a cockamamie. If there really was a strong person who could break through the guard of so many of his men and rush to his side, this person, then, must be an absolute powerhouse. Facing an attack from a powerhouse of this level, even if one was wearing Emperor-level defensive armor, it would be useless. Ugh. Never mind. It's better than nothing. With this Imperial artifact's protective inner armor, the survivability can be more or less improved. After all, the rewards from the system check-in are randomized. There are good and bad, strong and weak. It wasn't bad to be able to sign up for an Emperor's artifact-level defense prop. Lu Yuan was not satisfied though. However, the life-thirsty man still wore this armor directly onto his body. The gold silk armor is only a thin layer. Holding it in your hand is almost like holding a layer of muslin. On the body, it's even less visible. And it's that thinness that has first-class defense. Anyway, you won't be able to break through under a martial saint. Lord! As soon as Lu Yuan showed up, Luo Yi greeted him respectfully. Seeing Luo Yi, who had already returned to life, Lu Yuan laughed with delight. How's it going, Luo Yi? How's your strength restored? If those 5 8th grade pills aren't enough, then I'll add a few more for you. Lu Yuan excitedly patted Luo Yi's shoulder, as if it were steel, hard and solid. Luo Yi gratefully arched his hand and said, "Thank you, Lord, for hanging on. Now that I'm all-powerful, I've recovered 7 out of 10. With just 2 more pills, I'll be completely cured. At that time, only a little more conditioning is needed, and then all of the battle power will be restored." Lu Yuan nodded happily. Yes, as long as it can restore your injuries, the pills are enough. Coincidentally, at this time, Pil Qianming delivered another batch of pills. He only saw that Medicine Qianming had a chicken nest head. His face was a bit waxy, as if he was a bit weak. Actually, it's not just him. Even those elders of the Medicine King Valley all look like smokers after smoking a big cigarette. Crap, they've both been up for a day and 2 nights. And refining pills, again, was a job that required a great deal of concentration. If you lose focus, you can blow up the stove if you're not careful. Thus, this 1 day and 2 nights of intense alchemy had almost drained these Pil King Valley executives dry. Lu Yuan, those materials you gave me have run out. There's nothing I can do next. Unless, of course, you can also provide me with the materials needed to refine a healing elixir. Pil Qianming said to Lu Yuan without any good humor. Hearing Pil Qianming's reply, Lu Yuan frowned and looked at Su Chu next to him. Su Chu, even with this batch, how many pills has Medicine King Valley refined in total? Su Chu replied, Lord, there are 26 of them, 8 at the beginning. 10 more came out last night, plus these 8 from this morning. That makes 26. Su Chu had long ago memorized these data, in every detail. Lu Yuan nodded, his eyes flickering for a moment. If you look at it this way, these pills are almost enough. Then let's tighten up Luo Yi first. The 18 horsemen of Yan Yun, just 1 for each of them first. Lu Yuan pondered for a while and said, although the battle power of the Yan Yun 18th Cavalry wasn't weak either, but Luo Yi was the current top combatant under him. Everything must of course be tight to Luo Yi first. Yes, regarding this distribution, none of the 18 Yan Yun horsemen had any complaints either. They were not as strong as Luo Yi, plus so many low-grade pills from before, and so many days of recuperation. Another 8th grade elixir would be enough for them to recover a good deal. At this point, the pills were distributed. Lu Yuan suddenly looked at Pil Qianming with a smile on his face. Now these people in the Pil King Valley, their interests have been drained. Can't make a potion? Then the time has come to unload. Don't blame me for being cruel. My old Chinese ancestors have said, cut the grass to get rid of the roots. Now that I've offended you all to death so much, I can't rest easy in my heart if I keep you. Lu Yuan looked at Pil Qianming, a fierce light flickering faintly in his eyes. The daughter was captured and the whole clan was killed. He himself was even threatened to work as if he were a black slave. If this were to be put on you, you would absolutely wait for the opportunity to this guy up. Don't look at this Pil Qianming's obedience now. That's just holding back. Lu Yuan didn't believe it. This Medicine Qianming will be understanding and give up all this hatred. Just as Lu Yuan was about to order Su Chu to make his move. At this time, Yu Xiang suddenly came to report in a hurry. Lord, there's a strong person outside who claims to be from the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce coming to the door. Would you like to meet? Lu Yuan was slightly stunned. A strong person from the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce? Lu Yuan couldn't help but think of the time when he was in Shuafeng City before. Previously, when Lu Yuan struck down Shuafeng City, he looted all the major forces in Shuafeng City. And this 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce is one of them. Say come on. The first 8th grade elixir Luo Yi used came from this 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce. Could it be that this 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce was here for those supplies from the previous Shuafeng City? Lu Yuan thought for a moment and said, since the other side is here, let's meet. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed. Even if the other party was coming for trouble, then Lu Yuan was not afraid. It's just a Chamber of Commerce. How can you go against the law? As he was leaving, Lu Yuan gave Pil Qianming a meaningful look. Since I've been interrupted and there's something else holding me up, it's just as well to wait a little. Anyway, these people from Pil King Valley couldn't run away. Lu Yuan directly chose the location of the meeting, on the central hall of the Pil King Valley. This Pil King Valley was worthy of being the richest power in the eastern continent. The main hall alone, The whole body is made of spirit stones as bricks, built according to the formation set. The entire central hall, the aura inside, had formed a mist. Just taking a casual breath is refreshing. The grand hall was magnificent, even more luxurious than the royal palaces of the major imperial dynasties. In the midst of the crowd's watchful eyes, this powerful person from the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce slowly stepped inside the large hall where Lu Yuan was. Frozen. As soon as he entered where Lu Yuan was, this 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce powerhouse froze. To be honest, his cultivation level wasn't low, being a half-saint level powerhouse, but he couldn't help but be secretly panicked when he saw the situation inside the Great Hall, because, at this time, there was almost no one in the Great Hall whose cultivation was weaker than his. Sure, except for Lu Yuan. Strong people like clouds, all of them with horrifying breaths, being watched by so many powerful people. Even though this 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce powerhouse was mentally strong, he could not help but secretly panic. Bailey guards, pay my respects to Prince Lu Yuan, and meet all the seniors. The Centurion guard, straight away, put his stance to a minimum. Crap, with so many powerful people staring at him, if he was being condescending, wouldn't he be purely looking for death? Good. Lu Yuan's lowered his eyes and faintly answered. Since the other party had come to seek an audience with him, he still had to put on a little bit of his own pussy. Seeing Lu Yuan's look of indifference, the Bailey guards panicked a bit. How was this situation? Somewhat different from what he had envisioned before? This Lu Yuan was on the side of the robber. It turned out that he, the rightful owner, had come to the door and was so calm. It's not. You're justified in robbing me, aren't you? If Lu Yuan knew what this 100-mile guard was thinking, he would have scoffed. Oh, there are so many chambers of commerce. How come you don't see me robbing anyone? Ah shucks, what a mugging. Was that some kind of robbery? I'm clearly buying ahead of time, right? Only the payment for the goods. You need to wait a little bit for a few years to pay. As for why I found you, 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce. Who let you, the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce, not know how to be honorable, and have a relationship with the royal family of the Great Zhou? Chapter 94, Are you sending off a guest? Are you sure you're not sending him to his death? Seeing everyone's eyes burning into his own, the Bailey guard couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He knew that if he said the wrong thing, he probably wouldn't be able to walk out of here today. But now, it's not like he can't open his mouth without it. As the atmosphere became more and more awkward, the 100-mile guard could only say with a stiff upper lip, Your Highness Lu, I wonder if you still remember what happened in Shuafeng City. Oh, don't remember. Lu Yuan barred his mouth and said lightly as if nothing had happened. Centurion guard, it's impossible to talk this day. Pete, he hasn't even said anything yet, so he just says he doesn't know. Isn't it obvious that there's something in your heart? The Centurion guard stated. I have lived for so many years, but I have never seen such a brazen person. The 100-mile guard let out a sarcastic laugh. Your Highness Lu, don't joke with my humble servant. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth drawing a flirtatious arc. Oh, when did I joke with you? By the way, do you have anything else? I'm busy right now, so if you're okay, that's all for now. Su Chu come send the guests. Lu Yuan looked to Su Chu, his eyes signaling. Su Chu would understand, and directly drew his own long sword. Sharpening his sword, he grinned and made his way over to the 100-mile guard. Seeing this, the 100-mile guard's face changed. No, I'm just sending off a guest. Why are you holding a knife? Is that a send-off? You're blatantly trying to kill me. Until now, the 100-mile guards, too, did not dare to mention the recovery of the supplies again. How dare he? He hadn't even opened his mouth yet, and the other guy had already raised his knife. If he did open his mouth, wouldn't he be a pile of mush the next second? Anyway, before he came, the higher-ups didn't give him a death order to make sure he recovered the supplies. It's best if you can recover the supplies. If you can't recover it, you should definitely not provoke Lu Yuan, and you should definitely not be an enemy of him. After all, the previous Ask the Sword sect, plus the current Pill King Valley, there were already two transcendent forces that had been buried in Lu Yuan's hands. Who'd dare mess with that? Seeing that Su Chu was about to walk in front of him, the 100-mile guard hurriedly said, Prince Lu, don't be in a hurry. I didn't come here today for the supplies. At those words, Lu Yuan unexpectedly glanced at Bailey guards. A raised hand. Seeing this, Su Chu immediately stopped and returned to his harmless and naive appearance as a human animal. At that moment, a smile resurfaced on Lu Yuan's face. Messenger Bailey, why didn't you say so earlier? Look at the mess now. This whole mess. Someone, seat the 100-mile messenger. No, I'll leave as soon as I'm done with this. Watching Lu Yuan's attitude change so quickly, The Bailey guards couldn't help but rise a touch of speechlessness. How dare he sit on Lu Yuan's bestowed seat? He also realized it just now. This person in front of me is a ruthless person who strikes at the drop of a hat. Since Prince Lu was able to look at those resources, then 100 Dynasty's Chamber of Commerce, we will gift them to you. Consider it a meet and greet gift. 2. I came today because there is another important matter I wish to discuss with you, and this is a very urgent matter. Talking about business, the 100-mile guard said with a grave expression on his face. Prince Lu, do you know that Shuafeng City has been completely destroyed? What? Shuafeng City has actually destroyed the city? Didn't I just call from there 2 days ago? At those words, Lu Yuan was also slightly taken aback. The 100-mile guard nodded and stared. That's right. This Shuafeng City has now completely become a ghost city. All the residents in the city have been killed. It also includes our 100 Dynasty's Chamber of Commerce Shuafeng City branch, which has also been completely destroyed. When Lu Yuan heard this, his gaze looked at Yu Xiang without any trace. His eyes filled with questions. Yu Xiang gave Lu Yuan a bitter smile back. With that, he transmitted his voice to Lu Yuan. My lord, we, Fine Rain, have only just discovered what happened in Shuafeng City as well. The entire city, both cultivators and ordinary people, have completely disappeared as if they had vaporized. But we haven't investigated clearly what kind of powerhouse did this. But the news of the destruction of Shuafeng City has gradually spread. Based on the reactions from all sides, most of them believe that it was our dragon cavalry that massacred Shuafeng City. After all, we just fought from over there too. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan nodded, his face somewhat gloomy. It's not a big deal, but it's not a small deal. But the obvious slaughter of the city was clearly not done by himself. But having a *TTY pot held on him, Lu Yuan was also a little less than happy. Emissary Bailey. What? Are you thinking that the massacre of Shuafeng City was my doing? And your chapter in Sakuya City thinks I killed them? 2. Lu Yuan's face was a bit not so good as he questioned towards the Bailey guards. No, no, no. The 100-mile guards panicked and waved their hands back and forth, saying, Prince Lu, I know you could never do such a thing. Besides, at that time, our people from the Shuafeng City branch also reported the situation. It was never your doing. The 100-mile guard pondered for a moment, then said, I'll be honest with you. According to our Shuafeng City branch, the last news that came back, before they died, they noticed a thick black fog appearing in Shuafeng City. After that, our people went to explore and found a trace of residual demonic energy as well. Therefore, we suspect that it was the work of a demonic cultivator. Demon cultivator? At those words, Lu Yuan's brows furrowed together. The word magic cultivator. He hadn't heard it in years. At this point, Bailey guards, staring nervously at Lu Yuan, said, Prince Lu, now everyone outside thinks that you massacred Shuafeng City. In this regard, our 100 Dynasty's Chamber of Commerce is also filled with righteous indignation. Therefore, we have decided to join forces with you to investigate the traces of that demonic cultivator. Catch that devil cultivator and return your innocence. The 100-mile guard bluntly stated his purpose. This time, the 100 Dynasty's Chamber of Commerce didn't just lose an entire chapter. More importantly, the face was also hit hard. If the demonic cultivator who had destroyed his chapter wasn't beheaded as a way to establish his authority, then if this matter spreads out, won't everyone be able to come and step on his 100 Dynasty's Chamber of Commerce? Don't look at Lu Yuan, ransacking an entire division. But people, for better or worse, left IOUs. In any case, there's a shroud for talking about it. And what does the demonic practitioner do? Straight up wiped out his branch. It's not a slap in the face. However, Lu Yuan listened to the words of the Bailey guards, but he sensed a hint of something wrong. Since the 100 Dynasty's Chamber of Commerce knew that Shuafeng City was not destroyed by himself, rather, it was done by a demonic practitioner, and there's evidence in hand, and instead of sending it out, you end up asking yourself to find evidence? Pete's, isn't that properly holding yourself up as a gun? Chapter 95 Imperial Level Lucky Draw. Great Emperor Cheng Yun. Lu Yuan cocked his head with an inexplicable sneer on his face. What need is there to prove one's innocence? Messenger Bailey. What? Is it possible that you, the 100 Dynasty's Chamber of Commerce, won't go and check for yourselves? Besides, don't you have evidence of my innocence in the hands of the 100 Dynasty's Chamber of Commerce? Wouldn't you all just send it out? The 100-mile guard froze and opened his mouth, then wanted to speak. That's right. What Lu Yuan said did seem to make sense. But there is one thing. This matter, if one were to look at it from his 100 Dynasty's Chamber of Commerce's point of view, who is he? The 100 Dynasty's Chamber of Commerce. To bring out the evidence he has to prove your innocence to you. Lu Yuan? Don't forget, that branch in Shuafeng City was even ransacked by you. Lu Yuan, before. It's a good thing I didn't come after you. The 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce isn't so cheap as to rush to put a hot face on your cold ass? Prince Lu, that's not how things work. We, the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce, can promise to assist us in finding the murderer as long as you step in. We, the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce, will definitely come forward to explain the original reason to everyone. Don't you want to clear your name? However, Lu Yuan shrugged indifferently. Whatever. I didn't slaughter the city anyway. Even if I have nothing to do with what others think of me, if they don't like it, then feel free to come and trouble me. For taking the name of the city of slaughter and becoming a backstabber, Lu Yuan didn't feel much else in his heart except for some irritation. After all, in this world, the strongest are supreme. False fame is not important. Being strong in oneself is the truth. Anyway, he was not a famous family, so it was useless to have that kind of benign reputation. Lu Yuan sneered. He knew that even if he didn't make a move, the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce would inevitably do so. It's about their own face. Pulling himself along now was just a way to get one more back. Seeing that Lu Yuan was unmoved, the 100-mile guard was silent. Sure enough, it's still a man with no face. The world is invincible. Since Prince Lu is unwilling to make a move, then this matter is settled, the 100-mile guard said in disappointment. Originally, he was still thinking of using Lu Yuan's hand to get rid of that unknown demonic cultivator powerhouse. After all, to be able to refine the living beings of an entire city, that demonic cultivator powerhouse, his strength was bound to be no worse. But now, this calculation, no doubt, fell through. After the Bailey guards left, Lu Yuan sat there with a flickering gaze. At this point, Su Chu leaned up and whispered, "Lord, should I follow and get rid of him?" Lu Yuan's gaze flickered. Then he said in a deep voice, "This 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce, to think that it would calculate to my body, it really doesn't know what it's all about. A half-saint." Lu Yuan suddenly smiled. A half-saint's chi value shouldn't be that low, right? Su Chu, in. Follow it up and get rid of that Mr. Bailey. Get rid of it. Move nimbly. Don't make any trouble and give the other side a chance to catch their breath. A cold light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Although the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce had already made it clear that past grudges would be written off, but he didn't agree to it. It's still the same. You can never trust a former enemy to never fall on his sword and stab him in the back. It is better to believe that there are ghosts in the world than to believe that the enemy will be kind to you. And he himself was now more than 100,000 short of making an imperial draw. How could Lu Yuan let go of such a wonderful chance to gain the value of chi? Nah, Su Chu answered excitedly, moving his knuckles and crunching them. He. This next one will finally be able to open up the ribs. Soon after, in Lu Yuan's ears, there was a system prompt. Ding! The host will next kill a half-saint powerhouse, gaining 200,000 chi luck values, because this time, only Su Chu, a half-saint level powerhouse, had taken action. So, the chi luck value did not undergo any cuts, and Lu Yuan also directly gained 200,000 chi luck values. At this point, the chi luck value within Lu Yuan's account had once again surpassed 10 million. Great! Finally enough for an emperor-level draw. Lu Yuan was full of excitement. This 10 million fortune values were not easy to accumulate. Lu Yuan directly couldn't wait. System, I'm going to conduct an imperial-level lottery. Ding! The host chooses the imperial lottery. The system is in the lottery. Ding! Lucky draw successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an exclusive escort, Qingyun Dadi, Great Emperor. Seeing the two sons of the Great Emperor, Lu Yuan let out a gasp of surprise, palletizing and finally pumping out the Great One. It's been 3 draws for myself, so it's not easy. Lu Yuan was so excited that he was practically in tears. At this point, the system also gave a brief description of Qingyun Dadi, Emperor Qingyun, late martial emperor cultivation, equipped with the extreme imperial weapon Qingyun sword, technique Qingyun emperor scripture, martial skills Qingyun 9 styles, Qingyun palm, Qingyun fist. This great emperor Qingyun was not weak. Being at the late martial emperor stage of cultivation, it was probably one of those middle-of-the-road rewards in an emperor-level raffle. Boom! Next, space shattered, and a middle-aged man in green clothes appeared beside Lu Yuan. My name is Qingyun. Meet the Lord. Great Emperor Qingyun bowed his hand to Lu Yuan. At the level of Great Emperor cultivation, one's face is everlasting and one's lifespan is even 10 million years. So, Qingyun Dadi's appearance was not that of an old man with flowery hair. Instead, it was a handsome middle-aged man with sword brows and a strong torso. The great way is simple, and the mixed elements return to one. Just by standing there, Great Emperor Qingyun seemed to have merged into this heaven and earth, giving people a feeling of floating. Although all of his breath was introverted, His eyes spoke of all the vicissitudes of the world. The temperament is superb, and its form is felicitous. Anyone who looked at it would feel that this great Emperor Qing Yun did not belong on earth. He is an exiled man from heaven. Chapter 96, Thunder of Destruction. When the lightning cloud is shattered, the thunderbolt will naturally be gone. Even though Lu Yuan was prepared in his heart, he was still surprised by the exile aura of the Qing Yun Emperor. Half a day, Lu Yuan reacted with excitement in his eyes. Well, Qing Yun, there's no need to be polite. Lu Yuan said several good words in a row. Enough to see the excitement in his heart at this moment. Lu Yuan walked around Qing Yun Dadi twice and said with wonder in his mouth. Crap! A great emperor that only existed in legends was now standing in front of him alive like this. And this great emperor powerhouse was completely at his disposal and honored himself. Who wouldn't be confused if this were anyone else? Nice. Perhaps it was the sense of anticipation that had been there for a long time. The more Lu Yuan looked at it, the more delighted he became in his heart. This is a great emperor, alas. Next to Lu Yuan, when the crowd looked at great Emperor Qing Yun, there was nothing but admiration for the powerful in their eyes, and they couldn't help but feel envious. Even Luo Yi couldn't help but feel gently emotional. He had never seen the Lord so attached to any man. It was because this Qing Yun Dadi was directly summoned from the system, appeared silently. So, aside from these men around Lu Yuan, it didn't attract the attention of anyone else. At this point, Lu Yuan's eyes were fiery as he looked toward great Emperor Qing Yun. Qing Yun, could you please let me see what the strength of a great emperor is like? Martial emperor, already belonged to the strongest in this world. Lu Yuan really wanted to see it. What kind of scene was it when the strongest person in this world made a move? Of course, Lord. Emperor Qing Yun respectfully arched his hand at Lu Yuan. With regards to Lu Yuan's orders, great Emperor Qing Yun naturally obeyed them 100%. At the entrance of the central hall was an open square. The crowd swarmed to the square. At this point, Emperor Qing Yun suddenly turned back to look at Lu Yuan. Lord, do you need me to go all out? Make your full power strike. I want to see where the limits of a great emperor lie. Lu Yuan nodded seriously. To see that, naturally, you have to look at the full force of the blow. This great Emperor Qing Yun was technically considered a sword cultivator. Moreover, the system also came with an extreme imperial sword, the Green Cloud Sword. A sword cultivator's strength should be considered the strongest among the many cultivators. Yes. Upon hearing this, great Emperor Qing Yun's face gradually became grave. Since the strongest blow. And so, great Emperor Qing Yun directly sacrificed his own Qing Yun sword. Buzz! The void shook as soon as the Green Cloud Sword came out. Emperor Qing Yun's eyes were slightly closed. Luck! Turning spirit! Nodding! A vast and overpowering sword intent rose up to the sky. Around! Ordinary longswords within 100-mile radius all began to tremble and hum slightly within their scabbards. It was as if they were paying homage to their king. What a thick sword intent! The essence in Luo Yi's eyes flickered, forcing down the agitation of the emperor slaying gun in his hand. The Kingslayer lance was also an extreme Dao imperial armament, and Luo Yi, as its owner, naturally felt it more deeply. And as Luo Yi was an expert with a gun, he naturally had his own gun intent. But when you compare the two, they are really nothing. Sure. Perhaps there was also a reason for the gap between the two realms. The surrounding crowd stared deathly at great Emperor Qing Yun's every move. Observing such a powerful person's actions would be of unparalleled benefit to them in comprehending their own Tao. As the might on Emperor Qing Yun became heavier and heavier. At this point, in the sky overhead, dark clouds suddenly gathered. Rumble. In just an instant, it was a black cloud for miles and miles, and you couldn't see a finger. And, from time to time, in the black clouds as black as ink, there were surges of apocalyptic thunder, and electric snakes danced chaotically. It was like an iron tree, splitting as if the heavens were roaring. What's happening? Is this the situation? Looking at the appalling sight that suddenly appeared in the sky, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a huge shock in his heart. The moment, Lu Yuan's ears were full of thunder, and the scene in front of him seemed like the end of hell. Since he came to this world, he had not seen a destruction-like scene. This, Robocloud? It's not right. No one's transiting here. Why would there be a robbery cloud? Yu Xiang deserves to be the head of intelligence. In an instant, the scene was recognized for what it was called, but it was better if he didn't recognize it. But this recognition made him even more frightened. It's well known. The appearance of a robber cloud was usually accompanied by the ascension of a powerful person, the descent of a supreme treasure, and the attainment of a supreme holy body. And now, robbery clouds in a clear sky? It's outrageous. The surrounding crowd was also filled with confusion, but as the thunder within the robbery cloud grew more and more profound, the crowd noticed right away. 2. This robbery cloud seems to be with those who cross the clouds. In color, It seems to be a little different. This thunder of destruction? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is serious. Yu Xiang couldn't help but voice out in fear. That's right. The color of that thunder in the sky had completely turned purple-red. It's even a bit vaguely dark. The purple thunder is the thunder of destruction. The moment. The terrifying purplish-red thunderbolt in the sky was so terrifying that even they felt their hearts tremble. The crowd felt, if that thunder really struck them, it would be able to destroy their physical bodies and gods in minutes. At this point, Emperor Chang Yun's voice transmission suddenly rang in Lu Yuan's ears. Lord, I feel an aura of the underworld that has locked onto me. Locked down? What lock? Lu Yuan was still in shock and didn't react. Emperor Chang Yun's expression was bland as he proceeded to transmit his voice. This heaven and earth. It seems like it doesn't allow strong people above great emperors to exist. As long as a power beyond the martial emperor appears, this heaven and earth will send down a thunderbolt to wipe it out. Ha? Erase? Then this thunderbolt is not running towards you? Lu Yuan was appalled. Why didn't you say so? Lord, you're the one who wants to see what it's like when I go all out. Lu Yuan. Looking at Emperor Chang Yun's serious face, Lu Yuan couldn't help but be speechless. You're a nice guy. So what's the deal now? Looking at the robbery cloud that had already taken shape in the sky, Lu Yuan couldn't help but see a flash of worry in his eyes. Just by listening to Yu Xiang and the others, Lu Yuan also knew that this thunder of destruction was infinitely powerful. Even Emperor Wu could not escape. However, the great Emperor Chang Yun, however, was still filled with indifference as he said, there is a simple way to dodge the thunderbolt, directly ascending to the immortal realm in the same place. That apocalypse cloud won't be able to capture my aura and will naturally dissipate. At those words, Lu Yuan was directly dumbfounded. It's not ascension? He had only just summoned a martial emperor himself. You're going to get yourself killed? However, Emperor Chang Yun's next words, however, managed to make Lu Yuan raise his spirits. Of course, there is another way besides ascension. What method? Lu Yuan eagerly looked at the great Emperor Chang Yun. He didn't want the great emperor he had just summoned to fly straight up in place. At the very least, let's wait for him to join us too. Chang Yun pointed towards his head and said indifferently, there's another way, and that's to directly chop up this robbery cloud. When the robbery cloud is shattered, the thunderbolt is naturally gone. Lu Yuan. Chapter 97, Beheading the Giant Dragon. Breaking the robbery cloud. Chopping up the robocloud? Do you want to hear what you have to say? However, when Lu Yuan looked at great Emperor Chang Yun from afar, he found that the other party's face remained flat. It seems to be stating a given thing. Lu Yuan was silent. It seems that a shocking clown turns out to be himself. This Chang Yun emperor, and the previously Sandao both belong to the same category. Strong to the core. As a result, any truth that is told is considered pretentious. Alright, Chang Yun, we can only rely on you now. Be careful, Lu Yuan worriedly said to old man Chang Yun. For this kind of heavenly punishment, this point of one's own cultivation level can't help much at all. Don't worry, Lord. This robbery cloud, I'll break it with a single sword. Great Emperor Chang Yun faintly said. At those words, Lu Yuan couldn't help but open his mouth wide. This Chang Yun emperor, so crazy. Immediately, Emperor Chang Yun turned to face the thunderbolt in the sky, battle intent surging madly in his eyes. Boom! A stern aura rose up from the body of the great Emperor Chang Yun. Cultivators fight with the sky, fight with the earth, and fight with all things. Cultivation is supposed to go against the heavens, so what's the harm in cutting down the heavens? Green cloud sword. Rise! As soon as great Emperor Chang Yun made his move, a terrifying imperial might radiated out in a vast manner towards the surroundings. War, war, war. To cut down the sky and the earth, to cut down the gods and devils. With the green cloud sword in my hand, all laws will open up for me. Lu Yuan Guan was standing next to him and was only slightly affected by the aftermath. It felt like I was, at the moment, like a flatboat in an ocean of 10,000 fathoms. The waves were wild, as if they could be swallowed up by a big wave at any moment. It's not just Lu Yuan. All the other people, too, had the same feeling. This was the might that belonged uniquely to a great emperor powerhouse. When the emperor's might came out, the gods avoided retreating. Green cloud sword technique, 10,000 green lotus. Suddenly, Emperor Chang Yun let out a furious cry and directly used his strongest move. Green cloud swordsmanship. Thousands of sword light, transformed into a lotus flower sword chi. Each lotus leaf petal, as if it was an infinite world of sword chi. The surrounding emptiness, bursting into pieces. The green lotus exuded a demonic beauty, and its sharp aura cut through the void with reckless abandon. A lotus flower sword light, with a sharp sword chi aura, attacked and killed towards the purple dragon. And at this point, above the sky, the dark robbery cloud was thoroughly formed. The thunder was more than enough. and it was as if the sky had become a pool of thunder. Between the thunder and lightning flashes, a huge purple-red thunder dragon slowly swam in it. Roar! Watching the thousands of lotus flowers sword chi chopping at him, the purplish-red thunder dragon, as if it had been provoked. It had never been him who had wantonly gone to cleave others. When had any cultivator dared to take the initiative to mess with him? The thunder giant dragon's huge pupils rounded out as it glared angrily at the great Emperor Qingyun. Ho ho ho! With a roar, the giant dragon's body swam like a snake and roared as it charged towards great Emperor Qingyun. At this moment, it was as if a furious punishment had descended from the thunderous skies of the 9 heavens. Roar! Thousands of green lotus sword chi strangled, being chopped by the rain of lotus swords that covered the sky. The thunder dragon let out a roar. On the giant dragon's body, there was constantly milky white thunder pulp being chopped and splattered in all directions, falling onto the cultivators below. The straight electricity tingled all over one's body, and that thunder dragon was cut down inch by the green lotus sword chi, as if it was melting butter, getting smaller and smaller. At this point, Emperor Qingyun moved again. Green cloud sword technique. One sword opens the sky. Chop! The green cloud sword in the hand of great Emperor Qingyun suddenly erupted with a flash of radiant to the extreme. In a split second, the void collapsed and all laws withered. The moment, the heavens and the earth all seemed to have been cut in half by Emperor Qingyun's sword. Even though the thunder giant dragon desperately tried to block it, it still couldn't carry the stunning sword hard enough. Eventually, the thunder dragon roared in resignation. One sword transformed into 10,000 swords, and the thunder giant dragon was directly given a stranglehold into fine currents. Boom! It was as if a vacuum had been drawn out of that robbery cloud, and it completely faded away in an instant. Lu Yuan looked on in disbelief. This Qingyun Emperor. This is too strong. Surprisingly, even the strongest attack condensed by the heavenly Tao of this world could be so easily defused. Cow. Awesome. Lu Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Lu Yuan had thought, summoning a great emperor powerhouse by himself, he could walk sideways on the eastern continent. Now it seems, it was indeed possible to walk sideways on the east continent. At this point, Emperor Qingyun returned to Lu Yuan's side, but a strange flush appeared on his face. Seeing this, Lu Yuan hurriedly asked with concern, Qingyun, how's it going? Are you hurt? Lu Yuan's expression was a bit tense. If this Qingyun Emperor was injured, it would be a big loss. Great Emperor Qingyun said with a faint smile. I'm fine, Lord. It's just that there's some shock. I'll be fine after a few moments of conditioning. Hearing that it was fine, Lu Yuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, Lu Yuan was still filled with worry. Next time, it's better not to show off. After all, it's the heavens Tao robbery cloud, which is so resisted. Great Emperor Qingyun nodded. My lord, in the future, as long as I don't have to use a power that surpasses that of a martial emperor above, there shouldn't be much of a problem. However, once I utilize the power of the great emperor tier, this calamity cloud will reappear. Lu Yuan laughed dumbly. Then wouldn't it be better not to utilize the power above the great emperor? Anyway, according to your current cultivation, on this continent, you are also an invincible level of existence. Well, great Emperor Qingyun looked around and eventually placed his gaze on Luoyi. Then pointing at Luoyi, he said, luckily, with a strength like his, I can fight just 30 of them. Luoyi, feeling offended, I am invincible in the same realm as a great emperor, and 1 for 1 above a great emperor. This was the answer that Emperor Qingyun gave Lu Yuan, and at this point, the appearance of the robbery cloud just now also managed to attract the attention of everyone in the hundreds of thousands of miles around. The appalling aura of that thunder dragon managed to leave a deep impression on everyone. Next to it, Pil Qianming looked at the great Emperor Qingyun beside Lu Yuan lie with an expression on his face as if he had seen a ghost. A single strike that shattered the thunder dragon condensed by the will of the heavenly Tao? Is it human? Su Chu Yuan Zuozong and others who are also under Lu Yuan are okay. Know that it's one of your own. But this Pil Qianming, again, didn't know where this Qingyun Emperor came out from. And in the distance, the great Zhou dynasty's lineage army had already arrived within 10,000 miles of the Pilking Valley. All of them were appalled when they saw the giant dragon transformed by the lightning of destruction from afar. However, more than that, they were appalled. It was still the sword light that crossed the sky and directly killed the thunder dragon with a single sword strike. The one who can emit that kind of sword light. And what a terrifying existence. Someone compared the aura of their imperial ancestor Zhou Qianfu. They were appalled. That terrifying sword light. Even their imperial ancestors were far inferior. To know, their old ancestor, he was a half-emperor level powerhouse. That person is stronger than his own old ancestor. Wouldn't that be a true martial emperor? Chapter 98, Halfway Encounter. Lu Yuan actually had a great emperor by his side? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. It was half a day before someone whispered uncertainly, "We're traveling to the Medicine King Valley. Won't be passing by that strong man, right? Or, let's take a detour, our unauthorized passing by to disturb. If we upset that senior, then we'll be in bad luck." At this time, these people had yet to connect that suspected martial emperor powerhouse with Lu Yuan. After all, Lu Yuan is no more powerful. His men. It was also impossible to have a martial emperor powerhouse. Such an outrageous thing to happen. As for the previous intelligence that there was a half-emperor under Lu Yuan, wasn't that already seriously injured by the imperial ancestor? So, this, too, is directly ruled out by these people. In that case, just to be on the safe side, let's take a detour. We're already close to the Medicine King Valley anyway, so it's not too bad to waste this time. Zhou Huanye nodded his head after a brief moment of thought and finalized the detour plan. He was also unwilling to encounter the strong person who, just now, had cut out a terrifying sword chi, because he can't beat that either. At this time, Lu Yuan sighed. Lu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that there were no casualties on his side. The good news is that the whole process was thrilling, but fortunately nothing serious happened in the end. At that moment, Lu Yuan's gaze suddenly flickered. It's time, now, to attack Chang'an. Since the high-end combatants are available, there's no need to be afraid. Original. Lu Yuan still wanted to wait for Luo Yi's injuries to heal, or one that draws out a great emperor and heads for Chang'an again. After all, no one knew whether the great Zhou imperial family, in fact, had any other cards. And now, the great emperor powerhouse drew out. Luo Yi and the 18 horsemen had also recovered from their injuries. The time is ripe. However, just as Lu Yuan was full of confidence and just wanted to give the order. At this time, however, Yu Xiang suddenly came to report in a hurry. "My lord, our scouts have discovered the great Zhou Shijia army's trail. The other party is now over 3,000 miles away from the Peking Valley, and will arrive at the Peking Valley in a matter of days." The great Zhou dynasty was closest to the Peking Valley, so they were the first to arrive. Upon hearing Yu Xiang's report, an aura flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. It's just as well that I was just about to get the army started, but I didn't expect them to come to my door on their own. Lu Yuan sneered, then ordered, "Yuan Zuozong, summon the dragon cavalry, all gather and prepare for battle." Luo Yi, there's no problem on the side of your Yin 18th cavalry, right, Lord? We, the 18 horsemen, are perfectly fine. Luo Yi clenched his fist and hit his chest, thumping it to show that he was a million times stronger. At this moment, Luo Yi's face was filled with excitement. This time, he could finally take care of the enemy for his lord. Yes, Lu Yuan laughed. Then let the whole army go. Let them taste our power, because both sides run in both directions. Halfway, the dragon cavalry then encountered that great Zhou's 100,000 Shihua army. Good on. The surrounding terrain, a flat one, was completely suitable for the 100,000 dragon cavalry to play. 200,000 troops on both sides, two formations looking away. At this point, dozens of figures with powerful auras rose up in the air from the world family's army. The powerhouses above the half-saints all stood out and came. Zhou Huangyi was surprised as he looked across to the dragon cavalry that had already formed up. Original. He still wanted to wait for the Eastern continent, those major forces crusading against Lu Yuan to arrive, of attacking Lu Yuan together again. It didn't work out. So far away from the Peking Valley, he ran into Lu Yuan's army. But, a cold smile appeared on Zhou Huangyi's face. However, since they met, then they would advance the Lu Yuan army and swallow it completely. "Gentlemen, we've met the rightful owner. Now it's time for you to make your move. Pass my order. The one who captures Lu Yuan alive will be crowned Marquis of 10,000 households. Kill the opposing half-emperor powerhouse and seal the king of opposite sex. Kill the opposing soldiers and double your battle credit." Before the start of the war, Zhou Huangyi directly a big cake smashed down. Although these rewards, there was nothing to tempt those cultivators, but the common soldiers, one by one, began to redden with greed. Seal the king and worship the vassal. But the ultimate dream of these bottom-level cultivators, have to say, Zhou Huangyi hand mobilizes people's hearts and minds. It is still a bit clever. Zhou Huangyi decided to strike first. So directly, the 6 half-saints of the Dragon Court, led by himself, acted as the headliners. Behind them, followed by dozens of half-saint experts. Dozens of powerful people above the half-saint level exuded an aura that could not help but make one's heart feel shocked. Zhou Huangyi's heart grew cold. Little bastard. With all my strong men, let's see if I don't screw you this time. However, just when Zhou Huangyi was full of confidence, at this point, Emperor Chang Yun, however, stood out from behind Lu Yuan. "Lord, Would you like me to eliminate these annoying mole crickets completely? Great Emperor Chang Yun was indeed a great emperor powerhouse. No matter where he went, he was a striking presence. The crowd saw that beside Lu Yuan, a figure that seemed like a god in the sky had suddenly appeared. Those with lower cultivation levels are fine, not with what they all perceive anyway, knowing only that the other party was a strong person they couldn't see through. But those at the martial saint cultivation level were different. The great Chang Yun Emperor light stood there. The endless emperor's might then surged around like a tidal wave. The feeling given to these martial saints was as dazzling as the blazing sun. The people of the great Zhou dynasty, palatizing, sure this isn't a joke? What the hell? Under Lu Yuan's command, a martial emperor had really appeared? I'm not dreaming, am I? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This world is absolutely insane. That Lu Yuan, there really is a martial emperor under his command? The crowd was desperate beyond belief. At this point, that thick imperial might made the tips of their hearts tremble. It was almost impossible to control the desire to forcefully kneel down. And Zhou Huangyi was even more pale. Done. It's all over. In the hands of a great emperor powerhouse. Squeezing him and their group of martial saints was almost no different from squeezing a few ants. Right? But who would have thought? A martial emperor who hadn't been around for almost 10,000 years had actually appeared alive in front of them. Or a man who was previously under their great Zhou dynasty, the wasteful king. In the face of Emperor Qing Yun's offer, Lu Yuan shook his head. Qing Yun, we don't need you to do anything for now. Just watch from the side. Although these 100,000 or so people on the other side, great Emperor Chang Yun could destroy them all with a single hand. But the consequence of doing so was also a pitifully low value of qi. No way. This dog system was trying to prevent itself from easily gaining the qi luck value. Stronger people striking out at weaker people can be up to 99% cuts. Anyway, with Luoyi's 18 Yan Yun cavalry under his own command now, and Yuan Zuozong's 100,000 dragon cavalry army, it was enough to solve these people. Besides, Luoyi had now recovered from his injuries. Combined with the emperor slaying lance, it was enough to suppress everything. Yes, then I'll hold down the fort from the sidelines. Great Emperor Chang Yun fluttered and retreated. A pair of endlessly majestic eyes gazed icily at the situation in the field. And opposite, the great Zhou crowd saw that the great Emperor Qing Yun did not show the slightest sign of making a move, and instead retreated to the side. Instead of relaxing, the mind became more tense. Crap! A great emperor was watching them intently from the side. It's impossible for anyone else to relax. Chapter 99 Lu Yuan is from the upper domain? No one dares to move. The Dragon Court's crowd of martial saints who were ferocious just a moment ago. At this point, but it is like a small rabbit general good behavior. Even dare not gasp the atmosphere. Only the bottom soldiers, who didn't know how to die, were still wailing and charging. At this point, these soldiers' minds are all about promotion and wealth. For whether the enemy has any superpowers. In their inertia, the enemy's strongest person. Then naturally they had a strong person on their side to hold them back. It's not even something they should be thinking about. However, these soldiers were unaware of this. The strongest members of his own family, at this moment, were all as if they were quails, and were trembling in fear, hearing those soldiers shouting and fighting. Those 6 martial saint-level powerhouses from the Dragon Court became even more nervous, afraid of upsetting that great emperor on the other side. Then, slap them all to death. At this point, Zhou Huangyi also finally realized it. Why is it that his own royal ancestor is requesting the upper ambassador to make a move? This nifty martial emperor has come out. Who can beat it? Though, Zhou Huangyi and the others were intimidated by the presence of the Qing Yun emperor. Lu Yuan, however, would not stop because of this. Yuan Zuozong, the last general is here. Luoyi, the last general is here. Lead the army to attack and crush the opposite army for me. Hang them all. Leave no one behind. Lu Yuan said with an icy voice. With regards to these qi luck values that were delivered to his door, Lu Yuan naturally chose to accept them in their entirety. Kill them all. Not a single one. Nah. With Lu Yuan's command, Yuan Zuozong and Luoyi, 2 great generals full of murderous aura answered. Yuan Zuozong waved his hand. The 100,000 dragon cavalry behind them immediately resumed their movements from the petrified queue. Rumble. 100,000 dragon riders, lined up neatly, and in less than a few breaths, they had already converted into a charging formation. Dragon riders, kill! Yuan Zuozong let out a roar and acted as an arrowhead himself. With the might of the martial saint, act as that sharpest spearhead. Kill, kill, kill! The roar of the 100,000 dragon cavalry army shook the heavens. The opposite side of the world's family army that were charging. All of their hearts couldn't help but sprout a cloud of cold air. A wave of awe rushed from the soles of his feet straight to the sky. cowardice before battle. The aura of the dragon cavalry army directly emboldened them. But these worldly armies, after all, were all experts who started out as martial masters. The cultivation on the surface was not much weaker than the dragon cavalry anymore. So, although the dragon cavalry was majestic and charged towards theirs with an invincible aura, but these worldly armies, too, did not immediately lose the courage to fight against them. Plus, Zhou Huangyi before, giving with them the excitement of promotion and wealth. The men wailed, the fear in their eyes, once again taken over by greed. Then, it ruthlessly charged with the dragon riders. Kill one person to be clothed and fed. Kill 2 people to get promoted and become rich. Charge on, brothers. Capture the other side's commander alive and we'll be crowned kings. Each and every one of these worldly armies, on their faces, had the bloodthirsty smile of a springtime dream, as if the next moment, they can then become king in place and have a family fortune. However, next, when the dragon cavalry was like a sharp blade, it directly stabbed the Shijiazhuang army through and through. The dream of these worldly armies, of being crowned king and worshipping the king, was finally shattered. Boom! Countless Shijia troops, by the galloping war horses of the dragon cavalry, were directly knocked into the sky. Alternatively, by the roaring war horses, they were trampled to death directly. Although these worldly armies, all of them were strong above the level of a martial master. These men, however, had almost no formation chapters to speak of. After all, they were all put together by the major families. So what kind of military coordination can you expect from them? Perhaps, these people, taken individually, are all good on one side, but this is a battlefield, facing the dragon cavalry, whose realm was higher than theirs and who were also well trained. It was a massacre. Gradually, the smiles on the faces of these red-eyed worldly soldiers gradually froze. They were appalled. Surround yourself with people. It seems, less and less, all of them are lying on the ground. This doesn't seem to be going for war credits on its own. Instead, it's just another headshot for the other team. No, don't kill me, don't crowd me. If you want to rush, you rush. Let me back off first. I am a strong martial king. I surrender. I can be your slave army. Don't kill me. What had been an open-hearted laugh had now turned into a miserable plea for mercy. It's not that they don't want to fight. Rather, they can't fight at all. One's own attacks, which landed on the enemy's body, nonetheless did not cause a single bit of damage to the enemy. Even his own weapon rolled its edge. Then, taking advantage of the moment, they froze in shock. The butcher's knife of the dragon riders had fallen on them. Cultivation, tactics, equipment. They were directly crushed on all fronts from start to finish. The formation of the 100,000 Shijiazhuang army was like being covered by goosefeather snow, melting away at a rapid pace. And at this point, the battlefield above, Luo led the 18 horsemen and fought against several martial saint experts from Great Zhou, although each of the 18 riders was wounded. But let's not forget that they could each be peak martial saint level powerhouses, and there were only 6 strong martial saints on the opposite side, 18 to 6. That image is simply beautiful. But Lu Yuan was very gentlemanly and didn't let the 18 riders use a siege. After all, if you are in a circle, the system determines that you are outnumbered. That would be another big cut in chi value. Lu Yuan decided to go straight into single combat, 6 on 6, giving them every chance. And at this point, Zhou Huangyi saw that 18 martial saint powerhouses had unexpectedly appeared together. A hint of mania appeared on his face. 18? Martial saint? No, it can't be. How could that little bastard Lu Yuan have so many powerful martial saints under his command? Zhou Huangyi roared wildly in disbelief. The appearance of a martial emperor powerhouse was enough to break him. Results now. Surprisingly, another 18 in a row. No, if we even counted the two Li Sandao and Yuanzhua zone, that would be 20 martial saints. A whole 20 martial saints. Even if you added up all the martial saints in the entire eastern continent, there probably weren't even this many. Could it be that this Lu Yuan also come from the upper domain? Thinking about this, Zhou Huangyi immediately winced. Otherwise, and how could one explain why, under Lu Yuan, so many powerful people had appeared? And it's still all like Lu Yuan is a die-hard loyalist. The thought that he, potentially, might have offended the people from the upper domain caused a wave of fear in Zhou Huangyi's heart. The upper domain is not to be messed with. This was an ironclad rule that had been passed down amongst these transcendent powers of theirs. Ever, the eastern continent wasn't the way it is now. There were many major powers. Rather, it was a superb superpower that ruled the entire eastern Zhou continent. However, it's that huge a force. But because of offending a small power in the upper domain, an incoming ambassador, results, that huge imperial dynasty that ruled the entire eastern continent directly fell apart. Don't ask. Ask if it was that upper domain power that did it. From there, then there is the present situation of the East continent, where all the major powers are spreading out across the continent. Chapter 100 Arrow destroying demon slaughter. Transmission Jade slip. No way. This matter is too much at stake. Now, the only way is to return to the Dragon Court and ask the Imperial Ancestor to make a determination. At this point, Zhou Huangyi no longer had any intention of fighting in his heart. Still fighting? Himself now. It was still an unknown whether he could live or not. As for successfully escaping under the nose of a great emperor, Zhou Huangyi's gaze flickered madly. It's a long shot, but how can we know unless we try? Watching the 18 horsemen of Yan Yun attacking towards him. Except for Zhou Huangyi, the other 6 Dragon Court martial saint powerhouses simply didn't know how to do well. War, or surrender. They stole a glance in the direction of Emperor Qingyun not far away. However, he realized that the great Emperor Qingyun, it seemed as if he wasn't prepared to make a move. All of these martial saint powerhouses could not help but let out a secret sigh of relief. Okay, as long as that martial emperor powerhouse on the other side didn't make a move. And so, facing the attack of Yan Yun's 18 horsemen, the 6 Dragon Court's martial saint experts all chose to face the battle with a hard head. However, as it turns out, they were overthinking it after all. When they exchanged blows with those 6 Yan Yun 18 riders, their faces changed wildly. Just now, they were all nervous about the existence of great Emperor Qingyun. Instead, they don't realize it. What kind of cultivation was the person who attacked his opponent? Not bad. The opposing martial saint is a martial saint. But Nima, it didn't say it was a peak-level martial saint existence. At their level of cultivation, any small realm, it was a gulf-level difference. And in combat, it's even more evident. Boom, boom, boom. Just after the exchange of blows, on the side of Great Zhou, 2 martial saint powerhouses were killed or injured. The body of a martial saint was directly shattered hard. The martial saint's soul was directly hardened. The 2 saint realm powerhouses directly disappeared completely between heaven and earth. Surprise! The 4 remaining Great Zhou martial saints were filled with shock as they looked at the scene in front of them. 1 round. 2 dead? How else is this going to play? Now, everyone, completely lost the courage to continue fighting. No way. Gotta plan a quick retreat. Zhou Huangyi was intensely disturbed in his heart. Keep fighting like that. Don't even ask that martial emperor powerhouse to personally make a move. He would have been whacked to death by that martial saint he was fighting against in front of him. Right now, the time has come. Zhou Huangyi's eyes dodged. Take advantage of the shock of those around you. Facing the attack of an 18 horseman, Zhou Huangyi suddenly made a false move. Then, directly from the spatial ring, he took out a jade slip. With lightning speed, it was crushed directly. At once, a burst of light bloomed and a dark spatial black hole appeared, directly wrapping Zhou Huangyi's entire body. Around, the crowd didn't even react before Zhou Huangyi directly disappeared into thin air. Next to it, those Dragon Court powerhouses were stunned when they saw Zhou Huangyi suddenly disappearing into thin air. Subsequently, an extremely heavy mood exploded in their hearts. Done. Even their Great Zhou's oldest ancestor escaped. Next to it, Demon Slayer cursed damnation when he saw Zhou Huangyi escaping. This old thing, it just runs fast. But, Devil's Slaughter can also distinguish the current form of the field. It was indeed time to run away. With a martial emperor powerhouse beside him to press the issue, Devil Slayer didn't dare to exaggerate. Straight away, he used his bottom card, the demon transformation technique. Then, towards his mouth again, he threw a few strength-boosting elixirs. He didn't do all this to fight to the death, just trying to escape. Did everything. At once, Devil Slaughter's entire aura suddenly became unprecedentedly powerful. The demonic aura was so monstrous that it almost covered half of the sky. Ha ha, goodbye, gentlemen. With a flash, Devil Slayer had appeared 10,000 miles away. Devil Butcher laughed wildly. Ha ha, what's wrong with having a great emperor? Hadn't he himself managed to escape under the eyes of the great emperor? Humph, 2 people escaped one after another, and great Emperor Qingyun immediately let out a cold snort. However, just as Emperor Qingyun was about to make a move, Luo Yi, however, suddenly stopped him. Qingyun Emperor, don't make a move, just leave this person to me. The other one that broke space and escaped, that one's all yours. Yes. Upon hearing this, great Emperor Qingyun only hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. Seeing that Emperor Qingyun agreed, Luo Yi hemmed and hawed. Then, directly, he took out his great purple gold bow. The moment he got the bow and arrow, Luo Yi's eyes instantly became as sharp as a falcon's. Ha! That was a quick escape. Looking at the demon slaughter that was 10,000 miles away, it was getting farther and farther away. Instead of worrying, Luo Yi even had an easy smile on his face. Without slowing down, he pulled out a feathered arrow, opening his bow. He directly locked onto the demon slaughter that was already nearly 100,000 miles away. Whoosh! A soft whistle. The long arrow carried a thick sense of destruction and shot directly at the demon slayer. At this point, Devil Slayer suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis explode out. A turnaround. An arrow with an inexplicable aura gradually enlarged in his pupils. No! Devil Butcher cried out in terror. But the cold arrows will not be merciful. The powerful arrow intent erupted with a bang, directly blowing demon slaughter into a bloody mist. That demonic blood was still trying to regroup. But Luo Yi's arrows would not be that simple. One could only see countless broken auras that lingered above the demonic blood, gradually causing it to become dead. Eventually, Devil Slaughter, fall, and at this point, the void. Phew, Zhou Huangye let out a deep sigh of relief. Luckily, he had the teleportation jade slip bestowed by the superior ambassador earlier. Now, that great emperor shouldn't be able to come after us, right? After all, this is a teleportation jade slip given by the superior ambassador himself. Zhou Huangye smiled smugly. At this point, at the battlefield, Emperor Qingyan watched coldly as Zhou Huangye teleported away using the jade slip, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a smile. Escape? Can you escape? The great Emperor Qingyan's mouth murmured. His eyes suddenly transformed into a starry sky as deep and magnificent as dots of starlight flickered within them. Looking into the void, it was as if he had pierced through the layers of space and saw the figure of Zhou Huangye who was shuttling the void. Zhou Huangye, who was weaving at an extremely fast speed, immediately felt a palpitating sensation coming from his heart. What's the situation? Zhou Huangye instantly frowned. Divine sense was released and viewed around for a long time. Realizing that there was indeed nothing unusual around him, Zhou Huangye could not help but shake his head. Never mind. I guess it was my own illusion just now. In the void. Except when encountering void turbulence, or meet other powerful people to hijack them. Otherwise, it's absolutely very safe. But Zhou Huangye had just relaxed in his heart for less than a second. A huge, gigantic hand shattered the layers of time and space and directly gripped towards him. Zhou Huangye was shocked as he looked at the huge hand that came across the countless voids, his face full of astonishment. This, with such a long distance between them, the other great emperor was able to chase after them? Zhou Huangye tried to resist, but the aura on his body had just coalesced. It was as if the owner of that huge palm was flicking a bedbug. With a flick of his fingers, he directly flicked Zhou Huangye into unconsciousness. Subsequently, as soon as he scooped it up, he shattered the layers of emptiness again and retreated. Chapter 101, Sword Slave Seal. Great Emperor Qingyun threw the dead dog like Zhou Huangye directly onto the ground. The reason for bringing back the Zhou Huangye, it was only because the Qingyun Emperor killed it. The value of the qi would be cut by 99%. It would be different with a random person. 90% at best. This comes and goes 9%. Then it's a lot of qi value. After all, you have to be frugal. With that, the two strongest martial saints within the dragon court ambushed one after another. The two remaining martial saints were also alone. In less than 10 breaths of time, they were all decimated. Saint realm powerhouses fell and blood stained the sky. And those worldly armies at the bottom of the battlefield are no better. Not even a single survivor escaped under the iron hooves of the dragon riders. The great Zhou Shijiazhuang army that had originally arrived in great numbers. Results, without even a splash. They were simply annihilated. I don't know. One would have thought that these people specifically came to give Lu Yuan Qi luck values. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beheading 100,000 enemies under his command. Among them, there are 5 martial saints and 5 half-saints. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the value of Qi, 8,637,200. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a mega battle, rewarding him with 500,000 Qi values. Asterisk. Seeing these Qi luck values, Lu Yuan couldn't help but be slightly exasperated. I wiped it out. Another 9 million plus million Qi luck value. Every time. All of them are just that close to making the imperial drawl. System, I suspect you're doing this on purpose. It's so close every time. Do you know it's hard for me to watch? Lu Yuan exasperatedly questioned towards the system. Every time it's this close, it's like a cat scratching your heart. Right. And those people from the Pill King Valley before. At this point, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered Pill Chiming and the others. Since there was less Qi luck value, it would be good to let those people like Medicine Qi and Ning top it up. Those big guys, they're worth a lot of Qi. At this point, Yuan Zuozong walked to Lu Yuan with a big stride and handed Lu Yuan a few space rings with great vigor. Lord, what's inside this ring are the supplies we gathered from cleaning up the battlefield. The other 6 rings belong to those 6 martial saints of the enemy. The battle is just over. Yuan Zuozong then cleaned up the battlefield and collected all the loot, giving it to Lu Yuan. Tough luck. Yuan Zuozong. Lu Yuan nodded. Lu Yuan looked at the 7 rings in his hand with an interested gaze. I can't believe I seized 7 space rings this time. It seems that this group of Dragon Court ancestors still have a bit of accumulation. For the time being, other priorities were put aside. Then, Lu Yuan probed his divine sense into the ring and began to check it out. First is the ring that holds the spoils of the 100,000 strong army. There were a lot of resources within this ring, but most of them were very ordinary. There's no treasure or anything like that present. Lu Yuan just checked it out and his interest wilted. Immediately afterward, he set his eyes on the rings of those 6 martial saints. There's a lot of good stuff in here. Lu Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. These 6 martial saints' spatial rings gave Lu Yuan a pleasant surprise. One of the rings should be the one of Zhou Huangyi. In addition to the many resources Lu Yuan found in it, he even found 2 8th grade healing pills. These 2 8th grade healing pills should be used by that old thief as his own bottom card. Too bad. Now he'll never have the chance to use it again. It'll be cheap for me then. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. When a great emperor strikes, he either casts off or cools off. Where else would you be given the chance to use a healing potion? Lu Yuan called out to Luo Yi and handed over these 2 8th grade pills to the other party. Luo Yi, with these 2 healing pills, your injuries should be able to recover completely. Luo Yi respectfully received the elixir and nodded excitedly. Yes, Lord. Actually, 1 is enough. When I recover, I will soon be able to fight for you again. Oh, there's no rush. There's plenty of time for that later. Lu Yuan laughed. Since Luo Yi only needs 1, Lu Yuan then bestowed another 8th grade elixir directly to one of the 18 riders. After all, this group of 18 riders, too, needed to recover from their injuries. From within the spatial rings of these 6 martial saints, Lu Yuan had not only found countless extremely valuable treasures, it also gathered a small mountain of rare herbs. Looking at the ring, there were still many cherished medicinal herbs within it. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, then directly called out to Shadow Ink. Go, give these herbs to Pil Qianming and have him continue to concoct some more 8th grade pills out. Right, when the pills are refined, you'll exterminate them all. Lu Yuan said indifferently. All these herbs, it's a waste to leave them there. It would be better to give it to Pil Qianming and let him refine all these herbs into useful pills. Then destroy them. Think of it, too, as the last wave of waste. At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly sighed. Alas, it's a pity. If only those people from Pil Qianming had been obedient. A super great alchemist is also very useful. Lu Yuan said with some regret. Alchemists were also a scarce profession on the eastern state continent. The high-grade pills they made were strategic-level resources. If one has a powerful alchemist for their own forces, it is a great help. At that moment, Great Emperor Cheng Yun also saw the hesitation in Lu Yuan's eyes. So it was a direct question. Lord, since those people are useful to you, why not leave them alive? Lu Yuan shook his head sadly. These people know what they know. I've already offended them to death. If I leave them alive, they might stab us in the back in the future. Instead of letting them backstab, let's just make the first move. Upon hearing this, Great Emperor Cheng Yun smiled indistinctly and said, so that's it. That's simple. I'll directly plant the Qing Yun sword seal on them and turn them into sword slaves. Won't that be enough? Lu Yuan was astonished. A sword slave? And what is a sword slave? Great Emperor Cheng Yun explained. In the 9 styles of green cloud that I cultivate, there is a puppet technique. By being planted with my sword slave seal reporter, you will become my sword slave. The sword slaves will be completely obedient to their masters, becoming slaves in general. Even if he is told to die, the sword slave will obey without hesitation. You even have that? Lu Yuan looked at Great Emperor Qing Yun in surprise. No wonder it's a great emperor. The means were so profound that he was even able to produce the sword slave seal that controlled other people's minds. However, Emperor Qing Yun, shook his head sadly. It's just a pity that after being planted with a sword mark and becoming a sword slave, most of their sanity will also be worn out. Become a human being, a puppet who only knows how to follow orders. Stagnant, stupid, and completely incapable of thinking on his own. Lu Yuan nodded with conviction and said, there are pros and cons. This might be the limitations of a sword slave, but then this is pretty strong too. It's just a puppet. As long as it retains its abilities in life, nothing else matters. What Lu Yuan wanted was the ability of Pil Chiming and the others to concoct pills. As for the rest, it's not so important. If that's the case, then I'll leave Pil Chiming and the rest of the Pil King Valley crowd, all of them, to you. Lu Yuan smiled at Great Emperor Cheng Yun with delight. Chapter 102 Sword Slave Medicine Qian Ming. Subsequently, Lu Yuan then asked Shadow Mo to bring Pil Qian Ming and a group of Pil King Valley elders all over. Lu, Prince Lu, At this moment, Pil Qianming had completely lost his previous arrogant appearance. Seeing the great Emperor Cheng Yun beside Lu Yuan, Medicine Chiming cringed and licked his dry lips, swallowing hard. This one, but a perverted level powerhouse who could, with a single sword, cut through a thunderbolt. And, no surprise there, this should be the legendary Great Emperor powerhouse. No doubt. In the face of Pil Chiming's groveling, Lu Yuan directly ignored him. Seeing that the person had been brought, Lu Yuan directly nodded gently to the Great Emperor Cheng Yun. Cheng Yun, it's up to you next. Show us your sword seal. Emperor Cheng Yun stood out with a bland expression and respectfully arched his hand at Lu Yuan. My lord. Immediately, Great Emperor Cheng Yun turned his head to look at Pil Qianming. The expression on his face began to look solemn. The hand was even more spiritual light. Sword intent condensed in scent. A profound aura condensed around. Being stared dead in the face by Great Emperor Cheng Yun's majestic and emotionless eyes, Pil Qianming was instantly a little hairy. What do you want? Pil Qianming looked at the crowd warily. With his keen senses, he immediately sensed that something seemed to be wrong with the situation in front of him. However, and not a single person on the scene paid him any attention. Much less was there anyone to explain to him exactly what he was going to face next. Gar. The uneasy feeling in Pil Qianming's heart grew heavier and heavier. The scene was so silent that even Medicine Chiming could hear himself swallowing his saliva. Heaven and earth are limitless. The sword is dry. Pardon. Green Cloud Sword Seal. Not. As the last seal was formed in the hands of the Great Emperor Cheng Yun, Great Emperor Cheng Yun immediately let out a furious cry. Moment. A small sword that flickered with faint light and shadow rushed straight towards Pil Qianming's head. Pil Qianming's eyes widened in horror. Seeing the light and shadow small sword, Pil Qianming instinctively felt a great crisis. No, don't come over here. Pil Qianming's eyes widened in shock, and his feet retreated back and forth. However, now Pil Qianming's entire cultivation was sealed. In the end, it's the equivalent of an ordinary person. Even if he escaped, where could he go? The lightsaber minisword followed the shadows. In just a blink of an eye, it was as if he was in no man's land, directly drilling into Medicine Chiming's head. Boom! At once, Pil Qianming only felt his mind explode, as if the sky had collapsed into a blank. Stunner! Endless vertigo! Medicine Qianming foamed at the mouth. His eyelids turned white, and his body began to twitch like a sheep. In the meantime, a faint, almost invisible small sword mark gradually emerged in the middle of Pil Qianming's forehead. Its mold. It was exactly the same as the Green Cloud sword in the hands of the Green Cloud Emperor. This Medicine Qianming should be fine, right? Lu Yuan was filled with confusion as he looked at Medicine Chiming as if he was having an attack. Subconsciously, he took 2 steps back. Don't infect yourself with this. At this point, Great Emperor Cheng Yun slightly exhaustedly exhaled softly. Obviously, giving a sword seal to a peak martial saint level powerhouse wasn't that easy for Emperor Cheng Yun. Lord, don't worry. Everything is fine. Emperor Cheng Yun smiled faintly and assured Lu Yuan. Perhaps it was because Medicine Chiming's cultivation level was very high. Under the erosion of the sword seal, Pil Qianming actually lasted for a small half column of incense. Finally, Medicine Chiming, who had been twitching for half a day, suddenly stopped twitching, lying on the ground as if he were a dead man. Lu Yuan frowned and commanded Su Chu next to him. Su Chu, go, see what's going on. No. Being named, Su Chu was also somewhat reluctant. Not knowing where to find a small stick, he slowly approached Medicine Chiming who was lying on the ground, and used the stick to pick at him twice. Suddenly, at this time, Medicine Chiming stood straight up from the ground as if he had swindled a corpse. The movements were so bizarre that even Su Chu next to him was startled. Just see this moment. Medicine Chiming's entire pupils were already completely unfocused. It was like a great wisdom, full of demented looks, and its facial expression, too, was dumbfounded, as if it were a puppet on strings. However, Cheng Yun Emperor was relieved to see Pil Qianming in this state. My lord, fortunately, it's done. It's done? Lu Yuan blinked. Then, curious, he grabbed the small wooden stick from Su Chu's hand and slowly approached Medicine Chiming. Great Emperor Cheng Yun crowed from the side. Don't worry lord, it won't bite. Oh, that's just fine. Lu Yuan let out an awkward laugh. Just now, Medicine Chiming whooshed from the ground, and all of a sudden, he was upright in battle. Didn't even bend a knee. With that weird scene, Lu Yuan thought he had seen a zombie from his previous life. Lu Yuan was bold though, but perhaps he was influenced by his previous life. He was also afraid of these gods and goddesses. After taking a closer look, Lu Yuan couldn't help but tsk. See Yakuchamin with your own eyes and lose your own mind, and then turned into a puppet-like being. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart. Luckily, this Qingyun emperor was one of his own, otherwise it would have been truly terrifying. At this point, Lu Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and directly took out all the medicinal herbs within his spatial ring. At once, the scene appeared directly on an herb. Qingyun, you let this pill Qianming try and see if he can still refine pills properly. The reason why he wanted to turn medicine Qianming into a sword slave. Simply because Lu Yuan was also looking at the other party's alchemy talent. So, now Lu Yuan also wanted to test it out to see if medicine Qianming, who had turned into a sword slave, could still make pills. Words. The great Emperor Qingyun directly gave Pill Qianming the order to refine the pills. Woohoo! Pill Qianming received the command issued by great Emperor Qingyun, and his stiff body, at once, began to stiffly move. The movement was nonetheless incredibly slow, and it also seems very creepy compared to normal people. But yes, they are able to move around normally. Pill Qianming clumsily started rummaging through the mountain of herbs. After finding the herbs, step by step, he slowly walked to the alchemy furnace. Build a fire, pouring oil. Ah shucks, aura bloomed in both hands and began to cast spells. The herbs are then added. Then, all as if by instinct, the alchemy began. Lu Yuan had just let Pill Qianming casually refine a 4th grade, low-grade elixir for the sake of experimentation. In the hands of Pill Qianming, a super alchemist, in almost less than 10 breaths of time, it had been refined. Woohoo! Pill Qianming placed the refined pills in the already prepared jade box. Immediately, then he returned to his full dull face. Abbreviation. Stand by. Chapter 103, Zhang Shannon. It's good to be able to more or less share for yourself. Not bad. The 4th grade pills that this Pill Qianming has refined are also the very best in existence among the 4th grade pills. Lu Yuan appreciated the quality of the elixir and then nodded with satisfaction. Although this medicine Qianming, all but lost its autonomous consciousness, doing things and all according to their instincts, but the effect, so to speak, is still good. It's safe to say, compared to before, the impact can be said to be almost non-existent, except for the slower movement. The first success. Next, great Emperor Qingyun did as he had done, stretching his demonic grasp towards the bodies of the other Pill King Valley elders. Have mercy, don't turn me like the Valley Master. Please, don't ever. By the way, I can be obedient. I'll do whatever you say. Just please don't turn me into a puppet like the Valley Master. These Pill King Valley elders had completely witnessed the entire process. Seeing that it was now their turn, they all cried out, wailing and begging to be spared. And in response, Lu Yuan's had a sneer on his face. You should be happy if you didn't turn you into chiropractors. Under Lu Yuan's authorization, Emperor Qingyun had turned all of these alchemists into sword slaves. Lord, I took the sword master seal and engraved it on this jade slip. The one who holds this jade slip will be able to command these sword slaves. Even just a single thought can easily determine the life and death of these sword slaves. Great Emperor Qingyun handed a jade slip to Lu Yuan. Sure enough, Lu Yuan had just received this jade slip engraved with a sword flower imprint. Then he felt a trace of inexplicable connection with those sword slaves. Lu Yuan's heart moved slightly. One of the sword slaves, numbly, took a step forward and then spun in place. Nice. Lu Yuan was slightly new. This sword slave, indeed, perfectly executed all kinds of commands along with his own mind. Even if Lu Yuan controlled these sword slaves and wiped his own neck, it was estimated that those sword slaves, too, would carry out the order without hesitation. At this point, Emperor Qingyun's tired voice rang out. Lord, I'm a bit tired, so I'll go and tune up first. Great Emperor Qingyun lightly panted, his eyes filled with exhaustion. Even with the martial emperor level cultivation of Great Emperor Qingyun, he was somewhat overwhelmed after laying down sword seals on so many people. After all, the process of turning someone into a sword slave and taking complete control of someone's mind is very complicated. Even any other ordinary martial emperor powerhouse wouldn't be able to do what the Qingyun emperor did. Go rest now. Hard work Qingyun, Lu Yuan hurriedly said. If he really tired out the Qingyun emperor in any way, then it would really be more than worth it. After sending the Qingyun emperor to rest, Lu Yuan turned back, looking at the dozens of sword slaves in front of him with a thoughtful face. At this point, these dozen or so sword slaves all seemed like a single doll. If you don't have orders, you know to stand there stupidly. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and directly called Yu Xiang. Yu Xiang, these sword slaves, you find a secret stronghold in Drizzle and place them temporarily. In the future, all the resources you collect can be given to the sword slaves and refined into pills. With this, also if can enhance the strength of your fine rain. Lu Yuan decided that it was better to place these sword slaves in the secret stronghold of fine rain. One to come. Sometimes refining some high-grade pills could easily take several days. or even as long as 10 days and half a month. And one is now, every moment, making the march. It's impossible to press the enemy somewhere and stay for 10 days. Obviously, these sword slaves are not fit to follow one side. It would be better to prevent all these people in the secret strongholds that Drizzle has set up in the major enemies. Not only is it very safe, and it was also possible to maximize efficiency and allow these sword slave alchemists to utilize their light and heat. Yes, Lord. Yu Xiang nodded respectfully at this point, but Yu Xiang suddenly hesitated. By the way, Lord, then the families of these sword slaves should be dealt with? Before, in order to control these alchemists, Lu Yuan had also arrested all the families of these alchemists together, trying to use it as blackmail. Yet now, these alchemists have been made into sword slaves. Then their families, naturally, don't need to be held hostage. It's better to keep that bunch of hidden evils than to just get rid of them all. Kill. Lu Yuan's gaze chilled and he said in a vicious voice. Yu Xiang hesitated. Then, Pil Qianming's daughter, Pil Haier, should be disposed of as well? At those words, Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh. That's for sure. No. Just as Lu Yuan was about to ask Yu Xiang to dispose of Pil Haier altogether, a hurried, petulant voice suddenly rang out. Lu Yuan turned his head to see that it was actually Jiang Shannon, who was panting and jogging over. Seeing Jiang Qianing appear here, Lu Yuan's face darkened. Why? When is it your turn to butt in on my business? Lu Yuan's face was gloomy and uncertain as he coldly rushed at Jiang Qianing and questioned. Never, ever, do you have to stick your nose in other people's business? When? Again, have you ever been interrupted by someone else? All this time, Lu Yuan hadn't grounded Jiang Shannon and could let her move freely. Now it seems, it simply gives too much freedom and goes overboard. And at this point, seeing Lu Yuan's hidden signs of anger, Jiang Qianing was immediately terrified. Just now, she was walking around the neighborhood and happened to overhear the conversation between Lu Yuan and Yu Xiang. Surprisingly, he heard that Lu Yuan was actually going to get Medicine Shear killed. And so, in her desperation, that's when she opened her mouth to block it. Jiang Shannon hurriedly said, Your Majesty, forgive me. I'm the only woman in this huge barracks, and I don't even have anyone to talk to on weekdays. Your Highness, let this Pil Haier come and keep Shallow Ning company. Such a good a beauty billet. Shallow Ning tempering some, also can serve the king properly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan unexpectedly glanced at Jiang Shannon with some surprise in his heart. This girl, when did she become so understanding? But, in response to Jiang Shannon's request, Lu Yuan, however, was somewhat moved. Do you want to teach the Medicine Shear a lesson? Hey, I've never enjoyed a flush myself. Lu Yuan rubbed his chin. Also good. Anyway, this Pil Haier wasn't bad looking, and her cultivation was sloppy enough to keep up. Just let her stay by Jiang Shannon's side and keep Jiang Shannon company. Anyway, beside Jiang Shannon, there were 2 shadow guards fixed to watch over her. The 2 of them, this Medicine Haier and Jiang Shalloning, couldn't make any trouble. Alright, then let's leave that Pil Haier alive first. Seeing that Lu Yuan was relieved, Jiang Shannon let out a slight sigh of relief. Okay, either way, it's good to save a life. Actually, the reason why she opened her mouth to plead for Pil Haier was only because she looked at Pil Haier's pity and felt sympathetic to the same illness. Sure, there is a more important point. It is she alone. It is really difficult to endure Lu Yuan's conquest, especially recently. Each time, it felt like she was dying. It's good to get one now to more or less share the load for yourself. Chapter 104, Origin Immortal Stone. The horrified Zhou Huangyi. Looking at Jiang Shannon, who left in a huff, Lu Yuan let out a dark sigh. This ninny, but, hopefully, after that, this ninny will give herself a surprise. Along with the Pil King Valley crowd, they all had their own downfalls. A new problem was now in front of Lu Yuan. That is, where to get the 10 million fortune values to gather 10 million fortune values for an emperor-level lottery by oneself. At this point, Lu Yuan's gaze couldn't help but rest on the ground, on the unconscious Zhou Huangyi. Oh, good thing there's a ready-made one here. Lu Yuan couldn't help but have an inexplicable smile appear on his face. Earlier, Emperor Chang Yun had captured this guy and casually tossed him aside. If it wasn't for his own subconscious glance, he almost forgot about this person. Since now, those people from the Medicine King Valley had been turned into sword slaves, it was impossible to obtain any more chi luck values from them. The situation, the heavy responsibility of gathering chi luck value for himself could only be placed on the body of this great Zhou old ancestor in front of him. Kajimo. Hearing Lu Yuan's command, Shadow Ink directly burrowed out of Lu Yuan's shadow and respectfully knelt beside him. Take him while he's sick. Take advantage of this great Zhou old ancestor's unconsciousness. You come, and directly take care of this great Zhou old ancestor. Lu Yuan said with a cold smile. A half-saint, tackling a peak martial saint. Even with the Qing Yun Emperor's previous intervention, the value of this fortune should also be reduced to the maximum extent possible. My lord, with regard to Lu Yuan's orders, Shadow Ink directly executed them brainlessly. With a dagger in hand, Shadow Mo dodged and approached Zhou Huangye's side. However, at this point, as if Shadow Ink had noticed something, he gave a soft eep. Ha! What is it? Shadow Moore lowered his dagger first. Then, following Zhou Huangye's pocket, he directly pulled out a crystal-like jade. What's the matter, Shadow Ink? Did you find something? Lu Yuan looked at Shadow Ink suspiciously. With a few dodges, Shadow Ink reappeared beside Lu Yuan, and, handing over this jade, he gave it to Lu Yuan. Lord, I just sensed that there is an inexplicable aura on this great Zhou ancestor, and then when I searched, I found this stone. As an assassin in the shadows, Shadow Ink had always been more sensitive to the various scents of the. So, as soon as she got close to Zhou Huangye, she immediately noticed the difference. What is this? Lu Yuan curiously looked at the jade that Shadow Mo handed over. Lu Yuan released his divine sense into the jade and felt it slightly, only to find out. The energy within this jade was actually very different from the aura within his own body. It seemed to be even more advanced than the aura in his own body. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Yoo-hoo, it's, like, still a big baby? Also, what could be placed close to a martial saint powerhouse by Zhou Huang Yitang? How bad could something be? At this time, Yu Xiang also came to Lu Yuan's side. Looking at the milky white stone, there was a flash of surprise. It was followed by some uncertainty. Lord, this thing seems to be an origin immortal stone. Strange, the origin immortal stone. Shouldn't it be a product of the upper domain? How did it appear on this eastern continent? Yu Xiang suddenly furrowed her brows and showed a cautious look. Yu Xiang, this origin immortal stone, what is it again? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan asked Yu Xiang curiously. Yu Xiang replied back in a deep voice. This origin immortal stone is precious beyond measure. According to the records, this origin immortal stone, which is usually circulated in the upper domain, is similar to a spirit stone, and is used as an aid for the cultivation of the strongest people in the upper domain. But for the cultivators in the lower realms, the benefits are also numerous. If one were to absorb the energy within the origin immortal stone, it would be possible to greatly enhance ordinary cultivators, increase the probability of cultivating to the martial emperor level. The upper regions? Is it hard to believe that it's the immortal world? Hearing this, Lu Yuan suddenly resounded with the words spoken by Emperor Qing Yun earlier. Now, as far as Lu Yuan knew, the East continent he was currently in was still just the mortal realm. Above the martial emperor, the limits of this world had already been reached. At that time, we'll ascend to the immortal world. Now, after listening to Yu Xiang's explanation, Lu Yuan felt that the so-called upper domain should be the immortal realm without a doubt. Yu Xiang nodded. That's right. The upper realm is the realm reached by ascension after reaching martial emperor. According to our prediction, the cultivation of the people there will be very powerful. So it is. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Since this great Zhou old ancestor possesses the origin immortal stone, doesn't it mean that great Zhou has a connection with the upper domain? A brilliant light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Since this origin immortal stone was incredibly precious and belonged exclusively to the immortal realm, and since this great Zhou's ancestor holds one, wouldn't that mean this great Zhou has it already hooked up with the upper domain? However, Yu Xiang shook her head. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of this great Zhou accidentally obtaining this origin immortal stone. After all, everyone has everyone's chance. At those words, Lu Yuan directly raised his eyebrows. Also, forget it, just wake up this Zhou Huangyi and ask him personally. Said, Lu Yuan directly made a wink towards Shadow Mo. Shadow Moore nodded knowingly, then stepped forward and pia two slaps, almost slapping Zhou Huangyi's head off. Lu Yuan behind him shrunk his neck. So violent. Direct physical wake-up call method? Sure enough, that Zhou Huangyi finally woke up quietly under such violence, seeing himself surrounded by all the people he did not recognize. Zhou Huangye was startled. Hastily, he assumed a fighting stance. When he sensed his surroundings, as if there was no aura of that terrifying martial emperor powerhouse, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. I wonder for what reason the other party let himself go. And, at the moment, it doesn't seem to be around itself. Then, himself, right now, escaping this place, shouldn't be much of a problem. However, Fogweed, how is it possible? It's a half-emperor. When Zhou Huangyi saw Luoyi standing on the side, his eyes almost glazed over. Based on previous news, wasn't the half-emperor powerhouse under Lu Yuan already seriously injured? But now, why do you look so alive again? Zhou Huangye, there are a few things I want you to ask. At this time, Lu Yuan suddenly spoke faintly. Original. Zhou Huangyi stared at Luo Yi with a wary death glare. It was only after hearing Lu Yuan speak that Zhou Huangyi noticed Lu Yuan's presence. However, when he scrutinized Lu Yuan, the person went straight to numbness, palletizing. What kind of monster is this? He hadn't noticed it before in his carelessness, but he saw it now. The man in front of me. At such a young age, the aura on his body was surprisingly vast and magnificent, and the depth was unfathomable. Upon closer inspection, this one was actually the possessor of a holy body. Chapter 105, Zhou Huangyi Self-Rater. Limitations of the upper domain and lower realm. Zhou Huangyi was horrified in his heart. That's a holy body. Out of billions and billions and billions of people, not even one will appear to say that someone with a holy body, the saint son of the number one ranked holy land in the eastern continent today, was also a saint body possessor. It was the first 100 of the 3,000 holy bodies, the mad young holy body. However, both holy bodies compared holy might. That mad young sacred body wasn't even worthy of lifting Lu Yuan's shoes. Lu Yuan's body was like the house sun, with a constant stream of saint body origin breath spewing out. Among them, it was also mixed with a desolate feeling that made even Zhou Huangyi's heart tremble. Although Zhou Huangyi did not recognize it, but it was also bound to be one of those heaven-defying physiques that ranked high among the 3,000 holy bodies. At this point, in Zhou Huangyi's mind, he frantically recalled the various information he had gathered about Lu Yuan earlier. If the intelligence is correct, when this Lu Yuan was in the north domain before, he was a waste of all the meridians. And where is the Eucharist? Could it be which old monster from the upper domain that occupied Lu Yuan's body before? Or maybe it's the proud son of a great power who traveled down to the world and assumed the name Lu Yuan's vest? Zhou Huangyi's eyes flickered madly, and his mind was frantically brainstorming. Obviously, the Lu Yuan of today was no longer the Lu Yuan of that time. Combined with the previous situation, Zhou Huangyi definitely had reason to be suspicious. It must have been some powerful person that the domain had descended upon, replacing that northern domain waste from before. One can only say, Zhou Huangyi's guess was accurate, but only half right. The previous waste of a Jinbei king, Lu Yuan, had indeed been replaced. Only, the person who replaced him was not some big shot from the upper domain. Rather, an off-world visitor from the blue planet. At this point, when Zhou Huangyi heard Lu Yuan open his mouth to inquire about himself, he instantly gulped furiously and carefully returned. You, what can I tell you? My little man, I will know everything and say everything. Zhou Huangyi stole a few glances at Lu Yuan, not daring to breathe. The moment, compared to that great emperor powerhouse, Zhou Huangyi, however, felt that the Lu Yuan in front of him, who possessed a saint body, was even more dangerous. Under the preconceived notions of the mind, Zhou Huangyi like a big girl into the sedan chair in general. The pressure does not dare to make a mistake. At those words, Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Oh, smart guy, Lu Yuan faintly said. At this time, Lu Yuan had not guessed Zhou Huangyi's rich mental activities. It was just thought that the other party was forced by Luo Yi's lustful authority. Lu Yuan glanced at Zhou Huangyi without any trace and asked in a faint voice, let me ask you, your great Zhou imperial family, is it connected to the upper domain? The people from the upper domain who contacted you, what did they call themselves? What is their strength? Upon hearing Lu Yuan's triple question, Zhou Huangyi however became more certain of his previous thoughts. Sure enough, this Lu Yuan must be someone from the upper domain without a doubt. Because for the existence of the upper domain, in this side of the world, the news had always been blocked by the major top powers. Except for that tiny handful of people, the vast majority of people didn't even know that there was such a place as the upper domain. And now, since Lu Yuan asked this, and to ask so specifically, not from the upper regions, what else? Zhou Huangyi immediately turned to Lu Yuan respectfully. To return to my lord's words, we, the great Zhou imperial family, do have ties with the upper domain. But which power of the upper domain is the other party? That I haven't heard of, but our great Zhou imperial ancestor should know. As for the strength of the other side, Zhou Huangyi gulped in fear. All I can say is powerful, very powerful. Even a single finger of that superior envoy can press down half of the great Zhou empire. A single finger crushes half of great Zhou? Hearing Zhou Huangyi's words, Lu Yuan was instantly a bit suspicious. Can anyone really be this strong at this time? To know, Emperor Cheng Yun, who was a great emperor, could only wave his hand and destroy 10 million miles. And how big is half of the great Zhou empire? That's billions and billions of miles. However, Lu Yuan suddenly gave a start. One thought, the other party came from the immortal realm, a realm of a higher level than the current world. Having the strength to destroy half of great Zhou was not impossible. Thinking about this, Lu Yuan's face was also heavy. Is one unable to be invincible in this world even after obtaining a great emperor? Lord. At this point, Emperor Changyun suddenly appeared at Lu Yuan's side. The moment. Emperor Changyun's aura had returned to a steady state, obviously recovering well. Changyun, you're here. Lu Yuan's interest was no longer as high as before. When he saw Great Emperor Changyun, he only nodded lightly. Seeing this, Emperor Changyun's gaze flickered for a moment. Actually, the conversation between the several people just now, even though Emperor Changyun was not by Lu Yuan's side, he had heard it all clearly. After all, for a great emperor powerhouse, the winds and grasses in a radius of 1,000,000 miles could hardly be hidden from his ears. At this moment, Emperor Changyun saw a touch of gloom appear on Lu Yuan's face. Sighing as well, he said, Lord, don't you worry. Although the strength of those great powers in the upper domain is indeed far beyond that of a martial emperor, this world, however, does not allow strong people who have already ascended to the upper realm to privately descend again. If those great powers chose to force their way down to the realm, their cultivation would also be suppressed to the realm of peak martial emperor. And I, martial emperor invincible in the same realm. At the end of his words, Great Emperor Changyun could not help but reveal a domineering aura of being the only one who can do anything. I, martial emperor, am invincible in the same realm. Emperor Changyun's words were loud and clear. It was born out of absolute confidence in his own strength. Absolute confidence. So it is. Since those powerhouses can't force their way down to the realm, there's no big worry. At those words, Lu Yuan's face, finally, looked slightly better. Just say it. If those powerful people could come down to the world at will, wouldn't that make the entire eastern continent the backyard of those powerful people? Ugh. Good thing I asked more. Otherwise, when the time comes to attack Changyun, a peak great emperor will suddenly appear then. That's a real bummer. Lu Yuan couldn't help but be a little thankful. Knowing how the other side's undercard is, versus not knowing the undercard at all. Those are two vastly different concepts. But, Lu Yuan thought for a second. Even if those great powers in the upper domain forced their way down to the realm, there would be restrictions. That was also, at the very least, at the peak level of martial emperor. One's okay, if two come in a row. Currently, on his own side, there was only one great emperor, Great Emperor Changyun. Although invincible in the same realm, you can't fight more than one. Lu Yuan still couldn't help but have a flash of worry appear on his face. You're still in a bit of a dangerous situation. Before, he thought that he only needed to summon a martial saint to successfully fight his way into Changyun, and then to a half-empire. It was assumed to be foolproof. And then to a martial emperor who thought he was already invincible. Results now. One martial emperor may not be enough. It seems that it's still necessary. Now, to gather together the chi luck value for the next emperor-level lottery as soon as possible. Lu Yuan muttered. As long as one gained enough chi luck value and drew out enough great emperor powerhouses, at that point, one can truly sit back and relax. Chapter 106, Beheading Zhou Huangyi. Standing guard in the Peking Valley. Yuan Zuozong. Prepare to move south and continue the attack. Kill at least 100,000 enemies for me before reaching Changyun. Lu Yuan gave a direct order. Lu Yuan didn't forget. Before, the Great Zhou has withdrawn the entire force of the Bing Zhou, under the city of Changyun. And, there were also the men and horses from the major states and counties that had come to support them, all of which were withdrawn together. You know, that's an army of nearly 1,000,000. Think must. Destroying it would surely be another large amount of chi luck value. And at this point, seeing Lu Yuan, who actually wanted to continue attacking his great Zhou, Zhou Huangyi couldn't help but hurriedly say, My lord, any misunderstandings between you and my great Zhou can be completely lifted. There is no need to move the front of the army in this way. Zhou Huangyi was a bit anxious. Continuing the war with the lord from the upper realms? He didn't have a brain fart. Further, they can't beat that either. Nothing else. That great emperor on the other side had stepped out and directly flattened their entire great Zhou by himself. However, Lu Yuan had a cold smile on his face. Reconciliation? He could never reconcile with Great Zhou in his life. Not only did he have an irreconcilable conflict with that female emperor, he had an irreconcilable conflict with that female emperor. Even the entire Great Zhou was his chi value baby. If he reconciled with Great Zhou, then where else could he go to get his fortune value? Humph. It's useless to talk more. Don't talk so much nonsense, you Great Zhou, just wash your necks and wait for me. Lu Yuan coldly grunted. Seeing Lu Yuan's tough attitude, Zhou Huangyi's face changed 1,000,000 times. Eventually, Strong said, My lord, although you are very strong, behind us, Great Zhou, there are also strong people from the upper domain standing behind us. Could it be that you really want to risk offending them and also overthrow our Great Zhou? However, if you are willing to reconcile with my Great Zhou, at that time, we will not only make a public statement about Great Zhou's mistakes, even if you are willing to be the king of Jinbei, All the lands you are currently occupying can be allocated to you. There is no need for you to return them. If you want more power, even the entire Great Zhou can be at your disposal. Zhou Huangyi almost gritted his teeth. They bowed down everywhere in Great Zhou. Doing so is already enough of a favor, isn't it? However, upon hearing Zhou Huangyi's words, Lu Yuan, however, could not help but let out a cold laugh. Beautiful. Classic, a big stick with a sweet date. But, this Zhou Huangyi's words, why did he seem to have heard them before? It seems like the other great Zhou imperial ancestor was the one who said it to Luo Yi, right? Now, the object has turned out to be himself. That's hilarious. With so many elite soldiers under his command, how could he possibly let it go? By now, Lu Yuan didn't have the heart to pull the wool over this Zhou Huangyi's eyes anymore. Anyway, the initiative is in your hands. Lu Yuan nodded directly with Su Chu, who was next to him, guarding him. Having followed Lu Yuan for such a long time, Su Chu understood Lu Yuan's meaning almost in seconds. And it is already to the point where it has almost reached the kind of realm where Lu Yuan slaps his butt and Su Chu knows to change his posture. My lord. Su Chu had a murderous aura on his face and directly drew his own greatsword. This time Su Chu also learned the hard way, afraid that if he brought his sword over again, his lord would come shouting again. And so, this time, Su Chu launched a direct long-range attack from a long distance away. At once, a blade aura that emitted a terrifying aura slashed directly towards Zhou Huangyi. And that Zhou Huangyi's face changed dramatically when he saw Su Chu's knife slash. Although this attack from Su Chu, he could easily block it. After all. Anyways, he was also a peak-level martial saint powerhouse. But at that moment, a huge and magnificent aura instantly locked onto him directly. The strong pressure caused Zhou Huangyi to tremble, not daring to move a muscle. It was Great Emperor Cheng Yun who had struck. At this moment, Zhou Huangyi's heart was filled with despair. In this situation, not to mention escape. Even if you want to escape, you can't escape. Don't ask. The ask is that he's tried it once before. Already. Next, as Su Chu's blade arrives, this old ancestor, whose voice had spread to the Great Zhou for thousands of years of existence, had completely become history. Ding! A martial saint powerhouse was killed under the host's command, gained 275,000 fortune values. A martial saint is only worth over 200,000 chi luck values? Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. It seems, still before, the Qingyun Emperor had made a move to capture him, and the system had been cut accordingly. Lu Yuan opened his personal panel. Host, Lu Yuan. Strength, Mid-Martial Emperor. Forces under his command, Yanyan 18 Riders, slightly injured state. 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, reinforced version. 50,000 Trapped Army, Shadow Guards, Fine Rain, and 10,000 Northern Household Army, disabled. Guards under his command, Chengyun Da Di, Li San Dao, Su Chu, luck value, 9415375. At this point, the chi luck value within Lu Yuan's account had once again reached over 9,400,000. It's so sad. It's so close every time. Set out quickly and marched directly to Chang'an. Lu Yuan couldn't wait to order toward the army behind him, in order to gather the more than 600,000 chi luck values as soon as possible. Lu Yuan couldn't stand it any longer. At this point, Yu Xiang suddenly looked for it. Lord, I forgot to tell you, didn't a lot of strong people from the eastern state continent come to Pilking Valley for support before? Now some of them have already arrived at the Medicine King Valley. Lu Yuan froze. What? Are those people already here? Yu Xiang, if you knew all that, why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Yuan grumbled and asked at Yu Xiang. Yu Xiang was full of grievances. Lord, you didn't ask me before, and these news, or Fine Rain, took a lot of effort to probe out. Lu Yuan was somewhat speechless. This calculated value of chi has been delivered to the door. As a result, you have to go south on your ass and go through a couple of efforts to find someone. Yu Xiang, next time something so important, you must tell me about it. Lu Yuan couldn't help but say in a serious tone. Yu Xiang said, yes, Lord. Yu Xiang couldn't help but lower her head. It looks as if you've upset the Lord again. Yu Xiang was a little apprehensive in her heart. The Lord's impression of herself wouldn't be getting worse, would it? But, he's a bit of a pushover, too. After all, those who were able to come were some of the most powerful. Locking onto the movements of these powerful people was not an easy task in the first place. At that moment, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered. Those powerhouses that came to the Pilking Valley were bound to be some masters, and against the strong, it would be a bit inappropriate to use an army again. As it is, then one only needs to lead some men with high cultivation. By keeping a watchful eye on the Medicine King Valley, one could obtain the constant flow of chi luck values sent by these people. Yuan Zuozong. You lead the dragon cavalry to continue southward, and you should know what to do with the people of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty that you encounter along the way. Just wait for me there when you arrive at the border of the parallel state. Li San's Ho, Su Chu, and the Shadow Guards and the others. So I'm returning to Medicine King Valley. At that moment, Lu Yuan decided to split his troops. It was because of the presence of Emperor Qing Yun, the martial emperor. Even without the 100,000 dragon riders, Lu Yuan's heart was still full of security. Nah, yes. In response to Lu Yuan's order, the crowd nodded their heads in response. With that, it began to move efficiently. Chapter 107. It feels like I'm giving away food. Devil Emperor. It was not long after Lu Yuan's crowd had acted separately. A deep demonic chi suddenly arrived here. The dense demonic aura dispersed, and an icy, dark and obese figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was none other than the third prince, and the black-clothed guards under him who had been demonized. Behind the third prince, a man in black wrinkled his nose and sniffed slightly. It seems like there was a big battle here just now, and there's the smell of blood everywhere. With a single kick, the third prince sent this man in black flying to the ground, stirring up a cloud of smoke. What nonsense are you talking about? There are mountains of corpses and seas of blood everywhere around here. Wouldn't I see for myself? Since transforming into a demon, the third prince's temper has become more and more violent. Whenever there is a disagreement, it is a direct strike. It's a good thing those blacks under him are all thick-skinned. Even though he was abused by the third prince, he was not much of a problem. The black man who was kicked to the ground climbed straight up like nothing and giggled. Your Majesty's lesson is right. Only that there is so much blood and flesh here. Your Majesty, do you think you can? A greedy color emerged from the black-robed man's eyes. These lineage armies could easily start out as martial masters, and all of them were powerful cultivators, and the energy contained in their flesh and blood was extremely rich. This group of bloodthirsty black-clothed men were a bit unable to hold back at that moment. Drool dripped down in a waterfall. Look at those of you who have no talent. Forget it. Let's put aside the matter of chasing Lu Yuan for now. You guys just get rid of these corpses first. Although the third prince's mouth said burying. However, the color of greed in his eyes was not much less than those men in black. So much blood essence, and it was all of such high quality. If they were all absorbed by him, how much should his cultivation level rise? Those black-clothed men were like wild dogs that had taken off their reins when they heard the words. Straight away, he lay down on those remnants and gnawed on them. As for the third prince, he directly sat up in place, his eyes slightly closed, and began to transform the demon transformation grand technique. Moment. An ink-like thick black aura emanated from its body. It quickly spread out towards the surroundings. However, when one of the corpses that the third prince came into contact with, he opened his eyes in astonishment. This corpse, previous cultivation was actually a martial saint? A wave of surprise and hesitation clearly appeared in the third prince's scarlet gaze. This hellhole, has even a strong martial saint fallen? And, with his demonic aura, he slowly and completely enveloped the entire battlefield. The horror in his heart was yet worse. This was because, to his surprise, he was shocked to discover that this small battle had directly fallen 6 martial saint-level powerhouses. As for those half-saints, and those under half-saints, they were even more numerous. The third prince was instantly a bit skeptical. To know, he himself, was only a peak-level martial saint powerhouse. Those under him, the highest cultivation level was only half-saint. By his estimation, if he had, before, met up with this fallen army, defeat, surely, is theirs. This Lu Yuan, is actually this strong? For the first time, the third prince doubted his own strength. He felt like he was going to Lu Yuan this time, not to take revenge, but rather like he was going to deliver food. But for now, it's better to boost your strength first. The third prince held back his horror. For the time being, the horror in his heart was put aside. Right now, such a wonderful opportunity to enhance one's strength could not be easily missed. And so, the third prince directly closed his eyes and fell into cultivation. But when he cultivated for a while, he suddenly opened his eyes again in surprise. This place, a martial saint-level demonic cultivator has even fallen here. The third prince was pleasantly surprised. Demon cultivators were already rare, let alone those at the martial saint level. Moreover, according to his detection, the cultivation level of the fallen demonic cultivator was not weaker than him in the slightest. The reason why the third prince was so elated was simply because it was also possible for demonic cultivators to engage in devouring each other to raise their respective cultivation levels. Now, if he were to devour this martial saint-level demonic cultivator, his cultivation would surely soar. The third prince waved his hand. Before, the place where Devil Slayer was blown up by Luo Yi's arrow immediately coalesced into a blood-colored mist. In the middle of the blood mist, a transparent humanoid soul was struggling desperately. What are you doing? Get me out of here. The devil's slaughter was expected to completely dissipate into this world. Whoever thought to open their eyes and be alive again? Sure, it's not intrinsically alive. Rather, it is the usual technique that demonic cultivators usually use. Reunite the souls of the dead powerhouses and proceed to devour them. Oh, when it comes to me, I can still let you go? In the face of Demon Slayer's plea for mercy, the third prince instantly let out a cold laugh. The words were cold and emotionless. Then, in Demon Slaughter's terrified gaze, he directly devoured it in one mouthful. Hiccup. After devouring the Demon Slaughter, the third prince instantly burped in satisfaction. Afterwards, it directly began to transport and refine it. Because they were both demonic cultivators, their powers had the same root and origin. The third prince's refining one Demon Slayer was completely worth refining 3 other Martial Saint powerhouses. Finally, after half a day had passed, under the infusion of the blood and flesh essence of 6 entire Martial Saints, the third prince's realm had finally broken a barrier. Boom! A faint imperial might emanated from its body. A super dense demonic aura that covered the sky. The Een winds roar. The dry bones and skins blow. The sky and the earth are red with blood, and all the ages grieve with one another. It was like the end of the world. Ha 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 ha, my divine skill has finally come to fruition. The third prince's face was filled with a maniacal smile. That's right, the third prince had finally stepped into the half-emperor realm, becoming a demon emperor. It was good that it wasn't really stepping into martial emperor. Although the heaven and earth visions were appalling, they weren't as perverted as the previous great emperor Chang Yun. Plus, the third prince had arranged treasures in advance to cover it up. The vision of his promotion to demon emperor did not attract much attention. The moment after stepping into the half-emperor realm, the mutation in his body became even more severe. From its appearance alone, the human shape was barely discernible, a hideous appearance, as if it were an evil spirit running out from the middle of hell. But, although promoted to half-emperor, what was left of the third prince's sanity told him. Lu Yuan, this person, himself now, also absolutely could not afford to mess with him. After all, since the other party had the ability to be able to decimate 6 Martial Saint level powerhouses, then the power held in the other party's hands should definitely not be underestimated. Now, even if he had advanced to a half-emperor, he definitely wouldn't be able to do much good in the other party's hands. But if the third prince were to just give up on taking revenge on Lu Yuan, it would also be absolutely impossible. A mention is necessary. The mind's eye of their demonic cultivators was very small. Definitely a flawed canthus. Humph. Lu Yuan has offended so many people. I don't believe I can't find an opportunity. The third prince's scarlet eyes turned, and he said with a cold snort. Chapter 108, Martial Saint Level Black Clothes Man. The third prince's side extracted essence, blood, essence, and even souls to use for cultivation, and those black-clad guards under him. At the same time, he was also feasting on the flesh and blood essence of those fallen cultivators. After those black-clothed guards were demonized, they all had a bloody mouth full of fangs. The 2 rows of fine, numb teeth in his mouth gave off a metallic sheen. One can't help but get a chill down the back. The stomachs of these black-clad men seemed like a bottomless pit. Even after devouring more, the belly doesn't appear to be bulging. Soon, these black-clothed men then devoured the more than 100,000 mutilated corpses. All of them. Boom boom boom. The energy contained in the blood and flesh of 100,000 cultivators above the martial master realm was simply incalculable. With the flesh and blood all but devoured, the strength of these black-clothed guards also began to see a surge. The huge demonic aura disturbed the surrounding void and trembled. A deeper step of demonization was once again turned on in each of the black-clothed guards. Among them, the strongest half-saint level black-clothed guard from before. Under the intentional authorization of the third prince, 6 consecutive martial saint remains were devoured. The energy from the blood and flesh of the 6 great martial saints caused this half-saint black-robed man, his aura to become terrifying. Countless thumb-thick black electric lights flashed on its body from time to time. Roar! An angry demonic whistle that seemed to come from the ancient times shook the 9 heavens. At this point, a flash of great agony flashed across the half-saint black-robed man's face, and his form changed drastically once again. The first is that the size has skyrocketed again. From a distance, it wasn't even much worse than a normal mammoth elephant. Mountains of muscle bulged, hideous spurs of bone, sprouting in columns from every joint. It flashed with a ghostly cold light. The scales on his body, which were originally as black as ink, became darker, brighter, and harder. It covered the body, forming an impenetrable scale armor. Sea lion-like fangs, ghostly red glowing pupils, panting breath rhythms like a cow. Now the man in black truly had no human form. Everything, it seems, is evolving towards the most perfect war machine. Ho 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 ho! With a hissing sound that was as brutal as a wild beast. Finally, That half-saint black-robed man had also stepped into the martial saint realm. The majestic and powerful aura even caused the third prince to slightly side-eye him. Not bad. Becoming a martial saint. The third prince nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't thanks to the fact that he had assigned 6 martial saints to this man in black, and it didn't let him down. And at this point, the black-clothed man who had been completely demonized seemed to have completely lost the ability to speak. All he knew was to raise his head to the sky in a long, furious cry. And, after arriving at martial saint, this black-robed man's divine sense, too, had been completely eroded by the demonic aura. Tempers are also gradually becoming short-tempered. Even, there were also vague signs of wanting to attack fellow members around them. Seeing this, the third prince directly threw out a punch. Be quiet and be honest. The martial saint in black had a bad temper, but his third prince's temper was no better. Even crankier. Boom. That martial saint black-robed man was directly blown into a huge pit close to 30 meters deep by the third prince's punch. Gusts of smoke and dust rose to the sky. However, the black-clothed man in martial sage whose skin was so tough that it was comparable to a defense-type pseudo-imperial weapon. Yet he hadn't even hurt a hair at all. A few moments later, still alive and well, he climbed out of the big pit. Roar! And after this strike by the third prince, a trace of sanity finally returned to the eyes of this martial saint black-robed man. It seems to know that the third prince, too, is his master. Sure, more crucial, it was the powerful aura emanating from the third prince. Though the only remaining intelligence of the martial saint black was low, but the biological instinct to avoid harm is not lost. Noticing the terrifying aura of the third prince, it was unknown how much more powerful than him. The martial saint black-robed man whimpered directly and crouched his massive body in submission towards the third prince. The third prince smiled morosely. Since you've become the strongest now, you'll be the black one from now on. From now on, the entire black clothes guard will be honored by you. Kuroichi, don't let me down. Ho ho ho. What are you yelling about? Ho ho ho. Why don't you try yelling one more? Roar, boom. The third prince, annoyed, struck out directly. Once again, Black One was slapped, directly into a huge pit 30 meters deep. Damn. I won't let you roar and roar. You give me a roar this time. Don't you? Black One climbed out of the deep pit, a touch of aggravation humanizing his hideous face. Then he can't talk. What else can he do without yelling? Dogs do bite when cornered. But no matter how anxious a dog is, he can't talk. It was a good thing that the third prince didn't dwell on anything about it. At this point, a token on the third prince's body suddenly flashed a light. The third prince took out the token and took a look at it, and a sardonic smile appeared on his face. Oh, is it going to the Medicine King Valley? Right now, experts from all forces are rushing towards the Pill King Valley. This Lu Yuan really has a lot of guts. How dare he go back? But, this is a wonderful opportunity for me to find a moment to get rid of Lu Yuan. A sinister light emanated from the third prince's narrow triangular eyes. Although he didn't think that he, a half-emperor, would be able to help Lu Yuan. But if you add the forces of the parties, it's a different story. He wouldn't believe it. Half of the East Continent's experts had gathered, and they still couldn't take down a single Lu Yuan. At this point, after seeing the black-clothed men under his command, they had completely devoured all those wrecks on the ground, so the face was devilishly grim. All black-clothed guards, follow me. Even if I can't take Lu Yuan this time, I'm going to teach him a profound lesson. Chapter 109, Bewildered Zhou Linglong. Worldly family reaction. Meanwhile, Chang'an City, the Imperial Palace. An old eunuch with cloudy eyes suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Linglong like a flash. Your Majesty, it's not good. Big deal. Wow. The old eunuch's face was full of panic, and he could not even speak somewhat clearly. Zhou Linglong was still dealing with official business. When he saw the old eunuch who suddenly appeared, he was stunned. She had a slight impression of the old eunuch. It was a royal reclusive powerhouse that guarded the Great Zhou ancestral shrine. What's so alarming? Zhou Linglong was, after all, an empress who controlled a country. Even though the old eunuch seemed as if the sky was falling, Zhou Linglong still maintained his composure. The old eunuch stumbled, not even knowing where to start. Eventually, it was bitter. You'd better come with me and take a look. Zhou Linglong, full of doubts, followed the old eunuch to the Great Zhou ancestral shrine. What the hell? Zhou Linglong frowned and looked at the old eunuch's back with some grumbling. She came to her in a hurry and things didn't turn out to be clear. If it weren't for this old eunuch, who has guarded the ancestral shrine for thousands of years and is of very high rank, she wouldn't even come over with the old eunuch. However, even though Zhou Linglong complained 100 times, that old eunuch still didn't say a word. His face full of lost soul, it was just silent and lowered its head, numbly leading the way for Zhou Linglong. Finally, Zhou Linglong arrived at the Great Zhou Royal Ancestral Shrine. I'd like to see what the However, As soon as Zhou Linglong entered the door and saw the scene inside the ancestral shrine, he was dumbfounded as if he were a wooden chicken. Crazy. Absolutely insane. What did she see? Surprisingly, the shrine was full of pieces of the fate deck. With a plop, Zhou Linglong fell to the ground in a trance. This. At this moment, the shock in Zhou Linglong's heart was beyond words. It only felt like there was a lump of depressing gas that was blocking between his throat. Tried to speak, but couldn't. Within the ancestral shrine of Long Ting, there were a total of more than 20 life tablets enshrined. And nowadays, there are only 2 or 3 vaguely alone left. It actually all shattered. Zhou Linglong suddenly saw one of the fortune tags. The words Zhou Huangyi are engraved on it. This. How is this possible? It's actually even the old ancestor. Zhou Linglong immediately lost his voice in fear. What does the shattering of the fate plate really mean? Zhou Linglong naturally knew better than anyone else. And nowadays, more than 20 life tiles were all shattered. It represented, then, the fall of more than 20 Dragon Court experts. Lu Yuqi, Lu Yuan. In Zhou Linglong's mind, a name popped up directly. It's all. Don't say more. It must have come from Lu Yuan. After all, what Zhou Huangyi had sent out his troops for before could be running towards strangling Lu Yuan. Zhou Linglong really couldn't believe the result, or perhaps said that she was a bit bewildered. Now, it was surprising that he hadn't even lost his great Zhou ancestor. Then won't Lu Yuan be unstoppable? No. Emperor Ancestor. Yes. Go find Emperor Ancestor. Imperial Ancestor definitely has a countermeasure. Zhou Linglong seemed to have grabbed the last straw. The eyes, lost in thought, suddenly came to life. It doesn't matter if the old man is gone. His great Zhou's true card, the Imperial Ancestor, had not yet fallen. Now there is a last hope. We must enter the Dragon Court Forbidden Land and search for the Imperial Ancestor. Zhou Linglong kept repeating a sentence in his mouth. Then, he directly turned around and ran in the direction of the Dragon Court's Forbidden Land. And at this point, Zhou Linglong wasn't the only one who had noticed the abnormalities. All those lineages that had been coerced and sent their own ancestors had discovered the anomaly. These worldly families, within the clan, all of them also enshrined the life tablets of their own ancestors. Yet at some point, they were appalled. The fate card of our own ancestor, surprisingly shattered. That's right. After their repeated confirmations, their own ancestor's fate card was indeed shattered. The crowd of these worldly families then felt the sensation of the sky collapsing and time and space hanging upside down. Because for them, these cultivation families, the highest cultivated old ancestor of a lineage was the support and backbone of one of their clans. It was also the foundation on which their lineage was based. And nowadays, even the roots of their family have been plowed under. Even the strong men they had bred, or the experts from their families, had all fallen together by 90%. For a time, both the bottom and top tiers of the war effort were lost. It's safe to say, these lineages suffered a great deal of heavy damage directly. The break in the family's combat power directly caused the status of their lineage to fall more than one notch wildly. It's even possible that the family has fallen from grace since then. No, it's all because of that Zhou Linglong. If it wasn't for him mouthing off about our old ancestor going to battle first, how could he have let our old ancestor end up dead? Some clans, at once, went red. At that time, they were dissatisfied with this order from Zhou Linglong. However, at the time the form was stronger than the person. There's nothing they can do about it. Okay, now that they have come to this end, who do they hate if not Zhou Linglong? And Zhou Linglong, too, was bound to be the one who bore the brunt of the sin. Damn, I really hate to rush into the palace and directly yank off the head of that stupid Zhou Linglong. Who isn't? If it wasn't for Zhou Linglong's stupid order, how could my family's old ancestor have fallen? Perhaps by now, it's long since been promoted to martial sage by enlightenment. Some of the people of the world's families were instantly linked up in private. In the face of the losses that each family has suffered, the people are filled with righteous indignation. The dog said Zhou Linglong. As for the real murderer Lu Yuan, on the contrary, he was not remembered by the people of these families. Far away is just one of them. Secondly, they had a grudge in their hearts before, and now that their own ancestor had fallen, it had undoubtedly made that grudge even heavier. So, their first object of hanging hate now became Zhou Linglong directly. At this point, some family members who were working in the palace suddenly spread the news about the palace. Alas, have you heard that even those experts from the Great Zhou Dragon Court have all fallen? Really? That's great. Laughing to death. This Zhou Linglong doesn't care if he pits us. When he's ruthless, he even pits their own people. Ha ha, I'm suddenly in a much better mood after hearing this news. This stupid woman. No less. And after, when they received the news that even the 6 martial saint powerhouses of the Dragon Court, plus a group of half-saint experts, had all fallen, These people from the worldly families inexplicably felt a surge of great joy. All of them clapped their hands. That's a good one. Allowing this Zhou Linglong to go AWOL and be smart. Not only did she suffer a heavy blow, but she also dragged them down with her. But, even though they knew that all the Dragon Court experts had fallen, they didn't dare to go directly to trespass the palace and go directly to Zhou Linglong to ask for a statement. After all, it's true that the Dragon Court suffered heavy losses, but they, the World family, had suffered equally heavy losses. Since the Zhou family was able to establish the Great Zhou Kingdom for nearly 10,000 years, who knows if the Zhou family still has any reserves? If they were to act without authorization, perhaps even this bit of the family's salary flame would be extinguished. And so, a bizarre scene appeared. Although these lineages had suffered heavy deaths and injuries, the entire Chang'an city was calm as usual. It all seems to be mute, but anyone with a little bit of status can detect it. Lumpy underneath this calm. Chapter 110, Returning to Pilking Valley. 8 Martial Saints. At this time, in the Dragon Court's Forbidden Land, Zhou Linglong almost collapsed as she called out to Zhou Qianfu, who was in seclusion to heal his wounds. Junior, what's the matter with calling me? Didn't I say I'm healing? Don't disturb me. Being awakened, Zhou Qianfu was a bit upset, especially in recent times. He had suffered a series of severe injuries and was already upset. Zhou Linglong was too late to explain the rest and directly cried out, "The imperial ancestor is not well. Old ancestor, they and the major experts of the Dragon Court, all of their fate cards are shattered. Broken? Are you sure you're not kidding? That's no joke." Zhou Qianfu directly stood up from his seat with a burning gaze, staring at Zhou Linglong with a deadly stare. Zhou Linglong instantly felt a dangerous aura lock onto him. Zhou Linglong shivered and trembled. "Imperial ancestor, how could I possibly deceive you about this matter? I saw it with my own eyes." Finally, having established the truth of the matter, even with Zhou Qianfu's half-emperor realm of mind, he was momentarily shocked and speechless. A good half day, Zhou Qianfu's ugly face was suddenly swept away, and his tone suddenly flattened, saying, "What the hell happened? Give me a clear picture." Zhou Linglong rationalized his thoughts and said, "Imperial ancestor, since you closed your door, old ancestor asked me to gather 100,000 troops from the lineage, while he led the 6 martial saint experts of the Dragon Court and went to seek revenge on Lu Yuan. What happened after that is what's happening now. Shortly after they went on their journey, I realized that all of their life signs had shattered. Are you saying that Huang Yi and the others, along with the other experts of the Dragon Court, were all buried in the hands of that Lu Yuan kid?" Now, Zhou Qianfu changed his usual calm demeanor and couldn't help but widen his eyes. The news, once again, was unexpected. Beside Lu Yuan, it seemed like there was only one half-emperor level powerhouse, right? And still seriously injured. With the strength of Zhou Huang Yi and the other 6 martial saints, it was only right that that injured half-emperor should not be able to harm them either. And now, instead, things are all backwards. By the way, on the side of the superior ambassador, how come there is no response yet? Zhou Qianfu frowned deeply. Earlier, he had already reported this matter to the same upper envoy who had made contact with them in the upper domain. At that time, the other person had an attitude of what seemed like impatience. It's not as if the other party is treating this as a trivial matter, promising and then forgetting about it, is it? Zhou Qianfu couldn't help but have a self-deprecating smile rise on his face. Perhaps in the eyes of that lord, all these things about himself were among the ants, trivial and insignificant. Zhou Qianfu thought about it for a while, but still said, "Go on down and figure out how to carry out the aftermath. Those worldly families will definitely not rest easy after losing so much. Remember, don't ever anger those lineages on the verge of rage." Zhou Qianfu profoundly scratched the surface of the complexity of human nature. Knowing that those lineages had lost their oldest ancestor and so many grassroots soldiers, they were bound to not let up. If it's not handled well, it might be another disaster. Yes, at this moment, Zhou Linglong's mind was in turmoil, almost as if she went to do whatever Zhou Qianfu ordered. Now, flustered, she was completely out of her element. When he came out of the Dragon Court Forbidden Land, Zhou Linglong directly convened the court meeting, above the Great Hall. Zhou Linglong felt deeply uneasy, because at this moment, she was also keenly aware of the subtle atmosphere above the courtroom. In the past, before that, the major officials who were obedient to her, now, all looked at her with an inexplicable gaze. Zhou Linglong was familiar with this kind of gaze. At the same time there is urgency in the heart. But right now, there was no longer an expert presence around her. If these officials wanted to do something wrong, what should she do? Under such pressure, Zhou Linglong could only say something decent first. The worldly families were temporarily pacified. Then she gave her orders with a light touch. "Men, transfer all the spare legions of the hidden dragon guards into Chang'an. and hurry up and urged the other princes to hurry into the capital to serve the king. Right now Zhou Linglong didn't know how to respond. Successive failures. It made her completely lose her sense of proportion. The only way to give her a strong sense of security is to keep gathering power towards her side, and at this time, Lu Yuan's side. At this time, Lu Yuan had already arrived at the Pilking Valley. From afar, Lu Yuan could see the upper release of the Pilking Valley, where some strong people had already arrived, and the one that could create a connection with the Pilking Valley was held by Pilchiming, who had a jade token for an emergency call for help. These people's cultivation levels were at the very least martial saints to begin with. After all, only these cultivators at the same level of cultivation could establish a connection with each other. Elder Fire, you're here too. You're also here for the matter of Pilking Valley, aren't you? Long time no see. Sage Tsunhai. At this point, a full 8 martial saints arrived in the sky above the Pilking Valley. These people were undoubtedly all here for the Pilking Valley and had friendships with Pil Chinming. Where's the Pil Valley Lord? Why is he missing? It can't be that something bad has already happened, can it? The faces of the crowd were a little grave. At this moment, the Pilking Valley was a scene of misery and defeat, with no movement anywhere and no human habitation. This was simply a stark contrast to the previous scene of a crowd of people, a sea of people seeking medicine. Not good. There seems to be a group of strong people coming from the distance. At this time, this group of people had also discovered Lu Yuan and the others in the distance, who were on their way. Could it be that this group of people, too, came in response to the Pil Valley Lord's call? So with such thoughts in their hearts, these few martial saint powerhouses also stood still, silently waiting for Lu Yuan and the others to approach. If they had known that Lu Yuan had come to kill them, they probably wouldn't be standing here so calmly. What? Is this group of people even this cooperative? Looking at the group of people who didn't move a muscle and didn't even show a single sign of escape, the one who was confused was Lu Yuan instead. Do they have something up their sleeve? Or is it a trap? Qing Yun, take a look to see if they're trying to ambush us? Lu Yuan cautiously said to Great Emperor Chang Yun. Yes. Upon hearing this, Great Emperor Chang Yun directly spoke out in response. As a powerful divine thought swept through, these martial saints on the opposite side of the street immediately trembled, and a chill immediately rose in their hearts. Why do I get the feeling that these people on the other side are coming with some bad intentions? One of the martial saints frowned in panic, and after some exploration by Emperor Chang Yun, he did find that these few martial saints on the other side were indeed unsuspecting. Now, Lu Yuan let go of his heart. It still didn't look like anyone on the other side recognized him. Ha ha, a bunch of fools. Lu Yuan let out a wild laugh. With that, he commanded the crowd of his men. Qing Yun, Luo Yi, in this battle, you guys don't have to do anything first. There are a total of 8 martial saints on the opposite side, and we're only going to come out with 8 martial saints on our side. Li Sanso was still sullen and unwilling to make a move. Yuan Zuozong, on the other hand, led the dragon cavalry to head south first and was not here. Then it was still the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun who could make an appearance now. Not good. The other party is an enemy, not a friend. Prepare to meet them. Those 8 martial saint powerhouses on the opposite side saw the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun and killed them aggressively. Immediately, he also realized that it was not good. So they also took out their weapons and prepared to meet them. Chapter 111, beating 8 martial saints in a row. Emperor level power upgrade card. Have to say, these cultivators were able to cultivate to the martial saint realm and become a dominant party in the eastern continent. All of them are people with great perseverance and great fortune. Its strength, naturally, was not bad. Facing the attack of Yen Yun's 18 cavalry, the breath of several people was flowing through the rainbow, all of them exuding a monstrous might. The soldier's blade is straight out, not in the least bit afraid. However, as soon as they actually engaged the 18 horsemen, they realized their own ridiculousness with a jolt. These people, so strong, the 8 martial saint powerhouses were appalled. At this point, outsiders watched them fight back and forth, but only they, themselves, knew how much pressure they were facing at the moment. Indeed, both they and the 18 horsemen were in the same realm of martial saints. However, between the martial saint powerhouses, there was also a heavenly difference in their strength, and at this moment, their strength, in front of the 18 horsemen, was very inadequate. It was directly being pressed by the 18 horsemen. If it wasn't for the fact that on their bodies, each of them had 1 or 2 pseudo-emperor artifacts to support them, it's going to fall in minutes. But, even though they had pseudo-emperor artifacts to support them, it was only a matter of time before they fell. I can't hold on. Gentlemen, I'll take my leave first. At this point, one of the powerhouses, who was only a martial saint primary, was the first to fail to hold on. His face was flushed, his mouth contained blood, and his internal organs were trembling, feeling the crisis of life and death. And so, this martial saint powerhouse directly offered up his bottom card. Boom! An exquisite little hammer engraved with esoteric runes was directly flung out by him. Hao Tian hammer! A berserk cry of rage. This martial saint even directly burned his own essence blood, desperately squeezing his potential in a desperate attempt to collapse his Dao body. The powerful attack directly forced back that 18 horsemen who were fighting against him, and taking advantage of this air attack, that martial saint was about to disappear far away. Opposite. When Lu Yuan saw this, he gave a mocking smile. How naive. Think you can really get away with it under your own hands? Reserves, ready to go. Lu Yuan faintly greeted his side, the remaining 18 riders. Don't forget, the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun, besides Lu O-yi, but there were still 17 of them, and just now, Lu Yuan had only sent 8 of them forward to fight. The remaining 9 were formed into a reserve team by Lu Yuan. Always be prepared for the unexpected. And this time, it's just about time for this 9-man reserve team to take the field. Yes, the 9 stood out respectfully, their bodies exploding with a powerful aura. Immediately, then he flew towards the martial saint powerhouse that fled in the distance. With 9 people on board, the enemy martial saint powerhouses were defeated even faster. Boom! Not for a moment. 8 brilliant sparks bloomed in the sky. These 8 peak-level powerhouses of the eastern state continent didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. It just fell on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 8 martial saint powerhouses under his command, gaining 6.4 million in chi value. Heavy causes overlap. This time, Lu Yuan had gained a total of a whole 6.4 million chi luck values. Not bad, not bad. Although the value of chi gained was so much less than what one expected, but Lu Yuan was still satisfied. Key point. After obtaining this 6.25 million chi luck values, the sum of the chi luck within one's account had finally exceeded 10 million once again. It even reached a whopping nearly 16 million. Seeing the accumulated 10 million fortune values in his account, Lu Yuan directly couldn't help but open the lucky draw interface without stopping. System, give me an imperial level lottery. Lu Yuan was quite excited in his heart and said, every one of these imperial level draws can be hard to come by. Ding! The host chooses the imperial lottery. The system is in the lottery. Ding! Lucky draw successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the imperial power upgrade card. Ha! Another imperial level power upgrade card? The moment he saw the reward, Lu Yuan was stunned. How many times have you drawn this emperor level raffle in total? I didn't realize that this emperor level power upgrade card had come twice. But this emperor level power upgrade card is a good reward. Lu Yuan secretly nodded. Lu Yuan could not talk about any disappointment in his heart. It was just a bit of a surprise. At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly had a heartbeat. I wonder if this emperor level power upgrade card can be stacked. If it can be stacked, if the dragon riders have 2 emperor level upgrade cards, their strength will still take off? Ding! Each power can only use the imperial power card once. It cannot be stacked. The system seemed to know what Lu Yuan was thinking. A direct voice cut off Lu Yuan's thoughts. Well, Lu Yuan was not disappointed. It was just an idea that came to me on a whim anyway. Next, what Lu Yuan was entangled in was the ownership of this emperor level upgrade card. The first thing to rule out is still Fine Rain, an intelligence organization. What are you giving him that much combat power for? Secondly, the dragon riders were sent out. After all, they had all already used the emperor level power upgrade cards. Cannot be stacked again. And there were quite a few other forces under Lu Yuan's command. The Shadow Guard, the Trapped Camp, and the Northern Household Army, represented by the group forces, and Li Sandao, who is represented by his personal power, and Su Chu. Now Lu Yuan hesitated. Is it for individual forces to use or for groups of forces to use? The first thing to know, the energy contained in the Emperor level upgrade card is limited. The more people who share it, the more energy will be divided equally. Take for example the Saint and Emperor level draws. If a single person drew it out, it would be a martial saint or martial emperor. If a power is drawn out, the energy will be divided among others. The strongest person of this power could only reach the level of a half saint, or a half emperor at best. Even to Li Sandao and Su Chu 2 separate use, the final result is not the same. Because Li Sandao himself was a martial saint powerhouse. After advancing to Great Emperor, he was definitely that much stronger than Su Chu. Ugh, what a headache. Lu Yuan rubbed his head with a headache. No matter who this Emperor level power upgrade card was given to, it would have its own advantages and disadvantages. Forget it. This card, it's better to give it to Su Chu to use first. Lu Yuan pondered for a while, and still decided to give this Emperor level power upgrade card to Su Chu to use. One to come. Su Chu was the first fierce general he had summoned and had followed him the longest. 2 to come. Emperor Chang Yun, a martial emperor, was a bit of a lone wolf. Things would definitely be much better with another Woody helping out, with 2 martial emperors guarding them. Your own personal safety, too, will be greatly improved. System, take this upgrade card and give it to Su Chu to use. Lu Yuan faintly instructed the system. Ding! The Imperial Power upgrade card has been used successfully. Object of use, Su Chu. As soon as the system voice dropped next to it, Su Chu immediately felt that in his body, for no reason at all, suddenly appeared out of a huge gentle energy, the realm that had been coiled and solidified for a long time. Under the impetus of this energy, there was actually a slight slackening. Boom! Next, the 4 meridians and veins in Su Chu's body, like constipation for 3 months was dredged, suddenly became smooth. What followed was a surge in breath. Chapter 112, Great Emperor Su Chu. Sacred Level Raffle. 20 half-saints. 9 heavens above. As Su Chu's realm climbed, there was an expected appearance of heaven and earth anomalies. Miles of clouds returned to clouds and go, whistling and sweeping millions of miles. The vast 5-colored clouds gathered out of thin air in the blink of an eye, and then condensed dragons and transformed into tigers, transforming into 5-colored huagai. Under the cover of the Hua Gui, countless auspicious clouds were born out of disillusionment, and the Tao disappeared. On Su Chu, the huge aura transformed into an infinite pressure that spread far and wide between heaven and earth, filling the miles. Rumble. At that moment, heaven and earth suddenly changed. Above the sky, endless thunderclouds condensed, washing away all sorts of auspicious visions. Countless electric snakes danced about in the thunderclouds, wreaking havoc. This is the achievement of a great emperor. In the entire eastern continent, no one had ever reached the great emperor realm again in 10,000 years. So, unsurprisingly, there was a hijacking cloud. Surprisingly appeared the robbery cloud. Su Chu, he should not be okay, right? Looking at the sky, the sudden appearance of the robbing clouds, a flash of worry appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. Since ancient times, the Thunderbolt Pass has been difficult to cross. Countless proud sons of heaven had fallen in front of the final hurdle of the Thunder Tribulation, and that's when the Qing Yun Emperor next to him, however, suddenly smiled faintly. Lord, you need not worry. Look at me. Su Chu's robbery cloud of this robbery. The power can be far worse than that of the one he made last time. Only to see Great Emperor Qing Yun's 2 fingers pointing in vain. A huge sword shadow appeared. Qing Yun's sword technique, transforming Qi into a sword. Break me. And at this point, it was as if that robber cloud in the sky had also recognized the vicious person that was Emperor Qing Yun. Hissy ho ho. These flying electric snakes constantly hissed and spat red letters at the great Emperor Qing Yun, but a closer look reveals. A hint of timidity was clearly revealed in the eyes of those thunder snakes. Boom! The huge sword shadow directly blasted onto the top of the thunderbolt. That thunder snake twisted its body in pain as if it had been hit hard. Just one hit. The majestic and very heavy thunderclouds were then directly chopped in half by Emperor Qing Yun. And at this point, as soon as the thunderbolt passed, the soaring aura on Su Chu's body then stopped. At this point, Su Chu also managed to reach the cultivation level of the martial emperor tier. Is this the power of a martial emperor? Feeling the power within his body that was 100 times more powerful than before, Su Chu leapt forward. From a small half-saint, he had leapt to become the strongest martial emperor lord in the continent. Su Chu directly realized his own reversal of the road, only to see Su Chu casually waving his hand. A breath erupted out and struck a boulder 100 meters away. Boom! It was as if the boulder had suffered a heavy blow, and it immediately crumbled and disintegrated. Terror! Lu Yuan and the others on the side also smacked their lips. If this kind of force were to strike on a person, it was estimated that the persons would be no better than a stone. Curious, Lu Yuan directly opened Su Chu's personal panel. The middle of the Woody. That's right. As soon as Su Chu stepped into Martial Emperor, he directly arrived at the mid-Martial Emperor realm. Thank you, Lord. Su Chu excitedly bowed toward one knee Lu Yuan. Even at the Great Emperor realm, Su Chu was still deathly loyal to Lu Yuan. Next to it, when Shadow Mo Xiang and the others saw Su Chu become an emperor, their eyes also revealed a hint of envy. I don't know when. It will be my turn. Yu Xiang was drooling with envy, but killing Yu Xiang would never have occurred to her. The first and foremost thing Lu Yuan ruled out every time was him. Su Chu, now you're also a martial emperor level powerhouse. If you're fine, build more space rings out and popularize them down to your men. Lu Yuan laughed. Why are space rings so rare? This was because only a great emperor cultivator, a strong person who controlled the power of space, could easily make it. Sure, in addition to great emperors, those weapon maker clans, as well as half-emperor cultivators could barely make them, as long as the materials used to make the spatial ring were sufficient. With a raise of his hand, the great emperor could produce countless pieces at will. Half-emperors and smiths, on the other hand, need to be refined. The efficiency of the two sides, sky's the limit. With 2 martial emperor powerhouses sitting on their own this time, they should more or less be able to defend themselves a bit, right? Lu Yuan secretly thought. Although both of them, Su Chu and Great Emperor Qingyun, were only at the late and mid-martial emperor stages of cultivation. However, the actual battle power of both of them was comparable to a peak martial emperor, even in existence above the peak of martial emperor. It's perfectly adequate for self-preservation. In fact, for the eastern state continent now on the bright side, 2 martial emperor powerhouses were enough to dominate the entire eastern state continent. In the entire eastern continent, only but a few dozen great emperors had appeared. Visible. How rare is a great emperor? And after killing these few martial saint powerhouses, Lu Yuan didn't have the heart to continue to wait for rabbits in this Pill King Valley. After all, strong people were rushing fast, and those who could come had already come. And those who didn't come were pretty much all small fry under some half-saints. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered for a moment. But even if it's a small fish or shrimp, there's no way I'm going to let it go. For Lu Yuan, small fish and shrimp are also meat. Lu Yuan pondered for a while, but still opened the system's lottery panel. System, I'm going to do a holy level draw. Lu Yuan thought about it for a while, but decided to conduct a saint level lottery before saying anything. 1 million chi value for 1 holy level draw. The rewards drawn out, even if thrown here without moving, robbing and killing those strong people who came to the Medicine King Valley one after another. It's enough to earn it back. Ding! The host chooses the holy level draw. The system is in the draw. Ding! The lucky draw was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 half-saint powerhouses. As soon as the system's words fell, 20 half-saint powerhouses with majestic breaths appeared beside Lu Yuan. Subordinate Hui, Li Er, Wang San, C.U. Lord. The loud shouts of 20 half-saint powerhouses were not even as imposing as an army of 100,000 anymore. Oh, that's a nice reward. The whole 20 half-saints. The quality is not there, but the quality is coming together. And, in a certain aspect, 20 half-saints were going to be far stronger than the existence of a single martial saint now. At that moment, Lu Yuan faintly commanded towards the crowd. Gentlemen, I will now give you some tasks. There are a lot of cultivators right now that are rushing towards Pill King Valley, and all you have to do is to kill all these people. Do you hear me? Aye, my lord. Upon hearing this, the 20 half-saint experts answered in unison. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. With these 20 half-saint watchers, it was estimated that not a single mosquito would be able to fly into this Pill King Valley. P.S. Everyone's free gift point a little hello? Too many people to raise the book. The income fell wildly. The author is counting on everyone's free gift of a penny to eat / Chapter 113 End of Human Pass Battle. Terrified Third Prince. Next, Lu Yuan gave these 20 half-saint powerhouses another 1,000 instructions. If you meet any strong people, don't fight to the death. The first thing to think about is staying alive. Aye. Thank you, Lord, for remembering. We will definitely take the lead in safeguarding our own safety. Seeing Lu Yuan so concerned, the 20 half-saint powerhouses were immediately filled with emotion. A man will die for a friend who understands him. To have a lord who cared for them in a tangential way was a great blessing to them. His subordinates. Good. Seeing that a few people had taken his words in, Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. The reason he commanded this, it was because he wasn't sure if there would be any other martial saint powerhouses that would arrive halfway. If a martial saint really came, these 20 half-saints were really not enough for others to fight. Next, Lu Yuan set his gaze, again, on the others around him. Only Lu Yuan's gaze, suddenly chilled. Aloud, he commanded the crowd. Everyone, next, let's set off and catch up with Yuan Zuozong and the others as soon as possible. The final showdown is coming soon. Lu Yuan's calm voice resounded in everyone's ears. Right now, the Empress has gathered all her armies, near Chang'an City. Understand that it is to have a final showdown with yourself. This million-man mega battle, undoubtedly a flesh and blood grinder. It's possible that you're harvesting your own chi value like crazy. It's also possible his own horse lost its footing and became the place where he was buried. Before he left, Lu Yuan opened his personal panel. Host, Lu Yuan. Strength, mid-martial emperor. Forces under his command, Yan 18 riders, slightly injured state. 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, reinforced version. 50,000 Trapped Army, Shadow Guards, Fine Rain, and 10,000 Northern Household Army, disabled. Guards under his command, Xingyun Da Di, Li San Dao, Su Chu, Emperor's enhanced version. Luck value, 682,0375. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's eyes stared slightly. How come there's still more than $6,800,000 in the value of chi within my account? Lu Yuan was a bit shocked. Before himself, After drawing an emperor-level raffle, there was only 5.8 million or so chi luck values left in his account, and after another $1 million Holy Grail raffle was conducted. Yet now, not only was the chi luck value within his own account not missing, it had actually increased by more than $1 million. From the previous 5,800,000, it grew hard to over 6,800,000. Could it be that this system, itself, is buggy? Lu Yuan was a bit puzzled and haunted his head. However, it was only when Lu Yuan checked his record of acquiring the chi luck value that he finally realized the reason. So it's Human Pass, Gao Shan and Xie Xian. They've completely annihilated one who's 300,000 soldiers and horses from that northern region. Lu Yuan drifted off. So many days had passed, and the battle at Human Pass should have ended long ago. Before, the battle at the Jade Gate Pass also sporadically gave himself a few million chi values. And now, the one at the end of the fight gave himself another $2 million. Mezzo. Nice. Since the battle on Gao Shun's side is over, let him hurry up and return with his squad. Let them join Yuan Zuozong and attack Chang'an City together. Nah. Yu Xiang, who was next to him, nodded respectfully. Then a reach recalled that center-parted spirit pigeon again. After Lu Yuan left, Peking Valley, again, had temporarily returned to the midst of peace. Only the ground was stained with holy blood, and the remains of martial saints fell in all directions. It represented that here, a crushing level battle had once occurred, and a Saint Realm powerhouse had fallen. Wait a long time. The Medicine King Valley remained quiet. It seems to have become a forgotten place. Even the little fish and shrimp. No sign of them. Gentlemen, how come it seems no one's coming? The 20 half-saints summoned by Lu Yuan all had impatience. The Lord had summoned them out so that they could kill as many enemies as possible. It's not like they're here to be fed. At this point, a cloud of demonic energy whistled. The fury rushed to the sky. The ghosts cried and wailed. And even the surrounding heaven and earth lost their colors. It was the third prince and the others that arrived here. People are surprisingly already gone again. Noticing that the aura of Lu Yuan and the others was no longer in this void, the third prince's brows couldn't help but tighten together. Another step too late for myself. That Lu Yuan, is he that good at what he does? Seconds man? The third prince frowned, and his vast divine sense began to envelop the surroundings. At that moment, the third prince seemed to suddenly notice something. His face turned horrified. Surprisingly, there are 8 more martial saints. Have they fallen here? The moment. The third prince's heart was directly flooded with shocking waves. How long has it been? And already another 8 martial saints have been killed. Horrible. Just horrible. To the top of the martial saint is already a rare strong person in the world, more or less have some means of self-preservation. Even with his half-emperor cultivation, it was impossible for him to wipe out all 8 martial saints. It wasn't that he couldn't beat them, but if the other party insisted on running, he couldn't stop them at all. Originally, he also said that he would wait for the other experts to arrive, and then they would unite to take action against Lu Yuan. Results now. The others are coming. Those experts, however, died at the hands of Lu Yuan. At that moment, the third prince suddenly wrinkled his nose and sniffed around. The face became harder in a split second. This is imperial might. This enemy side. There was once a martial emperor level powerhouse. That's right. As a half-emperor powerhouse, he was already sensitive to this kind of imperial might. And at this point, the air around them was filled with the remnants of thick imperial might. It must be a martial emperor powerhouse making a move. How is it possible? Under Lu Yuan, there is actually the existence of a martial emperor powerhouse? The third prince's face was already inhumanly ugly. The eating expression on his face at the moment suddenly looked even more hideous. Boom! At that moment, an explosive boom suddenly resounded within the Peking Valley. It was only inside the Valley of the Medicine King. 20 half-saint level powerhouses were already battling those people in black. Those half-saint powerhouses, with a single strike of their hands, were astonishingly powerful. The attack was even more powerful. Luckily, those men in black, they weren't good at it either. Protected by the tough skin all over his body, he was surprisingly able to withstand the powerful attacks of those half-saint powerhouses. Master, there seems to be a few crawlers next to the third prince. Black One's face was filled with a bloodthirsty smile. After reaching Martial Saint, Black One became more and more demonized, and his heart became more and more violent. Immediately, he wanted to step forward and tried to press the creeps to death himself. Wait, just as Shadow One was about to step forward, he saw an arm covered in hideous bone spikes, blocking him. Chapter 114, The Third Prince Goaded. The King of Jinan enters the capital. Master, Kuroichi looked at his third prince suspiciously. At this point, only the third prince's eyes at the moment were glittering with an inexplicable light. on these powerhouses. Surprisingly, all of them have a trace of divine thoughts left behind by great emperor powerhouses. The third prince could tell at a glance that something had been tampered with on these 20 half-saints. A flash of scorn flashed across the third prince's eyes. The divine thoughts left behind by the great emperor not only acted as an early warning. If one were to erase these people, the great emperor powerhouse who had left behind his divine thoughts would know immediately. Immediately. That great emperor would then immediately tear through space and appear in front of them. And this great emperor's divine thought could also act as a talisman. If the owner suffered a fatal attack, this divine thought would transform into an attack and hit the attacker. Its power, moreover, was comparable to a casual strike from a martial emperor powerhouse. Damn. According to this, these half-saints, they can't move. The third prince's heart was resentful as he said, both of his wide fists clenched fiercely. Obviously, these half-saint powerhouses were that Lu Yuan's men, though he himself could have killed him at will. But the subsequent results are also clearly more than one can afford. Let the black-clothed guards, don't get attached to the battle. I'll evacuate for me. In the end, the third prince could only grit his teeth and reluctantly say, he couldn't afford to mess with it. So couldn't he escape? As much as he wanted to wipe out all of these half-saints, all of them, but in front of his own little life, the third prince can still carry the weight. That's right, the third prince at this time was indeed abashed. To say that before there was still the idea of trying to touch base with Lu Yuan, and he is now. That idea, it's been completely cut off. Crap, people have a great emperor powerhouse to back them up, alas. But, as he prepared to retreat, he saw 8 martial saints bloodstaining the sky, their bodies still remaining on the ground. The bloodthirsty look returned to his face. These martial saint corpses can't just be thrown away. The third prince waved his hand, directly collecting all the remains of the current martial saints. All of them. Regardless, he now had 8 more martial saints to devour. Perhaps, after devouring these martial saint corpses yourself, you can successfully ascend to great emperor. At that time, it will be possible to touch base with that great emperor under Lu Yuan's command. The third prince's eyes flickered for a moment. The original confidence was restored. The devils never lose. With their flawed character, as long as there was an opportunity, it was bound to be revenge. Sure, everything. It was better to wait until he, himself, had completely devoured these 8 martial saint corpses. Looking at the crowd of people who were entangled in the fight, the third prince struck out. Those black-clad guards, they got out of the way easily. They withdrew. Looking at the third prince and the others who were flying away, these half-saint powerhouses were all filled with gravity. Should we inform the Lord about this? One of the half-saint powerhouses frowned. A half-imperial powerhouse. The moment the third prince struck, they all felt the aura from the other party as well. It was a half-emperor powerhouse without a doubt. However, what puzzles them is this. That half-imperial powerhouse, why would he choose to let them off the hook? Obviously, the gap between the two sides was so large that the other party could have completely wiped them out with a single blow. Since the other side has withdrawn, it's also our good fortune. But the matter of an unfamiliar half-emperor powerhouse appearing still needs to be reported to the Lord. Let there be some preparation in the Lord's heart. The appearance of a half-emperor powerhouse was no small matter. Not to mention, it was still unclear to them whether the other party was a foe or a friend. At this point, Chang'an City. After a series of changes, the entire pattern of Chang'an City can be described as treacherous. Many of the worldly families were dumbfounded, intent on pressurizing Zhou Linglong for a statement. The situation was already showing signs of being out of control. Finally, a good news reached Zhou Linglong's ears. The first army to enter the capital to serve the king has arrived at Chang'an City. King of Jinan, Xiao Shan, the magnificent court hall of the court hall. Zhou Linglong urgently summoned the civil and military officials to the court. All the ministers in the court store could not help but whisper. Xiao Shan led 500,000 Pingnan troops and entered the capital. This powerful news completely cooled down the restless hearts of certain people. Tap tap tap. A steady footstep slowly stepped inside the majestic hall. I, Xiao Shan, pay my respects to your majesty. A majestic figure knelt down with a bang and said. The crowd couldn't help but look over. He only saw Xiao Shan, who was a bearded, hardened middle-aged man. The 9-foot-tall burly body was enveloped within a period of precious armor. The muscles exposed in the unobtrusive armor skirt seemed to contain explosive power. Its cultivation, too, had reached the peak of half-saint. Why does Prince Xiao need to perform such a great honor? Quickly please rise. Today to the arrival of Xiao Shan, Zhou Linglong's taut heartstrings finally loosened a bit. Prince Xiao, at last I've waited for you to come. Zhou Linglong immediately stood up from the dragon chair and quickly walked to Xiao Shan's side. This action, all of which indicates that she attaches importance to Xiao Shan. Thank you, your majesty. Xiao Shan's voice was still incomparably calm. In the face of such a generous act of love from Zhou Linglong, He also did not change his face in the slightest. As a prince on par with the king of Jinbei, Xiao Shan's existence was also a legend. And its city is not as simple as it seems. Your Majesty, the matter of Jinbei King Lu Yuan's rebellion has long been known to all of my ministers. Please, Your Majesty. After the microcosmic minister repairs some troops and horses and replenishes the provisions, he will go forward and pacify the rebels in the state of Bingzhou. Xiao Shan clasped his hands and boomed in the middle of the air. As someone of the same generation as the previous king of Jinbei, that is, Lu Qingtian, for Lu Yuan, a junior, he really didn't put it in his eyes. Words. Zhou Linglong, however, looked at Xiao Shan in shock. Brother, do you know what you're saying? You want to go to quell the rebellion with just these men? Sure, you're not going to deliver the groceries. The moment. It's not just Zhou Linglong. The other courtiers, too, looked as if they were looking at a little cutie. As if they were looking at Xiao Shan. Palatizing. This king of Jinnan. Why is he so crazy? Hadn't he inquired about how powerful Lu Yuan really was before he came? That was a ruthless person who had easily wiped out even their elite world family army, which was composed of 100,000 of them starting at the cultivation level of a martial master. Even their major lineage ancestors, along with the 6 martial saint ancestors of the Dragon Court Sanctuary, were all annihilated by Lu Yuan. You, Xiao Shan, are just a mere half-saint, although 500,000 troops, but still some of the look. But with these armies, go and pacify Lu Yuan. It's not that they grow the enemy's lewdness and destroy their own breeze. Compared to this, they still find it a little easier to eat 100,000 pounds of ps/o/. Chapter 115. Wouldn't they be giving away food? At this point, Xiao Shan was also keenly aware of the strange gazes of the surrounding crowd. A deep frown settled on his brow. Could what he just said? Is there something wrong with it? He was summoned to the capital to serve the king. Wasn't that what he wanted him to do to quell Lu Yuan's rebellion? In fact, it was no wonder that Xiao Shan was puzzled. At this time, his level of information was still stuck in Lu Yuan's overthrow of those 300,000 forbidden troops. For the subsequent intelligence, the press is not known, much less. Today's entire Great Zhou dynasty monarchs and ministers had all been frightened by the beatings. He, a king who guarded the border, couldn't possibly have planted his own spies in the dynasty. Otherwise it is easy to be attacked by those who have a mind to do so. So, there was a lot of news that Xiao Shan naturally wouldn't be able to learn firsthand. Xiao Shan couldn't figure it out and frowned as he arched his hand toward Zhou Linglong and asked in confusion, Your Majesty, was what I said just now wrong in any way? Zhou Linglong gave Xiao Shan a speechless look. Oh, it's no longer a simple case of which statement you're wrong about. Rather, the whole thing had drifted. Zhou Linglong gave a sarcastic laugh. Your Highness Xiao, I think the matter of pacifying Lu Yuan still needs more discussion and deliberation. If we attack rashly, I'm afraid we'll suffer a great loss. Zhou Linglong's words were already very euphemistic. You, Xiao Shan, on your own, can't possibly be a match for other people's Lu Yuan, so don't think about it so much. At those words, Xiao Shan's frown deepened. He was an old fox of 1,000 years, and he could naturally understand Zhou Linglong's words. Could it be that halfway through, something unexpected happened again? Xiao Shan secretly said maliciously in his heart. Looking at Zhou Linglong constantly winking at him, Xiao Shan's heart moved slightly. I obey the decree. That's it. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Now we could only wait until after the next court and ask the empress herself. After the pilgrimage, Xiao Shan held a stomach full of doubts and found Zhou Linglong. And Zhou Linglong knew what Xiao Shan had come for, so he immediately let out a bitter smile and said, Prince Xiao, just now above the courtroom, there are some things that are not easy to say explicitly. Now, I'll explain it to you. Zhou Linglong's face was filled with bitterness. Originally, those families were already full of complaints. She really didn't dare to mention this matter in the courtroom, giving those worldly families a chance to find an opening to spout off. Next, Zhou Linglong then went through, one by one, all the previous situations, including the 6 martial saint experts of the Dragon Court all told to Xiao Shan. After a few remarks, Xiao Shan stared straight at Zhou Linglong, his tiger eyes glaring round. In his eyes, there were all looks of horror plus shock. Ancestors of major families died in battle? All 100,000 of your family's troops have fallen? Palatizing. Are you sure you sent me to the capital to serve the king, not to die? Xiao Shan's gaze toward Zhou Linglong suddenly became bizarre. So many experts have fallen. And then, what are you asking me, a tiny half-saint, to come along for the ride? Trying to pull one over on him? At this point, Zhou Linglong also noticed the unkindness in Xiao Shan's eyes and immediately smiled awkwardly. Prince Xiao, this time you understand the reason why I won't let you lead the army alone to quell the rebellion. It's really that Lu Yuan's strength simply cannot be measured by common sense. Zhou Linglong hissed. From not paying attention in the beginning to paying slightly more attention. Eventually, then it became a heartbreaker. Lu Yuan's growth had crossed their perceptions. Words. Xiao Shan also slowly withdrew his burning gaze. I didn't expect Lu Qingtian's son has such great abilities nowadays. Even a strong martial saint can go there and break the jian and sink the sand. Xiao Shan's gaze flickered for a moment. His eyes filled with horror. He, a small half-saint, had learned that people much more powerful than himself had been buried under Lu Yuan. This news was a serious blow to his Taoist heart. Even more so, there was no more invincible courage that could face Lu Yuan head-on. Now Xiao Shan was a little skeptical. Could it be that during these days of his absence, the aura had revived over in the northern region? Otherwise, so many powerful people had popped up one after another. So many strong people appeared. He himself had wasted so many years of effort to cultivate to the half-saint cultivation level. It turned out to be one of the most vegetable of the bunch. The Shawshanks are going nuts. Xiao Shan was in a trance, so he just swung straight for the fences. Your Majesty, with all due respect, I'm sure I won't be able to defeat a man of Lu Yuan's strength. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed when you summon the minister. At this point, it was only then that Xiao Shan realized just how hilarious his previous thoughts had been. Counterinsurgency? I guess I'll be the one who gets flattened when the time comes. Zhou Linglong saw that Xiao Shan had lost some of his fighting spirit, so he hurriedly said, Your Highness Xiao, my great Zhou's strong men and women are as numerous as the carp that crosses the river. All of them can be used for me. And there's a steady stream of industrious armies that are coming toward Chang'an. What's the worry that Lu Yuan won't be defeated? Xiao Shan immediately let out a cold laugh. Oh, it's all high-level fighting. If no one is doing the holding, it's useless to have more troops on our side. Don't worry about this, my big weak. At this moment, Zhou Linglong's gaze suddenly flickered and he hastily stopped his mouth. Then as if to cover it up, the words turned directly to, when the time comes, anyway, when everything is ready. Even if that Lu Yuan has heavenly skills, he can't escape. Prince Xiao, you can rest assured, but this also requires your cooperation in commanding those pinnacle army to fight. At those words, Xiao Shan gave Zhou Linglong a deep look. This empress, I guess there was something else she was hiding from herself. But, since the other party was so confident, it meant that her means were, inevitably, not weak. Well, let's hope so. Xiao Shan faintly responded. Anyway, he's on the hook now, and people are coming to Chang'an. There's simply no going back. Shortly thereafter, the other two princes of the four-town princes, all arrived one after another, the king of Jinshi and the king of Jindong, respectively. As for the four-town princes, why only three came? Because the king of Jinbei has already rebelled. The two princes of Jindong and Jinshi were slightly less powerful compared to the two kings of the north and south, although they were all at half-saint cultivation levels as well. However, the soldiers and horses brought under his command were so much worse in terms of both quantity and quality. And, the enemy side they were on also all needed to keep a portion of their troops in defense. So, the number of people who come forward is naturally not that great. All of them just brought 300,000 troops to the capital to work for the king. With the arrival of the two kings, Zhou Linglong also reported all the previous information to them, truthfully, and when these two princes heard the words, all of them showed great shock. All of their cultivation levels were also each just a small half-saint. I thought I was strong enough in body cultivation, but it turned out that I was sitting on a well, and facing an army of Lu Yuan that could even decimate a martial saint. They also shared Xiao Shan's belief that their side was absolutely G. What's the point of fighting? People have already have the capital to slaughter martial saints. Wouldn't they be sending it as a gift? Chapter 116 Dog-like and humble Zhou Qianfu. Surprising 9th grade pill. Ugh. Looks like it's going to take a lot more talking. Zhou Linglong shrugged helplessly. It seemed that it was time to bring back the words that had persuaded Xiao Shan before. Otherwise, with these two princes in such a negative state, the battle will be lost before it is even fought. Finally, it was only after Zhou Linglong's kind words that he finally managed to salvage the lost attitude of the two princes. Well, now there's only one step to take. The two princes of East and West looked at each other. If they had known that the trouble was so big, then they should not have made an edict to go to the capital to work for the king. Now it's screwed up and made a mess of itself. At this time, Zhou Linglong took stock of how many people had gathered around Chang'an City now. However, it doesn't matter if this isn't checked. A check was simply a shock. At this moment, around Chang'an City, a whole 3 million elite soldiers had already gathered. Even the major states and counties, and a steady stream of soldiers and horses are on their way. You know, these are not ordinary people. All of them were cultivators who had already stepped into cultivation. Once the figure of $3 million came out, Zhou Linglong directly flat out had a very strong extra confidence. With such a huge number of people, a hard pile would be able to pile up the Lu Yuan army. Sure, it's now down to the last bit. That is, there was still a lack of experts who could hold back those experts in Lu Yuan's army. Zhou Linglong couldn't help but look remotely in the direction of the Dragon Court's forbidden land. Let's hope that everything will go well at the Imperial Ancestors' place. If you really can't contact the Upper Domain Ambassador, then they, Great Zhou, would really have no need to continue fighting, because it's bound to lose. And at this point, Zhou Qianfu's side was sweating like a pig, humbly kneeling on the ground, and in front of him was sitting in his previous position, a black-robed man whose entire body was shrouded within a black robe. The black-robed man exuded an incomparably ethereal aura. Even the light around him seemed to escape the pull of his breath. And upon closer inspection of his cultivation, he was clearly a peak-level martial emperor powerhouse. And, compared to an ordinary peak martial emperor, this black-robed man was also emitting an ethereal aura if nothing else. This aura was even heavier than the feeling given by Emperor Wei. Naturally, it's even more awesome. Lord, Your Excellency, the situation. That's probably the situation. Right now, the strength of Lu Yuan's army, we, Great Zhou, can't really do anything about it. At this moment, Zhou Qianfu, too, had heatedly learned of the news that Zhou Huangye and the other Dragon Court experts had fallen. In addition to cursing those people as trash in his heart, he couldn't help but secretly develop a trace of trepidation in his heart. Their Great Zhou was nothing but defeat. It simply didn't work at all. And up makes eyes. Never feeds the waste. If this causes displeasure to the superior, then it would be a death sentence. And from the words of Zhou Qianfu, that's right, the black-robed man in front of Zhou Qianfu was from the upper domain. It was also the Lord Upper Ambassador, as he had always called him. Next to it, that superior envoy sniffed, and a faint might that was not angry fluctuated out. An incomparably clear 2 words, full of huffing and puffing, came into Zhou Qianfu's ears. Waste. An aura of booming cold silence immediately emanated from the black-robed man's body, though the scent was only showing a hint of it. But the pressure on Zhou Qianfu was also unprecedented. After all, the black-robed man's true strength was estimated to have surpassed above the peak of a martial emperor, which was something that he, a small half-emperor, could withstand? Zhou Qianfu was sweating profusely as he prostrated himself on the ground in horror. Yes. On the make. It's all our waste. The moment. Zhou Qianfu completely lost his previous lofty stance, humble as if a dog. But it's no wonder. The difference in strength between the two sides was so great. What else could Zhou Qianfu do if he wasn't humble? Again, with Zhou Qianfu's qualifications, cultivating to a half-emperor in this lifetime was basically considered to be the end of cultivation. If you want to go one step further, it's probably harder than climbing up to heaven. Zhou Qianfu's hopes would have to fall on this upper domain emissary. In the opinion of Zhou Qianfu, in the eyes of these high and mighty upper domain emissaries with heavenly cultivation, wouldn't it be a simple task to raise the cultivation level of a mole cricket in their eyes? And next, Zhou Qianfu secretly said that he had chosen the right path. Seeing that Zhou Qianfu still had injuries on his body, the black-robed man then flexed his fingers and directly popped out a glittering elixir. I see that you have injuries on your body, so this 9th grade healing pill will be for you to take for healing, the black-robed man faintly said, his tone not fluctuating in the slightest. It seemed like a rare and incomparable 9th grade elixir. In his hands, it was like an ordinary sugar bean. Opposite. Zhou Qianfu's breath caught when he saw this 9th grade healing pill. The eyes immediately became red. 9th grade elixir. Zhou Qianfu shouted madly in his heart. In the entire continent of the 9 states, the existence of an 8th grade elixir was already the very best of the very best. And the 9th grade Dan. No one in the vast eastern continent was able to refine it at all. And that Pill King Valley master known as the God of Dan, Pill Qianming, could only skillfully refine 8th grade pills. As for the 9 products, he doesn't even have a 0.1% chance of success. Thank you, Your Excellency. For the Dan. Zhou Qianfu breathed roughly and received the 9th grade elixir with trembling hands. With the pill in his hands, Zhou Qianfu was instantly a bit reluctant to part with it. This kind of elixir that could be used as a life-preserving card was now being used for healing. It's a waste. But, this elixir was the one that Lord Superior Envoy specifically reserved for his own healing. Zhou Qianfu wouldn't dare to go against the Lord Superior Ambassador's wishes. Enduring the severe pain in his heart, his eyes closed and directly took this 9th grade elixir into his stomach. Looking at Zhou Qianfu, who had taken the 9th grade pill, as if it was a precious egg, a disdainful smile appeared under the black robe of that black-robed man. The people of the lower world are really the people of the lower world. A mere mortal order elixir is treated as a treasure. This is in their feathered immortal dynasty. Thrown on the ground no one. Ahem. Pick it up, but it's like a dime dropped on the floor. It's very chicken scratch to pick up and discard. After Zhou Qianfu took the elixir, a majestic vitality immediately erupted from his body. The damages on all parts of the body were slowly beginning to be repaired. This medicinal effect could be much faster than an 8th grade elixir. In just a few breaths of time, all of the injuries on Zhou Qianfu's body had been completely repaired. Even the excess medicinal effects irrigated Zhou Qianfu's entire body. It made Zhou Qianfu feel like he had become several years younger. Thank you, Your Excellency, for the medicine. Chapter 117, Taking Down Shangyang City. Feeling the changes in his body, Zhou Qianfu was pleasantly surprised. It's worthy of being a 9th grade elixir. The injuries he had warmed up for a long time without healing were now recovered almost instantly. It was just a pity that there was only one of these 9th grade pills, and it's already been eaten by him. Zhou Qianfu once again looked at the black-robed man with an expectant gaze. Kneeling, be sure to get on your knees. The upper envoy took out a random elixir in his hand, and it was of the 9th grade class. If you curry favor with the other side, it might be possible to bestow a divine elixir that one's heart desires. Sessions, it would be possible to step into, in one fell swoop, the martial emperorless realm that one's heart desired. However, the black-robed man, did not give Zhou Qianfu a good chance to continue speaking. Only the surging breath on his body fluctuated for a moment, then he let out a cold snort and said, "The army of Lu Yuan, as you call it, is on its way to Chang'an, isn't it? Humph, what an ignorance. Don't worry, when the other party arrives, I will definitely make a move then." The tone of the black-robed man could be described as very relaxed. It's just a mole in the lower world. He, a forbidden army commander of the feathered immortal dynasty, didn't put these people in his eyes at all. If it weren't for the words of a certain great man within the immortal dynasty, he doesn't even want to go down to the world. Thank you, Your Excellency. Hearing that the black-robed man was preparing to make his move, Zhou Qianfu was overjoyed. Wasn't his purpose in the beginning to get the upper ambassador to make a move? Hoof. Lu Yuan, let you little brats be arrogant for a few days first. When you come to Chang'an City, I'll let you know what it means to be outside the sky. Zhou Qianfu grunted coldly. What is the realm of the Lord Ambassador? He doesn't know though. But anyway, even if they were down in the realm now, the strength of the other party was still countless times stronger than the average peak martial emperor. Since now the Lord High Septon has decided to take the plunge, he didn't believe that little bastard Lu Yuan could still escape from death. However, Zhou Qianfu, was completely unaware of his current image. It's a total dogfight. And at this time, Lu Yuan sighed. After Lu Yuan left the Pill King Valley, he also quickly caught up with Yuan Zuozong's dragon cavalry. Although the dragon riders were marching fast, but beside Lu Yuan, there were two great emperor powerhouses holding them up. You can't even think about slowing down. My lord, according to your orders, General Gao has already started off with the trap battalion, and the soldiers are approaching towards Yangzhou. It is expected to arrive in 2 more days. Yu Xiang stepped forward and respectfully reported the information with Lu Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan stretched his back and said, I'll have to interrogate that Gao Shun kid when he arrives. Why would it take so long to attack a mere 300,000 border troops, thanks to him making military orders at the time? With that, Lu Yuan rubbed his chin and his eyes flickered a bit as he said, 2 days? That's fine. And it's a generous amount of time. Anyway, up ahead, it should be the county town of Yangzhou, Shanyang City. It's about time to take down this Shanyang City, I guess. Lu Yuan took out a map and drew a circle on the location of Upper Yang City. Shanyang City is geographically and politically significant as the county town of Yangzhou. Pressing is not like those other small towns that you can just say you're shedding. For this reason, Zhou Linglong also in the city of Shanyang, the ministry of 100,000 heavy troops. It is a gesture to keep a guard. Yuan Zuozong, first take down that Shanyang City. For me. Lu Yuan waved his hand and said with great vigor, the district is a city where 100,000 people are stationed. In the hands of the dragon riders, it's still a handful. Upper Yonkers, far out, soldiers on the walls, side by side, saw a warhorse returning with a scout hanging on his last breath. When the defenders saw this, they lowered the drawbridge and reported the matter quickly. Army doctor, send for the medic. There was a flurry of hands and feet in the crowd. However, he waited for the medic to arrive, but sighed slightly. Alas, the dead man's injuries were so severe that he was beyond help. The medic shook his head, saying there was nothing he could do. The injured person's entire body was completely shattered. Although his entire body didn't appear to have much injury, but his internal organs were completely shattered. Oh look, it's the one that gets caught in the wave of some kind of battle between powerful people and then gets shaken to death by the aftermath. Oh no, it can't be called an injury anymore. It should be called the dead. At this point, A burly man whose body was bursting with muscles and wearing a general's armor stepped forward with a grim face. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly made way for him. Forget about that for now. Prepare to fight. The burly general shouted coldly towards the surrounding crowd. Right now, that was hostile to their great Zhou and had penetrated into the hinterland of Yangzhou. There was no one else but Lu Yuan. Sure enough, after a few moments, a sound of horses' hooves that made the earth tremble resounded in the sky. Sunset, a line of snow, approaching fast from the sky. Dragon riders, charge! Yuan Zuozong led the way, directly transforming into the arrowhead of the formation. The aura of a peak martial saint level exploded out in full force. However, facing the mighty charge of the dragon cavalry, the burly general, however, remained indifferent on his face. Lu Yuan, you're finally here. It was as if the general had resigned himself to his fate, or as if he was relieved, and he actually let out a slight sigh of relief. Actually, this general had long known that he had now become an outcast of the great Zhou dynasty, but imperial orders cannot be disobeyed. Besides, his family is in Chang'an, all in the hands of Zhou Linglong. He is the end of certain death. All soldiers, prepare to defend. The burly general bellowed in a deep voice. He had a death wish that was even higher than a war wish. The warmth of the setting sun shone on his numb face, full of sadness and silence. However, this death wish, in the face of absolute strength, is simply a joke. Boom! A mighty blast. With just one strike, Yuan Zuozong directly shattered the walls of Shangyang City. The 100,000 dragon cavalry followed closely behind, charging directly into Shangyang City. The battle ended faster than Lu Yuan had imagined. The dragon cavalry didn't even suffer much damage before eliminating all 100,000 defenders of Shangfang City. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 100,000 soldiers under his command, of which 90,000 are martial artists and 8,000 are masters. A total of 1,860,000 chi luck values have been gained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a large battle and wiping out the entire enemy army, earning a reward of 100,000 chi luck values. Hearing that it was only 1,800,000 chi luck values, Lu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Why is the value of chi so low? 100,000 troops, and it only turned out to be worth 1,000,000 or so chi luck values? However, when Lu Yuan saw the broadcast, it was only a group of soldiers at the martial artist martial master realm, and, even its highest cultivation level, the commander general, was only a junior martial zone cultivator when it suddenly dawned on him. So it's a bunch of cannon fodder soldiers. No wonder such a low chi value. Lu Yuan was a bit puzzled. Really can't figure out what that empress was thinking. What's the point of keeping a bunch of such trashy cannon fodder here? Forget it. Anyway, now, Shangyang City has fallen into your hands, and the fortune values, they've all arrived. But anyway, whatever. Lu Yuan was still more appreciative of the empress's behavior of giving away her chi luck value for nothing. That's just great. Chapter 118, Chang'an at night. Easily solved the city of Shangyang. Lu Yuan naturally didn't forget to wash his hands of Upper Yang City. Those who are big in the city can't afford to miss it. With the behavior that it was better to kill 10,000 people by mistake than to let go of a single chi value. Lu Yuan had once again gained more than 100,000 chi luck values again. Host, Lu Yuan. Strength, mid-martial emperor. Forces under his command, Yan 18 riders, slightly injured state. 100,000 great snow dragon riders, reinforced version. 50,000 trapped army, shadow guards, fine rain, and 10,000 northern household army, disabled. Guards under his command, Xingyan Dadi, Li Sandao, Su Chu, emperor enhanced version. Luck value, 882,0563. The moment. The chi luck value within Lu Yuan's account had reached another 8,880,000 plus. Alas, this remaining 1.2 million or so chi luck values are a bit hard to put together. Lu Yuan hissed somewhat as if he had a toothache. In fact, this 8 million or so chi luck values were already quite a lot. Just the holy level draw alone can be taken 8 times. Those were 8 absolutely powerful forces equivalent to the trap battalion. But Lu Yuan's ambitions were more than just the district saint level draw. Instead, it's emperor level. Never mind. Let's see if there's a chance for some roundabout tactics. Use the mobility of the dragon cavalry to harass those soldiers near Chang'an City. Try to scrape together another chance at the imperial raffle. Lu Yuan secretly said in his heart. According to Fine Rain News, 3 million troops from the Great Zhou side have gathered around Chang'an City. With so many soldiers, a single Chang'an City could no longer accommodate them. Therefore, they were all stationed around Chang'an City. Sessions. The dragon riders were perfectly capable of using the mobility of coming and going like the wind to sneak in a round or two. It's also possible to get a big chi value first. Yuan Zuozong. Inform the dragon cavalry not to clean up the battlefield. I can't see or use those broken things. Now pass on my order to march on Chang'an at full speed. Strive to reach the bottom of Chang'an City before nightfall. Lu Yuan commanded in a cold and chillingly drunken voice. Nah. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zuozong immediately boomed his promise down. At this point, the news that 100,000 defenders of Shangyang City were completely destroyed by Lu Yuan's army was also sent back to Chang'an. Zhou Linglong sighed slightly when she found out. Alas, it is a pity. 100,000 troops, but they can't even delay Lu Yuan's pace. Right now, it seemed that the 100,000 troops he had sent out had died in vain. Nope, shouldn't be able to say that for nothing either. At the very least, they had also given the crowd of lineages an attitude of their royal family. There was a reason why Zhou Linglong had laid down 100,000 troops in Shangyang City. For one thing, there are political reasons. Previously, the full withdrawal of the whole line from the parallel state had caused the dissatisfaction of many worldly families. And now for the city of Upper Yong. Even if you know you're going to lose, you can't just say you're going to give it up. Otherwise, if we do not resist and withdraw from the 3 eastern provinces, will we not be verbally attacked by all sides? Secondly, Zhou Linglong is still hoping, borrowing Shangyang City to wear down a portion of Lu Yuan's strength. It's a bit delusional though, but at least it's an expectation, isn't it? However, it turns out, what Zhou Linglong was thinking was just delusional. After Upper Yonkers, along the way, Lu Yuan never encountered any more resistance. All the way through, however, along the way, Lu Yuan encountered quite a few scouts from major powers. Nowadays, Lu Yuan had become a celebrity in the entire eastern continent. Rebellion against the Great Zhou, the destruction of the questioning sword, and the overthrow of the Medicine Valley, all the way to the city of Chang'an. Even close to hitting the city of Chang'an, such a fierce force naturally attracted the attention of countless forces. Lord, do you want me to get rid of those scouts, by getting rid of them? At this point, Shadow Mo quietly appeared beside Lu Yuan and respectfully asked. However, Lu Yuan just laughed. These scouts can't be killed. Even if you kill one batch, another batch will come. Su Chu, Qing Yun, you guys make a move to cover up the dragon cavalry's aura. Yuan Zuozong, order the dragon cavalry to speed up their march and get rid of this group for me. Yes. Nah. Hearing Lu Yuan's command, the crowd hurriedly responded to the drink. And, also very quick to act. Next to it, those scouts with low cultivation levels had already been unable to keep up with the speed of the dragon cavalry before. It was eliminated a long time ago. And now, those who could keep up with the rhythm of the dragon cavalry were all strong people like martial emperors and martial zongs. However, these people, were suddenly shocked. The dragon riders who were locked by their own aura, but it was as if they had suddenly disappeared from the world, straight out of capture. And, to their horror, the already extreme speed of the dragon cavalry army had unexpectedly sped up by several points now. This next, they were utterly unable to catch up. One could only watch helplessly as the dragon riders disappeared within their pupils. All that could be done was to stay put and curse helplessly. Finally, before this late night, Lu Yuan and the others finally arrived 100 miles away from Chang'an City. Chang'an, the hometown I've never met, is finally here. Lu Yuan sneered with a nostalgia-like smile. In his life, he'd never been to Chang'an before. I can't imagine arriving for the first time in such a way. By now, the sky had come to night. The bright white moon, too, had taken refuge in the thick clouds. Theoretically, even if their eyesight was bad at night, the huge divine thoughts of some powerful people could still feel the wind blowing in a radius of 10,000 miles, or even 10 million miles. However, now Lu Yuan's army are close to approaching the bottom of Chang'an City, the other side of the 3 million army camp, but still no reaction at all. Still quiet. The cover was because Lu Yuan had long ago ordered the 2 great emperors, Su Chu and Chang Yun, to make use of their abilities to cover up the movements of the dragon cavalry. The great emperor strikes. This group of people whose cultivation level wasn't even that of a martial saint naturally couldn't discover the traces of Lu Yuan's army. Only in the dragon court sanctuary, the black-robed man there seemed to feel something and frowned slightly. Strange. How come it feels? There are some abnormal fluctuations in the nearby space. But, the black-robed man, however, thought that it was because he was in the secret realm of the dragon court, and the spatial fluctuations in this secret realm. Therefore, he, too, assumed that he was overly concerned. And so, once again, he closed his eyes and fell into meditation. This also leads to, they, perfectly, missed the best time to alert. At this point, Lu Yuan watched as Su Chu casually discarded the bodies of several night sentries. Another look at the defenseless camp of the enemy hordes. Lu Yuan was directly evil. Since they are now not yet discovered by the enemy, it's such a good opportunity tonight. Might as well take advantage of it and make a sneak attack on the enemy. Chapter 119 Attack on the Western Camp. Su Chu. Lu Yuan forced himself to hold back the agitation in his heart, and his lips lightly opened, calling softly to his side. Lord! In the darkness, Su Chu looked toward Lu Yuan, just in time to see Lu Yuan's burning gaze. Mind blessed, Su Chu immediately knew what Lu Yuan really meant. Lord! Everything around. Leave it to me. Su Chu patted his chest and assured Lu Yuan. Having followed Lu Yuan for so long, one movement from Lu Yuan, Su Chu could immediately understand. Immediately, Su Chu's massive divine sense quickly shrouded the surrounding area. All the wind and grass movement in a 10,000 mile radius are all detailed and subtle by Su Chu, all sense clearly. Among them, naturally, it also included those night sentries that took advantage of the night's color and hid in every corner. Humph! Finding all the night sentries, Su Chu just let out a soft cold snort. Brilliant imperial might instantly erupted from its body. Immediately, only countless muffled grunts sounded one after another in the darkness. Su Chu a thought on the dark sentries, all to solve. Lord! Su Chu nodded towards Lu Yuan, signaling that everything was already fine. Su Chu, well done. Lu Yuan complimented Su Chu with satisfaction. With that, he turned to Yuan Zuozong and softly commanded. Yuan Zuozong, the dragon cavalry can move now. Remember, everything is based on surprise. Tonight is just a first offense to cut down the opponent's power first. No fighting. I will take note of it. Yuan Zuozong's face was solemn as he similarly softly promised. Immediately, Yuan Zuozong quietly passed on unique tactical gestures to the group of dragon riders behind him. The overwhelming quality of the 100,000 dragon rider army was directly displayed. In no time at all, it converted directly into a charging formation. Under the cover of the two great emperor powerhouses, Su Chu and Chongyun, the 100,000 dragon riders were quiet. People don't speak, horses don't neigh. Like the cavalry of the underworld, it began to move silently. The thick hooves of the demonic beast's warhorse landed on the ground. Immediately afterward, there was a soft burst of aura that was held up beneath the horse's hooves. It looks like a heavy fall, but it's silent. It was a polar opposite of the appalling charge that had preceded it, when the heavens had fallen and the snow had flown like a great avalanche. Until they were close to the camps that stretched for hundreds of miles around Chang'an City, no one had discovered the 100,000 dragon cavalry's traces. Close. Lu Yuan looked away. At this point, even in the dead of night, the lights were brightly lit inside that stretched out camp. A huge campfire stove with charcoal sizzling and crackling. Even inside the camp, there were some soldiers with armor that were walking around on patrol as usual. As Lu Yuan watched this, a flash of excitement rose on his face. This is all living and breathing chi value. Lu Yuan directly roared with excitement. Dragon riders, charge, kill. Rushing to their heels, the dragon riders no longer took cover. The heavy hooves of the horses landed on the ground, producing a thunderous boom that brought the earth along with it to tremble madly. Inside the camp, most of the Great Zhou's soldiers who were sleeping, or practicing with their eyes closed, suddenly awakened from his sleep. What happened? A crowd of soldiers panicked and all came out from their respective tents. However, what was reflected in their pupils was a powerful spear on that shocked the heavens and shook the earth. Desert's silver lance. Break for me. Yuan Zuozong let out a furious cry, and the peak strength of a martial saint burst out in full force. Boom! Hundreds of feet of gun shadows, breaking the sky horizontally. The humble fortifications around the camp, along with the guard sentries, were directly reduced to a puff of powder. Even those tents close to the fortifications were not spared under the sweeping shadow of the huge gun. Just one hit. Thousands of people were killed. Surprise! All the people who saw the scene were dumbfounded and stunned in place. It's safe to say, this scene completely surpassed the perceptions of these bottom soldiers. And in the meantime, this lifetime's earth-shattering roar directly awakened everyone in Chang'an City. Even the dust that had been deposited on some of the city's beams for a long time wandered down with a poof. The major forces within Chang'an City were appalled. Awakening with a start, he leapt straight to the highest point in his neighborhood and looked away toward the source of the sound. There, west side, outside the western part of the city, is there some kind of battle going on? It was because of the entire Chang'an City, which had a flight ban. None of these people could see outside the walls. One can only cross one's fingers and judge what's going on outside by the sound. And at this point, inside the palace, Zhou Linglong had been sleeping uneasily during this period of time and had not closed her eyes for several days. The loud roar likewise caught her attention. West Side Camp? Zhou Linglong's face changed drastically and she was about to go forward to check. At this point, Xiao Shan, however, was one step ahead of her and came straight to her door. Your Majesty, it's not good. At this time, Xiao Shan also did not care about what monarchs and ministers were overstepping their bounds, and directly and vigorously pushed open the door of Zhou Linglong's room. Your Majesty, the West Camp is being sneak attacked by a large force of cavalry? If that's correct, it should be Lu Yuan coming. Xiao Shan panted heavily and said with a face of 10,000 pounds. If it were in the past, he would have just left the city to meet the battle. But how would he dare now? Wouldn't it be a death sentence for him, a tiny half-saint powerhouse, to go forward? And this Zhou Linglong before, not that she has a way. And so, Xiao Shan also came directly to Zhou Linglong. And just as Xiao Shan had not arrived for long, the other two princes, and the people from the Bing Ma Sea, also arrived one after another. At this point, they also all knew that there, in the west camp of the city, was Lu Yuan's army, but they were thinking the same thing as Xiao Shan. They all hid in the back, and no one dared to go to war. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Everyone's faces were all a little alarmed, and they directly threw the question to Zhou Linglong. Zhou Linglong was simply furious in her heart when she saw the crowd dumping pots on each other. Each and every one of them was a great general who had been leading the army for many years, and now that a battle was taking place, they did not care about the battlefield and ran directly to themselves. And then also ask yourself what to do. Try being the leader. How can you be satisfied with such a useless subordinate? Zhou Linglong instantly couldn't hold back any longer and directly roared angrily towards the several people. What to do, what to do? You're a bunch of great generals, and you're asking me what to do. Lu Yuan is attacking and you're not leading your soldiers to resist? Do you still expect that you will let me, the empress, personally go to the front to lead the troops? Zhou Linglong didn't give these few people the slightest bit of face, and directly chopped her head and rebuked them. By the empress's rant, the people present all glanced at each other. There was a flash of shame and helplessness in his eyes. As generals, were they born to be cowards? But to know that it is a death sentence and end up going yourself. I guess there is no such little cutie in the world. Your Majesty, it's not that we're not going to unite our troops to fight back, but we can't do anything about it. With these lowly strengths of ours, even if we go, we won't be of much use. The crowd helplessly complained to Zhou Linglong. At those words, Zhou Linglong's cold eyes swept across the crowd. Now I don't care how you explain it. You guys, go to the West Camp right now. One more minute of delay and don't blame me for being unkind. Zhou Linglong suppressed the last of her anger. Chapter 120. This farce. It's better to end it as soon as possible. However, upon hearing Zhou Linglong's command, several people looked at me and I looked at you, and no one made a move first. Crap, who would want to do anything to find death? Good, very good. Seeing that the crowd was unmoved, Zhou Linglong directly laughed in anger. In the midst of her rage, Zhou Linglong's body immediately erupted with a radiant aura. A thick imperial majesty erupted from her. Your Majesty, feeling an overwhelming majesty coming in, the faces of the surrounding people changed drastically, especially Zhou Linglong's recent Xiao Shan. Obviously, he was only a half-saint powerhouse, but from Zhou Linglong, he felt a burst of aura that made him tremble with fear. Your Majesty, how did she suddenly become so terrible? Xiao Shan's forehead was wildly sweaty with cold sweat, as if he was under tremendous pressure. The heart was even more appalled. According to his impression, Her Majesty, the Empress, was at most a martial king level cultivation. How come it's gotten so scary now? At this moment, there was a sudden distortion in the surrounding space. A figure wearing a black robe suddenly appeared. Noticing the imperial aura around him that was thick to the extreme, a hint of fluctuation finally appeared on the black-robed man's ancient unperturbed face. It's worthy of being the sacred body that His Highness the Crown Prince holds in high regard. The meager imperial dynasty's chi in the lower realms of the district has been utilized to such an extreme. The black-robed man couldn't help but voice out his admiration. Say, come on. It's also all because of this woman that he showed up you in this place. One of the legendary 10 holy bodies. The body of the Holy Emperor. This kind of holy body was an incomparable fit for the great immortal dynasty. If one were to gather the chi of a large immortal dynasty, their strength could even break through the heavens. Truly God stops God and Buddha stops Buddha. Noticing that the imperial chi around him was getting thicker and thicker, the black-robed man's finger tapped, and the surrounding aura that was almost condensed together suddenly dispersed like it was broken. Xiao Shan, a few people, immediately exhaled heavily as if they were facing amnesty. Terrible. It's horrible. They had never felt such a terrifying aura on the Empress's body. Could it be that the Empress she had been hiding her cultivation before? For the news of Zhou Linglong's Saint Emperor's body, it was confidential. Xiao Shan, these foreign kings, naturally do not know. But, The appearance of the black-robed man at this moment still attracted the attention of everyone around. However, when the crowd's divine sense just touched the black-robed man, it was as if the divine sense had been frozen, and his mind was suddenly incomparably tingling. The eyes were even more filled with the color of fear, because they sensed from the black-robed man's body and aura that their souls were beginning to tremble. And not long after the black-robed man appeared, Imperial Ancestor Zhou Qianfu also appeared. Royal Ancestor. Seeing Zhou Qianfu arrive, Zhou Linglong rushed up to greet him respectfully. However, Zhou Qianfu acted as if he didn't see Zhou Linglong. He directly crossed over Zhou Linglong and arrived at the black-robed man's side. Lord Upper Ambassador, what brings you here all of a sudden? Zhou Qianfu smiled fawningly as if he were a lapdog, and said to the black-robed man, Pop. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The surrounding crowd looked at the black-robed man and Zhou Qianfu in shock. Or rather, it was looking towards the obvious slap mark on Zhou Qianfu's face. How dare you? What is your status? How dare you disrespect the imperial daughter? If you want to die, you can just talk to me. The black-robed man chilled his face and rebuked towards Zhou Qianfu in a cold voice. In his eyes, 10,000 Zhou Qianfu could not compare to one Zhou Linglong. If not for this Zhou Qianfu and Zhou Linglong's relationship, he would have slapped Zhou Qianfu to death long ago. As for Zhou Qianfu being Zhou Linglong's old ancestor, this point did not concern him in the slightest. After all, in his eyes, seniority didn't matter at all. Strength is king, and Zhou Qianfu was directly blinded by the slap. With a face full of astonishment, he looked at the black-robed man. When he saw in the black-robed man's eyes that bright panicked murderous aura, Zhou Qianfu's body trembled, and he eventually wimped out. I'm sorry, Linglong, it's royal ancestors' fault. Royal ancestors shouldn't ignore you. Zhou Qianfu had the eyesight to directly bow and apologize to Zhou Linglong, but its lowered eyes were clearly filled with the color of resentment, and the black bubble man just smiled coldly. How could Zhou Qianfu's mental fluctuations and the subtle expressions on his face escape him? But the black-robed man didn't give it a second thought. It's just a mole. Even if he was stronger, he was still an ant in his eyes. In the eyes of the black-robed man, he could crush him to death himself anytime, anywhere. And in the face of her own royal ancestor's apology, Zhou Linglong was simply flattered and hurriedly said, It's not a problem, royal ancestor. I'm fine. Zhou Linglong was also afraid, and a hint of awe surfaced in the black-haired man's eyes as he took a look. She also had an immediate guess as to the identity of the black-robed man. It must be that superior envoy from the upper domain. Otherwise, the imperial ancestor wouldn't have been able to treat him so respectfully. Even when he was slapped, he didn't dare to fight back. Imperial ancestor, now Lu Yuan, has fought his way to the bottom of Chang'an City. At this very moment, it's in the west of the city, wreaking havoc. Do you think it's time for the strong helpers you contacted earlier to come out? Zhou Linglong looked towards Zhou Qianfu with a face full of worry. Before, as a precaution, their great Zhou had also called in a number of strong men from the befriended forces to come and assist them. Sure, their royal family also paid a very needy fee. It's also time for them to step up. Zhou Qianfu secretly glanced at the black-robed man and saw that the other party didn't seem to have any reaction. Good. Then let those people go into battle first and test the waters. If it's just not possible, Zhou Qianfu respectfully arched his hand to the black-robed man. Then we'll have to ask the Lord High Envoy to do it. The strength of those strong helpers they had called out earlier was at best at the martial saint level of cultivation. It looks high, but yet the contraption meets something uncontrollable and is a drop in the bucket. And only this black-robed Lord Upper Envoy was their last card of Great Zhou. Humph. In response, the black-robed man gave a cold snort of disdain. Against a group of mole crickets, if he strikes, isn't it just a wave of his hand that destroys them? What a pain in the ass. Forget it. I'll go along for the ride. I'd like to see if that Lu Yuan really has that many experts under him. The black-robed man sneered. Now he didn't want to keep delaying any longer. This farce. It's better to end it as soon as possible. Chapter 121 0 to 100,000 battle damage ratio. And at this time, outside of Chang'an, the battle is still not over. In the darkness, there was a lot of shouting and killing. These soldiers stationed outside the city were originally state soldiers from various states and counties who came to support them. It would not have been considered an elite stream. What's more, the press was unprepared and was caught off guard by the Dragon Riders' surprise attack. When the Dragon Riders charged, it was almost as if they were wolves entering a flock of sheep. Though some of these slightly more talented generals reacted and began to organize the soldiers around them and began to resist, but their efforts were destined to be futile. In front of absolute strength crushing, everything is floating clouds, chiseling, chiseling, chiseling again. Yuan Zuozong, holding a silver spear, took the lead. Everyone and everything in his way, all of them are shattered with a single shot. Before the crowd of martial artists and martial artists, Yuan Zuozong's martial saint-level strength was simply like the immortals and Buddhas on the mortal battlefield. No one can stop it. Kill! Yuan Zuozong's eyes were all filled with a look of killing exuberance. Painful. It's just too painful. Millions of soldiers have passed through, and not a single leaf has touched my body. The extreme thrill of killing made Yuan Zuozong's whole body's combat cells hyperactive. Yuan Zuozong was the arrowhead of the dragon cavalry formation. The dragon riders rampaged recklessly under his guidance. The pressure is simply no match, and it is always the soldiers of Great Zhou who fall. At first, those state troopers still have the desire to fight back after being raided, but slowly, as more and more people fall, the reddish blood flowed uncontrollably, and even all gathered together to form a pool of blood. Those who were still standing were instantly terrified. It's been said before, these soldiers, by nature, were not elite. Nowadays, looking at the scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood around them, the fighting spirit in their hearts suddenly disintegrated. Run! Run! They can't be human. They must all be demons. Mommy oh-hoo. I want to go home. I don't want to die here. These soldiers were killed. Even those who leaned close to the city gates ran directly under the gates, begging the guards on the towers to open the gates for them. But how dare those guards on the citadel? If the door is opened and the enemy rushes into Chang'an City, it will be a total disaster. At this point, Xiao Shan and the others also came to the front-line battlefield. This white-armored cavalry under Lu Yuan would be so tough. They stood on the towering city wall, looking out at the city, at the large swaths of dead bodies of Great Zhou soldiers. On the faces of everyone, a shock emerged. They had long heard that under Lu Yuan, he possessed an exceptionally powerful white armor cavalry. They had thought before that even if they were strong, how strong could they be? But now, when they saw the scene, they finally realized that they had still underestimated each other. Now, on the ground, there must be more than 100,000 dead bodies of Great Zhou soldiers at least, and the ground was nothing but the corpses of their Great Zhou soldiers. I can't believe they didn't even find a white-armored corpse. Had not even been found. Even one. What does that tell you? That's a 0 to 100. 000 battle damage ratio. That's no way anyone else would have fought to this end. At this point, the dragon cavalry had already run through the entire camp and was about to arrive under the walls of Chang'an City. Danger! Xiao Shan saw that the dragon cavalry was about to get close to the city, and immediately showed a horrified look on his face, especially the mighty general in the lead. More so, it gave him a feeling of incomparable danger. Release the arrows! Release the arrows! Xiao Shan yelled in a horrified, stern voice. As for the city, there are still his Great Zhou soldiers under the city. This is not what Xiao Shan is thinking about. It was a sacrifice that had to arise out of necessity. Anyway, those are just some second-tier state soldiers. Not much of an elite. Plus, if they could take care of this group of white-armored cavalry, even if they sacrificed some of their elites, then what was the harm? The king of Jinshi also sighed and shook his head with some impatience. Alas, pity there are still my Great Zhou soldiers under the city. Now we have to sacrifice them. The dragon hunting crossbow, which was standardized in Great Zhou, was infinitely powerful. If they release their arrows at this time, won't we all be killed? However, it turns out, this king of Jinshi was indeed a bit overthinking, because it's not the enemy that's dead. Rather, they were unilaterally killed by the soldiers of Great Zhou. Whoosh! Countless arrows rained down, as dense as hornets, directly toward the city. However, the dragon cavalry was not only powerful in battle, but the defensive power of the armor on their bodies was also a first-class existence. The rain of arrows from the district could not cause any damage to the dragon cavalry at all. Instead, it was those Great Zhou soldiers. All of them were shot into hedgehogs by the arrows of their own people. After a few rounds of arrows, the dragon riders were still standing intact. Even the white armor on his body didn't have even the slightest trace of abrasion. Seeing the situation, Xiao Shan and the others were dumbfounded for a while. Sure, the reason for staying wasn't the affectionate greetings from those Great Zhou soldiers dying to his ancestors. Rather, it was the perverted defense of the dragon riders. How is this possible? The opposite side's armor. What kind of material is it made of? Surprisingly, it can't even break the dragon hunting crossbow. This scene directly subverted Xiao Shan's perception. He led the border army for decades, opening up the frontier and killing the enemy in triumph. All that was relied upon was the sharpness of the dragon hunting crossbow. And nowadays, the weapons that one believes to exist as true knowledge will one day not even be able to break the enemy's defenses. This result directly popped Xiao Shan's entire being. Seeing that the dragon cavalry are on the verge of hitting the bottom of Chang'an City, and the souls of the dead who perished under the dragon riders were nowhere to be found. At this point, Lu Yuan's gaze, ghostly, looked in the direction of Chang'an capital. On the Great Zhou side, it should have reacted by this time as well. Having made such a big commotion himself, The great Joside should always come back to their senses even if they reacted slowly. Shadow Mo. Go inform Yuan Zuozong. Let him stop in moderation and find his own way back. Lu Yuan estimated the time, then faintly spoke to his side. Tonight, his own purpose had been accomplished. If it goes any further, it's probably going to be a final showdown. My lord. Beside Lu Yuan, Shadow Ink's aura flickered. In fact, without Lu Yuan's notification, Yuan Zuozong had already led the dragon cavalry and turned back. The city walls. Xiao Shan and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as they watched the dragon cavalry go away. Okay, the horrible cavalry, at last, retreated. Don't know what for though, but now there is always an escape. They have no doubt. If the dragon cavalry chose to make a strong charge, the walls of this Chang'an city would not be able to hold it back for even a moment. However, just as the dragon riders were about to leave in style, at this point, dozens of powerful auras suddenly appeared in the direction of Chang'an city. Among them, there was one aura that was particularly powerful. Vaguely, there was a brilliant imperial might exclusive to great emperors that spread all around. Peak greatness. Su Chu and Ching Yun glanced at each other, and a touch of gravity appeared in both of their eyes. They can feel it keenly. On the other side, there was clearly a peak great emperor realm powerhouse coming. Chapter 122. In ancient times, there was the Emperor's Fall era, and now there is the Holy Fall era. Lu Yuan also detected this vast imperial might, and his face changed instantly. Su Chu, Ching Yun, are you too sure about this? Lu Yuan's face was full of gravity as he looked toward the two Su Chu beside him. The other party's breath, obviously much stronger than Su Chu two people. Lu Yuan guessed. The person who came should be that so-called upper domain upper envoy, and as a person from the lower realm of the upper domain, the opponent's strength was definitely much stronger than an ordinary martial emperor. Words. Great Emperor Chang Yun gave a spontaneous smile. Don't worry, Lord, if I were alone, I couldn't guarantee it, but now, even if the other party is a peak great emperor, but with Su Chu joining forces, I will definitely be able to cut the other party down. Emperor Chang Yun was filled with confidence as he said, although at the great emperor realm, one step was a heavenly gap, but his true battle power was much more than that. It's just cross-class combat. For Emperor Chang Yun, it was simply a snap. Not to mention, today, he can still have the assistance of Su Chu. I will live up to my lord's high expectations. And Su Chu simply returned. Although the tone was simple, the expression on his face was very firm. Yes, seeing that the two of them were not the least bit nervous, Lu Yuan's heart was finally relieved. And at this point, Su Chu and Sheng Yin felt the black-robed man's aura. And that black-robed man, naturally, felt both of their auras. Two great emperors? The black-robed man froze, and his face became somewhat astonished. Didn't you say there was only one half-imperial? How come now? The half-emperor turns into a martial emperor, and two more came out of the treadmill. The black-robed man's gloomy gaze looked towards Zhou Qianfu next to him, his heart cursing even more. Waste. Even the intel on the treadmill was wrong. This stupid pig. Why didn't he die at the hands of these two great emperors? And Zhou Qianfu's face was also covered in cold sweat. He also did not expect that Lu Yuan would have two great emperor powerhouses under him. This. Where on earth did all the people come from? Zhou Qianfu's people were almost dumbfounded. That's how it was before. A half-emperor powerhouse suddenly appeared, directly catching him off guard. And nowadays, surprisingly, even great emperor-level powerhouses had appeared. Zhou Qianfu was even skeptical. If we gave Lu Yuan a little more time, wouldn't we even be able to get a god-level powerhouse? I'll get you when it's over. The black-robed man said with a cold snort at Zhou Qianfu. Although two great emperors had now appeared, the black-robed man remained unafraid. None other. The district is just a mole in the lower realm. Even if he was suppressed in his realm now, it was still easy to pinch his opponent to death. Come on, let's show you all what is called true power. The black-robed man let out a sardonic laugh. Then, it directly attacked towards the two of them, Su Chu and the great Emperor Chang Yun. In the face of the black-robed man's strike, Su Chu and Emperor Chang Yun also directly stepped forward to meet the battle. Rip! A huge rift appeared directly in the sky, swallowing the three people directly into it. Between this side of heaven and earth, battles between great emperor powerhouses simply could not be tolerated. So, the battle between Su Chu and the three of them traveled directly into the void of space, and after the three great emperors disappeared. At this time, Luo Yi also stepped forward. The long spear pointed remotely, and his eyes burned as he looked toward Zhou Qianfu, who was not far away. Ha, long time no see. It's you. At this moment, Zhou Qianfu also recognized Luo Yi. However, after Zhou Qianfu saw Luo Yi, instead of fear, there was some mockery in his eyes. I can't believe your injuries have healed too. I was careless last time. This time I'll show you my true strength. Zhou Qianfu smiled and looked at Luo Yi with a provocative smile. He knows, in Luo Yi's hands, there was an extremely powerful imperial weapon, and he had lost to Luo Yi before because of this. And this time, in order to cope with this situation, he had asked the superior ambassador in advance for a life-preserving card. Mighty, not weaker in the slightest than that extreme imperial armament of the other party. Oh, in that case, what are we waiting for? Then come and fight. Luo Yi swung his spear and shouted sternly. As the saying goes, enemies are not as good as each other. The two of them fought straight away at the drop of a hat. Boom! A battle between half-emperors should not be underestimated. As the two fought, the space around them was broken into pieces. Then, it also sucked the two directly into the void. Now, the experts above the half-emperor all disappeared into the battlefield. In situ, the remaining group of powerhouses under the half-emperor looked at each other. At this moment, these people were also baffled. Previously rare emperor-level experts. At this moment, 5 appeared all at once. And, among the remaining crowd present, the martial saint experts also possessed as many as 30. There are simply as many martial saints as there are dogs, but it's justifiable. After all, on Lu Yuan's side, he contributed 20 or so. As for these martial saint powerhouses on the side of Great Zhou, they were all invited one by Zhou Qianfu's brazenness, but it's close to gripping the entire eastern continent's great powers. And how big is the entire east continent? Billions and billions and billions and billions of kilometers? It's only a dozen or so martial saints. It shouldn't be too much, right? It's safe to say, the level of powerhouses gathered for this battle could be considered super deluxe. It was not at all surprising that it could be recorded in the annals of the eastern continent and passed down for 10,000 years. The ancient age of the emperor's fall. And today, it could well be called the age of the holy fallen. The half-saint powerhouses that had previously shaken the party had become cannon fodder-level existences at this time. At this point, the armies of both sides hesitated for a moment before they began to fight again. But, this time, on the side of the Great Zhou, millions of troops had reorganized. And, this time, there were also 3 four-town princes, and generals led by the military department and the Ministry of War, already formed the scale of a battle formation. Kill! The battlefield shouted and killed, shaking the sky, especially those 3 four-town princes' ministries. They had been guarding the Great Zhou territory for many years and had survived countless battles. All of them were elites. Nowadays, millions of troops gathered. The aura on each of the sergeants was directly like chains, condensing with each other. In mid-air, there was already a faint appearance of the legion's military spirit. Military spirit. Seeing the imaginary shadow above the opposing legions, Yuan Zuozong muttered. This time, a rare look of gravity appeared on Yuan Zuozong's face. Why is it that the average strong man doesn't dare to charge the army battle formation? It is because of the great army, with its legionary military spirit, and the role of the legionnaire's soul. It's taking the strength of all the individuals and condensing it together. Take a quantitative change and achieve a qualitative change. Chapter 123 Arrival of the Sunrise Ancestor. Dragon Riders, form up. Soul condensation. At that moment, Yuan Zuozong also let out a blistering cry. Since the other side has condensed the military soul, then the dragon cavalry, can't be compared. Before, the dragon riders had not summoned a military spirit. Not that they couldn't. Rather, all the enemies they meet are unworthy. How could those weaklings be worth treating with the military spirit he summoned? Yes, as soon as Yuan Zuozong's order was given, the 100,000 dragon cavalry immediately took action. Rumble. 100,000 dragon riders moved as if they were just one person. The conversion of the battle formation was accomplished in an instant. Those people in Big Zhou looked dumbfounded. This kind of army with a ban on orders. Is it really humanly possible? Roar. Next, a crisp dragon roar instantly woke these people up. Only a pale snowy white dragon's shadow suddenly appeared above the 100,000 dragon cavalry army. The moment, the 100,000 dragon cavalry army, too, summoned out their military souls, the pale snowy white dragon was lifelike, swimming freely in the void and emitting a strong pressure. The soulful eyes revealed majesty, and the fierce 5 claws flashed with sharp coldness. Even the lines of each snow-white scale armor were clearly visible. The pale snowy white dragon may fly by, above the path of travel. Even the air condensed into frost. Just looking at it, it gave one a morose chill. What a strong military soul. The faces of the powerhouses on Great Zhou's side all turned pale. The heart was even heavier. The military souls summoned by their Great Zhou's million-strong army were almost too pale to be seen. And the other guys? It was so solid that one would think that it was a real divine dragon descending into the world. Kill. Break me! Yuan Zuozong let out a roar. Roar! Sky above. As Yuan Zuozong swung his spear, the pale snow-white dragon roared. The majestic and huge dragon's eyes erupted spiritually with a flash of cold light. Immediately, with an unrivaled and vast aura, it rushed straight towards the imaginary and invisible military soul of Great Zhou. Great weak side. Xiao Shan is acting as the main general of this million-strong army. Seeing the dragon cavalry's pale snow-white dragon military spirit killing over, a flash of panic flashed across Xiao Shan's eyes. It's over. Can't seem to beat it. Xiao Shan despaired inwardly. He presided over the control of the Great Zhou military spirit and empathized with it. At this moment, he could even detect his own military souls trembling in fear under the other party's pale snowy white dragon's mighty pressure. That's right, even the military spirit of his family is afraid. But he was now facing that pale snow-white dragon directly, and had completely lost his way back. War, war, war. Break it for me. The moment Xiao Shan had gone completely red. There's death in the trap. Under the threat of absolute death, Xiao Shan was directly prepared to throw his life away. However, there has always been a huge gap between the ideal and the reality. The pale snow-white dragon roared, and the sky was frozen with countless snowflakes from the powerful cold current. Just made contact with the Great Zhou military spirit. In a matter of moments, it directly churned the military soul of Great Zhou directly into pieces. Roar! The pale snow-white dragon roared in excitement. The terrifyingly bloody mouth directly gorged on the shards of the military soul and swallowed them into its stomach. Put! The military spirit is broken. Those Great Zhou soldiers, at the same time, were affected and revolted. Countless soldiers' mouths spat blood and directly shriveled down. Even many, as a result, are completely incapacitated. The reason why this was the case was because the military soul was condensed from the breath of all the soldiers in the Legion's battle formation. It's safe to say, the military spirit is the embodiment of all soldiers within the Corps. And nowadays, the soul of the Great Zhou army is broken. It was even torn apart and devoured by the military souls of the Dragon Riders. The Great Zhou soldiers, straight up, can't do it. And the opposite, the 100,000 Dragon Riders, on the other hand, were supplemented by the military souls, and the aura on their bodies grew stronger and stronger. Not only were the losses from the previous battle fully replenished, even some people's cultivation levels had vaguely increased a bit. And this, let's also just say that condensing the military spirit of the Legion has a mixed bag of pros and cons. It's over. It's completely over. Xiao Shan's face was pale and completely desperate. The repercussions were even more severe when he was the commander of the Legion's battle formation. However, the pain of the injuries on his body, no matter what, could not compare to the horror in his heart at this moment. Strong. It's too strong. It was only when he came face to face with the dragon cavalry that he finally realized the toughness of this army. It was the strongest army he had ever seen. Ever. Even. It's also possible that it's the strongest army in the history of the entire Eastern continent. Dragon Riders, charge! Yuan Zuozong roared loudly, his body's battle intent rising. Take advantage of your illness. Now on the Great Zhou side, the most elite million soldiers have all withered, lost all combat power, and the moment of their hunt has come. 100,000 war horses galloped, a line of snow whistled and sped, crushing fiercely toward the opposite side with the momentum of an avalanche. The formation of Great Zhou soldiers was then melted by the snow line. Previously, with the augmentation of the military soul, these elite soldiers of Great Zhou were no match for the dragon cavalry. Not to mention now, whoosh! Just as Yuan Zuozong led the dragon cavalry, rampaging through the crowd. At this point, suddenly, there was a powerful treasure light that crossed the sky and came straight towards Yuan Zuozong. Sneak attack! Yuan Zuozong's heart was shocked and his hairs stood on end. He wasn't slow to react, though. The desert's silver lance in his hand was waved, and a little bit of the lance penetrated straight through. Break me! Boom! The sky seemed to produce a great earthquake. Yuan Zuozong's spear on, and the suddenly incoming treasure light, cancelled each other out in the sky. However, although Yuan Zuozong managed to pawn off this attack, there was not much joy on his face. Instead, he looked towards the sky with a grave expression on his face. Sure enough, at the sky, a vast figure stepped into the air. Oh, not bad. With only the strength of a martial saint level, you were able to block my attack. The visitor was a grey-robed, hawk-nosed, withered-boned old man. But, the faint imperial might emanating from its body was not to be underestimated. After the hawk-hooked-nosed old man arrived, he faintly swept the battlefield. Then he sprinkled a smile on his face and said, "Oh, looks like I'm not too late. Just in time. This is a half-emperor." Noticing the other party's aura, Yuan Zuozong's heart was instantly startled. "Who are you?" Yuan Zuozong looked at the other party warily. From the strike just now, Yuan Zuozong also distinguished the cultivation level of the visitor, a half-emperor level powerhouse. The old man smiled and shook his head, saying faintly, "My Taoist name is Chaoyang, and the world calls me Old Ancestor Chaoyang." At those words, those people of the Great Zhou beside him were all appalled. Surprisingly, even the half-emperor ancestors of the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce had come out this time. But the appalled look on the faces of these people of Great Zhou immediately turned into elation. Ha ha, it looks like this Chaoyang Old Ancestor seems to be at odds with Lu Yuan's side. So it seems, they Great Zhou have helped to arrive again. At this point, although the others around them recognized this old sunrise ancestor, however, this Yuan Zuozong was still full of confusion. What Chaoyang Old Ancestor? Who the hell are you? At those words, Old Ancestor Chaoyang froze, but looking at the doubt on Yuan Zuozong's face as if it didn't seem to be a forgery, he immediately said in shock, "Ha? You actually don't recognize me?" Yuan Zuozong looked at the little cutie. He looked at Old Ancestor Chaoyang. "What? Am I supposed to know you? Old Sunrise Ancestor. Interesting." The corners of Old Ancestor Chaoyang's mouth were slightly outlined. In his eyes, however, a touch of coldness surfaced. "Junior, I've given out my number and you still say you don't recognize me. You're making me look bad." Chapter 124, Imperial Level Draw. 3000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry. Since you haven't heard of my name, you must have heard of the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce. That 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce. It was me who founded it, Old Ancestor Chaoyang proudly said. As the 100 Tides Chamber of Commerce was a transcendent power across the Eastern continent, he didn't believe that no one would be unaware of it. 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce. Yuan Zuozong's eyes flashed. Yuan Zuozong couldn't help but think back to when he was in Shuafeng City, that branch of the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce at that time. It's hard to believe that. Is the main man here? And at this point, Old Ancestor Chaoyang's gaze couldn't help but place it below Lu Yuan's body to be exact. You kid should be Lu Yuan, right? You've got some nerve. I had already given you a chance at that time. I can't imagine that you wouldn't take my face seriously. Old Ancestor Chaoyang sneered, his eyes filled with shade. Earlier, Lu Yuan had robbed his branch chamber in Shuafeng City for the first time. Not only did he not choose to retaliate, sure, maybe it's because of the throwbacks, but anyway, he sent people forward to discuss trying to resolve it peacefully. Results: Lu Yuan, this little thief, even beat and killed the messenger he sent to discuss peace. This behavior was simply trampling their 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce's face under their feet. Misty grass. It's amazing that you're really here to seek revenge. At those words, Lu Yuan's face also changed. Just now, Lu Yuan had also heard the two men's previous conversation, and a bad feeling had already risen in his heart. As a result, it turned out that it was really here to find out what happened to him. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel some egg pain. This 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce's people didn't come earlier or later, but came at this exact time. Lord beware. Next to it, looking at the way Old Ancestor Chaoyang looked at Lu Yuan with a tiger's eye, Shadow Ink and Yu Xiang and the others stood out and blocked Lu Yuan's face, looking at each other warily. Even though they were facing a half-emperor expert, they also felt a great pressure. Still, for the sake of the Lord, they stood up with no hesitation. Even if the enemy's strong energy, one finger would crush them, they die. You have to die before you live on. Seeing how the crowd was prepared to fight to the death, Lu Yuan could not help but be a little moved, but he also knew, in this way, it's just an exercise in futility. If the other party really wanted to kill themselves, Shadow Ink and the others would definitely not be able to stop them. Lu Yuan looked to his side. Now, it seems that there are no experts above the half-emperor either. Forget it, since it's here to seek revenge, it's hard, and I guess I can't escape. Lu Yuan's eyes twinkled slightly. You have to pay for the karma you've planted yourself. At this time, Yuan Zuozong also seemed to see Lu Yuan's predicament. At that moment, he also directly transmitted his voice with Lu Yuan. Lord, don't worry, this expert, I'm sure I can deal with him. Nowadays, with the enhancement of the battle formation military soul, Yuan Zuozong's strength was enough to arm wrestle with a half-emperor powerhouse. With the body of a martial saint, he struck a half-emperor horizontally. However, Lu Yuan shook his head slightly and said, even if you lead the dragon cavalry army to be able to hold back that half-emperor, then how should the other millions of troops respond? You know, the trap camp isn't even here yet. Yuan Zuozong wanted to say something and fell silent for a while. The Lord is right. Although he had, just now, scrapped 1 million of Great Zhou's elite, but on the side of Great Zhou, there were 3 million troops. Today, nearly 2 million remain unresolved. Sure, they're 100,000 dragon cavalry against the remaining 2 million troops. although it seemed easy. And of course it does get easier. But even if those 2 million troops stood still for him to cut, he would have to cut and kill them for a while. What he lacked now, however, was time. At this time, Lu Yuan suddenly smiled. General Yuan, don't be in a hurry. I already have a solution. Alas, I had wanted to wait for this wave of battles to end before doing the emperor-level lottery. It doesn't seem to be working at all now. Lu Yuan cheaply smiled and opened his personal panel. Host, Lu Yuan. Strength, mid-martial emperor. Forces under his command, Yin 18 riders, slightly injured state. 100. 000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, reinforced version. 50. 000 Trapped Army. Shadow Guards, Fine Rain. And 10. 000 Northern Household Army, disabled. Guards under his command, Xingyan Da Di. Li San Dao. Su Chu, Emperor's enhanced version. Luck value, 11820563. The moment. The Qi luck value within Lu Yuan's account had once again surpassed 10 million. These Qi values had the subsequent contributions of several 100,000 from those 20 half-saints who had stayed in the Pilking Valley at that time. More. It was obtained by Yuan Zuozong when he led the dragon cavalry to attack the camp at night just now. Originally, the system's judgment is settled only after a battle is over. And just now after the dragon riders charged out, there was a brief moment of disengagement from the fight. As such, the system directly settled the Qi luck value for Lu Yuan. System, I'm going to conduct an imperial-level lottery. Lu Yuan directly opened the system's lottery interface. After all, there's no time to hesitate now. Ding! The host chooses the imperial lottery. The system is in the lottery. Ding! The lucky draw was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,000 Tiger Leopard Riders. 3,000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry, Commander-in-Chief Peak Half-Emperor, Vice Commander Peak Martial Sage, General of the Side, Early Martial Sage, Lieutenant Peak Half-Sage, Sergeant Martial King Martial Zone. This time, the system directly drew out a 3,000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry, 3,000 Martial Kings and the powerhouses above the Martial Emperors. The system's words fell. The 3,000 Tiger Leopard Riders were then dropped directly onto Lu Yuan's side. 3,000 Tiger Leopard Riders? Lu Yuan froze, and then was filled with excitement. Tiger Leopard Rider Ugh. This is an elite army with almost the same reputation as the Trap Battalion. And the number of Tiger Leopard Riders summoned this time was even less compared to the last time's trapped camp. Sure, the soldiers under his command are also more elite in strength. Is the commander a half-emperor? But it's enough. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered for a moment. His expectation was that just don't draw out the same as the Dragon Riders. After all, although the power was huge, the realm of its commander was also low. And now this Tiger Leopard Cavalry, a peak half-emperor commander, was just enough to solve the immediate dilemma. My Lord Chao Chun, greetings to your lord. At this point, a burly figure directly and respectfully knelt down on one knee towards Lu Yuan. In its eyes, there was a gleam of fervent loyalty. General Chao doesn't have to do much, Li. Please rise quickly. Lu Yuan rejoiced, then silently surveyed this legendary Tiger Leopard Cavalry commander who had died early. In the midst of history, Chao Chun is somewhat infamous for dying too early, but he was able to command the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, the primus of this world. Real strength, but no doubt. Now that he had been summoned to this world, his strength had been magically altered, and his battle power should not be bad. Chapter 125, Begging for Mercy? It only turns me on more. At this point, Great Weak sighed. When the crowd saw Lu Yuan side, another 3,000 elites had appeared out of nowhere. They were all shocked. The expression on his face was as wonderful as it was going to get. What the hell? This strong man can still come out on his own? The gazes of the crowd, all of them flickered incredulously. This thing, it shouldn't be this outrageous, should it? When these people appeared just now, I detected a spatial fluctuation at that instant. Old me guesses that these people should be that Lu Yuan, utilizing spatial means, hiding here in advance. Perhaps, he wants to do some kind of surprise and catch our great Zhou off guard, an immortal old man with a wise light in his eyes. Words. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but nod their heads. That's it. It should have been Lu Yuan who had used special means before to hide these powerhouses here in advance. That seems to explain it, if you look at it that way. At the moment, the crowd was frantically giving their brains a whirl. But, this also rather saved Lu Yuan from some unnecessary trouble. At this point, the crowd could not stop the shock on their faces when they detected the overwhelming aura on the Tiger and Leopard Riders. Lu Yuan was surprisingly so strong even with his hidden power. How many hidden cards does this Lu Yuan have? The gazes of the crowd subconsciously looked around. Around here, there won't be any strong people hiding, right? Some of the strongest people were uneasy and used their huge divine thoughts to skin every inch of the surrounding land. However, These powerhouses, whose strength was generally below that of a martial zone, did not notice anything at all. The crowd was relieved. These should be Lu Yuan's last cards. I told you, it's impossible to have so many powerful people under Lu Yuan's command. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, but they didn't even notice. At this time, not far from Chang'an City, a faint and faintly undetectable black gas is hovering where the void, as if inexplicably, murmured and whispered, "So fortunate, almost didn't get caught." And in the meantime, the sudden appearance of the 3,000 tiger leopard riders also managed to attract the attention of the Chaoyang old ancestor. When the Chaoyang elder ancestor noticed the figure of Chao Chun among the tiger leopard riders, the heart was in a state of shock. Half-emperor. Old ancestor Chaoyang's face was embarrassed as he spat out 2 words from his mouth. The breath of this majestic general was particularly ghastly. Even he felt a strong threat from the other party. Palatizing. Surprisingly, it's still a peak half-emperor level powerhouse. Old ancestor Chaoyang couldn't help but curse. His face was also embarrassed. At this moment, old ancestor Chaoyang was a bit hesitant. That's right, although his Chaoyang old ancestor was also a half-emperor realm powerhouse. However, he had only just stepped into the half-emperor realm as well, and was only a half-emperor junior, and opposite that strong man's realm, on the other hand, was the peak of a half-emperor, and at a realm like theirs, 1 step is a gap. Even if one thought about it on one's ass, one could never be the opponent's opponent, or else, yourself and Lu Yuan give in? Old ancestor Chaoyang blushed a little. Something to grab and get robbed. A loss of face is a loss of face, and his own little life is only one. It wouldn't be a good idea to put your life on the line today. If this old sunrise master knew in advance, under Lu Yuan, there were 2 other powerhouses of the great emperor realm, only to disappear just now, traveling to the void for a duel. Perhaps, this old sunrise ancestor would definitely not come to trouble Lu Yuan, and at this point, Chao Chun had also discovered the presence of old ancestor Chaoyang. My lord, I will observe the man in the sky, and I fear that there is something wrong with him. Wait a moment, my lord, I'll behead the other side and offer it to my lord. At this point, Chao Chun directly drew out his own double-edged, gold-backed Zanpakuto and looked at old ancestor Chaoyang with a vicious face. The hostility of the other side was very obvious. Even if Chao Chun had just been summoned, he knew that the enemy was a foe, not a friend. Ha, good. General Chao is very close to my heart. Lu Yuan looked at Chao Chun with satisfaction. Not bad. This Chao Chun eyesight is really quite spot on. Worthy of being the first commander of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry. Go General Chao. Be careful. Don't put yourself in danger. Thank you, my lord, for shutting down your worries. Chao Chun respectfully bowed toward Lu Yuan. The fervor in his eyes grew thicker. Central air conditioning, for both men and women, can be very useful. After all, sincerity is the way to go. Ha, come on, battle. Chao Chun laughed and flew directly into the air. Immediately, then he swung the double-edged golden-backed chopping saber in his hand and fought ruthlessly with that Chaoyang old ancestor. Chao Chun moved very quickly. Even those with low cultivation could only see a burst of residual shadows. At this point, old ancestor Chaoyang was still torn between whether or not he should bow his head to Lu Yuan. After all, once you've gone soft yourself, then his own 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce's reputation for a lifetime could be completely ruined. However, that was when Chao Chun's attack arrived. Old ancestor Chaoyang was startled. It was too late to react, so he had to make a hasty move. However, just as soon as they exchanged blows, old ancestor Chaoyang's face changed wildly. So strong, shock secretly rose in the heart of the Chaoyang old ancestor. Just by receiving one of the opponent's attacks, he himself felt that his entire body was churning with chi and blood. Even the weapon in his hand was vaguely a little too much to hold. Unbeatable. Old Sunrise ancestor's eyes flickered, and at that moment, he had the intention to retreat. However, Chao Chun's dual swords danced with a tiger-like wind, as if the waves of a large river were constantly striking at him, completely not giving the Chaoyang old ancestor a chance to catch his breath. Old ancestor Chaoyang was helpless, and it can only be exhausted. Press couldn't find the time to escape. Finally, after receiving just 2 moves, old ancestor Chaoyang felt that he could not hold on any longer. Immortal friend, please wait. I don't want to fight. I concede. The Chaoyang old ancestor immediately cried out in grief and indignation toward Chao Chun as if begging for mercy. However, Chao Chun just sneered. Instead of stopping, the attacks became more violent. He stops when the other guy tells him to stop? How humiliating for him. What man, may I ask, can be in the midst of a battle and stop when he says he will? Begging for mercy? Hey, it only turns me on more. In the face of Chao Chun's overpowering attack, the Chaoyang old ancestor couldn't hold back at once. He suffered a good burst of injuries and couldn't help but scream miserably. At this moment, old ancestor Chao Yang felt as if he was a small boat in the waves, though all may capsize. Die for me. At this point, Chao Chun seized the opportunity of one and directly let out a furious cry. Double knife slashes. A shocking crossblade aura slashed directly towards the Chao Yang old ancestor. It's over. Looking at the manic blade awning slashing towards him, old ancestor Chao Yang's mind instantly went blank. This time, this blade aura, he could not block it himself no matter what.